Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see what if Harry Potter defied a forced magical marriage and took control of his fate. Here's a quick glimpse. When the Ministry tries to bind Harry to a magical marriage, he refuses to let others decide his future. Defying powerful forces and long-standing traditions, Harry takes control of his destiny and sets out to forge a path entirely his own. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. The focal point of the round courtroom was a podium, set on the first level above the floor where the chief warlock would usually sit. Below him, two court scribes sat to record the minutes of each meeting. The rest of the room was filled with small box seats for members of the court to sit. There were 7 staircases set around the courtroom to allow for any who wished to get to the floor where they could speak to the Wizengamot. Higher up were the seats for the press and anyone who wished to observe the session. Today, those seats seemed especially full. And this made Albus Dumbledore slightly confused as he made his way to the podium where he would preside over the session as Chief Warlock. He intended to make the wizarding world aware of the looming threat that Lord Voldemort had returned after 14 years of silence. Dumbledore had asked all the members of the Order of the Phoenix who could attend to do so, and to bring anyone who they thought would listen. The more people he could convince, the more he could press the Minister of Magic to act against the threat that was even now, building an army against them all. When he took his customary seat, Dumbledore called the court to order. He was a tall, thin, elderly wizard with long silver hair and a long silver beard. He wore half-moon spectacles on a long thin crooked nose, and bright twinkling blue eyes. Today he wore fairly conservative robes of steel gray, which was a change from the normally garish robes he was known for. When everyone took their seats, and silence finally reigned, Dumbledore fixed them with a very serious look of worry. He had to make them see that the signs had been there for 2 years, and while taken one at a time these clues were trifles. Strange coincidences. But when put all together, they were pointing to danger on the horizon. There would be protests against him, Dumbledore knew. No one wanted the dark times to return, and those in the courtroom loyal to Lord Voldemort would wish to keep their master's return secret for as long as possible. But if Dumbledore could just make those who didn't know what awaited them, perhaps then he could force the minister to see reason and prepare. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, I wish to begin today's session by informing you all of a very dire matter. Something that we must address now, before it is too late. My gravest fear has come to pass, and suddenly, the doors directly across from the Chief Warlock were slammed open quite loudly, and the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Oswald Fudge himself entered, followed by 3 of his staff, all of whom were carrying stacks of parchment. This was very unusual as the minister almost never attended sessions of the Wizengamot. His attendance was only ever really required for the introduction or amendment of laws. Dumbledore wondered idly just what Fudge was doing here, as there wasn't anything on the docket that he needed to be present for. Fudge walked to the center of the room, and began speaking quite loudly, addressing the room at large, and avoiding looking in the Chief Warlock's direction. Fellow witches and wizards, please forgive the intrusion. I wish to address this grand body today on a matter of great importance, if I may be permitted. I am of course aware of the procedures to present new charters, but I fear that I would have been rebuked. Fudge turned to Dumbledore, almost challengingly. Dumbledore merely smiled patiently as he now turned to address the court. If there are no objections in hearing what our minister has to say, he said, and when no one responded, Dumbledore motioned for Fudge to begin. This morning, my undersecretary sent each of you a package with some very important and disturbing material. If you have already viewed this information, then I expect that you are as heartsick and outraged as I am. My fellow witches and wizards, it is my sad duty to inform you that we are becoming an endangered species. Fudge said theatrically. Murmurs began and Fudge allowed it to carry on for a few seconds, allowing his words to gain traction. Yes, I know, he said as he began to pace like a caged lion. Our population numbers are dwindling, my friends. In the last 50 years alone, we have seen no less than 50 noble bloodlines wiped out forever. All of them, victims of war. War with Muggles, and especially war with ourselves. There were more mumblings as Fudge nodded as he looked to each of the boxed seats. But there is more. If the research I sent to you proves as true as I believe it to be, there is also a significant decline in the power of the average magical person. The birth rate of squibs is increasing with every generation. If this trend continues, I dare say that within the next 50 years, at least 10 more families will disappear forever. My friends, we cannot simply stand by and allow wizarding kind within Great Britain to become extinct. Fudge proclaimed. There was a general murmur of agreement, and light applause. So I have taken it upon myself to contract several of our most notable healers, historians, magical genealogists and alchemists, paying for their services from my own vaults to come up with a solution, of which I included information in the packages you all received this morning. At this, Fudge turned to a short, heavy-set woman with tightly curled hair, thick glasses, a pouchy face and wearing a bright pink cardigan over her robes. This woman handed the minister a thick bundle of parchment sheets tied together with leather cord, which the minister then held up almost like a trophy. "We call it the Legacy Preservation Act," he said proudly. The room rumbled with low murmuring, and Dumbledore eyed the minister suspiciously. He'd heard of this so-called act before. In fact, he was quite certain this act had come up many times over the past 100 years. Usually it was a pureblood from an ancient and noble house who was looking to spread his seed. But this was different. Fudge was married, and had 2 sons who were also married. In fact, Dumbledore was certain that one of Fudge's grandkids would be starting Hogwarts in a year or 2. "Minister," a man over Dumbledore's left shoulder asked, rising from his seat. "We've heard of this proposal before and every time it has been voted down. What makes your version any more appealing?" There were murmurs of agreement, and Fudge merely smiled, like a snake oil salesman. "My good people, I am aware, of course, that versions of this bill have been proposed. However, unlike other variations, this bill has only one single goal in mind. Propagation of our kind. There is no gain for the ministry or a single family. Friends, if we do not act, we could see another 10 bloodlines gone in 2 generations." 2. Fudge said, holding up 2 fingers. "The Legacy Preservation Act will require last scions who fit into certain criteria to marry a suitable witch in order to procreate and expand the bloodlines and help rebuild a population that is in serious threat of disappearing forever." This came from the squat, pink-clad witch. Half of the rumbling died away at this revelation. "And just how do you intend to do this?" Dumbledore asked suspiciously. "And exactly what criteria will you use to determine who must follow this act?" "Those families whose lines are most in danger of disappearing, who have only 1 son, will be required to take part. We shall strive to cleanse the more polluted bloodlines which have been tainted by generations of inbreeding by requiring that no less than 10 generations have passed since particular lines have joined. We will then require those pairs to have a set number of children within a time period of our choosing." Fudge explained, still avoiding looking at the chief warlock. "If the guidelines set out in the information you all received are followed, we could see a dramatic rise in not only our population, but a serious decrease in the amount of squibs born, and a definitive rise in magical power from the next generation." This actually got another smattering of applause, and Fudge waved it away as if he didn't deserve such accolades. Dumbledore thought he was playing the court like an expert puppet master, and was becoming disgusted. The mere idea of forcing people into marriage for the simple act of repopulation was repulsive. It was then that Dumbledore began to realize there was something else at work here. "Minister Fudge." A lady rose from her seat, looking disapprovingly at the minister. "You are only securing male bloodlines. What of prominent families who only have a female heir remaining? Madam Marchbanks, you are forgetting that our laws already protect families with only a single female heir." Fudge pointed out. "The second-born child in any union can be given the mantle of the wife's family name and be treated as first sons of said family to carry on the name and line. Your own brother carries on the line of your mother if I am not much mistaken." The lady gave a nod and resumed her seat as Fudge smiled up at her. "Minister," Dumbledore said, looking rather irritated, "we cannot simply force people to marry and produce children. It is simply barbaric, and we are. So you would see us extinct." This came from a tall, though aged man from the left. He was glaring at Dumbledore hard. Benedict Forsyth and Albus Dumbledore had barely ever agreed on anything, and the headmaster of Hogwarts thought that Forsyth would always oppose him just to spite him. "My esteemed colleague, you misunderstand me. To force people into marriage is to take away their basic right to choose who they wish to spend their lives with. To force them to procreate takes away their own right to choose how they live their lives. Dumbledore stated. You assume the minister is heartless. A woman shouted. You think he would not take into account people's feelings. The chief warlock is right. A man shouted indignantly. We can't simply force people into marriage just so we can bolster the population. We have evolved. More shouts began as people voiced their thoughts until Dumbledore held up his hands calling for quiet. Minister, I fear you are overstepping the bounds of your office. It is commendable that you wish prosperity for our society, but you can't force people to join in this matter. Dumbledore said evenly. Chief Warlock, if I may. It was Pius Thickneys. Pius was a very well-respected man among the other members of the court. A tall thin man with a mane of long salt and pepper hair and round dark eyes. He was well-spoken, and quite intelligent, which helped him when he chose to persuade the court. Thickneys was a man many would pay good gold to have on their side. Before a vote, as he could charm many to his way of thinking. In Dumbledore's mind, this man was dangerous. The chamber recognizes Pius Thickneys. Dumbledore said, fighting to keep the venom out of his voice. Thank you. Thickneys bowed low. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a pureblood, and the last of the Thickneys line. I have no heir, and when I die, my family line will die with me. Some of you might ask yourself why didn't I marry someone if this worried me? Perhaps I was too busy working for the betterment of our society. Perhaps when I should have been looking for a wife, I was here, in this very room, listening to pointless debates on whether we should allow flying carpets, or standardizing cauldron bottoms, or allowing muggleborns more rights. Or perhaps, I am just far too picky for my own good. This got a few chuckles from his fellows. Thickneys continued. I know there are some here who are old enough to at least remember when arranged marriages were quite common. Some families still arrange marriages to unite houses even today, though it is admittedly rare. But isn't that essentially what we are speaking of here today? A simple arranged marriage. A dated custom, to be sure, but one that is even now still used among those in our world. But instead of it benefiting one or perhaps even two families, this new bill benefits all of us. And when we are no longer threatened with our own extinction, perhaps then we can repeal this bill. But I agree with our minister. We must act now. We must stop ourselves from fading away into the good night. There was thunderous applause around the room and Dumbledore felt a weight settle upon his shoulders. A quick glance around showed him just how much support this bill had. He also noted that more than a handful of those on their feet now had at one time allegedly had ties to the Death Eaters. A curious coincidence, or a glaring clue as to the true purpose of this charade. It has been 14 years since the end of the last war, and we are still feeling the effects of those dark years. How many of us lost family, or friends to that monster that terrorized our world for so many years? Thickneys continued. I have read the material, and find it sound, and fair to all who will be bound to follow it. I will be the first to submit myself because I wish very much to see our world grow again. Members of the Wizengamot, I think it wise for us all to review the information provided by the minister's office, and debate the merits and drawbacks of this bill before we put it to a vote. Dumbledore said loudly, gaining the court's attention. For now, I wish to speak to you about a grave danger now looming over our world. A darkness that has risen once again. You all know of what happened at the end of the Tri-Wizard tournament, and it is my wish to inform you of a horrible truth. Our enemy, Lord Voldemort, has returned. I now see I chose wisely in coming today. Fudge stated loudly. Dumbledore turned to stare at the minister and sighed heavily. My good people, I apologize for my outburst, but I simply can't in good conscience allow you to be submitted by these falsehoods. Albus Dumbledore is trying to sow the seeds of discontent among you and shatter the peace and prosperity we have enjoyed for 14 years, all because he fears his own mortality, likely because our esteemed Chief Warlock has no heir of his own. The state of my family is not the, Dumbledore started. What proof do you have that what you claim is true, Dumbledore? Madame Augusta Longbottom asked curiously. Let us consider all that has happened in this past year. Things that by themselves may seem trivial on their own, Dumbledore started, but a large man with long dirty own hair rose from his seat. Gawain Thatcher was yet another man whom Dumbledore had often butted heads with. You wish to have a sea logic where it may not exist. He said loudly. Surely you have something more substantial than occurrences that when pieced together could mean any number of things depending on the point of view of he who is trying to see danger where none exists. Harry Potter witnessed the Dark Lord's return. Dumbledore stated. This was followed by a long rumble of whispering and murmuring among the Wizengamot and those observing in the upper levels. Dumbledore had not meant to announce it that way, but the damage was done, and he also knew, thanks to Rita Skeeter's reporting, it had been the wrong thing to say. The word of a child. Galen Avery asked. Avery had never been accused of associating with Death Eaters, but his son, Thomas, had been convicted and was currently in Azkaban for crimes against the people. A child who is clearly unstable, someone shouted. I assure you that Harry Potter's mind is just as sharp as my own. Dumbledore stated categorically. Fudge scoffed, and many others snickered. Perhaps that is not as glowing a commendation as you think it is, Dumbledore. Fudge replied. Your record as Chief Warlock speaks volumes as to your mental character. Not to mention some of the crackpot decisions you've made as Hogwarts headmaster. Werewolves as teachers. Really? Whispered statements of agreement were heard throughout the court. Cornelius, why do you not wish to face facts? Dumbledore asked, almost pleadingly. If you simply would listen to reason, we could do what needed to be done and prevent the events of 14 years ago. What facts, Albus? Fudge countered. You have only the word of a 14-year-old boy who was clearly exhausted and perhaps traumatized within the maze. A child who has let his own legend go to his head. The boy has a history of instability, not to mention a willful disregard for authority. Fudge said coldly before turning once again to address the court at large. But what I find most baffling is your quick dismissal of the matter brought before you today. It did appear that you changed the topic rather forcefully, Chief Warlock. Pius Thickneys added, why can't we speak more on the matter of the growth of our people? Someone asked. More and more voices chimed in, and Dumbledore realized he'd been outmaneuvered. He'd underestimated Fudge and the minister's friends' purses. The Chief Warlock raised his hands for quiet, and when it was finally granted, and to his utter distaste, Dumbledore allowed the Legacy Preservation Act to be debated. Nearly 3 hours later, and Dumbledore was dismissing the Wizengamot with the promise that a vote would be taken first thing in the morning over the ratification of the Legacy Preservation Act into law. He'd been astounded at how the act was debated when almost no information had been given on exactly how this potential new law was supposed to work. Not once had Dumbledore heard mentioned just who would have to take part, or how those men would be matched to what kept being referred to as a proper witch. Back and forth went the arguments, and Dumbledore had been surprised at the amount of people in support of this new bill, until he realized that the supporters were largely pureblood families, and many of them in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. And that was the clue that made the Hogwarts headmaster figure out exactly what was happening. Lord Voldemort was making his first move. This law was nothing more than a very elaborate ruse to get to young Harry Potter, whom Voldemort feared was set to bring about his complete and total destruction. A sentiment that Dumbledore hoped was true. How this was going to happen, Dumbledore was not entirely sure, but he knew it would involve Harry being forced to marry a woman whose family had connections to the Dark Lord. Fudge was being manipulated, and the whole world was going to suffer for it. Dumbledore realized he needed to rally people against this proposed bill in order to protect Harry, but do so without appearing to be protecting one individual. His relationship with Harry was already under incredible scrutiny. That was very well done, Minister. Cornelius Fudge smiled as he entered his office followed by his undersecretary, one Dolores Jane Umbridge. She was a very short, heavy-set woman with a pouchy face and short tightly curled hair that was turning gray. She had large bulgy eyes made even more prominent by her glasses. Yes, that went rather well, but we still have much to do. Dumbledore's outburst and his refusal to even hear out the bill gave us exactly what we needed in order to call for a vote of no confidence. And we need to reach out to all the members of the court in order to see the bill ratified. Umbridge added. No, Lucius is seeing to that. Fudge replied as he went to his liquor cabinet and poured himself a modest brandy. He gave it a long look, before adding more with a little whistle. When we get the Legacy Preservation Act ratified, how long before we can begin the selections? 2 weeks at the minimum. Dolores replied. Most of the tests are ready to proceed. All the last sons will need to submit themselves to a physical by our healers, as well as a test of their magic along with a study of each family history to make sure we do not get any contamination. Then we'll need to get families to offer their daughters. Of course, any lady of age may submit herself without family consent, but they won't get as much in compensation. We've worked up the breakdowns for reimbursement if you'd like to review them. What is the most we are offering? Fudge asked as he sat behind his desk in a very comfortable leather chair. 100,000 galleons, Umbridge stated. Fudge spit his mouthful of brandy and Umbridge leapt back to avoid the spray. 100,000, Fudge shouted. Oh yes sir, but the chances of any witch collecting that amount is very slim. We've made the criteria very difficult to achieve. Her line must be absolutely pure for one thing. Her genes must be impeccable so as to produce a strong magical child, and she must be extremely strong, magically speaking. Nothing short of Morgana herself could be worth a full 100,000, sir. Fudge relaxed as Umbridge explained, and accepted the sheet of parchment she handed him, looking it over very carefully. His smile returned a moment later when he realized that this would not bankrupt the ministry after all. Of course, pureblood witches will fetch a bit more gold for their family, but we did feel that half-bloods, of standing of course would be acceptable. Umbridge smiled. Good. Very good. Fudge nodded, handing back the sheet of parchment. I was assured by Lucius and a few others they would indeed offer their daughters, and I'm certain that once we get Harry Potter out from under Dumbledore's thumb, we will have a very useful weapon in our arsenal. Fudge said rather self-congratulatory. He will prove quite helpful once we undo all the conditioning Dumbledore has most likely inflicted upon that poor boy. Umbridge smiled. Fudge nodded in reply as he took another long draw from his brandy. Sir, there are a few concerns I have regarding those below the age of majority who will be required to participate. They may have trouble adjusting, and I feel it might be a good idea for them all to be counseled and guided through this rather difficult change. To have someone to listen to them and help them adapt to this change. I know we are already preparing for the possibility of someone from the ministry at Hogwarts in order to observe practices there, but might we ought to have someone making sure that these young people keep up their responsibility to the ministry and the wizarding world? Umbridge asked innocently. Fudge thought about what she had said for a moment before eyeing her inquisitively. You actually think some of them might try and neglect their duty? He asked. I think that if we don't have someone in place, Dumbledore might try and make them believe they do not have to uphold the new law, not to mention offering birth control potions and teaching contraceptive charms. Umbridge countered. Fudge nodded in agreement and pointed at his undersecretary. You are absolutely right, Dolores. It is just the sort of thing Albus would do if only to undermine me and the ministry. Let's begin looking for candidates. Perhaps we could even combine a counselor with someone who can keep tabs on Dumbledore, Very good sir. I shall begin making up a list at once. If there is nothing further. Dolores smiled, and Fudge shook his head. Good day, then. Umbridge bustled off, leaving Fudge to contemplate his next move against Dumbledore. After all, she had a lot of work of her own to do. Sirius Black stood in the far corner of the room that had been chosen for this meeting. It was the largest room in the whole house, and he was certain it wasn't big enough. Everyone had come to the meeting tonight, and they were all murmuring amongst themselves about what it was all about. The Order of the Phoenix had only just been reformed. Barely 3 weeks after the end of the Tri-Wizard Tournament, and the resurrection of the Dark Wizard known as Lord Voldemort. A resurrection that was being wholly ignored by the wizarding government, putting every single man, woman and child in mortal danger. Sirius had never been so disgusted, and he had been thrown into prison without a trial for crimes he had never committed. He's late. It was Remus Lupin, Sirius' friend since boyhood, and in Sirius' mind, the only other remaining marauder. Sirius turned to his friend who looked careworn, and so much older than his true age. A terrible side effect of his curse. I didn't expect any less. Sirius replied dourly. Do you think he managed to convince Fudge after all? Remus asked optimistically. Sirius gave him a disbelieving look and Remus nodded. I didn't think so either. The werewolf smirked. I think it's more likely he's found an ally within the ministry. Maybe Bones, or that guy Scrimgeour Arthur spoke of last meeting. Sirius remarked. Remus hummed in agreement. They remained silent for a bit, watching the gathered converse. Sirius noted a few new faces among the order. People he hadn't seen at the first gathering. This helped lift his dark mood a smidge. It meant that not everyone was as blind as Fudge. Before Sirius or Remus could say any more, Albus Dumbledore swept into the room, followed closely by Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape. Sirius and Snape locked eyes and glared at one another, but said nothing. "Thank you all for coming, I'm afraid I have some difficult news," Dumbledore said as he headed for the front of the room and turned to face the gathered, who fell silent at once. Sirius noted how distressed the old man appeared, and was about to remark on it to his friend when Dumbledore continued to speak. "This very afternoon, Minister Fudge entered the Wizengamot, just before I was able to speak about the return of Lord Voldemort. He then introduced a bill that I am afraid will be ratified into law tomorrow when the Wizengamot convenes. I tried very hard to rally support against this new bill, but I am afraid that Lucius Malfoy's gold knows no end. I also believe that the minister is seeking to see me thrown out of the Wizengamot." "What do you mean, Albus?" someone asked. "Can he do that?" someone else asked. More and more people began to voice concern, but Dumbledore held up his hand, calling for quiet again. "Please. While I appreciate your concern, it is not important. I knew that Fudge would do his utmost to make sure no one would believe my warnings. And, so long as they do not take me off the chocolate frog cards, I am not upset by this maneuvering. What is important is this new law that Fudge is trying to force through the court. I believe it is a ploy to get control of young Harry Potter." Sirius tensed, and made to shout as others were currently doing, but Remus grabbed his arm and held him back. Dumbledore was waving for quiet from the rest of the room. "Please, allow me to explain. Some of you may remember a bill that has floated in and out of the Wizengamot for the last 50 years or so. It has had many different names, but the intention of it has remained unchanged. It has been defeated each and every time it has come up, but I am afraid that this time there is nothing to stop it. The minister is foregoing normal procedure with the help of certain prominent members of the courts. He can't do that," someone shouted. "What is he trying to do?" Another asked angrily. "What bill are you talking about?" a witch asked. Everyone began to quiet, waiting to hear what Dumbledore had to say next. "They are calling it the Legacy Preservation Act," Dumbledore said. Whispers began to circulate in the room and Dumbledore waved for silence once again. In short, this potential new law would force male heirs who meet certain criteria into marriage to ensure the continuation of their bloodlines. Over the course of the last 100 years, we have seen more than a fair amount of family lines become extinct. This law would prevent any further lines ending prematurely. Dumbledore explained, sounding very sour as he spoke. "What do you mean by certain criteria?" Molly Weasley asked, looking rather anxious. She had 6 boys of her own, and hated the idea of any of her children being forced to marry a girl they did not know, much less had no feelings for. "As I understand it," Dumbledore sighed, "it would be males from families with only one child. Last scions, if you will. Like Harry." This made the room erupt with protests, and Dumbledore had a bit of a struggle to calm the room down. "It is highly likely that the older pureblood families will give this their full support, regardless of their loyalty to our enemy, and many of those I spoke to this evening are leaning towards support, with very few opposed. As I said, Lucius Malfoy's pockets are very deep indeed." Dumbledore continued. "The purebloods are dying out, and without this act, more of them will disappear in the coming conflict. They all know this. How is it going to work?" Arthur Weasley stood up. "Who decides which boy will marry which girl, and who does it affect? Surely they won't marry a child to someone much older, will they?" There were nods and looks of frightful concern on every face. "At this time, I do not know how the selection process will work, nor who is eligible, though I am sure it will involve having those forced to participate to be under a magical contract. I also know that it will affect every last male of the bloodline, unless of course there are extenuating circumstances." Dumbledore smirked as he eyed Sirius. "So, I'm off the hook." Sirius scowled. "But you think this is a way for Voldemort to get his talons on Harry?" "I do." Dumbledore nodded. "You see, the proposed bill will affect all males who are the last of their line and are aged 15 to 50. Males who are still able to procreate. But what about the girls?" Molly Weasley asked. "You said it only affects the males, what about the girls they are supposed to marry?" "I'm afraid I do not know any more, though I suspect that gold will be exchanging hands." The families loyal to our enemy will of course offer their daughters in the hope they will be matched to Harry and be able to serve him up to Voldemort. But that is not enough females to ensure the marriages the Ministry is looking for. I believe gold will be offered as incentive for those not loyal to Voldemort. Dumbledore sighed. How can we prevent this? Elphia's Doge asked. Dumbledore could only sigh again. I fear we have effectively had our hands tied. The minister's so-called information was rather light on the details of the parameters of this matching process. And without that information, it is unclear how we may at the very least, alter the odds in our favor. Dumbledore stated. You're talking about Harry's life here, Albus. Sirius snapped. Even if by some miracle he doesn't end up with some troll hell-bent on serving him up like some kind of lamb to slaughter, he's still being forced to marry someone he may not care about, or even like. There was a chorus of agreement, and Dumbledore nodded apologetically. I understand your ire, and I agree with you all. Harry and all of us should be given the choice in whom we give our hearts, and wed who we deem worthy. Normally I would not even bother telling you all this, as the bill would be voted down. However, I fear that this will not happen here. Lord Voldemort's influence is already permeating into our government. The leader of the Order looked to each and every member of the rebellion pointedly. Without knowing how the selections will be made, or who exactly is being considered, I am afraid there is little we can do. I would like it if all of you who work within the Ministry kept your ears open for any word about this. All the information we can get will help in finding a way to protect Harry. That is all for tonight. We shall meet in 1 week. At this, people began to rise and mingle, or leave as was necessary. Sirius sighed and turned to Remus, whose face showed exactly what Sirius himself felt. Sirius, a word, if you please. Dumbledore said from across the room. Sirius gave Remus a look, and the werewolf nodded that he would stay until Sirius returned. Sirius followed Dumbledore into a small study on the second floor, and shut the door as Sirius passed through. Sirius, if this bill passes, I am going to bring Harry here immediately. If by some miracle he is matched to a young lady not associated with the Death Eaters, he will have a great deal to learn. I didn't bring this up, but while I believe that Voldemort is behind this, I also believe Fudge was convinced of the idea with the promise that he may gain control of Harry. As such, Harry will need to understand wizarding customs, and etiquette as well as political maneuvering. I know you scoff at the idea of it all, but you also are the best teacher, as you come from an ancient and noble house. Also, there is no one else who would have an idea of the Potter family's traditions. Dumbledore stated. You think he'll need that stuff? Sirius inquired. I have no doubt, and it may end up being the only way we can turn things around. While I am certain the minister has had people closing every loophole to keep Harry under the thumb of the Ministry, there is a very slim chance Harry could be recognized as an adult. As such, he will gain control of his fortune, and the Potter seat. And, with the help of a few others who will be affected by this law, will prove useful to us in the future. Harry has a loyal following, even if he is unaware of it at the moment. Dumbledore said conspiratorially. I see. Sirius began to smirk. We could essentially control to the court the way Malfoy has for years now. In a sense, yes. Dumbledore nodded. All right then. How soon should I expect my godson? Sirius asked, feeling a bit uplifted if merely from the thought he'd finally get to spend real time with his godson. I cannot say for sure until I know the outcome of tomorrow's vote. But I believe it will be quite soon. I'll get a room ready for him. Sirius said, and Dumbledore offered a hand, which Sirius shook, both men feeling worried for the same teenage boy who was likely asleep at that very moment, somewhere in Surrey. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, Pius Thickneys addressed the courtroom. Yesterday we saw yet another example of our chief warlock's growing apathy, and his disrespect for our ways. Dumbledore frowned at the man but remained silent. He had known this would be coming. Several of his true friends had warned him that there had been murmurings. But there were always murmurings. Dumbledore had never been the most popular head of the court, especially with his pro-Muggle leanings. But he had always been respected. But fear ruled now, not wisdom. I ask this noble body, how can we be expected to maintain order, our way of life, and work to better our society when we are hampered at every turn by our own chief warlock? That is why I am calling for a vote of no confidence in Albus Dumbledore. I second. Galen Yaxley rose from his seat and shouted. Very well. Dumbledore said, rising from his own seat. As per our law, a vote must be taken. Should the vote be against me, I will leave the courtroom. Those who are against my dismissal. Dumbledore quickly scanned the room to seek out the lit wand tips. He felt a tightening in his chest as he counted only 24. His head dipped a bit as he sighed. All those in support of my stepping down, he said, a hitch in his voice. It was overwhelmingly in favor of Dumbledore's dismissal. Dumbledore hung his head, and with one final bang of his gavel, stepped back from the podium and walked down a short flight of steps to the main floor. Friends, and respected members of this noble body, I have worked side by side with you for many years, and I must honestly tell you I have never feared more for our continued existence. I beg you all to stop burying your heads in the sand. Dark times are upon the horizon. If we do not act, we are signing our own executions. We'll take it into consideration. Benedict Forsyth stated dismissively. Very well. Good luck to you all, Dumbledore said, and began to leave the courtroom. He was slowed in his progress by a smattering of applause from those who respected him and had been strong supporters over the years. Try as he might, Dumbledore was unable to prevent a few tears leaking from his twinkling blue eyes. Despite his removal, Dumbledore still wished to witness the outcome of the major piece of business. He had to sit through a quick vote on who would be the next Chief Warlock. Several names were entered: Tiberius Ogden, Benedict Forsyth, Oliver Gibbon, Tyrion Yaxley, and Theodore Nott Sr. When it was over, Oliver Gibbon stepped up to the podium, and Dumbledore's heart sank. Gibbon had bought his way out of Azkaban after Voldemort's fall. Dumbledore also knew that Gibbon was very close to the Malfoy family, and would no doubt do whatever Lucius wished. Almost as soon as Gibbon picked up the gavel, he called for any final arguments for and against the Legacy Preservation Act. Several people argued against it, but Gibbon only allowed them a few minutes in which to make their case, while those who argued for its ratification prattled on and on. And on. Dumbledore was sickened by this charade. Dumbledore decided that he was not going to get anything done watching this travesty of justice, and felt it would be better to try and discover how the selection process was going to work. He hoped he would be able to find a way to prevent Harry from winding up with someone from a dangerous family. However, no one seemed to know how the selection process was to be conducted. Dumbledore wondered if Fudge and his staff even had a process, or if it had all been a show. Some kind of song and dance to distract everyone from Dumbledore's warnings. That is until he paid a visit the Department of Mysteries. Albus, as I live and breathe. A tall man with a heavy build rose from his desk to greet the old headmaster, and his friend. Algernon, it has been too long. Dumbledore smiled as he sat down across from the unspeakable. Algernon Croaker had a short gray beard and sharp deep-set blue eyes. His nose was bulbous, and he had very big ears that stuck out quite prominently. He had the look of a man who had once had an athletic build that had gone to seed. He wore the customary black robes of the Unspeakables, though the hood was pulled down to reveal his balding head. It has. Now, I expect you're here to find out how the Legacy Preservation Act is going to be conducted. Algernon asked slyly. Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his head slightly. I am too transparent, he said. True. If it were a social visit, you would have sent me an invitation to tea. Algernon laughed. An unannounced visit means you're seeking answers. Being as the Legacy Preservation Act is up for a vote, hey, why aren't you in the courtroom? I was. Albus cleared his throat. Asked to leave. Oh dear. Algernon said grimly. I fear that will not bode well for us in the future. Nor I. Albus sighed. Well, you have my sympathies. Algernon gave a warm smile. Dumbledore shook his head. It is not sympathies I need today, my friend. It is answers. Dumbledore said pointedly. Right. Algernon nodded. Well, it will be mostly based on magical compatibility. The Ministry wants magically strong children. So each person will have their core examined and documented. They will also be taking blood samples to seek out any possible genetic anomalies that might prevent good healthy births. Should anything be found, the patient will be treated. Of course you know about the family history, to prevent any mixing of lines who have already married. 10 generations was the buffer, correct? Dumbledore asked. Yes. Algernon nodded. Now, each male's results will be placed on a special piece of parchment and placed in a magical filter, not unlike the Goblet of Fire. Then, all suitable females will be entered as well. When a match is made, the male and female name will come out together. 4 unspeakables will be around the device at all times to prevent tampering with the selection. I see, Dumbledore said with a thoughtful nod. Is there any way to tamper with the criteria? Of course, Algernon laughed. But the device will not match a pair if it detects any tampering, especially with the blood, which is what it is heavily keyed to. What? Albus looked up interested. It's going to bind them to their union. You didn't know. Algernon looked unsurprised. Another dirty little secret. Yes, it is keyed to their blood, and it will bind them into a magical obligation. Damn, Dumbledore sighed. That complicates matters. Albus, I know that I don't need to tell you, but everything we've discussed. Algernon, you have my word, I will not say anything to anyone, though I would like to. Dumbledore sighed, offering his hand. Algernon shook it firmly. As Dumbledore promised to invite his friend to tea soon, he was already trying to figure out what he could do now to help Harry Potter avoid being hand-delivered to Lord Voldemort. Perhaps his best defense for now was to get Severus to urge that the prophecy need to be retrieved before meeting Harry again. That would at least buy a little time. Lucius Malfoy walked purposefully towards the main chamber of the house, feeling confident he would be rewarded this night. His plan was working perfectly. Lucius had taken a great chance in urging the Dark Lord to trust in him and that his plan would end with Harry Potter being delivered to him in less than a year's time. Lucius had laid out the plan in intricate detail, and the Dark Lord had liked it. In his eyes it served 2 purposes, the least of which was the repopulation of purebloods. In truth, Lucius felt this was likely the only way his waste of a son would find a proper witch in which to impregnate and continue the Malfoy line. After learning of Draco's relationship with the Parkinson girl, Lucius realized that Draco clearly had no idea how to find a proper witch that befit his station. Now Lucius was confident the Malfoy name would carry on and grow in strength. Lucius would of course guide his son's spawn and teach him better than Draco. After all, the child would not likely suffer from any ill effects of inbreeding as Draco had. Lucius schooled his face to appear humble before the Dark Lord as he arrived at the chamber and entered. Lucius, the Dark Lord said icily. He was pacing slowing before a roaring fire, his skeletal hands behind his back and his head bowed in contemplation. My lord, Lucius said, kneeling before his master. Our plan is now in effect. The bill was passed this morning, and I have just received word from the minister that it will take 2 weeks before they will begin testing. Letters will be sent to those who need to submit themselves will begin being sent as early as tomorrow morning. Good. Voldemort nodded. Every one of my followers with a girl child must offer the girls to the ministry. The boy will be matched to the daughter of one of my Death Eaters, and after their union, he will be brought to me. During the courtship, I wish the boy to be subjugated and beaten down so when he comes before me, there is no fight left in him. Of course my lord, Lucius agreed. How soon before we know what lucky witch will be marrying our young Mr. Potter? Voldemort asked. I do not know for sure, but I suspect it will likely be August. There will be a lot of matches to be made, though I have already spoken to a few of our contacts and they promised they would do all they could to process Potter first. Lucius said with a confident smirk. Voldemort gave a nod and Lucius took a breath. You should also know, my lord. Albus Dumbledore was sacked as chief warlock. The ministry continues to ignore his warnings, as well as the boys. Your resurrection is still a secret. You may continue to work unimpeded by the ministry. Lucius stated. Good. Good. Voldemort said. Leave me Lucius. Report back when you discover whom Potter will be bound to. I will wish to speak to that witch at once. Very good my lord. Lucius bowed again, and quickly left the chamber, not wishing to anger the Dark Lord in any way. Voldemort continued pacing, thinking hard on all he had learned today. Sure, it appeared as if all was going well with Lucius' plan, and that it was likely he would have the bane of his existence before him very soon, but this also presented a problem. The boy had managed to avoid meeting his fate 3 times now. In fact, with the exception of their last meeting, the Dark Lord had come out the worse for it. The boy was lucky for sure, but there was more to it as well. The one with the power to destroy. The Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Severus Snape had delivered that message to him 15 years ago, and it had nearly proven to be the Dark Lord's undoing. He knew there was more to it, and had originally ignored it. Now however, he was filled with doubt. What if this prophecy provided the answer to how Harry Potter was able to not only escape death, but nearly destroy his mortal enemy? Snape had suggested that very afternoon that Dumbledore was contemplating moving it from the Department of Mysteries to keep certain information safe. What if the answer actually resided in that prophecy? What if without that knowledge, he would never be able to destroy the boy? Could he take that risk? No. So long as the boy drew breath, he, the greatest wizard to have ever lived, would be doubted. He would be questioned. And most importantly, his own legacy of power would be in doubt. No, he had to get that prophecy. He had to hear its contents himself. Then, and only then, would he truly be able to destroy Harry Potter once and for all, and then take what was rightfully his. Harry Potter sat on a lumpy mattress on a broken-down bed in the smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive, staring at the letter he had received a day earlier. He had read and reread this particular letter at least 50 times since he'd awoken the previous morning to find his faithful owl, Hedwig, hooting softly to him and carrying this letter along with 2 others. The first letter had been from one of his best friends, Hermione Granger, telling him that she missed him despite having a good holiday in Spain with her parents. She promised to write again soon, and reminded him to do his homework instead of waiting for the last week of summer. Harry thought she'd be proud as he had finished it in his first week back in Little Whinging. But it had been mostly due to the fact that he had been bored, and was sleeping very little thanks to some very violent and vivid nightmares. The second letter had been from Sirius, and to Harry's disappointment, had been rather anticlimactic. There was a promise that they would see each other soon, and that he should do his very best to stay out of trouble. Harry had been very upset by the lack of information. He'd gone 3 weeks without any kind of word as to what was happening in the magical world. Lord Voldemort had risen from the grave, and the Daily Prophet hadn't mentioned it once. For the last week and a half, the big news seemed to be some new law, but Harry hadn't bothered to find out why it was so important. All Harry wanted to know about was what Lord Voldemort was up to and what was being done to stop him. The third correspondence had been the most unexpected. It was from Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Harry's school, and it was to let him know that the Hogwarts headmaster himself would be arriving at 10 a.m. this morning and that he would be taking Harry away from Privet Drive. Harry could hardly believe it. Usually he wasn't allowed to leave until after his birthday, but he was going to be leaving today. Dumbledore hadn't said where they would be going or where he would be spending the remainder of the summer holiday, but Harry didn't much care. Getting away from his oppressive relations was reward enough. His aunt and uncle had been less oppressive ever since they'd learned Harry's godfather was a wanted mass murderer, something Harry had not yet corrected them on, but even so, they were still rather hard to live with. So Harry had awoken bright and early that morning, showered and dressed, and then packed all his belongings into his trunk and cleaned Hedwig's cage in preparation. Now, however, at 5 minutes past 10, he was beginning to feel very foolish. Harry stood up and went to his bedroom door. He decided that maybe he'd misread the letter somehow, or that Dumbledore got confused and meant tomorrow or something. Harry was just about to head downstairs when there came a knock on the front door of the house. Harry paused mid-step, unsure if he should rush to answer it, or go back and collect his things. As it happened, his Aunt Petunia was in the sitting room at the time, and went to open the door. Upon seeing who was coming to call, Petunia Dursley stifled a shriek as she stumbled back away from the now open door. Harry, fearing the worst, whipped his wand out of his back pocket and was preparing to leap down the stairs to combat the Death Eaters that were surely about to storm into the house and kill everyone, when a familiar voice stopped him cold. "Good morning, Petunia. It has been a long time, has it not? What are you doing here?" Petunia asked in a panic. She was a very thin woman, a stark contrast to her husband, who Harry often thought resembled a walrus rather than a man. She was trembling horribly with both hands clutched to her chest in fear. "I am here to escort Harry to where he will be staying for the rest of the summer holiday," Albus Dumbledore said with a soft grandfatherly smile. "May I assume you have invited me in? There are a few things I wish to discuss with you before Harry and I leave today," Dumbledore said as he stepped over the threshold. Aunt Petunia stepped back again, both her hands covering her mouth to stop herself from screaming. "Ah, good morning, Harry." Dumbledore smiled as he spotted the lad on the stairs. "Won't you come down and join us?" Harry didn't hesitate and nearly leapt down the stairs, following after his headmaster and his aunt, who was backing away like Dumbledore was some sort of dangerous animal, until they were all in the sitting room. Dumbledore looked at Harry's face and frowned at the dark circles under the boy's eyes. Harry was astonished to see the headmaster in a very classy-looking blue muggle suit. His silver hair and beard were the only things that looked out of place with his outfit. Harry had to admire the headmaster's taste, as the suit looked as if it were made of silk. "Petunia, I confess myself extremely disappointed in you for the way you chose to raise your nephew. I had believed that family meant more to you. If it had been you who died, and your son had been sent to your sister, do you honestly believe Lily would have treated Dudley in the manner you chose to treat Harry?" Dumbledore eyed Harry's aunt. Petunia stared back, head held high, though her eyes still reflected fear. "How dare you?" she said. "I didn't ask for the boy to be placed here. You forced that upon me and my family. Is that the only defense you have for your abysmal treatment of your own flesh and blood?" Dumbledore asked and then shook his head. "Well, it no longer matters. When Harry leaves with me today, it will be for the last time. When Harry passes through that door, the protective charms that went into place when you took Harry in will break once and for all, and your family will be at risk." "Really?" both Harry and Petunia said at the same time. Dumbledore nodded gravely as he looked to Petunia. "As I am not unkind, I will offer you this warning. Leave at once. The wizard who murdered your sister has returned, and he will hunt Harry and anyone associated with him. With the protection broken, he will be able to find this house, and he will kill you in order to find out where Harry has gone. Heed my warning, Petunia. Now, if you don't mind, I wish to speak to Harry alone, and then we will be gone from here forever." Petunia looked at Harry and Dumbledore for a few seconds before sniffing loudly and leaving. "Am I really going to be leaving forever?" Harry asked, and Dumbledore gave him a nod, though he looked quite sad. "Yes, I am afraid that you are," Dumbledore said heavily. Harry cocked his head, not really sure why, but something in the headmaster's tone made him wary. "What do you mean that you're afraid?" Harry asked. Dumbledore reached up and pinched the bridge of his nose and took 2 deep breaths before returning his gaze upon Harry. "Harry, recently there have been a few changes to some of our laws. These changes affect you directly, and not necessarily for the better," the old wizard stated. "What laws? What do you mean?" Harry asked, feeling the hair on the back of his neck standing up. "The Minister of Magic has managed to pass a new law through which will now force certain individuals into marriage in an effort to bolster our waning population. And most regrettably, you are one such individual," Dumbledore explained. Harry merely stared at the aged headmaster for a moment, before a small smirk cracked his face. "This is a joke, right?" he chuckled. "I mean, of course it's a joke. I can't get married, right? I'm not even of age yet. I am afraid that it is most certainly not a joke, and I can't even begin to tell you how outraged I am by it. I believe that the minister is being manipulated into this so Lord Voldemort can get his hands on you." Dumbledore frowned. "Then I won't do it," Harry said firmly. "I am afraid you have little alternative." Dumbledore sighed. "The ministry has made it a punishable offense if you do not submit to preliminary tests. If you do not present yourself, you will be sought by Aurors and arrested, and I will be unable to prevent this. The minister is looking for any reason to have me thrown into Azkaban, and I think you would agree that it is best if I am not detained, as it would make things much easier for Lord Voldemort to enact his grand plan." "They can't do that," Harry protested, and Dumbledore frowned. "I am afraid they can. Things are changing and not for the good, Harry," Dumbledore said dejectedly. "His refusal to listen to me or even to believe that Voldemort can return has made the minister quite desperate to find any way to distract people from what I am trying to warn them about. Thanks to what I am sure is Death Eater's coercion, he's found the perfect distraction. Who am I supposed to marry? I mean, I don't even have a girlfriend." Harry tried to protest, but Dumbledore again shook his head. "This is part of the reason we are going to St. Mungo's this morning. The ministry has developed tests they believe will find you the most appropriate mate." "What kind of tests?" Harry asked, now rising from his seat in frustration and anger. "I am unsure, they are being very tight-lipped about it all, though I do know it will involve testing your level of magic. The goal is to match you to a young lady who will have the greatest chance of producing the most powerful magical offspring. Another goal of the ministry is to hopefully prevent more squibs from being born. They are nearly as abhorrent to some individuals as are muggles." "That is so stupid," Harry shouted. Dumbledore merely nodded. It is indeed. Dumbledore smiled. On that we both agree. However, we can do little about it at the moment. I do not know if you are aware of it, but I was recently asked to step down as Chief Warlock. I believe some interested parties wished for me to not interfere with the passing of this new law. I was also asked to resign from the International Confederacy of Wizards. I suspect this is to prevent me from gathering support to overthrow Fudge's office and take control of the government, which I have no interest in doing. He really doesn't want to admit that Voldemort is back, does he? Harry sighed, running his hands through his hair. Dumbledore gave a stiff nod and Harry groaned. So what happens? I go to St. Mungo's and take theses, tests, and then what? Harry asked bitterly. I am afraid I can tell you little more on the matter. What we fear most is that you are paired with a witch whose family is loyal to Voldemort. Most unfortunately, the minister and his fellows had ensured that even though you must wed, and begin families, you will not be seen in the eyes of the law as adults, and will still be under the care of your families. Now, in your case, it will mean your guardianship will be transferred to that of the family of your betrothed as your aunt and uncle or muggles, and unfit in the eyes of the ministry. I have stood as your magical guardian, but as we are not related by blood, I will no longer be able to act as such once you have been matched to a witch. However, all is not lost, and we are working on ways to protect you should the worst come to pass. I can't believe this, Harry said, feeling a bit nauseous and dizzy. He reached out and took hold of the mantelpiece in order to steady himself. Wait, you said certain individuals. Who else has to do this? The ministry has decreed that any family with only one male heir between the ages of 15 and 50 must submit to this new law. This is, I am sure, so the ministry will not appear to be singling out any one person, or a select group. There are 35 other Hogwarts students being forced to take part. 7 of which are in your year. Dumbledore explained. Only boys have to do this. Harry looked puzzled. How is it going to work if they aren't forcing girls? I'm no genius by any means, but even I know it takes a boy and a girl to make children. Dumbledore chuckled at this, and Harry felt a bit of his anger slip. Dumbledore shook his head, and looked back to Harry and sighed. The ministry has been offering monetary compensation for any family who offers their daughters to the cause. Any witch who is of age may submit themselves, though I am unsure if they will be reimbursed for their selflessness. As it stands, I have heard that a number of families are offering their daughters in the hopes of seeing you becoming part of their bloodline. Dumbledore rose from his seat and took out an ancient-looking pocket watch which he consulted before looking at Harry once again. What if I was already married? Harry asked. What if I married someone else, would I have to do this then? And whom would you marry? Dumbledore asked, his tone sounding humorous. I don't know. Harry shrugged. Maybe Hermione would. And just how would you convince Miss Granger's parents to allow her to marry so young? Dumbledore chuckled. Harry gave a weak shrug and smirked at the idiocy of his idea. We need to be going, I am afraid. I will be taking you to St. Mungo's where the tests are being done. I promise you, Harry, that I will not leave your side unless you wish it. The old man said firmly. Harry nodded and stepped past his headmaster. No need to collect your things, Harry. Dumbledore said, slipping his wand out of a pocket, and giving it a jaunty flick. Harry's trunk and Hedwig's cage flew down the stairs and just as they were about to hit the front door, disappeared. They shall be awaiting you, Dumbledore said as he moved to the front door. Harry hesitated, looking towards the kitchen where his aunt had gone. He gave an irritated sigh and walked into the kitchen to find his aunt staring out the back door and into the garden. We're leaving now, Harry said. Petunia turned around and looked at him for a long moment, almost as if she was seeing him for the very first time. She then stood up straight and stepped forward. Very well, she said. Harry gave her a look of contempt and turned to leave when Petunia stopped him. Good riddance. Harry noted that the last part held absolutely none of the venom his aunt normally reserved for him. In fact, she almost sounded sad. Harry was sure he had misheard or something and turned to go when Petunia spoke up once more. I didn't hate my sister. She stammered. I was jealous of her. Jealous of her gifts. Lily was already beautiful, and then she was given magic on top of it. It was unfair that she should have that gift on top of being beautiful as well. But I never hated her. I hated myself. When she died, a part of me died as well. Harry didn't say anything, and Petunia turned her back on him to stare out at the garden. Harry, not really knowing what to say or do, decided it was best if he just left. Dumbledore led them out the front door and into the bright morning sunshine. Harry walked next to the headmaster, who seemed to be admiring the lawns as they walked. "Where am I going after all this? You said I wasn't ever going to have to come back here," Harry asked, looking curious. "Until the start of the school term, you will be staying with your godfather. Sirius has a house and is most eagerly awaiting your arrival. However, where you take up residence after the school year will be up to you and your, forgive me, bride," Dumbledore said heavily. Harry grimaced as the thought of being forced to marry someone he hadn't even at a girl, and he was being expected to. Harry shuddered. Dumbledore led them into a walkway that was behind some houses and hidden by hedgerows. They walked on until Dumbledore stopped, and looked around. Satisfied that they were not going to be seen, he turned and offered his arm to Harry. "I am afraid this will likely be most uncomfortable, Harry, but please take my arm," Dumbledore said. Harry hesitated, but took the headmaster's proffered arm. He was engulfed by a sensation that felt as if his whole body was being squeezed through a hosepipe. It passed in a flash, but left him dizzy and wobbly on his feet. As the discomfort passed, Harry looked around and found that he and Dumbledore were in the waiting room of what could only be a hospital, though it looked much older than any hospital Harry had ever seen. He followed Dumbledore to the receptionist, who was a young-looking witch with bright blonde hair and ruby-red lips. She looked up and smiled at Dumbledore, who returned her greeting before asking where they needed to go. The witch gave him directions, and Harry followed Dumbledore to the 4th floor, where Dumbledore then checked in with a middle-aged man with broad shoulders and a bit of a pot-belly. A minute later, Harry found himself in an examination room. There were a few charts on the walls, and a lot of different potion bottles on the counters. In the center was a table, covered with a sheet, and a chair in the corner, which Dumbledore sat down on after transfiguring it to something more comfortable. Harry, not really ready to be poked and prodded, remained standing and looking about the rather cheerful room. It was only a minute or two before two people walked in. One of them, the woman, wore pale blue cotton pants and shirt with an apron which had a wand sticking out of the pocket. She appeared to be very young, was quite pretty with light brown hair which was done in a bun on top of her head, and bright brown eyes that brightened when she smiled at Harry. She offered her hand to Harry. "I'm Healer Hopkirk," she said. "This man is called Grimes and he's from the Department of Mysteries." "Nice to meet you," Harry said nervously. The man named Grimes wore black robes, and a pensive expression. His hair was a deep chestnut color with wisps of gray around the temples and shorn quite short. He stood back, staring at Harry with almost empty eyes, and Harry fought not to shiver under his gaze. "If you'll have a seat, we'll get the exam started," Healer Hopkirk said, motioning for Harry to sit on the table. "Okay, Mr. Potter, today I'm going to be giving you a physical examination, take some blood, and then ask a few questions. Grimes here will be assessing your magical core. I promise that other than getting your blood, this will be completely painless." "All right." Harry liked Healer Hopkirk right away and nodded. Healer Hopkirk took out her wand, and asked Harry to lie down. She then waved her wand twice over Harry, and a ghostly copy of his body rose up so that he was looking through the back of his own head. A second later, his clothing and skin faded off the copy and Harry could see his muscles and circulatory system. Healer Hopkirk made a few notes, and tapped her wand at points of the ghostly copy of her patient, and watched as runes appeared. "What are you doing?" Harry asked. "Well, I'm determining how you're progressing in your growth. I'm noticing you have some rather concerning deficiencies. You should be a bit taller for one thing. There's also some things in your musculature that are rather curious. Nothing serious, but have me concerned at least. I may prescribe some potions for you, but I don't want to jump the gun, as the Muggles say." Another wave of her wand, and Harry's doppelganger was stripped down to his skeleton and vital organs. Again Healer Hopkirk made notes as she touched areas with her wand and watched the runes appear. "The bones in your right arm are only 3 years old," the healer asked with shock. "An accident in young Harry's second year. Madame Pomfrey was forced to regrow his bones," Dumbledore stated. Healer Hopkirk nodded, but then leaned in closer to examine the ghostly arm. "And this scarring here," she said, pointing to a groove in one of the bones in Harry's forearm. Harry immediately knew what that was from, but didn't know if he should say. The healer looked rather concerned, and a quick glance at Grimes showed he was rather curious as well. Harry encountered a basilisk nearly 3 years ago. Dumbledore said candidly. He fought it bravely, but it did manage to get a fang into him. Harry was saved from death by a phoenix. My word, Healer Hopkirk stated. Grimes cocked an eyebrow. You have some luck. Did the phoenix bond to you? It was my own phoenix. Dumbledore said. Healer Hopkirk nodded and turned back to Harry's glowing copy again. What are these injuries on your left hand? The ones on your fingers? The healer asked. She was looking at Dumbledore, expecting the man to answer. My uncle's sister smacked me with her cane when I tried to get a slice of cake at my cousin's birthday. Harry said, glancing at the glowing copy of his hand. He clenched his fist, and the copy did the same. Harry found that oddly funny, and tapped his fingers, watching the copy drum its fingers on the air. Looks like you broke your ankle at one point as well. The healer noted. I fell out of a tree that a dog had chased me into. Harry grumbled as he remembered that stupid Mutt Ripper chasing him madly and Harry scrambling up the tree. He'd had to stay up there for hours as Ripper barked, growled, and tried to jump to get him until Aunt Marge came out and pulled Ripper away before grabbing Harry and yanking him out of the tree. Uncle Vernon had been very angry at Harry for getting hurt and forcing them to go to the hospital. It had been Aunt Petunia who insisted Harry get treated or the neighbors might talk. Healer Hopkirk finished her examination and made a few more notes on her chart before reaching into a drawer, and pulling out a vial which she tapped with her wand. Harry saw a label appear on the glass vial as the witch turned around and told him he could sit up. Now Harry, I'm going to take a sample of your blood. The healer said. This is going to sting, but I promise I'll make it quick. Harry nodded, and the healer conjured a stool, and sat down in front of Harry, taking his left arm and tapping his forearm before plunging a needle into it, drawing blood. Harry winced a little when the needle went in, and Healer Hopkirk apologized again. Harry didn't really mind as he'd felt far worse pain in his life, and, having his blood drawn meant this very pretty woman was holding his arm. Not romantic, but for a nearly 15-year-old boy, it was more than enough to make him smile. When it was all over, and the healer had Harry's blood in an unbreakable vial, she sat down in front of him again, with her charts in her lap. She made a few more notes before looking up into Harry's bright green eyes and smiling at him. So what happens now? Harry asked. Well, we're going to run a few tests to check for any sort of health issues within your blood. Basically to make sure that there isn't any sort of history of illness or anything like that in your family line. Then it'll be sent to the ministry for the selection process. Harry gave a nod, though he felt a heavy weight in his stomach as he imagined someone dumping a bunch of papers into a round cage and then drawing out his name and a witch's name. Harry then shoved the image out of his mind, deciding he'd watched too many old movies when his aunt and uncle left him at home alone. Well, you're in decent health, Harry. I had your medical records from school delivered, so I'm aware that you've ended up in the hospital wing more than anyone has a right to, so I will take it as a personal favor if you can manage to stay out of there this year. The healer smiled flirtatiously at Harry, who grinned shyly and shook his head. I can't promise anything. He laughed. Quidditch can get pretty tough. I'm sure you could manage if you stopped trying to impress the girls, hotshot. The healer snickered. I am going to prescribe a few potions for you to take for the next month. I think they'll help you with some of the deficiencies I noticed. What will they do? Harry asked. Mostly just help build up your body a bit and get more nutrients from what you eat. Nothing outrageous. Think of them as vitamin boosters. You're not going to grow 10 feet or anything. In fact, you'll probably not even notice any changes except maybe an increase in energy and maybe a bit more muscle. Other than that, you're in good shape physically, and whatever witch you wind up with is going to be very lucky because you're terribly cute to boot. Kind of makes me wish I was a few years younger. The healer winked. Harry couldn't stop blushing, while Dumbledore was chuckling softly. Healer Hopkirk turned to Grimes as she rose from her stool, and gave him a wave to signal she was finished. Mr. Potter. Grimes nodded. His voice was deep and rumbling, like a bear. I would like for you to lie down again, if you would. I will be examining your magical core to see where you are in your development and gauge where we can expect you to be in a few years' time. Harry nodded as the man called Grimes waved his wand over Harry's chest. Harry watched as a series of runes flashed over his chest and Grimes gave several nods. Then there was a series of flashes, and Grimes' expression went from blank to troubled. Next came a strange shadow-like figure, quite small, but no less troubling. This was followed by more flashes, and then, pain. The man called Grimes took a step back when the shadow emerged from Harry's scar. It was the deepest black, and had almost no discernible shape to it, but it gave off a foreboding aura that startled Grimes. He made another series of wand movements which led to Harry screaming in agony. The boy's body was arching violently and he was gripping the sides of the exam table. Dumbledore rose from his seat, his wand in his hand, looking ready to act when Grimes held up his hand and shouted for the old man to stop as 7 runes flashed above Harry. "What is happening to him?" Healer Hopkirk shouted, aiming her own wand, preparing to stun Harry to end his pain. "Do nothing," Grimes shouted. "You must not do anything." Harry had never felt his scar burn like that, not even during the ritual where he'd witnessed Lord Voldemort return from the dead. He tried to look to Dumbledore, hoping the headmaster could do something, anything to end this god-awful pain. It was so intense that after a few seconds, which seemed an eternity to Harry, he lost consciousness. When Harry awoke, he found himself in a different room altogether. There were no counters or cabinets. Only the bed he now occupied, a small table next to it, and 2 chairs, one of which was occupied. As Harry made to sit up, Dumbledore spoke softly. "Easy, Harry," the headmaster said softly. Harry's glasses were handed to him, and Harry looked up to find the headmaster looking very worried. "What happened, Professor?" Harry asked. "Where am I? You are still at St. Mungo's. As to what happened, it is something too horrible for mere words, I'm afraid. I had only begun to suspect it, but unspeakable Grimes uncovered the truth for us. I am sorry, Harry, had I known for sure, I would have done all I could to remedy it." "I don't understand, what do you mean? What happened to me, Professor?" Harry asked, now feeling very nervous. "The most vile of dark magics." The door to the room had opened, and the man in black, Grimes, entered looking more severe than before. He was followed by Healer Hopkirk, and Harry noticed she had changed her clothes. "It's very good to see you awake again, Harry." She smiled as she approached his bed. She had her wand out and was checking him over. Harry looked at Grimes and asked, "I don't think I've ever had such a good-looking man go to such lengths to remain in my company before." "Thanks for the compliment." Harry couldn't help but blush and smile at the attractive healer before turning to Grimes. As much as he'd like to continue flirting, or whatever they were doing, he really needed answers. So, turning to Grimes he asked, "Dark magic. It's called a Horcrux, to be precise. A fragment of someone's soul living in your scar. After you passed out, I summoned several of my unspeakable colleagues to assist me in removing it. Not an easy task, but we did manage it," Grimes explained. "A soul fragment." Harry looked puzzled as he turned to Dumbledore. "Is that even possible?" "Indeed, but you don't have to worry about it any longer, and it appears there was no permanent damage to your core. In fact, I would be very interested in seeing you again in 3 years to see how strong you become." "Your core was quite impressive," Grimes said with a hint of admiration. "How do you mean?" Harry asked. "Well, it's very simple," Grimes said, conjuring a small table with a tall clear glass. "You see, everyone has a magical core, even muggles, though theirs are usually empty, just like this glass. You follow?" Harry nodded. Grimes continued. "A squib's core will have magic, but it won't be very strong. Like this." Grimes tapped the glass with his wand and a tiny amount of water appeared inside the glass. Harry nodded again that he understood. "The average wizarding teenager's core starts off roughly about here." Grimes tapped the glass again and it filled about halfway with water. Harry nodded and Grimes continued. "During your schooling years, your magic increases. As you learn more spells, develop your focus, and so on, your magical ability and power grow with you, so by the time you reach the age of majority, an average wizard's core can be around here." The glass was now over 3/4 of the way full. "What I find interesting, is that you are already here." The glass emptied until it was just under 3/4 full. "I suspect that your magic could come close to filling the glass, as it were. There are only a handful of witches or wizards who have filled the glass in Britain. It isn't rare, by any stretch, but it is unusual. I am certain that should your future bride be even halfway as strong as you, we can expect very great things from House Potter in the future." "Wow." Harry said, looking at the nearly full glass of water, and imagining it to be his core. Indeed. Dumbledore agreed. Healer Hopkirk, may I take Harry home now? I think that'd be okay. He should try and rest for the next week, and take all the potions I prescribed. Healer Hopkirk said, though she looked worried. Thank you, Harry said, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and realizing that he was in a hospital gown. How long have I been here? Just about a week, Healer Hopkirk stated. Harry's eyes bulged in surprise. As I said, Grimes shrugged. It wasn't an easy task. I'll be back in 15 minutes with your potions, Harry. Healer Hopkirk said as she left. Then you can go home. It was very good to meet you, Harry. Grimes said, giving the boy a bow. After Grimes left, Harry changed back into his clothes and turned to look at Dumbledore, who was clearly troubled. Harry wanted to ask what was bothering the man, but Healer Hopkirk returned carrying a bag which clinked musically. She handed it to Harry and gave him some instructions for the potions he was to begin taking the next morning. 20 minutes later, Harry found himself in a tiny park on a dirty London street across from a row of brick buildings. Dumbledore told him that the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix was at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry didn't understand that at first until a moment later, when a building that hadn't been there a moment before appeared, squeezing itself in between 11 and 13. Wow, Harry said with delight. Harry followed Dumbledore onto the porch and through the door. The next thing Harry knew, he was being embraced by his godfather. I am so happy to see you, kid, Sirius said, holding tightly to his godson. I've been so worried. Sirius, I would like it if you would join us in the drawing room. We have a lot to talk about and it would be better done in private. Dumbledore said grimly as he walked past godfather and godson. Sirius nodded, and led Harry through a darkened hallway and into a small office-type room with 2 small sofas, a large ornate desk and 3 tall bookshelves crammed with old-looking books and ledgers. Dumbledore sat down heavily, and invited the other 2 to sit as well. Harry had never seen the headmaster look as tired and old as he did now as he looked at him, almost pleadingly. Harry, I am more sorry than I could ever express to you. I am by no means solely responsible for everything that has befallen you. I did have my part to play. My most grievous error was keeping from you the truth. I never wished to burden you with what inevitably you must one day face. Dumbledore said wearily. Sir, Harry asked with a slightly shaky voice. I have suspected for a while that you shared a connection with Lord Voldemort. It was the only explanation for your ability to see into his mind through your dreams. I have also known since that night you handed me the ruined Diary of Tom Riddle how it was Lord Voldemort managed to escape death that night he tried to kill you. Everything you described to me about what took place in the Chamber of Secrets could only mean that the diary had been a Horcrux. Sirius' eyes bulged, and he held up his hand to stop Dumbledore continuing. Voldemort made a Horcrux. What exactly is a Horcrux? Harry asked. That man, Grimes, was a bit thin with the details of what happened to me. A Horcrux is, to be perfectly honest, a truly disgusting abomination of magic. Dumbledore began. In essence, it is a way to protect yourself from death. Essentially, one would split their soul, and hide it in an object. So long as the object remained intact, you could not be truly killed. And how would he even do that? Harry asked. Through an act of purest evil. Sirius said grimly. Usually murder. Indeed. Dumbledore confirmed, though he eyes Sirius strangely. You seem to know a bit about this topic. I'm a Black, one of the most notorious dark families in history. The library here has more than its share of dark books. And I was a somewhat curious lad. But this, it's disgusting. Sirius said with another shake of his head. So how did a piece of Voldemort's soul end up in my head? Harry asked rather bitterly. As to that I can only guess, but it is likely that on the night Voldemort originally sought to kill you and his spell rebounded, his soul was already quite fragile, and a small fragment latched onto the only living thing in the room. You. I also suspect that the fragment was so small and weak that it merely leached your magic but could not gain control of you in the same manner the diary tried with Miss Weasley. Dumbledore explained. If he only made the diary, would his soul really be that fragile? Sirius asked. I mean, sure he murdered loads of people, and his soul was likely pretty unstable, but I can't really see how a fragment could be dislodged like that without his doing it to make another Horcrux. I believe he did more than one, though I am unsure if it was only one other, or several. What is important is that Harry no longer shares a connection to Lord Voldemort, and as such I believe that he should know why this all happened. Dumbledore said, now turning to Harry, who suddenly found himself leaning forward in anticipation. About 4 months before you were born, Harry, a prophecy was made. I was meeting with a young seer to fill the post of divination teacher. During that meeting, she made a prophecy, which was partially overheard by one of Lord Voldemort's young followers. This prophecy stated that should certain criteria be met, it would be you who would be the Dark Lord's downfall. Voldemort in his fear and his ignorance set out to destroy you, and in doing so, set the prophecy into motion. Dumbledore said as Harry looked to him, and Sirius with a confused look on his face. What exactly did this prophecy say? Harry asked, his voice trembling a bit. Dumbledore looked to Sirius, who gave a nod, and then Dumbledore recited the prophecy he'd heard what seemed a lifetime ago. Harry's response was, to say the least, expected. This is crazy. I mean, it's absolutely barmy. It's him or me. Is that what it is? Harry shouted as she stomped around the small drawing room. How am I even supposed to accomplish it? I mean, that guy Grimes said I was strong, but I don't know any sort of magic Voldemort doesn't know. Harry, this stupid prophecy changes nothing. Sirius said, trying to calm his godson. Can you honestly tell me that if you hadn't heard it, or even knew about it at all, that you wouldn't want to fight him? Harry thought for a moment before he started to relax. The truth was, he would fight Voldemort no matter what. He just knew he couldn't live with himself if he allowed anyone to suffer so long as he had the power to stop it. Maybe it was just how he was wired or something, but it really didn't matter. Harry just knew that he would always fight so long as it was the right thing to do. Harry, until the Unspeakables managed to remove the Horcrux, I feared that in order to destroy Voldemort once and for all, you would have to die at his hand. Dumbledore admitted sadly. Harry gaped at the man while Sirius made several noises of disbelief. This is more proof that I am just as fallible as anyone. Dumbledore continued. After you told me of what took place in the graveyard, I hypothesized that were you to face Dumbledore, and sacrifice yourself, that you would break the connection once and for all, and inevitably give the same type of protection your mother gave to you. Are you barking mad? Sirius nearly shouted. Perhaps I am. Dumbledore sighed. But that clearly will no longer prove successful, as the soul fragment has been thankfully removed. This now presents us with a new problem, which is how to prepare you to face our foe when the time comes. You said the prophecy said I would have some sort of power. Harry said, looking at his headmaster curiously. I don't have any special powers. Ah, Dumbledore said, looking encouraged. There is a room at the Ministry that remains locked at all times. Inside, a mysterious and wondrous magic is studied. I believe that you possess that power within you. And I am prepared to prove to you that you do. What power? Sirius asked on the edge of his seat. Put simply, Dumbledore said, looking at Harry pointedly. Love. Harry's shoulders sank and he let out a long, exasperated breath. Are you joking? He asked, sounding sour. Love. What kind of power is that? How am I supposed to kill Voldemort with love? Hug him until he melts. Both Dumbledore and Sirius sniggered, and Dumbledore shook his head. No, I doubt Lord Voldemort would even allow you close enough for a handshake. Though he is now able to touch you without causing himself pain, he still fears you. No, you will fight Voldemort, but unlike him, you will not be fighting for yourself. You will be fighting for every person you care for, and that will give you strength. But how? Harry asked impatiently. When you protected Sirius from Dementors, the only thing that prevented you from managing a Patronus was your own fear. Later, when you and Miss Granger used the Time Turner, you managed a powerful Patronus to protect your godfather and Miss Granger. It came easy because you were not afraid anymore. You had seen the results. This is just the same. Dumbledore smiled genuinely. Harry considered this for a bit while Sirius and Dumbledore watched him. Harry could hardly believe what he'd been told. Love. Love would give him power that would end up conquering Voldemort. It was a nice thought, save for the fact that Harry had no clue what it truly meant to love someone. Sure, he cared for his friends, and his godfather, but he couldn't really say that it was love he felt. He had for as long as he could remember dreamt of falling in love and getting married and having a family. Something that Dumbledore had once told him was his greatest desire because that was what he saw in the mirror of her eyes. Yet he didn't know what he would feel or how he would know that he loved anyone. These thoughts brought him back to reality as he remembered that he was going to get his wish, in a matter of speaking. "What about this marriage law, sir?" Harry asked. "I'm about to be forced to marry a girl who's going to become a target because Voldemort thinks I am going to destroy him one day. Or worse, I'm going to be forced to marry a girl who's going to hand me over to Voldemort so her family can be favored above others. You don't honestly think we're going to let that happen, do you, Harry?" Sirius said, getting to his feet and clapping Harry on the shoulder. "I'm going to be training you here for the rest of the summer. I know more than a few spells that could come in handy. I'm also going to be giving you an education in pureblood customs. It'll be boring, I know, but you'll be surprised in how it could help you. Harry, you are not alone, and you never will be," Dumbledore said, also rising to his feet. "We are all here for you, because we care about you and your happiness." Harry nodded appreciatively and Sirius hugged him tightly. "Well, I'm afraid I do need to be off. I have much to arrange for the coming school year. Harry, I ask that you work hard and learn all you can from Sirius." "Albus," Sirius said, turning to face the old man. "Now that Harry knows about it, why don't we get the prophecy and destroy it? If it's gone, he'll never learn it, and we'll have at least a small advantage. For now, I wish to leave the prophecy where it is. It is my hope that the desire to learn its contents will draw Voldemort out. However, I will consider destroying it if things change. Good evening to you both," Dumbledore said as he swept from the room. Sirius stared at the now open door rather grumpily. "I think you're right," Harry said. "We should destroy it. Dumbledore's got a point as well though." Sirius sighed. "I hate to admit it, but so long as the wanker stays hidden, the Ministry's going to keep on burying its collective head in the sand, and more rubbish like this marriage law will keep being pushed through just so the rest of us will be too distracted to notice what's really going on." Harry gave a nod, and Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. "Enough serious rubbish for now. We're going to be waist deep in it all starting tomorrow. Why don't I take you upstairs, show you your room, and then leave you with your friends?" Sirius suggested. "My friends?" Harry looked up excitedly. "Yeah, your pal Ron's here along with the rest of his family, and I'm sure they'd love to see you up and around. Come on, we're going to be spending an obscene amount of time together, you might as well get to hang out with your friends while you can." Sirius hadn't been kidding. At 6 the next morning, Sirius awoke Harry and made him eat breakfast along with the potions healer Hopkirk had given him. After that, they went into the basement where Sirius began teaching Harry some very advanced spells that he kept reminding Harry should only be used in a real fight. Harry at first feared reprimand from the Ministry until Sirius explained that they were in a place the Ministry could not monitor, so Harry was free to use all the magic he wanted. He also warned that he should keep that to himself, as Sirius was sure Mrs. Weasley would not appreciate her children using magic when technically they were not allowed to do so. Sirius would work with Harry on spells all morning, and after lunch, they would sit in the drawing room where Sirius would set about teaching Harry about pureblood customs, and the workings of the Wizengamot. When Harry asked why he had to learn all of it, Sirius explained how wars didn't always happen on the battlefield, and Harry needed to be taught how to fight in every arena. After dinner, Sirius gave Harry a book to read which they would discuss the next day. This regiment continued for the rest of July and into August, including Harry's birthday. Harry worked very hard during the magical training, but was bored out of his mind with the rest. It was, in his mind, antiquated customs and social rhetoric. However, Sirius was adamant that Harry would need it, so Harry pressed on. Sirius wasn't cruel however, and allowed Harry time to visit with Ron and the rest of the Weasleys on the weekends, during which time he was teased by Fred and George incessantly about his pending nuptials, while Ron would suggest whom Harry might end up with. "What about Jennifer Quell?" Fred offered. "Tall, long black hair." "Who?" Harry looked confused. "Seventh year Ravenclaw," George said with a mischievous smirk. "Face that looks like she was hit with 7 or 8 bludgers in a row. And one leg is longer than the other." Fred added. "If you don't like her, how about Lucy Schlesinger from Hufflepuff?" George suggested. "I figure you're a rear-end kind of guy, and Lucy has miles of hind-end for you." "You guys are wrong," Ron said vehemently. "Harry's going to wind up with Eloise Midgen. No question. You're like a broken record, mate." Harry rolled his eyes. "That's the only name you said for the past 2 weeks. I'm starting to think you might have a thing for her." Oi, Ron recoiled. Methinks Harrykins has hit the nail on the head. Fred laughed. Our ickle Ronnie has a crush. And here we were thinking that our little brother might have a thing for our resident bookworm. George laughed at Ron's reddening face. You can sod off. Ron snapped in a huff, which made Harry laugh out loud. Come on Ron. Harry chuckled. You could at least admit to us that you like Hermione. Ron shook his head, arms folded over his chest. But I don't. Come off it. George guffawed. You ruined her night with Crumb and accused her of betraying Harry. What would you call it? Being an idiot. Fred replied, which served only to anger Ron even more. You have no idea what you're talking about. Ron snapped. He looked at his brothers, who were leaning forward expectantly, and Harry, who also looked as if he was awaiting an explanation. Ron sighed and threw his hands up. Fine, he grumbled. I may have liked Hermione at one time. But I realized that we're too different, and that with as much as we fight, we would ruin our friendship beyond repair, and I don't want that. Last year I was a Burke in so many ways, and I don't want to be that person ever again. Whoa. The twins chorused, while Harry gave an approving nod. Besides, I kind of have thing for Padma Patil. Ron admitted softly. Padma. Harry snorted. The same girl you ignored during the Yule Ball. I just got finished saying I had been a right ass, didn't I? Ron shrugged. I don't think I have a shot with her anyway, but, Ron gave another shrug. I think you could have a chance with her if you showed her that you were truly interested. Harry said confidently. Provided she isn't betrothed to anyone. Fred pointed out. She is a pureblood after all. Is it just me who thinks this whole thing is stupid? Harry asked sourly. The three Weasley boys nodded agreement. What's worse is how it's affecting people. George remarked. Not just you lot who have to get married, but other people as well. What do you mean? Harry asked. It's breaking up happy relationships. Fred said. We heard Dad talking about it the other night while you were training with Sirius. 3 of the Aurors that Dad knows had to break up with people they were seeing because they have to get married to someone of pure heritage. George added. Can you imagine? You've been with a bird for months, maybe even years, and you're happy, and then bam. You have to end it to marry someone that the ministry chooses for you. Dad's convinced that the ministry's hoping for a lot of refusals because then they'll be able to seize assets from people and fill the government's coffers. Fred finished. And it isn't just people already in relationships. Ron said sullenly, glancing towards the door. The twins' smiles faded as well. Harry, now very curious, sat up a bit more as he asked what they meant. Oh come on Harry, you're not that thick. George sighed. You've got to have noticed how Ginny's been acting lately. Her dream has been shattered all thanks to Fudge. Oh, Harry said, now finding himself turning towards the closed door as if the youngest Weasley might be standing on the other side listening in. He had noticed how the youngest Weasley avoided him now. Ginny hadn't said 2 words to him since he'd arrived, and on the weekends, when Harry was free to do as he liked around Grimmauld Place, Ginny remained in her bedroom. Yeah, Ron nodded. She went spare when she first heard about this stupid law. She begged Mum and Dad to submit her name so she could marry you and protect you from all those nasty trolls out there waiting to get their filthy claws in you. Fred went on. Had Mum convinced, though I think Mum liked the idea of making you one of her own anyway. Thankfully, Dad made her see reason. Actually he just said that she could wind up with Malfoy. George smirked. He said there was no guarantee that she would wind up with you because of all the factors they were supposedly using to make the matches. They're only allowing purebloods and a few half-bloods who come from very prominent families for one thing. Turned out to be a pointless argument anyway. Ron remarked, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and still looking a bit heartbroken. Harry knew that Ron and Ginny had been quite close, and Ron must be feeling bad for his baby sister. The ministry isn't allowing anyone under 15. Pretty suspicious, as you've just turned 15, Harry. Fred asked. I think that's the point. Harry replied with a roll of his eyes. Sirius said that Fudge is suffering under the illusion that if he can get me away from Dumbledore that I might see the light, or some nonsense. That's why Sirius has been trying to get me to learn all that etiquette crap. He says it will be useful in the political realm. So they want you to go into politics. Fred looked a little surprised. I think I might have no choice. Harry shrugged before grumbling. Just like every other aspect of my stinking life. That makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. George said thoughtfully. I know you aren't a fan of your fame, Harry, but you could use it to affect a lot of change in our world." Sirius and Remus both said the same thing. Harry chuckled. "They think I should call for Fudge's head on a platter or something." "Maybe you should." Ron chuckled. "Maybe then we could get a minister who isn't a prat, and will do something to stop you-know-who." "Is there anyone you wouldn't mind being attached to, Harry?" George asked with a devilish smile. "There has to be at least one or two witches who's caught your eye." Harry fought against the blush but took a long breath. "Well, I fancied Cho Chang, but somehow I don't think she'd be that enthusiastic to be with me after, you know," Harry said pointedly. No one said anything, but they all knew Harry was referring to Cedric Diggory. "The thing is that it doesn't really matter because we're not getting married because we want to, and no matter what, whoever I end up with isn't going to really know me, and I won't know them. It's just too hard to wrap my head around." Harry let out a heavy sigh. "Well, at least you have something to look forward to," Fred said rather cheerily. When Harry gave him a questioning look, Fred turned to his brother who mirrored his twins' look of mischief. "The bachelor party," the Weasley twins said delightedly, and George grabbed Harry's shoulder and shook him. "What do you think Hermione's going to say when she finds out about all of this?" Ron asked, looking a bit afraid. "Depends." Harry shrugged. "On what?" Fred asked. "On whether or not Sirius has any books on government and law in the library here." Harry chuckled. Ron and the twins began laughing as well. All of them knew that Gryffindor Bookworm's first reaction would be to learn everything she didn't already know about passing laws in order to find out if Fudge had done something illegal and the law could be overturned. If that didn't work, she would likely study up on everything regarding magical betrothals and marriages to see if there could be some sort of loophole that Harry could use to wiggle out of the whole thing. What worried Harry was what would happen when Hermione came up empty. Harry's friend hated not knowing the answer or being able to figure out an answer to a problem. She prided herself on being intelligent, but Harry was certain that since Fudge outsmarted Dumbledore, Hermione would be no match. If Albus Dumbledore couldn't get the law repealed, what chance did a fifth-year student have? Harry wouldn't have to wait long to learn how Hermione would take all of this. She was scheduled to come to number 12, Grimmauld Place in a week's time. Harry awoke later than normal, and was ever so thankful that it was the weekend. The closer they got to September 1st, the more Sirius pushed Harry. He was now having training all day, and only getting breaks at meal times, or when they were studying customs, which were becoming even more mundane than history of magic classes, and in Harry's opinion just as useless. Even Sirius said that it was all rubbish, but insisted that it could prove useful to Harry at some point. At least his godfather had admitted it was boring. Deciding that he had slept enough, seeing as it was closing in on 10, Harry roused himself, took a shower, dressed and headed to the kitchen, hoping he could get something for breakfast before looking for Ron and finding a way to waste one of his few free days. He wished they were at the Burrow because then the day could be spent in the air on his firebolt. There would be nothing finer than the wind in his hair as he soared in the summer sunshine. Harry was ripped from his daydreams as he drew closer to the kitchen and overheard a familiar and welcome voice. He'd completely forgotten that Hermione would be arriving today, and couldn't wait to see her and hear how her holiday in Spain had been. Harry walked into the kitchen and was very nearly knocked over when the bushy-haired missile impacted his midsection, wrapping her arms around him so tightly. "Oh my God, Harry, it's so good to see you. I can't believe everything that's been happening. Everyone was just telling me. It's so unfair. I can't even imagine how you must be feeling. It's inhumane to force children to marry just because you think, well, not that Fudge is thinking. Oh, if I ever met that man, I'll hex him into infinity for this." "Hermione!" Harry nearly shouted, getting his friend's attention. Hermione had to look up at Harry as he was now slightly taller than she was and gave him a sad, soft smile, to which Harry returned a bright smile of his own. "It's really good to see you," Harry said, pulling Hermione in for another hug, making the girl laugh. Moments later, Harry, now with a plate of eggs and bacon in front of him which Mrs. Weasley had saved him, sat across from Hermione, along with Ron, Sirius, and Mr. Weasley. "So you were saying that Dumbledore is sure that this whole atrocity is a way for you-know-who to get his hands on Harry then?" Hermione asked the two adult men. "He is, but Fudge thinks he's going to be getting Harry under his control. We figured that out a week or so ago," Mr. Weasley said. "He Seems to think that if he can get Harry with a Ministry-loyal family, that maybe he can lessen Dumbledore's influence on Harry and find out what Dumbledore's really planning. I should be flattered so many people want to hang out with me, I just wish it were a better class of people," Harry remarked, making Sirius and Mr. Weasley howl with laughter. Ron chuckled as well, but Hermione looked pensive. "It just doesn't make sense to me," Hermione said pensively. "There are far easier ways to get Harry if he really wanted to. He could lure Harry into some sort of trap or wait for him to show up to board the train to school even. Why enact a marriage law that affects so many people, especially seeing as some of them are his supporters?" "Control," Sirius said easily. "How can we fight Voldemort if we're too busy fighting ourselves? Not everyone in these arranged marriages is going to be pleased, and there's going to be a lot of fighting amongst the couples. In fact, Remus and I are positive there's going to be a rise in murders amongst spouses over the next few years." "In all honesty, Mr. Weasley said, frowning slightly, "our numbers are waning, but not completely for the reasons Fudge gave. The mere fact that so many Muggleborns leave our world is all but ensuring our extinction. So long as purebloods keep those they think are unworthy out of our government, or even decent jobs, more Muggleborns will leave. Like keeping them out of this law for starters. Not that I agree with any of it, but it is segregation at its core. What's even worse is that the purebloods won't marry Muggleborns. If they did, it would definitely clear up a lot of the problems that Fudge feels are being addressed. The blood would purify itself in 3 to 4 generations," Sirius remarked. "It's so stupid to look down on someone for the blood heritage." Hermione scowled. "No one here disagrees with you, Hermione," Sirius stated. "Why didn't Dumbledore try and get Harry married to someone we trust or something?" Hermione asked, sounding as if she hated even asking such a ridiculous question. "Couldn't he make a marriage contract or something? Dumbledore did ask if I knew if the Potter line had any outstanding contracts, but Charles would bought out any that might have been left when James told him he wanted to marry Lily. So far as I know, the Potters hardly ever incorporated those things, unlike my family." Sirius sighed. "I did ask Dumbledore if maybe you and I could get married," Harry said rather bashfully. Hermione blushed a deep Arlette but smiled at her friend while Ron sniggered. "He pointed out that your parents would be unlikely to allow it." No, I doubt that they would," Hermione agreed. "I think they would prefer it if I finished school at least. But I don't think they'd be too happy about me marrying someone just to keep them away from some other girl." "Sorry, Harry. Don't worry about it," Harry shrugged. "Why couldn't he just leave the country?" Ron asked. "If he's no longer in England, would he have to do it?" Mr. Weasley sniggered at this and shook his head. "No, he wouldn't, but getting out of the country would prove quite difficult," the Weasley patriarch said. Sirius harumphed at this and Harry gave a sigh of irritation, as he'd already heard this. "What do you mean?" Hermione asked. "The Ministry has taken some rather irrational steps to ensure everyone who qualifies must submit to this law," Mr. Weasley began. "Firstly, they're monitoring Gringotts for any signs that someone is about to run. Bill informed us that the Ministry has recruited some spies to inform them of any suspicious bank activity. Harry doesn't have access to the Potter family vaults yet, but should he suddenly empty his vaults, or go to Gringotts more than what would appear normal, the Ministry will flag him as a potential runner. Also, he can't apparate, so that eliminates one method of getting around. He'd need an international portkey which he could only get through the Ministry, and there is no international flow travel which leaves side-along apparition and broom. That's of course discounting Muggle means of travel, which the Ministry isn't. They have Aurors stationed at key travel ports, both airports and any seaports. There was a brief discussion of Harry and I heading out, but as I'm a fugitive, I have enough trouble getting about on my own without having to worry about him as well." Sirius continued. "There's also the fact I can't do magic outside of Hogwarts," Harry added. "One spell, and the Ministry would know exactly where I am. The Ministry has seized the assets of 5 wizards who chose not to follow this law. All of them had the assets seized, and 2 of them were thrown into Azkaban," Mr. Weasley went on. "They designed this law to fight Dumbledore, who they see as the real threat here. They had to make it impossible for Harry or anyone to get out of it. Even going so far as to bind me by my blood," Harry snarled. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder to try and calm him. "What do you mean?" Hermione asked. They took Harry's blood during his examination, mostly for help in matching him to a suitable witch, but also to bind his life and magic. They used a bit of his blood for a magical contract. They did it to all the males. Sirius said sourly. Dumbledore found out just after Harry got here from a source inside the Ministry. Basically, if anyone tries to get out of their duty, they will lose their magic, and depending on how bad the violation, possibly their life as well. That is so inhumane. Hermione shouted. It's awful, and wrong, and what the hell is wrong with those people? Ron and Harry both snickered. Hermione was very clearly hacked off if she was using foul language. Is there anything at all we can do? Hermione asked when she had calmed down a bit. Until we know exactly who Harry is going to be with, there isn't much. According to Dumbledore's source, there are quite a few possible candidates for Harry, so right now our hope is for some kind of miracle. While he's at Hogwarts he should be safe enough, so we only really need to worry about when he's not there, like Hogsmeade or something. This isn't going to work the way they want it to. Harry said evenly. They've closed nearly every loophole so Fudge can get control of me, but I think he's going to find that it's the last thing he wants. Sirius smiled, and Mr. Weasley looked approvingly, while Mrs. Weasley still looked worried, though proud at the same time. Ron and Hermione both looked a little puzzled by this though. How come this only affects males? Hermione wondered. There are loads of girls whose line will die out once they marry, right? And you said Draco Malfoy would have to take part, but his parents are still young enough to have more kids, so why can't the Ministry force them to make more? Well, the first question is easy to answer. There is a law that says that the second-born child from any union may carry on the line name of the wife should she be the last of her blood. For instance, were you and Harry to be married and had 2 sons, the second-born could continue the Granger line. Mr. Weasley explained. As for the second question, Sirius cleared his throat. I don't know if there is something in this law that would force those still able to do so to make more babies, but I do know that Narcissa Malfoy can't. What do you mean she can't? Ron asked. I mean she took measures to ensure that she would never have another child. And so far as I am aware, it's irreversible. Sometimes purebloods will project the illusion of happiness even if in truth they can't stand each other. Sirius said, eyeing Mr. Weasley knowingly. Mr. Weasley nodded. The 3 teens just looked at each other in confusion, but didn't press the matter. So, Hermione said, giving Harry a nervous look. When do you find out who? Harry shrugged, knowing what Hermione was asking about. In truth, Harry was dreading the answer to that same question. Knowing the name of his intended would make it real, and so long as he was blissfully unaware, this was nothing more than hypothetical conversation. Dumbledore said that we should know before the school term begins. Sirius answered. There's going to be some pretty big changes in Dumbledore, and the rest of the staff have been working hard on arranging things at Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley said as he stretched his arms over his head before resting his clasped hands on the top of his balding head. What kind of changes? Ron asked curiously. No one is saying. Sirius shrugged. I've noticed that Dumbledore does get a bit sour when it comes up. Mr. Weasley stated. Sirius gave a grunt of agreement and the 3 teenagers just looked at each other curiously. Harry looked at the 2 men, and felt as if they knew something more, but were not going to tell them. He took a breath, preparing himself to ask when Sirius cut across him. If you're finished, why don't you show Hermione around the house, Harry? There's no point in you 3 sitting here all day. Sirius nodded towards the kitchen door. Harry was ready to protest, but Sirius gave him a look that said clearly that this discussion was over. So Harry, along with his 2 best friends, rose from the table and left the kitchen. Let's go see Buckbeak, Ron suggested as they headed up the stairs. Buckbeak's here, Hermione asked with surprise. In the attic, Ron said. I feel bad that he can't go outside. I suggested we take him to the burrow, but Mum refused, saying that no one would be there to take care of him. I reckon she's afraid of him or something. He never bows to her when she comes up. As they climbed the steps, Ginny passed them, giving Harry a very dirty glare and not even acknowledging Hermione or Ron. Hermione looked appalled and gave a questioning look to Ron, who shrugged. Ginny's not taking any of this well, he said. She's somehow got it in her head that Harry's abandoning us or something. What? Hermione stammered, looking to where Ginny had passed through into the kitchen. Fred and George seem to believe it's the only way she can deal with all of this. Ron added, she was really heartbroken. I found her crying in one of the empty bedrooms yesterday, and Fred and George have found her a couple of times. She really believed with all her heart that she and Harry would be together. I wish there was something I could do, Harry said softly. But the truth is, I don't know if we would have dated. She could barely even talk to me, much less look at me. But I hate seeing her so upset. The trio continued upstairs and entered the attic to find the hippogriff laying in a makeshift nest looking glum. The windows were opened wide, and the room was quite warm, but all three teens could see it was far too cramped for the poor beast. Buckbeak did perk up a bit as the three bowed to him. He even gave a sound of contentment when, after returning their bow, Buckbeak found himself on the receiving end of many affectionate scratches and pats. So Harry, how are you doing with all of this really? Hermione asked rather bluntly. Real subtle there. Ron winced. Hermione just gave him a slight glare before turning back to Harry, who looked thoughtful. To be honest, right now I'm sort of numb to it. I mean, it's there in the back of my mind, but it isn't quite real to me, you know. Harry said after a moment. I mean, I don't even know who I'm going to be with yet. For all I know, everything could change before school starts. It just doesn't seem like a real thing. Maybe I would feel different if I knew who I was going to have to be with. I still say it's going to be Eloise Midgen. Ron chuckled. Hermione smacked his shoulder sourly. It isn't funny, Ron, she snapped. Buckbeak gave a startled squawk, making all three teens jump. Harry is being forced to marry someone he may not even know. He's having his whole life decided for him, and it's really unfair. Hermione said indignantly. Harry could see that she was becoming very upset, and took her hand, pulling her away from Buckbeak so he could hug her. Why does everything keep happening to you, Harry? She asked, tears now falling from her eyes. This stuff keeps happening to you. Ever since we've known you, you wind up in the center of these crazy situations. First year it was the Philosopher's Stone and Voldemort possessing Quirrell. Then it was the Chamber of Secrets and a basilisk. Then it was a crazed murder after you. That turned out to be my godfather, and he wasn't even after me. Harry pointed out. But you still nearly died when all those Dementors came for him. Not to mention nearly dying after falling off your broom in Quidditch. Then there was the tournament last year, and now this. Hermione was all but screaming. I'm rather shocked you haven't tried to run away or something. Run away? Ron looked insulted. He'd never do that. It's just not in his nature. He's a Gryffindor for Merlin's sake. Harry gave the redhead an incredulous look. Ron simply beamed and clapped his friend on the shoulder. It isn't about being brave, Ron. Hermione countered. It's about Harry taking back his life. He had to compete in the tournament last year, even though he didn't enter, and now he's got to marry someone or lose his magic, and everyone thinks he's mad for saying you know who is back. And on top of that, it's like everyone is trying to get their hands on him so they can use him for their own agenda. Agenda? Harry looked confused. What are you talking about? It just seems like everyone wants to use you for something because of who you are. Hermione stated. You know who wants to kill you. The Ministry wants you to tell the world that Dumbledore is a menace. The papers use you to sell papers by publishing ridiculous stories. It just seems like everyone wants you because you're famous and you can do stuff for them, and no one cares about what you want except us. Harry sighed and thought about what Hermione had said. In truth, he had sort of been feeling that way since his name had come out of the stupid Goblet of Fire. He hadn't had a lot of time to dwell on it though. Now though, it was clear that this whole stupid marriage scheme was just to get Harry. Maybe you should run away, mate. Ron said after a few minutes. After hearing that, I don't think I'd blame you if you did. Except I can't, Harry grumbled. If I don't go through with this, I lose my magic. Voldemort isn't about to stop looking for me, and I won't be able to fight him without my magic. Not to mention that whoever the girl is could lose her magic as well. How could I do that to someone else? Hermione gave Harry a heartbroken look, and squeezed his hand. Harry shrugged with an air of defeat. The way I see it, we're all victims of Fudge's idiocy. Some poor girl is going to be forced to marry me and have kids with me. All her dreams and goals are going up in smoke all because of me. Harry said. Harry, Hermione started, but Harry shook his head, holding up his hand. You said it yourself, Hermione. The Ministry wants me under their thumb so I can tell everyone that Dumbledore's mad. Harry argued. And a lot of people are going to have their lives ruined, because of me. Mate, if you think that there's even one witch who doesn't want to be married to the boy who lived, you're barking mad. Ron said, coming around the hippogriff, who gave an exasperated sigh at suddenly being ignored. Ron's right, Hermione said with a soft sympathetic smile. I don't think there is a single witch at Hogwarts who wouldn't want a shot at being Mrs. Harry Potter. Even the Muggleborns who aren't as familiar with your story as the rest. And with that hero complex of yours, we all know that whoever the girls is will get most of what she wants in life because you'll see to it that she does. Harry looked puzzled at this, which made Hermione start to laugh. Come on Harry, you're not at all unfortunate looking, and you're really nice, and every girl knows it. You should have realized how popular you were last year at the Yule Ball. The girls who asked you out were the bravest. A lot of girls were way too shy or afraid to even talk to you. Hermione explained. But I can't imagine anyone them would like you as much if they're forced to be with you instead of you choosing to be with them. Well then, at least whoever I end up with will at least be a little happy. Harry sighed. At least until they offer me up too. Don't say it, Hermione shouted. It's so, I don't even want to think about it. She's right mate, Ron said, putting his arm around Hermione as she turned into him, burying her face in his shoulder. Besides, Dumbledore won't let that happen. He'll find a way for you to get out of this. He has to. He isn't all-powerful, Ron. Harry said flatly. Even if he can prevent whoever I'm forced to be with from handing me over to Voldemort, I'm still going to have to get married. The sooner we all come to terms with that, the sooner we can get on with our lives. However, there is one bright spot to this whole thing. I won't be having nightmares or visions or whatever they were anymore. What do you mean by that? Hermione asked with a sniffle. Harry looked to Ron, who looked just as confused, and he sighed, running his hands through his perpetually messy hair, and motioned for his friends to sit. When I went in for my physical tests for this stupid law, they found out I had a piece of Voldemort's soul in me. I was insane. Mungos for a week after the Unspeakables removed it. What? Both Ron and Hermione exclaimed. Harry just gave a slow nod. Dumbledore says it happened the night Voldemort killed my parents. Harry looked over his shoulder and then back to his friends. I don't know if I should be telling you this, but I think you should know. I just want you both to swear you will never repeat any of this to anyone. Both Harry's friends nodded and Harry took a great breath. He told them all he had learned in the past month about why Voldemort had sought him out, and feared him so much. He told them of the soul fragment and the method in which Voldemort protected himself from death. Did Dumbledore say if there was just the one? Hermione asked. Harry thought for a moment and then shrugged. I don't think he believes there is only one, but he never said how many there might be. Harry replied. Blimey, there could be hundreds of these things out there. Ron said, looking horrified. I don't know. Hermione said thoughtfully. It would depend on a few things. For instance, how much of your soul is broken when you kill someone? Is it half, or is it smaller? Can you break off a little piece, or do you even get a say in how much comes away? Harry, why don't we just get that prophecy thing you mentioned? Ron asked. You know, to make sure you know who doesn't get his grubby mitts on it. Dumbledore seems pretty adamant in using it to lure Voldemort out in the open. He thinks that it might be the only way to prove to the Ministry that he's still alive. Quite frankly, I don't know that it matters. Eventually Voldemort's going to announce that he's back, and Fudge, and everyone else who ignored Dumbledore are going to be begging for help, and I think I'm going to be far too busy raising my kids to lend a hand. Harry said. Ron was the first to begin snickering, which made Harry chuckle, as this had been what he was hoping for. But when Hermione began to snigger, the two boys lost control and began falling all over themselves as laughter took hold of them all. Harry felt it was really good to be able to laugh, as he wasn't sure if there would be many chances to do so in the future. Hogwarts letters came later than usual that year, and by the time Harry and his friends were opening them, there was only 2 weeks left in the summer. Harry noted that there was an extra slip of parchment in his letter. However, before he could read it, there was a shout of indignation that made him look up in inquisitive wonder. You've got to be joking. Fred Weasley shouted when he'd spotted the shiny gold badge in Ron's hand. Ron looked almost as if he'd just been handed a spider. He had gone stiff and pale. Is Dumbledore taking the mickey? George asked incredulously. I thought he'd make Harry the prefect. I think we all thought that. Fred agreed. Ron still hadn't said a word, but simply stared at the shining gold badge in disbelief. Harry came to his friend's side and looked at the badge. It was small, looking like a shield with AP embossed upon it. "Congratulations, mate," Harry said earnestly, clapping Ron on the shoulder. "But," Ron began, "I don't want to be a prefect." "Why not?" Harry asked. Both Fred and George leaned forward to hear why their little brother, who they knew felt pressure to stand out among his siblings, did not wish to be a prefect. However, before they could hear his answer, Hermione burst into the room beaming and holding her own prefect badge. "Can you believe it?" she asked, showing them all her badge. "I mean, I hoped, of course, but I never imagined that Ron." She spotted the badge in the redhead's hand and seemed to deflate as she realized what it was she was seeing. She looked to Harry, Fred and George for some sort of explanation. You're the, but I thought," Hermione stammered. Ron looked up sharply, his face contorted in a mask of offense. "You thought what?" Ron snapped. "That I couldn't possibly be a prefect because I'm too stupid or something." "Well," Hermione started. "Well, no, of course not, I just thought that Harry." "Of course," Ron snapped, his tone biting. "Of course. Everyone thought that Dumbledore would make Harry a prefect. Everyone knows Harry is given everything, and no one else could possibly earn something so long as Harry's around." "Wait, what did I do?" Harry asked, taking a step back and staring at Ron, who looked guiltily at his friend. "Sorry, Harry, but it just seems like everyone, I don't know." Ron looked back at the badge. "Ron, Dumbledore clearly has faith in you, and I do too. So I think it's time you start having some in yourself," Harry said, and then he looked to everyone else in the room. "Then everyone else will begin to believe in you the way I do." The last part he said while looking at Hermione, who blushed and grimaced at Harry's accusation. She took a breath and stepped forward, embracing Ron. "Congratulations, Ron. I'm very proud of you," Hermione said. "Thanks, Hermione," Ron said, taking a breath. "I'm sorry. I guess our days of law-breaking are at an end," Fred lamented rather dramatically. "Indeed." George looked heartbroken. "With these two dogging our every move, our days of glory and adventure have reached a sad end." "Actually," Ron smirked, "I would never rat out my family unless I was sure they were going to seriously hurt someone or themselves. I know where my loyalties lie, unlike some people I could name." Fred and George beamed at their younger brother, who gave a slightly mischievous smirk. "Besides, I have this feeling that a lot of people are going to be needing a laugh or two over the year," Ron said, glancing at Harry. Harry clapped Ron on the shoulder and the twins turned to Hermione, who was fidgeting nervously. Ron and Harry turned to look at their friend as well, expecting her to start spouting off about favoritism or some such, but Hermione didn't say anything for a long moment before she heaved a sigh and looked at Fred and George with a rather pleading expression. "I just ask that you make sure I don't have to report you for anything," Hermione added. "I'd hate to have to assign you detentions or anything. We promise to do our best to not put you in that situation." Fred bowed theatrically. George followed his twin and left the trio laughing. Mrs. Weasley was over the moon to learn of Ron's appointment and had decided that a party was in order along with a reward. Ron had confessed to desiring to try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team and the need for a new broom. Mrs. Weasley's joy turned bitter as she didn't think she would be able to purchase a broom. The Weasleys were rather poor and nearly everything Ron owned had been at one time belonged to another member of the Weasley brood. However, Mr. Weasley confessed to having squirreled away a bit of gold, and in the end, Ron had received a brand new, never-been-used Clean Sweep 11. Harry could not remember his best mate looking as ecstatic as he did when his mother placed the broom in his hands. After Harry had received his school supplies from Mrs. Weasley, he went to his room to peruse the new books. Harry had decided, thanks to his godfather, that he had been slacking off in school. After learning of the prophecy and knowing that nothing would stop Voldemort from ending his life, Harry realized that Sirius had been right. It was why he had dropped divination. While he couldn't take ancient runes, as he would be too far behind, Professor Dumbledore had arranged for him to have a special class that would be sort of a crash course on the subject. Should he work hard, Dumbledore was certain that Harry would be able to sit the OWL exam for runes. Hermione had even made copies of all her notes for ancient runes from the past 2 years. Harry sat on his bed and opened the first of the 3 books on ancient runes and skimmed the first chapter. The subject had appealed to him after Sirius suggested some interesting things that could be done with enchanting objects. Harry liked the idea of being able to create strong wards with only a stone and a few runes. Perhaps it was as Dumbledore had said in his love for his friends made him want to see them safe. There came a soft knock at his door and Harry looked up to find Hermione standing in the doorway looking concerned. Harry smiled and Hermione took it as invitation to enter. She crossed the room and sat next to him on his bed. "I'm very pleased you decided to study runes," she said, eyeing the book in his hand. Harry gave a soft smile of thanks, and set the book aside. I'm sorry, Harry," Hermione said morosely. "This whole thing, I feel somehow like I've failed you. I know that I couldn't have done anything to stop all this from happening, but I just can't help but feel like I've let you down." "Hermione," Harry chuckled, "you've never let me down. You've always been there for me, and I know you'll be there for me as long as I need you. You're one of my best friends, and that's not going to change anytime soon." Hermione gave a soft sad smile and nodded. "I just wish we had more time to talk." Hermione sighed. "You've been locked away with Sirius, and I understand why and all, but I can't stop feeling like you're being pulled away from us. You're embarking on this adventure that Ron and I can't follow. I hate it. I hate feeling this way. I hate that I can't stop it, and I hate that you're being forced to do something you don't want again." Hermione fought back tears, and Harry grabbed her around the shoulder and gave her a half hug. Hermione smiled mistily at him with thanks. "How are you?" Hermione asked. I know I keep asking that, but in all honesty, you've never really answered. You just shrug and change the subject. So could you please be honest, and tell me how you're doing with all of this?" Harry sighed and gazed about his bedroom. He appreciated that Sirius saw fit to give him his own bedroom. Many nights after training, Harry's only desire was to be alone, and this room had afforded him his privacy. "The trouble is that I don't know what to feel," Harry confessed. "I'm angry, of course, and a bit sad, but other than that, there's nothing. Just this sort of numbness. Once again my life is being dictated without any consideration about what I might want or feel." "You're not alone, you know," Hermione pointed out. "Whoever the Ministry picks for you could become an ally. She's being forced into this as well. Only because her parents," Harry replied. "And likely only because their master forced them to do it." "True," Hermione sighed. "But still, you could still forge a friendship at least. And Ron and I aren't about to let anything bad happen to you if we can help it. Plus there's Dumbledore." Harry gave her a thankful nod and Hermione pulled him into one of her tightest hugs ever before she got to her feet. "Harry, I want you to promise to come talk to me," she said firmly. "I don't want you to keep burying your feelings. Even if it's something as silly as homework, I want you to come talk to me. You know that I won't judge you or anything like that. I promise to just listen and only give you advice if you ask for it. Just please, talk to me, okay?" Harry considered her request and gave her a nod. She was right. He did tend to bury his feelings. It was easier than trying to deal with all the hell that was his life. Sirius had mentioned his tendency to ignore his feelings as well and told him that it wasn't a good thing. Perhaps they were right. Harry decided that he would try at least. He would try to deal with his feelings from this day forward and not let them fester and rot and eat him alive. He would get everything out in the open so he could move forward. Hermione gave him a smile and headed out, leaving Harry to pack away his new supplies. After she had gone, Harry opened his trunk to pack his new books neatly in his trunk along with everything else Mrs. Weasley had gotten for him during her trip to Diagon Alley. As he was placing his new standard book of spells grade 5 into his trunk, his eye caught sight of his Hogwarts letter. He'd put it here for safekeeping so he could read the additional information, but he'd forgotten it. Harry pulled the folded parchment out and set aside the welcome back letter from McGonagall that accompanied every New Year's list of needed supplies, and the list itself. The third sheet was new, and so far as he knew, Ron and Hermione had not gotten one. "Dear Mr. Potter, given your change in status, you will now be required to attend regular meetings with Hogwarts' new relationship counselor, Dolores Jane Umbridge. Those meetings will be scheduled by Professor Umbridge and you will be informed of dates and times for your sessions. Also, you are hereby requested to remain in the Great Hall for further instructions, and new housing assignments directly following the welcoming feast on September the 1st. Please keep all questions until that time when you will be able to ask a ministry official. All the best. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry felt a sliver of a chill spider up his spine, though he couldn't say why. Why would I need new housing assignments? Harry wondered aloud. What's wrong with Gryffindor Tower? Harry realized that there would be no answers until he got to Hogwarts, though he thought he should ask Sirius about it as soon as he could. The mystery that had haunted Harry since he'd first learned of the Legacy Preservation Act ended just 2 days before he was scheduled to return to Hogwarts. Harry was sitting at the table enjoying a plate of eggs, bacon, and potatoes as he listened to Fred and George harassing Ron the prefect while Hermione and Ginny spoke at the other end of the table quietly. Mr. Weasley was just dotting his wife goodbye as he was set to leave for work, and Sirius was just entering the kitchen to fetch Harry for the last day of training when a very large brown owl flew in through the window and landed on the table right in front of Harry. All noise ceased at the sight of the bird, who eyed them all before turning to Harry and offering his leg with a squawk of impatience. Harry glanced around the room, swallowing thickly as he reached out for the letter. This was it, his fate was decided for him. Within this letter would be the name of his future bride. With trembling fingers, Harry broke the seal, hardly noticing the owl take flight again, and slipped the thick parchment out of the envelope and began to read. Everyone else in the kitchen waited with bated breath as Harry read the letter, trying to process everything it said about what the new law required of him, and how long he had to uphold his responsibility, and the consequences of failing to do so. His eyes swept back and forth over the letter until he reached the end, and with a very slow exhale, Harry folded the letter back up, turned, and handed it to Sirius, who quickly unfolded it and began to read. Well, it was Mrs. Weasley who broke the suffocating silence at last as Harry had sat nearly frozen staring at his plate, no longer hungry. Who is it, Harry? Hermione asked, her voice soft and cracking as she tried to fight back tears. She couldn't stand that this was happening to her best friend. Harry slowly turned his head to look at Hermione, and then Ron, who looked as if he were going to be ill. Huh, Sirius said heavily, refolding the letter. I never would have called that. Sirius refolded the letter, and turned to Mr. Weasley, who was standing next to his wife, both of whom looked as if they hadn't taken a breath since the owl had arrived. Arthur, would you mind flowing Dumbledore? I think he'll want to see this for himself. Sirius asked. Arthur Weasley gave a nod, and went to the fireplace. Harry pushed his plate away and rose from his seat without looking at anyone. He slowly walked past his godfather, muttering that he wanted to be alone for a bit. Sirius gave him a nod and Harry headed for the basement where he'd been training most of the summer. When Hermione and Ron made to follow, Sirius held up his hand to stop them. Let him be, Sirius said quickly. Harry needs to think on this a bit. Let him come find you when he's ready to talk, all right? He looked pointedly at Hermione, who blushed but nodded all the same. My gods, who is it? What filthy harlot does that poor boy have to? Molly, Sirius said, his voice sounding rather strained. I'm not sure that it's as bad as we've been anticipating. But the look on his face. Molly argued. Who is it? Fred, George, Ron, Ginny, and Hermione all asked at once. Sirius actually looked up now, his eyes clear again. He shook his head and tapped the folded letter into his open palm. It's Harry's business. Either he'll tell you, or you'll find out when the wedding invitations come out. Sirius said, trying in vain to lighten the mood. Fred and George gave the convict identical looks of disappointment, while Ginny looked ready to run bawling from the room. Ron looked pale, and swayed a little on his feet, while it was very clear that Hermione desperately wanted to find Harry and offer any kind of comfort she could. Ah, Sirius, Dumbledore said as he entered the room. Arthur wished me to tell you, Molly, that he unfortunately had to report to work, and he would see you this evening. Thank you, Albus, Mrs. Weasley said. All right, you lot, out of the kitchen. Out. Go on. I think you should all make sure your summer homework is finished, and start packing. I don't want any last-minute forgetfulness this year. Go on now. I'll call you for lunch. When all the children were finally gone, and Molly Weasley had cast an imperturbable charm on the door, Sirius handed the official letter to Dumbledore, who scanned it quickly until he finally found Harry's betrothed's name. Well, I must say I never even imagined that. The old headmaster said, sounding a bit thrown off. Well, At least now we finally have our answer. I seem to recall someone by that name a year or two ahead of us in school," Sirius said, pulling out Harry's empty chair and taking it for himself. Dumbledore took the seat across from the convict as Mrs. Weasley read the letter over the headmaster's shoulder and gasped when she read the name. "But they're supposed to be really dark," she cried, her hand going to her mouth in horror. "That isn't exactly true," Sirius said. "If they had been, I would likely know much more about them." He motioned around himself to the house as if it explained his remark. Clearly it did, because both Molly and Dumbledore nodded. The family is quite wealthy, and her father runs one of the most profitable exporting businesses in the world for rare potion ingredients. Dumbledore said thoughtfully, "I do not see the benefit for him to subject his daughter to this, save for the fact that he has no sons." "Do you know who she is friends with?" Sirius asked. "It could give us a clue as to the family's allegiance." "It's possible they've joined up with the Death Eaters," Sirius said heavily. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. "I can ask Severus to look into it to be sure," the old man said as he continued to stare at the letter. "If they haven't, we can be certain that they will be approached. If they oppose Voldemort, or are in the very least neutral to the conflict, we may need to offer some kind of protection." "How did Harry take the news?" "Kind of went catatonic. He's downstairs. Said he wanted to be alone for a bit, and I think it might be good if we all left him alone for now," Sirius said, ready to argue if Dumbledore disagreed. "I think it wise," the headmaster said, rising from his seat and handing the letter to Sirius. "I must be off. My new defense teacher and guidance counselor is due to report today. Albus, you shouldn't have let Fudge bully you into allowing her into Hogwarts," Mrs. Weasley said firmly. "I had little choice, Molly," Dumbledore said, grimacing. "Fudge is now putting pressure on the governors, and while they have been able to keep me as headmaster, they were unable to find any sort of argument in making Madame Umbridge the new defense teacher. She will also be acting as a counselor for those who find themselves beholden to the ministry's new law to help them transition into marriage. I understand there is to be quite a few addendums to be implemented. In truth, I believe she is there to keep her eye on me and find something that will lead to my dismissal. Though do not think me complacent. I know she is there only to dig up dirt on me, but I am going to be keeping a close eye on her as well. I have no plans to suffer her any more than I have to." Bidding Sirius and Molly a good day, Dumbledore left. "I don't think I've ever seen him look so tired," Molly remarked, still looking at where Dumbledore had exited. "When was the last time you saw him fighting 2 wars?" Sirius replied. He stared at the official ministry letter on the table and frowned. "I've been teaching Harry how to fight, and how to act in society, but how the hell am I supposed to teach him to care for someone he's being forced to marry? How can Fudge justify this? Forcing children to marry and taking away their choice in who they want to marry. He may as well kill them all himself. It would be kinder," Molly said as she got up to finish the dishes. "That it would," Sirius agreed softly. Harry spent almost the entirety of the day in the basement where he usually trained with Sirius. At first he just sat in a corner trying to comprehend what he'd read in that letter from the ministry. Most of it was pretty easy to digest. He was supposed to report to Platform 9 3/4. He was to report to Cabin 714 where he and his betrothed would remain for the journey north to Hogwarts. But it was the girl's name that he couldn't seem to get past. He recognized her name, and could kind of picture her in his mind's eye. But other than that, he drew a blank. Not that it mattered, as he'd be trapped in a train compartment with her in just 2 days' time. Harry wondered idly if she would try and pretend to love him, so perhaps she could get him to trust her just so she could revel in the look of shock when she presented him to his enemy. Harry had shuddered at that, and swore he would not let this happen. He would not believe anything she said, and he would continue to train and prepare for the day he would face Lord Voldemort again. With that vow, Harry began work with all the new spells he'd learned from Sirius, and thanking magic that Grimmauld Place was hidden and full of wizards. Sirius had explained that so long as Harry was here he could use magic, but he also warned him not to tell his friends, as Sirius had been sure she wouldn't like her children breaking the law, as it were. Harry kept casting until he was good and tired before returning to his sulking corner where he allowed his mind to wander and contemplate his now confirmed situation. He was going to have to marry this girl within 1 year of receiving that letter which told him the name of his mate. He was going to be married. Usually Harry would smile at this thought. Finding a girl and falling in love. He had even daydreamed what it would be like to propose to a girl. He loved the idea of marriage and having a family. But that was when it was his choice. When he got to choose the girl, when he got to pick the circumstances. The Ministry was destroying lives here, and all to get their hands on Harry, and ruining Dumbledore in order to ignore that their greatest enemy had returned. It was ridiculous. After missing both lunch, and with a quick look at his watch, dinner as well, Harry decided that he'd spent enough time on his own. He knew his friends were likely worried about him, and in truth he wanted to talk to them. He needed to. He had promised not to keep everything inside anymore, and his friends were going to be there for him. Harry quietly left the basement and headed upstairs to Ron's room. Other than the sitting room, this is where the teens usually gathered to just hang out and relax. However, when he got close he heard what sounded like crying. It's so unfair. It was Ginny, and she was sobbing. Harry was about to enter when he heard Hermione's voice. You're right, but you're only thinking about your own feelings. You're just thinking about how you won't ever get a chance with Harry. But we're all losing him. Sure, he'll try and hang around with us, but soon, he's going to have a wife, and then kids, and there won't be any time for us. Harry wouldn't abandon us. Ron's voice could be heard now. You're right, Hermione said. He wouldn't ever abandon us. Hermione agreed. But he can't prevent us all splitting and going our own ways. Hermione said, and Harry thought she might be crying. But he's being pulled away from us. With his training in this stupid war, and now, I'm going to hex that cow, whoever she is. Ginny vowed, sobbing hard. If she does anything that hurts him even a little, I'm going to hex her into oblivion and back again. You're both out of your minds. Ron said sourly. You act like he's dying, and he's not. He's getting a girlfriend. A permanent girlfriend. That's all. Bless you, Ron, but that's not what's happening. He's just a pawn. A plaything for Fudge to use as he sees fit. He thinks Harry's all-powerful, but he's not. Not without us. He's clueless without his friends. Am I? Harry asked, coming into the room now. Hermione jumped at hearing him and made to move towards him, to hug him, but Harry took a step back. Hermione realized that he had likely just overheard, and misunderstood. Harry, she started, and he could see the tears falling down her face. He looked past her and saw Ginny furiously wiping at her own eyes, while Ron looked relieved. Harry guessed he was feeling really clueless with two crying girls. Why would you think that I can't do anything without you? Harry asked. Hermione winced but shook her head. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all, and I know you know that. Hermione accused. Then why did you say it? Harry asked. Because I'm angry and frustrated and my thoughts aren't coming out like they should. Hermione countered. It's always been us, Harry. You, me and Ron, and that's being taken away from us. All because Fudge is too stupid to listen to reason. I'm frightened of losing you, Harry. I'm terrified of what this is all going to mean for us. I don't want things to change. At this Hermione broke down hard, and would have collapsed if Harry hadn't acted. He caught her up and held her tightly as she cried. I told you this the other day, and I'm going to say it again. Harry said, now looking to Ron and Ginny, who was refusing to look at him now. This changes nothing. We are all going to remain friends because I need you guys. No matter what, we are going to be friends for the rest of our lives, because that's just how it's going to be. I need you guys. Besides, eventually I'm going to need babysitters, and I can't think of anyone better than Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione. Harry said. This made Hermione chuckle, and some of the tension faded. Harry and Hermione sat down on Ron's bed along with Ron and Ginny. Harry continued to rub circles on Hermione's back as she got herself under control. You all right, mate? Ron asked after a long couple of minutes. You looked pretty shaken up this morning and you've been in the basement all day. Is she that bad? Is it Eloise? Ow. Hermione had kicked Ron, but Harry shook his head. No, I didn't get your dream. Girl. Harry said with a roll of his eyes. Ron glared at him and Hermione turned to him. What did it say, Harry? She asked, hiccuping slightly. Well, Harry began with a slow intake of breath. Fool. Lord Voldemort shouted as he stared at the writhing form of Lucius Malfoy. You swore to me, Lucius. You swore that your plan would not fail. And you failed me yet again. Crucio. Lucius Malfoy grimaced and gnashed his teeth as the pain lit every single nerve ending in his body on fire. His muscles spasmed and clenched and he was sure his bones were going to snap. His plan had failed. Well, not completely. Yes, it was true that the Potter brat had not been paired with a girl whose family was loyal to the Dark Lord, but it was a problem easily rectified, he was certain. Lucius tried to shout, but the pain being inflicted by his master's curse prevented anything further. Thankfully, his lord was merciful and relented. The torture curse was lifted and Voldemort stood above him, waiting for Lucius to speak. "We can," Lucius gasped. "We can recruit them to your banner, my lord." "So you say," Voldemort said with little belief in his tone. "They are a lesser family." Lucius gasped as his body spasmed from after effects of the cruciatus. "They are a lesser family, but they are most noble. Their line is most pure. They will rally to our cause if given proper motivation." "Explain yourself," Voldemort commanded. "Every one has their price, my lord," Lucius claimed. "All we have to do is find out what their weakness is and exploit it. And if all else fails, we can just eliminate them. If the girl's parents are dead, the girl will become the head of her house. And she will be much easier to convince to relinquish the boy." Voldemort thought it over for a few moments. If the family chose to follow him, it meant more soldiers in his army, and more gold in his coffers. If they chose not to comply, it was nothing to kill them. In the end, he would have Potter on his knees before him. "Very well," the Dark Lord said, though he was not convinced Malfoy could accomplish this task. "But you will not go alone. You will be accompanied by someone more persuasive than your coin purse." Harry awoke quite early on September 1st and remained in his bed, staring at the ceiling for a long time. For the first time since he'd started his magical education, he wasn't looking forward to getting on the Hogwarts Express that day. He hadn't slept very well as he'd kept going over and over in his head everything that had been written in his ministry letter which had informed him of the identity of the girl he was going to marry. When he arrived at platform 9 3/4, Harry was to report to car number 11, and then find his assigned cabin where he and his future, the girl, would spend the journey getting to know each other. Just the two of them, in a tiny cabin, both armed with wands and waiting for the other to say the wrong thing. There was of course also the issue that Harry was being painted in the papers and on the Wizarding Wireless as some sort of attention-seeking mental case along with Dumbledore. Though in truth, Dumbledore's reputation was taking a harder beating than Harry's was. Harry, Ron and Hermione had overheard 2 or 3 conversations from members of the Order that Harry was likely going to be ostracized for trying to incite panic in their society. All during the summer, he'd been able to distance himself from it all, and pretend it wasn't real. However, as the sun began to get brighter in his room, Harry knew that there was no avoiding his fate. And that really ked. He grumbled to himself as he finally sat up, and threw his legs off his bed and onto the floor. He knew, thanks in large part to the Tri-Wizard Tournament, that there was no stopping the inevitable. With a yawn, Harry glanced to where his trunk, and Hedwig's freshly cleaned cage sat next to his door. "At least I don't have to pack," he thought. "Maybe I can enjoy a nice breakfast." Harry's stomach tightened at the thought of food. He was so nervous about what was going to happen when he met her that he knew he'd be lucky to get anything into his stomach and keep it there. And he was certain vomiting on the poor girl would not make a good first impression. Harry roused himself completely out of bed and headed for the bathroom across the hall. After a rather longer shower than he had ever taken, and taking his own sweet time to dress and groom, Harry levitated his trunk with a wave of his wand, and took them downstairs so he was fully ready to go when it was time. He stepped into the kitchen and found Mrs. Weasley busily making breakfast for everyone, while Sirius sat talking to members of the Order who would be escorting them all to King's Cross in just a few hours. Harry sat next to his godfather who clapped him on the shoulder reassuringly. "Morning, kid," Sirius smiled. Harry just nodded, and Sirius ruffled the boy's already messy hair. "Good morning, Harry," Mrs. Weasley said, sliding a plate of eggs and sausage in front of him. "Is anyone else awake yet?" Harry gave a weak shrug and Mrs. Weasley huffed. "I'll give them 10 more minutes. I pray they've all packed already." Harry gave Sirius a knowing look and his godfather snickered. "We can't be affording to lollygagging about today." Mad-Eye Moody grumbled over his own plate. "We leave at precisely 10 am. You all right, Harry?" Nymphadora Tonks asked. Harry had met Tonks about a week after he'd come to Grimmauld Place and had found her fascinating. First because she was an Auror. Second because she could change her appearance at will, something she seemed to love to show off, and third, because she was devastatingly attractive. As it turned out, she was also quite a lot of fun. At least when he had been around she had been fun. Lad's got a lot on his mind I would fathom. Moody said grumpily. Where the devil is Podmore? He should have been here by now. It'll be all right Harry. Sirius whispered as Moody continued to gripe about people being late. Just remember what we talked about last night, yeah. Harry gave a nod and took a few bites of his eggs, not wanting to upset Mrs. Weasley who was heading out to wake the rest of the house. Sirius had come to see Harry the previous night before Harry went to bed. The former Azkaban resident stood in his godson's room watching the boy pack his things before clearing his throat to announce his presence. It doesn't have to be so bad you know, Sirius said as he entered the room, shutting the door behind him. Harry looked up with an expression of disbelief. You're not the one being forced to get married to someone you've never even talked to. Harry replied. No, I'm not, Sirius agreed, but it doesn't have to be the end of the world either. Remember that we had them checked out, and they aren't aligned with the Death Eaters. Not yet, Harry grumbled as he folded more of his clothes and placed them in his trunk. Sirius shook his head and then came to sit down on Harry's bed. Harry, you're not going to see this girl and hear music and run into each other's arms and have that sort of happy ever after thing you read about. It takes work. Hell kid, even your parents had difficulties. Until our 7th year, your mum hated your dad. This stopped Harry cold. He turned to stare at Sirius, mouth agape. Everyone says they were madly in love, he countered and Sirius chuckled a bit. They were, Sirius acknowledged, but it wasn't love at first. Sight. Your dad didn't even really notice Lily until our 4th year. Don't misunderstand me, they knew each other and James did pester your mum quite a lot, but there were no romantic feelings right away. Your mum was quite unimpressed by James. Hated him in fact. Thought he was an arrogant little toe rag, and, to be fair, he was. Hell we all were. Thought we were invincible. What happened? Can't really say. Sirius shrugged. Between 6th and 7th year, we all kind of grew up. Maybe it was the war or, I don't know, maybe it was just time. The point is, when we got back to school for our final year, your dad was made head boy. Lily was head girl, and they shared a suite at school. They talked and really got to know each other, and when your mum fell, she fell hard and fast. What does that have to do with, Harry started. Your situation isn't all that different. Sirius said. This girl, you and she have a lot of obstacles in your way, but I know you, and I know what kind of man you can be. I believe that if you let it, you and this girl could find it in your hearts to fall for each other. I'm not saying trust her right away. I'm saying you should let her earn your trust, just as you'll have to earn hers. Love takes time and work Harry. You want me to give her a chance. Harry sighed. Sirius shrugged. Who knows pup, this might have been the girl you were always destined for. You two might have come together in a year, 2, maybe even 20 years from now. Only a prophet would know for sure, and so far as I know, there aren't any we could ask. Just don't take out your anger with the ministry and fate, and whatever else on this girl. She's stuck in this the same as you. Got it? Harry nodded, and Sirius handed him a small hand mirror. Harry looked up curiously and Sirius smiled. It's a charmed two-way mirror. Your dad and I used them back when we got ourselves in separate detentions. Say my name, and I'll be able to talk to you on the other one. Sirius explained. Anytime, night or day, you contact me if you need me, got it? Harry nodded, and Sirius rose to his feet. He crossed the room and hugged Harry tightly. I know that this is going to be tough Harry, but you're not alone. You've got Ron and Hermione and the rest of the Weasleys and you got me and Remus, we're all behind you. Sirius watched as his godson pushed scrambled eggs around on his plate, but didn't encourage him to eat. Instead, he rested a comforting hand on the teen's shoulder as he finished his morning tea, and listened to Moody grumble about unreliable people. Mrs. Weasley's booming shrill shouts woke up her children along with the portrait of Mrs. Black who began to shriek, curse and defame everyone while lamenting the horror of having such scum within her house. Sirius rose from his seat and went out to deal with his mother. Harry wondered why Sirius didn't just burn the portrait and be done with it. It wasn't long before Hermione, looking rather troubled, entered the kitchen with her new Transfiguration textbook held in her arms. She sat down right as Mrs. Weasley began screaming again. "Ron still hasn't packed," she said to Harry, who chuckled softly. Hermione took some toast and poured herself some tea as she watched Harry. He still hadn't taken a bite of any of it. Hermione looked as if she wanted to reassure him, but couldn't think of anything to say. The next couple of hours went by quickly, mostly with Mrs. Weasley yelling at her children, who all clearly had not listened the night before when they had been told to make sure everything was packed. Ginny had jumped up from the table no less than 10 times to retrieve something else she'd forgotten. Ginny was also very nearly killed when Fred and George had decided to levitate their trunks down the stairs and lost control of them. Ron was the worst, as he hadn't even begun to pack, and had to race around the house retrieving things. As a result, he was the only one who didn't get a chance to eat breakfast. Harry felt grateful for the first time about his situation, as it meant he would not have to listen to the redhead complain about being hungry. At precisely 10 Moody assembled everyone in the hallway, and made everyone check one last time to make sure they had what they needed before trooping them out into the London morning. To make sure that they didn't call attention to themselves, Moody had ordered they all appear as Muggle-ish as possible. For the most part they managed, except for Moody, who looked like something out of some American detective novel, complete with overcoat and fedora slung low to cover his magical eye. They met Remus Lupin in the street, and he joined the procession near Mrs. Weasley at the back. Harry hoped they might be able to talk while they took the underground. Moody led them to the underground, where they met with a few more members of the Order. Harry only knew that because Tonks pointed them out. She had been tasked with guarding Harry, and had remained at his side the whole way. Had the situation been a little different, Harry would have enjoyed such an attractive rocker-type chick near him, especially one as hot-looking as Tonks was. The journey to King's Cross had been rather entertaining to Harry and Hermione both. This was due in large part to Ron, who was fascinated by a couple of Muggle girls who wore thigh-high leather boots and very short skirts. He kept stealing longing glances when he was sure his mother wasn't looking at him, which turned out to be quite a lot, as Mrs. Weasley clearly didn't like riding the tube. Tonks noticed this, and quite loudly stated that he should pick up his tongue before someone stepped on it. Remus moved to stand next to Ron after that, to prevent him from embarrassing himself or calling attention to the rest of them. When they finally got off the tube, Mrs. Weasley had to lean on Ginny as her legs were quite wobbly. By the time they had reached the street, she was fine again, though swearing to never step foot on that confounded Muggle contraption ever again. Ron, however, swore he would ride it every day if there was a chance to see such extraordinary girls again. Tonks whispered to Harry that she might have to alter herself and ride the tube just to prank Ron, which made both Harry and Hermione bust out into laughter. King's Cross was just as busy as ever. Harry hefted his trunk onto a trolley, and placed Hedwig's cage on top before following Ron and Hermione through the bustling train station. Tonks passed through the barrier to platform 9 3/4 first, followed by Fred, then George, Ginny, Mrs. Weasley, Ron, Hermione, and then Harry. The platform was appeared as it did every year at this time. New students staring at the steam engine in wonder, while older students looked for friends. Parents said their goodbyes and gave last-minute instructions to their children before leaving them to the wonders of the new school year. To the casual observer, it looked like a normal start of the year. But Harry was looking around for anyone who looked as nervous and terrified as he felt right then. "Come on, Potter," Mad-Eye Moody said gruffly, urging Harry forward so he was no longer blocking the barrier. "Missing the train isn't going to prevent you from meeting your lass." Harry grumbled softly, and reluctantly joined the Weasleys, who were now saying goodbye to Mrs. Weasley. Harry wished for the 1000th time that Sirius was free so he could come and wish him well. He would have liked just a few more moments with his godfather before having to board the train and meet his fate, and the girl he would have to marry. "Now I want you all to study hard, and for goodness' sake stay out of trouble," Mrs. Weasley said, looking at the twins rather pointedly. Fred and George smiled identical smiles of feigned innocence as they embraced their mother. "We'd never dream of causing trouble like some common hoodlums," Fred said as he kissed at his mother's cheek. "That's right," George added. "We're so much more than common," Mrs. Weasley tried to look disapproving, but failed when the twins gave her such winning smiles. She then turned to Ginny, who looked positively downtrodden. She hadn't looked at Harry once during the trip, choosing to remain close to her mother. Mrs. Weasley spoke to Ginny softly, and Harry couldn't hear what was being said and figured it was probably best that he didn't hear it. Ginny nodded a few times and gave a very weak smile before hugging her mother tightly and turning to head towards the train. Harry had not enjoyed being around Ginny this past month. Though she had up till now blushed and stammered and tended to run away out of embarrassment, Harry really did not like the scowls, glares and accusatory remarks. She had been acting as if Harry had betrayed her somehow. Hermione had spoken to Ginny a lot over the last week and had had little to offer in the way of an explanation for Ginny's behavior save for confirming what Ron and the twins had already told him. "I wish there was something I could say to you, Harry," Remus said, sidling up beside the teen. "You're going to face some tough challenges. However, I have every confidence that you will rise above it, and become stronger for it. Just try to remember that she is in the same boat. Maybe if you work together, you may find some modicum of peace between you." Harry gave his former defense teacher a tight smile, and Remus offered a hand, which Harry shook. "Thanks, Remus," Harry said. The werewolf clapped him on the back and gave a reassuring smile. "Now Harry," Mrs. Weasley said after saying her goodbyes to Ron and Hermione, who were now waiting for him near the train door. "I wish that there was a way to stop all this nonsense. You deserve to be happy as much as anyone. For now, study hard, be good, and do your best to at least respect her. If you need anything at all, you just need to write. I'm here if you need any advice, or just need to get things off your chest." "All right." Harry gave her a nod, and Mrs. Weasley crushed Harry in her arms, trying very hard and failing at not crying. Harry stepped onto the train where Hermione and Ron awaited him, both looking worried for their friend. Ron could barely look at him, while Hermione kept fidgeting and looking as if she wanted to tell him not to go. "Well, I suppose this is it then," Harry said, looking to Ron and Hermione, who looked very nervous, and was fidgeting with her hands. "We'll come find you after the prefects' meeting, all right," Hermione said, looking hopeful. Harry nodded. "You know, just to see how you're doing. I'd like that. At least then you can find out if she murdered me or not." Harry tried to joke. Hermione lunged and threw her arms around Harry's neck. Harry patted her back, and looked to Ron. "Come on, Hermione, we're going to be late," Ron said. Hermione released Harry and gave him a watery smile as she turned to follow Ron to the prefect's car at the front of the train. Ron threw one last look over his shoulder to Harry that spoke volumes to Harry about how worried Ron was for his best friend. Harry, now on his own, took a deep breath and grabbed his trunk as he turned to make his way to the cabin he'd been assigned. He walked through two normal cars before being met by a man in metallic blue robes and a severe haircut. The man looked at Harry and held up his arm to prevent him from passing. "This car is restricted," the man said in a voice that did not match his appearance. Harry would have laughed except for the fact that he was too busy thinking about what awaited him on the other side of that door. Harry thought very briefly of apologizing and turning back, but he knew he'd be in trouble, and he was desperately trying to avoid trouble this year. "I'm Harry Potter," he said to the man. "I'm supposed to be in cabin 1114. The man eyed him for a moment before pulling out a roll of parchment and unrolling it to check his list. He gave a nod, and tapped the parchment with his wand before turning and opening the door for Harry to pass through. The car was very nice, nicer than the normal cars. Harry couldn't see into any of the cabins as he passed, and wondered if they were as nice as the corridor. He trundled along, dragging his trunk behind him, looking for his assigned cabin when he ran into someone he knew. "Neville?" Harry asked. Neville Longbottom was standing in the middle of the corridor with his trunk looking pale and shaky. The shy Gryffindor had grown at least 2 inches, and Harry noted his normally round face had slimmed a bit. His trunk was standing on its end next to him. Neville turned and smiled at Harry with a look of relief. He raised his hand and gave a nervous wave. "Hiya, Harry. How was your summer?" Neville asked. "All right, I suppose, all things considered," Harry replied, taking in his surroundings and avoiding Neville's eye. "I guess since you're here that you have too." Neville just gave a nod, and Harry sighed, turning to look at the closest door. He wondered who was in that cabin, and if they were getting along all right. "So, do you mind my asking who you got paired with?" Harry asked. T. Tracy Davis. Neville stammered. Cabin 1117. Don't even know what I'm supposed to say to her. Do you know who she is? Harry asked. She's in our year, Neville said, turning to face Harry fully. Harry was taken aback by the fear he saw in Neville's eyes, and wondered if he looked that scared to Neville. In Slytherin. Harry looked stunned by this and sighed. Wow, who are you going to? Neville stammered. Slytherin as well, Harry muttered glumly, not realizing Neville had asked who Harry would be with. Snakes, Neville said morosely. Why'd it have to be snakes? Harry took a step back, staring wide-eyed at Neville. His dorm mate looked over in curiosity as Harry stammered a bit, pointing. How do you know that movie? Harry asked. Neville looked more puzzled now. What's a movie? Neville asked. Harry seemed to deflate at this and shook his head, telling Neville it wasn't important at the moment. Neville shrugged and turned back to staring at the row of doors, all marked with ornate little plaques engraved with numbers. I'm pretty sure she's going to hex me as soon as I walk through that door, Neville said, now turning to look down the corridor. Harry also started to look around and saw that he was only a few feet from cabin 1114. A chill shot down his spine, and he fought against shuddering at what might be awaiting him through that door. Maybe it'll be all right, Harry offered. Maybe she'll let you live through the welcoming feast. You know, last meal and all. At this, Neville turned and stared at Harry incredulously. The perpetually messy-haired teen gave a little shrug and Neville began to chuckle. Harry, realizing how funny the whole idea was, followed suit, and the two Gryffindor wound up holding onto each other to prevent them from falling on the floor in hysterics. Of course, Neville replied, wiping tears out of his eyes. It wouldn't be very Slytherin for her to kill me outright. She'd have a plan and someone to take the fall. How could I be so stupid? Neville was practically crying with the hilarity of it. Yeah, Harry agreed. So long as you never leave her side, you're probably okay. It'd be too obvious for her to do it herself. After a few minutes, the boys managed to compose themselves. Harry was holding his side, panting, while Neville wiped at his eyes and took deep breaths to calm himself. My gran was really angry over it, Neville said when he finally had himself under control. I don't think I've ever seen her so angry. She kept going on and on about the Ministry being daft, and how it must be nice to have so much disposable gold that Lucius Malfoy can just buy off anyone he likes. Dumbledore told me that it was to distract everyone so no one would listen to him and that Fudge is paranoid that Dumbledore wants to take over the government. Harry offered. Neville nodded thoughtfully. He turned to Harry and took a breath. I believe you. So does my gran. You know about you-know-who being back and all, Neville said earnestly. And it makes sense for Fudge to want to distract people. Gran says he'd never be able to run a war, and he's too incompetent to handle any real problems. But why make kids marry people they don't know, or they hate? What's the point other than making people miserable? To repopulate our world. Gran said that would happen if more Muggleborns would stay in the magical world, and purebloods would get over themselves and marry them. Harry was about to offer a choice remark when someone shouted at them. Hey! Harry and Neville turned to find the man in the metallic blue robes that had stopped Harry earlier, looking at them with a sour glare. You two shouldn't be out in the corridor. Get to your cabins before I have to fine you, he snapped. Neville took a deep breath and looked to Harry. If I'm not at the welcoming feast, try and find my body for my gran, will ya, Harry? He said worriedly. Harry nodded and watched as Neville went to cabin 1117, grasped the doorknob and with a long exhale, opened the door. Come on, lad, the man with the strange voice said to Harry. Don't keep a lady waiting. Harry gave a nod and, following Neville's example, took a deep steadying breath before clasping the door handle of his assigned cabin, and opened it. It was slightly smaller than the compartments he was used to, but much more luxurious. The first thing Harry saw was the large window where London was speeding by, and just beneath it a small table with 8 bottles of some liquid that Harry didn't recognize, though he was sure it wasn't butterbeer. There was a large basket of rather delicious pastries as well. The seats were big enough for 2 people to sit together if they were very friendly, and upholstered in a very soft blue material. There were racks over the seats for luggage just like the regular compartments. And finally, there was the girl. Simply put, this girl was beautiful. She was sitting up quite straight, watching Harry as he slung his trunk into the luggage rack. There was no hint of hate, or even displeasure marring her soft, angelic face. In fact, there was hardly any emotion at all. It actually made Harry more nervous as he sat down, and cleared his throat. He tried to speak, but each time he opened his mouth, his throat seemed to close up. The girl was slim, and fit-looking. She was dressed in short black skirt, dark green vest over a starched white blouse. Black tights covered her legs, and her ankle boots were made of dragon-hide leather. She had a black choker around her swan-like neck with a black jeweled brooch of some sort. Her long legs were crossed demurely, and her hands rested folded. In her lap, her hair was the color of dark honey and tied into a loose ponytail. A few wavy tendrils framed her oval face. Her eyes were big and bright and the color of the bluest ocean. She had a petite slightly upturned nose and soft-looking full pink lips. Harry felt extremely uncomfortable under this girl's gaze, and wished for the 100th time that he had just said to hell with it and jumped on his broom to anywhere. After all, he'd spent 11 years without magic, how bad could the rest of his life be without? Even Azkaban felt like a better option at this point really. Harry kept looking around the small cabin at anything at all just to avoid looking at this girl who was, to his eyes quite striking, but also rather scary with how she was staring at him, as if he were some kind of riddle that must be solved. Harry wanted to say something. Anything. Something to break this ungodly silence. He felt the first knots of panic rising in his chest and his throat tightening as he tried to say something to this girl, but even the word hello refused to be pushed past his lips. The quiet stretched on and Harry wondered if a person could be driven insane by silence. He wondered if this girl would be proud of the fact that she drove her betrothed completely insane without doing a single thing. He then wondered if she would have to marry him if he had lost his mind. She just kept staring at him critically. Harry wondered why she didn't look repulsed by him. After all, what Slytherin would ever want to be so close to a Gryffindor, much less the embodiment of everything they hated about the Lions? But this girl just stared at him without the slightest hint of disapproval, or abhorrence. She was just blank. Harry wondered if maybe he should get a book or something. Just a distraction from this horrible uncomfortable silence. Maybe she was testing him or something. Perhaps she wanted to test his patience. Oh gods, why won't she just say something? Anything. Clear her throat, cough, sneeze. Or maybe God, you could make something happen. Let someone come check on us. Or how about Malfoy? A fight outside. A fire. Earthquake. Tornado. Something. And then Harry's prayers were answered when the girl finally spoke. Are you disappointed? She asked curiously. Her voice was soft, enchanting voice that fit her appearance perfectly. Yet the tone of that musical voice was, well, there was nothing to it. It was even and without any hint of emotion. Disappointed? Harry asked, surprised to hear his own voice. In me, the girl said, her head cocking slightly to the right as she placed a delicate-looking hand upon her chest to indicate herself. It's been 5 minutes and you haven't even said hello to me. It would lead one to believe you were unhappy with me. Perhaps you were hoping for someone more ethnic. Ethnic. Harry was feeling very confused now. Asian. The girl said bluntly. Perhaps someone from Ravenclaw House. At once Harry realized that she was referring to Cho Chang, which made him wonder how this person could possibly know he had a crush on Cho. The girl just stared at him, making Harry more nervous somehow. To be honest, I didn't have any expectations really. Harry replied honestly. In fact, for a while I thought for sure the ministry wouldn't be able to find anyone for me. Well, I was hoping anyway. So you believe yourself so unique that no one could be worthy of you? The girl asked sharply, her eyes narrowing slightly. No. Harry replied quickly, holding up his hands. Actually the opposite. Like, I wouldn't be good enough for anyone else. Or maybe no one offered their daughters to this whole stupid thing. The girl said, looking at him thoughtfully for a moment before she held out her right hand. Harry noted that her fingernails were short, but well manicured and painted pink to match her lip gloss. I suppose we should introduce ourselves properly, even though we've shared classes for 4 years. I am Daphne Isabella Greengrass. Harry James Potter. Harry said, shaking the girl's hand and marveling out how soft it was. It's a pleasure to meet you. It is a pleasure to meet you properly at long last. Daphne nodded. Harry sat back in his seat, unsure what else to say. He looked towards the table with the strange bottles. Daphne followed his gaze. It's elven cider, she said. Harry turned back to look at her. She gave the faintest of smiles as she continued to look at the dark blue glass bottles. It's quite good, really. It's non-alcoholic, and infused with different fruit juices. It's also very expensive. Interesting, Harry said, furrowing his brow a bit as he turned to look at the bottles again. I noticed when I arrived that our refreshment is of a much higher caliber than what we usually get on the train. The pastries are from a very high-end bakery in Diagon Alley. Most people have to order 2 months in advance to get them, but they are well worth the wait. There's also this, Daphne said, reaching over and slipping a short piece of parchment from under the basket of pastries. She handed it to Harry, who gaped. It was a menu of 4 different delicious-sounding dishes that were clearly meant for their lunch. The ministry has pulled out all the stops for this, it would seem. Daphne said, now turning to focus on Harry. No joke, Harry replied, placing the menu back on the little table. He turned to the girl who was still watching him. You must be rather irritated with your parents. You know, for putting your name down or whatever. Why would any parent want to sell off their kids? It's stupid. Actually, Daphne began, watching his face. I asked them to submit my name. Harry stared at her with a look of disbelief. She might as well as told him that breathing would kill you. She didn't smile, or give any indication that she was pulling his leg. This left him with only one response. What? He asked ever so eloquently. My father was extremely disappointed in me, and my mother is very upset with me. Daphne explained as casually as if she were discussing the weather outside. They kept telling me I was far too young, and I had no idea what I was getting myself into. They even went so far as to threaten me with disownment. But I knew it was an empty threat. Wait a minute, Harry said, leaning forward now. You actually wanted to take part in this game. You wanted to get married and have kids before you even get out of school. I was going to end up married one day anyway. Daphne pointed out with a stoic expression. This was just an opportunity to speed up the process. Now I won't be wasting my time this year dating boys to find the perfect match for my needs. I can instead focus all my attention on you. Harry now looked even more puzzled and a little frightened. What do you mean by that? He asked suspiciously. It isn't important right now, Daphne said with a soft wave off her slender hand. I kind of think it is, Harry countered. After all, you defied your parents to become a part of the ministry's little game here. It must have been important to you to nearly get disowned for. So why was it so important to you to get married now for? Daphne looked at him with pursed lips and narrowed eyes for a moment, realizing that Harry was not going to let the matter drop. She would have preferred things if he were less curious, as it would make life a little more bearable in the future. However, she also knew that she would have to be a bit more open. After all, he was supposed to become a partner to her, right? Daphne gave a sigh and relented. Look, for the last 2 years I've been developing a plan for my life. This year, I was set to begin the first major phase of that plan, which was to begin dating certain individuals who I felt would prove useful to me later on, but also to help me decide which wizard was best suited to me as a woman, and for my ultimate goals. However, when I read about the ministry's Legacy Preservation Act, I did a bit of research, and figured I could bypass a lot of the time and effort of dating, and land a husband of note right away. I will admit, you were not who I was expecting, though I am quite pleased with this outcome. Daphne explained. You're pleased? Harry asked, looking more than a bit suspicious. Why? What is your ultimate goal? That isn't important right now, Daphne said, and her expression made it clear that she did not want to speak any more about it. Suffice to say, there are very few wizards who I could have been matched with that have the kind of influence you will have one day. Provided first that we can disassociate you from all this public panic garbage you've been trying to incite. Daphne said. Excuse me? Harry asked, starting to get angry. Daphne decided it would be best to change topics before the Gryffindor went ballistic. I think it would be good for us to focus on getting to know one another for now. We've been going to school for 4 years, and I know virtually nothing about you, save for all the crazy rumors, and that you did rather well in the Tri-Wizard tournament last year. Daphne said. She noted Harry cringe a bit, but didn't say anything about it. What would you like to know? Harry asked, though it was clear he wasn't really interested in being interviewed. He looked away from her as he tried to get his anger under control and kept reminding himself that Sirius had told him that it wasn't going to be easy. "Why don't we start with your situation?" she said, throwing Harry off balance. Her cerulean blue eyes were piercing as she leaned forward a bit, her arms crossed over her knee. "My situation?" Harry asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. "Yes. Is there any truth to the rumor that you and Granger were an item?" Daphne asked without preamble. Harry shook his head meaningfully. "Hermione is one of my closest friends. Probably closer than she knows. But we've never dated. I've never even considered her as a girlfriend. I think of her as a sister, and I can't imagine life without her in it." His tone was hard, and Daphne nodded. "I fear I may have offended you, so perhaps I should make this clear from the start," she said, leaning back. "I will never ask you to stop speaking to your friends. Unlike some people from my house, I understand the importance of friendship." "True friendship." Harry looked at her, feeling a bit stunned. Daphne gave the faintest of smiles as she sat back. "That eases my mind a bit knowing you and Granger don't have romantic feelings for each other. She was the only obstacle I could foresee being a problem between us," Daphne said evenly. She glanced out the window at the passing scenery. She reached out and took one of the bottles and opened it and took a short sip. Harry was feeling a bit parched, and decided to try one of the ciders himself. It was quite delicious, not unlike a Muggle soft drink but with more emphasis on the fruity flavor. Daphne observed him for several minutes before she took another drink. "Is it true that you live with Muggles during the summer?" she asked. Harry gave a nod. "My aunt, uncle and cousin," Harry replied. "Interesting," Daphne said, and Harry could hear that she was actually intrigued though he didn't know why. He was about to ask when she cut across him. "May I ask a serious question and have you answer it honestly?" Daphne queried, straightening herself up a bit. Harry regarded her for a moment before giving a single nod. "Why do you wear such atrocious clothes? Surely you could afford something more fashionable, much less, better fitting." "So why those oversized rags?" she asked. Harry squirmed a bit, and stared hard at the small table where their snacks had been laid out. He remained quiet for a bit, and Daphne just waited for an answer. The silence stretched and Daphne began to become uncomfortable with it. Harry refused to look at anything but the table. "I'm sorry," Daphne said after what felt like an eternity. "I didn't mean to offend you. If that's what you like." "I hate it," Harry said, his voice low, and almost inaudible, yet Daphne heard it. "Pardon," she said, leaning forward again. Harry still didn't look at her, but she could see the tightness in his jaw. She had really angered him, and she was regretting ever opening her mouth when he finally looked up at her, and she got her first real glimpse at the power that had only been hinted at or rumored. It was like a shimmering, not unlike heat coming off the road in a desert. "I said that I hate it," was all Harry said. Daphne waited for him to elaborate, but he said nothing more. Instead he stared menacingly out the window. "Then why don't you get some new clothes? It isn't as if you can't afford them," Daphne pointed out. Harry just looked at her, his eyes almost blazing, and it was making Daphne fidget a bit. Harry didn't respond, but looked pointedly away from her, avoid her eyes. Daphne opened her mouth to press the issue, thought better of it, and closed her mouth again. She was beginning to suspect that there was a lot more to the Harry Potter story than she'd believed all these years. There was something dark behind his eyes, something tragic, but she couldn't tell for sure if she was imagining it or not, and Potter wasn't being as forthcoming as she would have preferred. The tense silence stretched on as the English countryside passed by in a blur outside the window. Harry sipped his drink, ignoring the girl across from him and wondering how other couples were getting along. Daphne in the meantime was wondering why the boy sitting across from her had gotten so perturbed by her question, but also knowing it would be folly to ask any more about that particular topic for now. So she waited until she felt Harry had calmed down before she presented a new query. "Is it true that you can produce a Patronus charm? I mean a real Patronus?" she asked. Harry turned to look at her, his eyebrows raised slightly with intrigue. "My best friend claims to have seen you perform a Patronus during that Quidditch match back in our third year. I wasn't at that particular match because I was ill, but she was certain that you had at least attempted one. So, can you do it?" Harry gave the faintest of smiles as he remembered that particular incident. Malfoy and some of his flunkies had tried to sabotage the match against Ravenclaw by dressing themselves like Dementors. It had been the first time outside of his lessons with Professor Lupin that Harry had attempted it, and it had worked quite well, though that was mostly due to the fact that there hadn't been real Dementors. And despite Malfoy's ill-conceived attempt to make Harry and the Gryffindor team lose, Harry had caught the snitch. "Please don't lie," Daphne said, bringing Harry back to the present. Harry gave a nod, and Daphne stared at him with disbelieving narrowed eyes. "I asked Professor Lupin to teach me because I hated how the Dementors affected me. When I did it at the match, I wasn't very good at it, but I got better later that year." Harry explained. "Please forgive my skepticism," Daphne said after a few seconds. "But it seems a little hard to believe. Neither my mother or father can co-it. Even my grandmother can't do it, and she's pretty powerful. On top of that, there are some really fantastical rumors about things you've supposedly done at school." Harry just shrugged. He knew that she was baiting him to prove himself, but at the moment, he didn't feel compelled to do so. Daphne actually looked disappointed, though she hid it quickly. Harry decided to change the topic, and began asking about Daphne's family. At first she seemed reluctant to reveal anything about her life, but slowly she began to open up about trivial things. Her mother worked at St. Mungo's, but was not a healer. Her father had an import-export business, and she had a younger sister who was rather a pain, but quite intelligent and pretty. Occasionally Daphne would try and get Harry to talk about himself, which he did so long as it had to do with his life at Hogwarts, but he always managed to sidestep her attempts to learn about his home life. This disturbed Daphne, though she couldn't say exactly why, save for the fact that he clearly wasn't happy living with his relatives. When he did choose to speak about himself, he kept it limited to his school-related topics. Harry really seemed to love Hogwarts. This puzzled Daphne as to her eyes. His classroom performance seemed substandard at best. When she remarked on this, Harry merely shrugged. "I had to study pretty hard last year," he said. "I mean, if I hadn't I wouldn't have made it through the first task, much less the rest of the tournament. I admit I don't have the best study habits. But I think it might be due to my—" Harry shut his mouth quickly and began to look at his shoes. Daphne let out a soft sigh and leaned forward. "Is it Granger? Does she make you feel inferior or something?" she asked. "I mean, everyone knows what a bossy little—" Harry's glare stopped her cold. She sat back, holding her hands up in a show of surrender. "Hermione has only ever pushed me to do better. Yes, she can be bossy, but it's only because she wants everyone to put forth their best effort. She just doesn't know how to express it any other way. We should all strive to be more like her." "Bookish little know-it-alls?" Daphne asked, rolling her eyes. "Intelligent, strong-willed, compassionate human beings," Harry countered coolly. Daphne looked up, and recoiled slightly. His eyes were so cold, and angry. "I'd bet all the money I have Hermione could beat most Slytherins in a fair duel." "You all underestimate her because she's Muggle-born," Harry stated matter-of-factly. "Excuse me, but I don't believe that at all," Daphne replied mulishly. "I just think she's a bit full of herself. Have you ever actually talked to her? Do you know anything at all about her?" Harry countered, and Daphne was forced to admit that she hadn't and she didn't. "Maybe you shouldn't judge someone before you get to know them. Maybe you should take your own advice," Daphne replied. Harry gave her a look of confusion and Daphne shook her head. "Here you are preaching to me about getting to know people before I judge them, and you do the exact same thing. Do you know a single Slytherin other than Malfoy? Hell, do you even know Malfoy at all? I know he's an egotistical little prat who believes that just because he comes from a rich family that everyone in the castle should bow down and kiss his ass," Harry said with a shrug and a smirk. "Okay, perhaps you do know Malfoy," she chuckled darkly. "But you act like we're all like him. To be fair, I haven't seen much to dispute that," Harry claimed. "I don't assume that you're all Malfoy clones, but every single encounter I've ever had with Slytherins has been negative." "And what about today?" Daphne asked accusingly. Harry stopped short, and thought before he responded. "It hasn't s.ked," he admitted. "That's a start, I suppose." Daphne sighed. "We're not all alike. We don't all think we're better just because we're pure blood, or rich, or whatever." "You sure act like it," Harry stated. Daphne folded her arms over her chest at that, glaring at him. "This is exactly what I'm talking about. Daphne huffed. You're making unfounded accusations based on a small. Stop, Harry said, holding up his hand. Every member of Slytherin House, every single one of you, wore those stupid badges last year. You all accused me of cheating. Not one of you even bothered to ask me about it. Not that you would have believed me in the first place. You let idiots like Malfoy and Snape spoon-fed you these lies, and none of you ever bothered to find out the facts. Daphne had no response for that. Harry occupied himself with finishing his drink and staring out the window. He wondered how close they were to Hogwarts. It felt like it was taking forever. You're right, Daphne said after a long silence. I did go along with everyone last year, and I wore a badge. You're also correct when you stated that I never bothered to ask questions. I went along with everyone else in my house, and I see now that I was wrong to do so. I shouldn't allow my opinion to be dictated by others because I'm too lazy to discover the truth and make up my own mind. Harry turned to regard her, and Daphne shrugged. I guess we both have a lot to learn when it comes to judging people. I guess, Harry agreed. Then perhaps this is our chance to begin changing our ways. Daphne declared, sitting up a bit straighter. May I ask how your name came out of the Goblet of Fire? I was set up, Harry replied. How? Daphne asked, confused and intrigued. And by who? Harry regarded her for a moment before shaking his head. It doesn't matter. Besides, you made it clear earlier that you don't believe my story anyway. About you know who returning from the dead. Please. Daphne chuckled. Look, I can understand wanting to win the tournament to prove yourself, and I can understand not wanting to get in trouble for hurting one of the champions. Is that what you think happened? Harry asked, looking outraged. Again his eyes flashed, and Daphne found herself cringing slightly. Harry was really frightening when he was angry, and Daphne had never once felt as concerned for her well-being as she did at that moment. You think I accidentally killed Cedric Diggory? Harry continued. Daphne could only look at him. She wanted to pull her wand out, as she thought for sure he was going to hex her. But he didn't even go for his wand. He just stared at her, looking so angry, and hurt. And here I was beginning to think you were actually different from the rest of Slytherin, especially after you just said, whatever. Harry said sourly. He set the empty bottle on the table. Daphne just continued staring at him, but he ignored her. He couldn't believe this girl. She had basically just called him a liar, and it had really rankled him. Convince me, Daphne said softly. Harry looked up at her and her face was set, her arms crossed over her chest. What? Convince me that your version of events is true. She said a little more firmly now. How am I supposed to do that? Harry asked. You could swear a magical oath to me. Daphne suggested. You know, hold up your wand and say I, blah blah, swear on my magic that everything I say to be true. No. Harry shook his head. No. Daphne looked stunned. You won't take an oath that will prove beyond a doubt that you're telling the truth. Geez, Potter, I thought. You wanted people to believe you. If you're telling the truth, nothing will happen to you. What's the big deal? I am not going to swear some stupid oath just to convince you. Quite frankly, I don't care if you don't believe me because eventually, Voldemort. Daphne gasped, and her face went as white as a sheet. Her hand went to her heart in fright, and Harry scowled at her. He'd always hated how people freaked out at the name of the Dark Lord. Why are you even afraid of his name? You weren't even alive when he was in power. Harry asked. Daphne stared at him and then she shrugged. He's alive and he's going to show himself one day soon. Then you'll all see I told the truth. Harry said in a low, cold voice. But see, that's the thing. Daphne countered. No one heard your version of it. And after everything that was written about you during the last year, you have to admit that it makes it hard to believe any story you might have spouted and claimed to be the truth. There have been loads of ridiculous stories over the years, and one can't be sure what is real and what has been exaggerated to make you seem like some. You're not going to let this drop anytime soon, are you? Harry snapped, cutting Daphne off. She looked at him almost triumphantly, but shook her head. Fine, Harry sighed. Daphne smiled to herself as she watched Harry reach out for another bottle of cider. Her feelings of pride melted away as she watched his eyes start to go blank, and the color drained from his face a bit. I just want you to remember that you asked to hear this. Everything, and I mean everything that I say to you is true. I hope that after I tell you it, you'll know I would never make anything like this up. It's too bizarre and nightmarish. His voice was low and distant. Daphne had to lean into to hear him, but nodded at him. She was doing a good job of hiding her enthusiasm. There'd been a lot of speculation about what happened in the maze and how Cedric Diggory wound up dead. Now it seemed she would be one of the first outside of Potter's little circle to hear the story. Harry began his story, and Daphne hung on every word. She refrained from asking anything, or remarking because she feared he would stop. She also realized quickly that Harry was playing a lot of it down. She wasn't sure if it was to make the story less frightening, or what. The next thing she noticed was that as he told his story, he did not make himself look to be some kind of godlike figure. Never once did he allude to himself as being smarter, or more powerful than the enemy he faced. In fact, Daphne was positive Harry was just as scared as she was just listening to the tale. "So how did you escape then?" Daphne finally asked when he finished. "He didn't just let you go. So how did you make it back to Hogwarts with Diggory?" "I had help," Harry said, looking distracted, as if lost in the memory of that night. "I'm still not sure what it was or how it happened, but something happened and it gave me just enough time to get away." Daphne knew he was being vague, but thought better of pushing him. She could tell that talking about that night had affected him, but she also knew that he had left out a lot. "One day, I hope that you can trust me enough to tell me that story once again, and not leave anything out of it," Daphne said a bit sadly. Harry didn't object, but merely shrugged. They both realized that the sun was beginning to set, which meant they were closing in on Hogsmeade. Harry stepped out of the cabin to allow Daphne to change into her school robes. He waited in the corridor for her to finish, thinking over all that had happened. He wasn't sure how to feel about Daphne. She was abrasive, and a bit nosy. And on top of that, she was evasive. When he asked her a question, she gave short answers with no explanation. And on top of that, she had claimed to have some sort of plan for him. Sirius and Dumbledore had said the Greengrass family was not associated with Voldemort, but Harry knew that could change. He would have to be careful with her. Harry didn't like the idea of being manipulated. He'd had enough of that in his life, and he didn't need his future wife trying. He needed to find out just what these grand plans of hers were, and what they were supposed to accomplish. On the other hand, she seemed genuinely interested in earning his trust. In fact, trust seemed to be important to her. So far as he knew, trust didn't seem very important in Slytherins. They all seemed to be backstabbing little. Harry stopped himself. He was judging them all again. In truth, only a handful of Slytherins had ever shown him they were untrustworthy, and all of them had been of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Maybe he was being too judgmental. "I'm finished," Daphne said, peeking out of their cabin. Harry turned around just as the ministry official entered the corridor, clearly patrolling to make sure everyone stayed in their cabins. Harry slipped in and glanced at her. Even in her uniform, Daphne was attractive. Harry dismissed that thought right away. He didn't think he should be thinking like that. At least not right now. Daphne slipped out to allow him his privacy, and Harry got changed. He overheard Daphne talking to the ministry man, and rebuking his claims she was trying to get away from her betrothed. Harry hurried to change so he could allow her back in. After that, they talked more, but nothing more serious than school and what the coming year might be like. They spoke of the end-of-year exams, their favorite classes, and speculated on what the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher would be like, and if they would be good or just another joke. Harry noted that they were both trying to keep the conversation light now. Harry wondered how his tale had affected her. He just hoped she wouldn't wind up with nightmares like he had. It wasn't long before the train began to slow and finally stopped in Hogsmeade Station. Both teens rose and Harry allowed Daphne to exit before him. However, before she opened the door, Daphne turned to him with an earnest expression upon her face. "I know that this is a truly unprecedented situation, and that things between us will be quite awkward for a long time, Harry," she said, her voice soft, and her eyes searching. "I know that were it not for this law, you and I would likely have never spoken during the rest of our years at school. And I'm not so foolish to not believe that the rivalry between Gryffindors and Slytherins is more than just name-calling and pranks. There is a deep hatred between our houses. But as of this moment, and going forward, I need you to know that I am not your enemy. I am your partner, and if you let me, I'll be your friend." Harry looked at her for a moment. Something in the way she had spoken made him wonder, but he wasn't given an opportunity to ask her what she had meant as she had slipped through the door and into the crowded corridor. Harry was only sure of one thing now as he made to follow her. Daphne Greengrass was not what he had expected. Then again, he hadn't been really sure what he had expected. Harry stepped off the Hogwarts Express and began looking for Ron and Hermione. He had so much to tell them about and he just didn't know if he could wait. However, before he could really begin his search for his wayward friends, a voice stopped him cold. It took him half a second to realize why that voice made him freeze. It wasn't Hagrid's. Harry turned to look in the direction of the familiar and somewhat unwelcome cry of, "All first years this way please. All first years this way." Harry could see the woman now, and his heart sank. She had a prominent chin and a severe haircut. It was Professor Grubbly Plank, the woman who had filled in for Hagrid last year after the article about Hagrid's heritage came out. What the hell? Harry said to himself. He started to head towards the professor to find out where Hagrid was when someone looped their arm around his. Harry turned and found Daphne looking at him expectantly. She had plastered a smile on her face that didn't reach her eyes. "Come on Harry, or all the carriages will be gone, and we'll have to walk to the castle," she said pleasantly. Harry made to pull his arm away but Daphne tightened her grip and gave him a warning look that was gone in the blink of an eye. "Relax and go with it," she hissed. "And it wouldn't kill you to at least act like I don't repulse you." Harry, not having any sort of response, shook his head, and began to lead Daphne towards the carriages though he still looked irritable. He scanned the many faces for any sign of his friends as they drew closer to the line of waiting carriages. Harry heard someone call Daphne's name, and felt her pause a moment as she turned and waved to someone. Harry glanced over to see who it had been, but saw too many people to identify anyone in the dim light. He turned back and the crowd parted and Harry got quite a start. There, tethered to the carriages were a pair of skeletal reptilian horses with folded leathery wings and startling white eyes. "What the hell?" he murmured. Daphne followed his gaze and turned back to him, a look of mild surprise on her face. "You've never seen them before." Harry shook his head as he studied the beasts who stood tall and nobly. Daphne went with him as he slowly approached the beasts, fighting a slight shiver. She had always been able to see them, and knew that they were, for the most part, gentle. However, the animals' appearance was more than a little nightmarish. "If they've always pulled the carriages, how come I've never seen them until now?" "What are they anyway?" Harry asked. "They're called Thestrals," Daphne replied. "They can only be seen by people who've seen someone die, which is why I'm stunned you've never seen them before. I guess you didn't actually see your parents." Daphne snapped her mouth shut when Harry gave her a warning look. She held up a hand in surrender, and Harry turned back to the beasts. "People think they're unlucky or whatever, but it's just because of the death thing. They're supposed to be fairly gentle creatures, but, well, I don't like them much." "Why not?" Harry asked. Daphne shook her head, and made for the waiting carriage. Harry asked twice more before Daphne realized he was not going to let it go. She turned back to look at him, and found he'd gotten nearer the animals. She grimaced when the closest animal raised its head and gave Harry a sniff. Harry jumped a bit but remained calm as the horse nosed him softly. "Come on, why don't you like them? They seem okay to me," Harry said. Daphne looked around, making sure no one was trying to listen to them. She looked very perturbed as she glowered at him and mumbled something so softly, Harry was unable to make it out. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear you," Harry asked, not having been able to hear her. "One bit me, okay," she said in a hissing whisper. She was clearly uncomfortable revealing this, but Harry didn't seem to notice, or didn't care. "Bit you?" he asked disbelievingly. "Yes, okay. It bit me. It bit my butt since you seem to need all the details," Daphne continued in her low hissing whisper, her cheeks flushing. "What?" Harry said, beginning to laugh. Daphne looked positively irate now, and glared at him, but it didn't stop his laughter. "Are you going to be a gentleman and open the door for me or not?" Daphne snapped. Harry, still laughing, opened the carriage door, and even helped Daphne into it. He gave one more look around for his friends, and being unable to spy them, joined his betrothed in the carriage, where she was furiously brushing at her robes. Harry was still sniggering, and Daphne just glared at him. "When did it happen?" Harry asked. Daphne folded her arms over her chest, and looked away from Harry. Harry watched her for a minute as the carriage began to roll forward as the Thestrals pulled it towards the castle. When it was clear Harry was not going to get an answer, he turned and stared out of the carriage at the skeletal horses in fascination. You know it's very rude to laugh at other people's misfortune. Daphne sniffed. Harry fixed her with a sour look now, and Daphne inwardly grimaced. Oh yeah, you're right. Because no one ever laughs at other people's troubles. I seem to recall a number of times where people thought it was rather hysterical that I fainted when Dementors got near me, you included. I have many more examples if you'd like. All right, Daphne snapped, holding up her hands in surrender. She knew that things were going to be difficult between them, and she was going to have to learn to relent on things, or learn to not take things so personally. Besides, it was funny. Harry said. Daphne simply turned to look out the window. After several moments of silence she found herself trying to fight her own laughter. As she thought back to that night in her second year when she was explaining to Tracy about the horses they would later come to know as Thestrals, Daphne had gotten close and petted one, showing Tracy that there was something there and that it was nothing to be afraid of. She had turned her back on the animal, forgetting that she had sat in Goyle's sandwich on the train. She had cleaned it off, but clearly hadn't done a very thorough job, because the Thestral had smelled the roast beef on her, and took a nip, making Daphne shriek in surprise. It hadn't hurt really. It had only been a tentative nip, but it had freaked Daphne out and she had to go see Madame Pomfrey to make sure nothing bad had happened to her hind end. Even now Tracy still made jokes about Daphne's butt being misshapen now. Okay, looking back, I concede it was a little funny. But it wasn't even remotely humorous at the time. Daphne admitted, still fighting against her own laughter. Harry looked at her with a triumphant smile that actually made Daphne feel for the first time all day, at ease. Things had been all over the place between them during the train rise. Why did you take my arm on the platform? Harry asked. I would think you'd like having an attractive young woman on your arm. Daphne stated loftily. I do. Harry replied. It's just, well, we don't even know each other or anything. Listen Potter, even a blind person could see you aren't very fond of unwanted attention. We're going to have a lot of people watching us uncomfortably closely. The ministry, the press, everyone. Now, the way I figure it, if we look as if we're pleased by our situation, everyone will eventually back off and allow us to live our lives however we choose to. Daphne stated. Harry thought it over, and really couldn't find fault in her reasoning, except that maybe she didn't really know what being associated with the boy who lived really entailed. Besides, a gentleman should always escort his lady. Harry gave her a smirk at the last bit. When the carriage stopped in front of the courtyard that led to the entrance hall, Harry jumped out and, at Daphne's pointed throat clearing, helped her down. She looped her arm around Harry's again and allowed him to lead them into the castle. She could sense his discomfort, but chose not to remark on it. He would become accustomed to this eventually. Besides, she kind of enjoyed him being uncomfortable. Enjoy the feast, Daphne said when they arrived at the Great Hall, where Ron and Hermione were waiting for Harry. Daphne gave his friends a cursory glance, but didn't linger on them, choosing to head to the Slytherin table rather than be formally introduced. That time would come she knew, but she just didn't want to deal with Weasley and the Muggleborn know-it-all right now. Are you okay mate? Ron asked when Harry approached. Ron eyed the retreating Slytherin bee-owned with a threatening glare that she didn't even know he was giving. The Gryffindor golden boy also couldn't take his eyes off his future wife though for entirely different reason. Harry watched as Daphne sat down next to an auburn-haired girl who greeted her excitedly. She didn't hex you or anything, did she? No, Harry said turning to his friends. We just talked. That's all. You just talked? Hermione asked, as she too watched Daphne Greengrass greet her friends with head nods and smiles that never touched her eyes. You didn't argue, or try and hex each other or anything. What? No, Harry said quickly, looking to Hermione who gave him a disbelieving look. It wasn't what I was expecting, not that I'm sure what I was expecting. But it was, look, can we talk about this later? I didn't eat on the train, and I am starving. Hermione and Ron gave each other a look which Harry took to mean they were still worried, but neither said anything more as they all sought empty seats at the Gryffindor table. They found seats sitting across from Neville, who was staring blankly off into space with a look of deep confusion on his once round face. Harry greeted Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, who was noticeably cold to Harry with his greeting. Harry ignored it as Neville's expression was far too curious, and he was worried for his housemate who had also spent the day in a cabin with a Slytherin. "Neville?" Hermione asked, looking worried. Ron and Harry looked at each other and then back to their year mate. Neville continued staring blankly. Harry then noticed that Neville had the very faintest of smiles on his face. "Neville, you in there?" Harry asked, waving his hand in front of Neville's face. Neville heaved a sigh, and his eyes came back into focus. Neville gave a startled shake and looked at the trio who had sat down across from him as if they had just appeared there. He looked around, taking in his bearings, and then relaxed, his eyes becoming sort of distant again. "Sorry, Harry." "Hi Ron, Hermione, have good summers," Neville said, looking over his dorm mate's shoulder to the Slytherin table. "Neville, are you okay?" Ron asked. "Did your betrothed not like you, Neville?" Hermione asked cautiously. Ron sat up a bit suddenly, his eyes going wide. "You've got to get married too," Ron shouted. Hermione smacked the redhead's arm as she looked around. No one seemed to have cared about the redhead's outburst. "Of course he does, Ron," Hermione declared. "Neville is the last of the Longbottom line." Neville wasn't even listening to them. He was staring perplexedly across the Great Hall once again. It was Harry snapping his fingers in front of the boy's face that got him to focus again. "Sorry. Guess I got kind of lost for a bit. Had a bit of a strange day." He sighed. "No kidding," Harry agreed, throwing a glance over his shoulder at where Daphne sat now. "So is your," Hermione stuttered. "Was she nice?" "Well, she certainly wasn't what I was expecting," Neville responded, his face contorted by his mystification. "She didn't hurt you, did she?" Ron asked suspiciously. Neville shook his head emphatically and let out another long, and if Harry wasn't mistaken, wistful sigh. "Do you want to talk about it?" Harry asked. Neville nodded, and a smile began to appear on his face. Neville continued to stare across the Great Hall at the pretty girl with the shoulder-length curly auburn hair and the bright blue eyes, who gave him a stunning smile. "Well," Neville started, "I was freaking out just like you, Harry. But when I opened the door to our cabin..." Neville heaved a sigh in a weak attempt to bolster his courage as he clasped his hand around the doorknob. He pushed open the door and pulled his trunk in behind him. Then, very slowly, in doing his absolute best to keep himself from cringing, he looked up, steeling himself, for the hex was sure already on its way. But it never came. Instead, Neville found himself looking at a slender girl who was smiling so brightly it was infectious. She had her hands clasped in front of her chest and was practically bouncing on the balls of her feet. And then, to Neville's utter astonishment, the girl practically leapt into his arms, and kissed him. Her lips were soft, despite how firmly she was pressing them into his. Neville was so startled by this turn of events that he thought he'd been put under a body-bind curse. It took several minutes of the girl's lips on his before his body began to react, and just as his arms were coming up to hold her, the girl leapt away looking mortified. Tracy Davis had a dancer's figure, very slim, though she had very nice curves. She was not buxom, nor was she lacking either. Her light auburn hair was cut to her shoulders and framed her face in soft waves. Her brown eyes were dancing merrily with what Neville was sure must be delight, though he couldn't figure out why this girl would be happy at all. She wore jeans that hugged her hips, and a cream-colored jumper and white trainers. "I am so sorry. I really shouldn't have done that. I mean, I wanted to, of course, but it was a little forward. I'm so sorry. It's just that I've liked you for a long time, and now I get a chance to be with you, and that sounds really stupid now that I've said it out loud. But I was sitting here waiting for you and I couldn't think of how to greet you. I just kept arguing with myself about whether a hug would be too forward or if a handshake was enough. I mean, it's an unusual situation after all. But the important thing was to make you feel comfortable because I have so much to say to you, and I'm just freaking out because I had this whole speech prepared, which now I realized is really pointless because you're not going to believe anything I say right off the bat. But I thought at least if I could make you feel comfortable, then maybe you'd at least give me the benefit of the doubt. But I screwed it all up, right? I know that you were freaking out now, especially after I just grabbed you and tried to snog your brains out before I even introduced myself. I know I'm freaking out here, but probably not for the same reasons that you are. I just want this to go well. I want to make a good impression, but I think I pretty well bollocksed it up, right? Maybe if I was more like Daphne and could control myself better. Maybe then I wouldn't throw myself at my husband to be, which sounds stupid out loud. God, I'm so freaking you out right now, aren't I? Neville could only stare in confusion as the girl just rambled on and on. He wanted to say something, anything to get her to stop, but his vocal cords refused to obey his brain. All he could think at that moment was that this girl had key at him. The girl managed to finally stop herself from spouting off at the mouth, which was good because Neville was beginning to wonder if she was going to pass out from lack of oxygen to the brain. Tracy, she said to herself, calm down. She took 2 long deep breaths and exhaled them slowly as if trying to center herself. She looked up at Neville and gave him a cheery smile. I'm really sorry about all that. Hi, I'm Tracy Davis. Hi. Neville stammered. Neville Longbottom. It's a real pleasure, Tracy said, offering her hand, which Neville shook. Do you need any help with that? Tracy asked, motioning to Neville's trunk. No, Neville said. I can get it. He started to bend to pick up his trunk and load it into the rack above the seats just as Tracy did the same, while she was protesting that Neville shouldn't do it on his own. The two smacked their heads together with a rather comical coconut sound. Ow, Tracy said, rubbing her head and chuckling, while Neville, now flustered and turning tomato red, apologized. Tracy started to laugh and waved off his apologies. She then took a seat and allowed Neville to take care of his luggage on his own. Once Neville finally sat down, Tracy gave him another smile that made him shiver. I'm really sorry about before. I suffer from word vomit sometimes. Tracy said bashfully. Word vomit? Neville looked perplexed. It's what my father calls it. It happens whenever I get nervous. Or embarrassed. Or excited. Or whenever. I just can't stop talking sometimes. My dad is always worried I might pass out from lack of oxygen, but it hasn't happened so far. Tracy shrugged and gave the faintest chuckle. Neville laughed softly as well. Anyway, so yeah, Tracy said, her cheeks flushing a bit. She brushed a strand of wavy auburn hair behind her ear and Neville looked towards the table so he wouldn't blush or say anything stupid. Neville began shakily. I wasn't hallucinating before, right? I mean, you did key me when I came in. That it felt like maybe you were happy that it was me who came through the door, right? Tracy's smile widened, and she dropped her head. Neville swore her cheeks were burning red. Yeah, Tracy said. I've kind of had a thing for you since first year. First year? Neville asked, stymied. Yeah, I mean, Tracy looked up. I wasn't like in love with you. Actually, I felt bad for you. Oh. Neville's smile melted away and Tracy immediately sat up and waved her hands, realizing how that had sounded. No, that's not what I meant. Tracy said quickly. Look, I first noticed you right around the same time everyone else did. When you found your toad in the entrance hall. I thought McGonagall was going to hex you or something. You looked just as scared as I felt, though I was trying to hide it. Then at our first flying lesson I got so mad. You ended up with that broom that clearly should have been retired, and then Draco tried to steal your Remembrow. If Potter hadn't stepped in, I would have forced him to return it to you. But why? Neville wondered. Tracy could only shrug. I don't know, Tracy said with a shrug. I just felt that you were being singled out. Every class we had together, you got picked on, it seemed. But then at the end of year feast Dumbledore gave you points. You specifically. Like you had done something really incredible. Most people just blew it off, but I always wondered, and it just fueled this little fire I had been nurturing. It continued over the next 2 years. But it wasn't anything more than sympathetic curiosity, I guess. Neville gave a nod and looked at her for a second before he sat up a bit straighter. That doesn't explain why you keyed me when I came in. He pointed out and Tracy blushed again. And they say you aren't smart. Tracy laughed and winked at him. Neville blushed now, though he still looked confused. Tracy got up from her seat and went over to Neville sitting beside him now. Neville felt suddenly very nervous, but scooted himself over to make room for the girl who was going to be his wife. It started last year, the day the other schools arrived. I looked for you as had become a habit with me. I always looked for you in the Great Hall and classes and whatnot. Just to make sure you were there. But that day I noticed that you were starting to lose your baby fat, and your face was becoming more handsome really. Tracy looked away from Neville's gaze as she felt her face heat up. Something stirred in me, but I didn't realize what it was. But after that, I started thinking about you more. I figured it all out the night of the Yule Ball, thanks to my best friend. I had developed a crush on you. At the Yule Ball I wanted to dance with you. Just one dance. But that was never going to happen. Not with how things were between our houses and everything. Besides, I knew if I asked you, you would have thought it was part of some joke. Slytherins haven't exactly been kind to you. No, they haven't. Neville agreed. Tracy gave him a smile and continued her tale. After the dance, I left early because my date was a jerk. Daphne had a similar issue as well, and we got back to our dorm, and we got to talking and she asked if I would have still been at the ball if I had gone with you. She's known about my feelings for you since first year, and she also knew that I was feeling different things for you. I thought she was making fun of me, but when we got to talking more, she and I figured out that I was crushing on you. Tracy took a few calming breaths, and Neville wondered if she had been on the verge of another word vomit episode. Tracy gave him a soft smile and after another breath continued. The rest of the year, while everyone was focused on the tournament, I became focused on you. I learned about your family, and a bunch of other stuff. Well, as much as I could through some of the family line books in the library. Once again, Daphne pointed out that I wasn't really learning about you and once again, she was right. So, I started paying more attention to you, and as I did, I started feeling more for you. I kept trying to tell myself that just because you seemed a certain way, you may not be as I imagined. But I still wanted to know you more. And just before Easter last year, I came up with my oh-so-brilliant plan. A plan? Neville asked, not bothering to hide his apprehension. Tracy smiled and nodded as she playfully nudged his shoulder with her own. Neville just stared at her, apprehension evident on his face. I'm a Slytherin. We have plans for everything. Tracy smirked, and Neville couldn't help but chuckle though his was without mirth. I would be patient, she said. I knew that so long as we were in school, I would never get a real chance to know you because of the rivalry between our houses but I thought that if an opportunity to talk to you alone ever arose, I would take it in order to build the groundwork for when we graduated. Then, after school was over, I would find you and then we could finally have a chance to date. I even vowed to break up whatever relationship you might have been in just so I could get a chance. Tracy chuckled at this, and Neville found it pleasant, even if it was for a somewhat scary reason. What if you got over it all? Neville asked. What if by the time we graduated you had found someone else, or maybe you just didn't like me anymore? Well then, Tracy said with another soft shrug. I guess we would have moved on with our lives and we never would have found out if we would be good together. But see, I think fate stepped in. I don't think we were meant to wait or be apart. I think that's why things worked out as they did, and it's mostly because of my father. Neville turned a bit in his seat so he could look at Tracy who was grinning now. What do you mean? He asked. My dad and I used to be really close. When I was little, you know. Anyway, I never knew my mother. She disappeared before I was a year old. Dad's a pureblood, but Mum was a Muggle-born. The war was still going on and one day she just never came home. So it was just me and Dad, and he did the best he could. We were really tight until I got back after my first year of school. He never said it, but I think he could see I was maturing, and he just didn't know how to relate to me. He's a guy, and clueless in the ways of womanhood. The rift got bigger every year. He was barely speaking to me after third year. Tracy said, her tone becoming rather sad. Neville, not knowing what to say to this, did the only thing he could think of. He reached out and took one of her slender, delicate hands. Tracy's smile brightened at this, and Neville knew he's done the right thing. When this whole law thing came out, Dad rushed to submit my name. We had this huge row about it when he told me. Tracy said, her eyes a bit misty. I said some really horrible things to him. He told me he'd done it for me. To help me. I told him he was doing it for himself to get rid of me because he didn't want to be my father anymore. I think I really hurt him, but I didn't care. I left. I had gone to Daphne's after my exams and after my fight with my dad, stayed with her the rest of the summer. I was sure that my life had been ruined for good. And then, the letter came with your name on it. Tracy looked into Neville's eyes and Neville felt a strange new sensation grip him. It was part fear, he knew that, but there was also something else. Something he could not identify. Tracy scooted closer to him, and very slowly, laid her head on his shoulder. Neville felt his whole body tense up. He was waiting to feel something sharp dig into his side. However, all that happened was that Tracy placed her free hand on top of their joined ones, and she sighed. At that sound, Neville began to relax. I knew when I saw your name that was like fate or destiny, or something. I wrote my father and apologized. We went to dinner that night, and I told him everything I told you today, and he agreed with me that maybe magic itself wanted us together. Which, considering magic compatibility was one of the factors for pairing us, that makes sense. Then he told me something else. What? Neville asked. The money the ministry gave him for me, he took every canute of it and put it into a vault at Gringotts for after we're married. He called it a nest egg. Something to help us get started. He said it wasn't much, but it would help and that one day he hoped I would understand and be able to forgive him. Tracy said, wiping at her eyes. Neville realized how difficult this must have been for Tracy, and to his astonishment, he wrapped an arm around her. Tracy gave him a rather watery smile and sniffed. That was really nice of him. Neville stated. Tracy nodded. That's my dad. I forgave him that night because like I said, I think everything worked out how it was supposed to. Then Dad gave me the best advice he could, and told me that no matter what, I should always be honest with you. Don't hold back to spare his feelings, Tracy. She said in a gruff voice that Neville guessed was supposed to sound like her father. She giggled at her impersonation and wiped her eyes again and sniffed loudly. Neville sat up a bit, and turned to look into her bright brown eyes, and gave her a soft smile. Then it seems only fair that I give you the same respect you've shown me, Neville said appreciatively. He took a breath to steel himself, not even sure what he was going to say at this point. I'm really in over my head here. You've confessed a lot to me, and you seem to actually like me for some reason that I can't understand. I'm not powerful. I'm not smart. I have trouble remembering things and I'm clumsy. I don't. Stop, Tracy said firmly, looking at him almost angrily. That is the very last time I ever want to hear you put yourself down. But no, Tracy said firmly. Look, it's no secret that you struggle with schoolwork, but I don't think it's because you're not powerful or anything like that. I think you just lack confidence, and I'm going to do everything within my power to change that. Neville looked skeptically at the girl next to him, but Tracy pressed on. You've allowed other people to dictate how you think, Neville. Tracy explained. And it's time to stop it. I don't think, Neville started but Tracy shook her head. It's in your head, sweetie. Tracy said. You have to believe in yourself first. We're going to work on that starting now. How? Neville asked, feeling a growing sense of anxiety at Tracy's smile. We start small, Tracy said with the slyest of smirks. I'm thinking something simple like a key. Neville would have leapt back 15 feet if he hadn't already been sitting down with his back pressed firmly into his seat. As it was, he nearly concussed himself when his head shot back. Tracy just stared up at him with a soft smile on her face. I don't know if, Neville stuttered. Neville, we're going to be married one day soon, and we're going to have kids as well. Now, I'm by no means an expert, but I do know conceiving children takes quite a bit more than and if you can't even me, it's going to make things rather difficult. It's very simple. I'll even close my eyes. Just press your lips to mine. Tracy said gently. She did just as she said, and closed her eyes and lifted her face towards him, pouting her lips ever so slightly and presenting an impossible-to-resist opportunity. Neville cleared his throat, and, not seeing any other option, quickly bent, and pecked her on her lips before once again nearly concussing himself on the back of his seat. See, Tracy said proudly. Nothing to it. Next time, maybe you could linger a bit, and actually taste my lip gloss. She giggled and Neville felt himself turning red. Tracy reached over and opened one of the bottles of cider and took a drink before offering a sip to Neville. He took a small taste and gave an appreciative smile as Tracy took another drink. You know, I was sure when I saw your name on that letter. Neville began. That I would hex you or try and kill you and make it look like an accident or something. Tracy offered with a whimsical chuckle. Neville smiled but nodded. I expected as much. Tracy admitted. I figured I was going to have to work super hard to gain your trust, and I don't expect that you trust me yet. But I am willing to do what I have to earn it. If we have any chance, we need to be able to trust each other, and that means being honest at all times. So, I promise to be honest with you, and I hope that you will respect me enough to do the same." Neville nodded emphatically and Tracy smiled. "I'm a bit hungry." Tracy sighed, sitting up and reaching over to the small table and pulling a folded bit of parchment. "I hope that it isn't too late to get something to eat." "Wow, Neville," Hermione said as she looked at her Gryffindor housemate mate who had been pushing his food around on his plate as he explained everything that had happened to him. "That is some story, mate," Harry remarked. "What happened after that?" "Well, we talked a lot more. I told her about growing up with Gran, and how they found out I had magic. She was kind of perturbed by that. She said I could have been seriously hurt," Neville said, pushing his empty plate away from himself. "Then when decided we should probably get changed. I took my stuff and changed in the loo while she changed in our cabin. When I got back, she keyed me again and then we just talked more. Then we talked about the law and some of the other couples. She knew a lot of the paired people at Hogwarts, and told me that it was going to cause huge problems among the Slytherins. I don't know all the details, but I do know that Pansy Parkinson was nearly cast out of her family when she refused to come back to school. She wasn't happy with who the ministry chose for her. I would have thought the thing would have been rigged so Draco would get Pansy," Harry said. Ron and Hermione gave looks of agreement, but Neville shook his head. "No, she ended up with Montague. That big skinny bloke on the Slytherin team," Neville whispered conspiratorially. "Draco got matched to Millicent Bulstrode." Three forks fell heavily on golden plates as Harry, Hermione and Ron's jaws fell open in shock. Millicent Bulstrode was a very large girl, not just in weight, but height as well, and had a notoriously unpleasant disposition. She had often been compared to Crabbe and Goyle, though she was clearly much smarter than the two boys combined. Almost as one, Harry, Ron and Hermione turned to look over to the Slytherin table to see if Draco was sitting with his betrothed. The bee-owned ferret was sitting with his two bodyguards, while Millicent was sitting with Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, and three girls Harry didn't know. They looked like they might be third years, but Harry wasn't sure. "Oi, I never thought I'd ever feel bad for Malfoy," Ron said, picking up his fork again and spearing a large roasted potato. "She's not that bad," Hermione said, defending the girl. "Hermione, she is bigger than Goyle and Crabbe," Harry pointed out. "Put together. And she's got a face like Fang," Ron added. Hermione scowled at him and Neville snickered, earning a glare as well. "Wow," was all Harry could say. "Did you notice Hagrid wasn't at the head table?" Neville asked. He had just now looked up at the head table and noticed the half-giant's absence. Ron and Hermione's gaze followed their housemates, while Harry finished his chicken. "He wasn't at the train to get the first years either," Harry said. "I hope he's all right." "I'm sure he's fine," Hermione said, though it looked as if she really didn't believe what she had said. "Who the bloody hell is that?" Ron asked, nodding to a very short woman with tightly curled graying hair, bulbous eyes and a pouchy face. The woman was wearing a bright pink cardigan sweater, and talking with Professor Flitwick. The charms professor looked as if he wished he could disappear though. "Must be the new defense teacher," Harry said as he looked at the woman. "She doesn't really inspire confidence, does she?" Hermione noted. "At least all the other defense teachers appeared capable. She looks like a toad." Ron, Harry and Neville all said together. They turned to each other and burst out laughing. Hermione tried to look stern, but couldn't help herself. The woman did look rather amphibian-like. "We shouldn't laugh." Hermione tried to rein them all in. "She could be very good. She could be as good as Professor Lupin was." The four Gryffindors finished their dinner, along with healthy helpings of Hogwarts' finest desserts before the plates cleaned themselves, and Professor Dumbledore rose to address the students. "Now that we are properly fed and watered, I beg you attention for a few start-of-term notices before we all head to our waiting beds. First, as always, I must inform you that the Forbidden Forest is exactly that. Forbidden. If you are hoping to try out for your house Quidditch team, please see your house team captain and find out when tryouts will take place. I expect this season will be most exciting. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked that I remind you that magic is forbidden in the halls. Finally, I would like to introduce Dolores Umbridge, who will be taking up the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, as well as Everything seemed to stop and every pair of eyes went to the woman with the pouchy face and pink sweater who was now standing. She came around the head table to where Dumbledore stood. "Thank you, Headmaster, for that warm welcome," she said in a high breathy falsely girlish voice that grated on Harry like nails on a chalkboard. Harry saw Ron give him an incredulous look that spoke volumes. Looking around, Harry saw the same look on a lot of faces. This woman was not making a good first impression. It is so good to back at Hogwarts, and to see so many smiling young faces, all eager to learn all that we, you professors, have to teach you. I am sure that we will all become very, very good friends. As she finished, she gave a throat-clearing little cough and all the breathiness in her voice disappeared as she continued. The Ministry of Magic has always considered your education to be of the utmost importance. Magic must be nurtured and honed through careful instruction in order for you to reach your fullest potential as witches and wizards. It is our great responsibility as teachers to pass on to you the treasure trove of knowledge amassed by our own ancestors, lest we lose these wondrous gifts forever. Professor Umbridge began to address the students, and Harry found his mind starting to wander almost at once. She kept droning on about changes being both bad and good and how it was wrong to forget tradition. It was all going in one ear and out the other so far as Harry was concerned, yet he felt that whatever she was talking about was important somehow, especially given how Hermione's face began to contort into anger. However, Harry's inattention came to an abrupt halt when he heard Umbridge mention the Legacy Preservation Act. To those lucky couples, I will be acting as a counselor to help them adjust to their new situation and their duties. I ask on their behalf of them for the rest of you to be understanding and sensitive to their circumstances. I will also be available to any student who needs someone to talk to for any reason. I am sure by the end of the year, we will all become very good friends. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you in classes. Dumbledore began clapping and a few more of the teachers followed his example. There was a smattering of clapping among the students, but not much, and it ended very quickly. Thank you, Professor Umbridge, for that most illuminating speech, the headmaster said as he turned back to the students. Now, it is getting late, and your beds await. First years, if you would just follow your prefects, they will see that you make it to your dorms. Good night, everyone. At once student rose to head to their dorms. Harry made to get up when Neville stopped him. Harry, we're supposed to remain behind, the Gryffindor said. Harry grimaced and Ron patted his shoulder. We'll wait up for you, Ron said as he made to join Hermione, who was gathering the new Gryffindors together. Okay, Harry replied and watched as Ron and Hermione led the curious and nervous first years to Gryffindor Tower. So what do you think they want with us now? Harry asked Neville, who shrugged. When the hall was clear, save for all those who were now betrothed, Professor Umbridge asked them all to assemble by the door. She quickly ushered them out of their seats into the great oak doors. Harry noted how sour Malfoy looked as Millicent Bulstrode took his hand happily. Now that we're all together, I have a few things to go over with you before I take you to your new living quarters, Umbridge said happily. Harry felt as if Umbridge had just walked up to him and slapped his face. He wasn't the only one who felt that way. Harry gave a cursory look to the others who were gathered around this very short woman, and nearly every face reflected his own shock. Harry turned to Neville, who was next to him, and saw raw panic on his yearmate's face. Harry felt someone take his arm, and turned to find Daphne next to him. Her face was blank, but Harry just knew in his gut she had only just schooled her expression. Now, beginning tomorrow, you will no longer be eating meals at your house tables. There will be a new table in the Great Hall for you. Secondly, beginning next week, I will be making appointments for each couple to come and visit with me. We will be meeting together so that I may help you all adjust to your new lives and responsibilities. I will also be available anytime for you to come and see me with any problems. I am here to help you, so don't be afraid to ask me anything. Finally, you will all find small catalogs in your new apartments. The ministry encourages each couple to choose an engagement ring for the ladies as soon as possible in order to show your intentions to uphold your betrothal. Now, if you will follow me, I will take you to your new quarters. Harry followed behind Pansy Parkinson, who had her arms folded firmly over her chest and a permanent scowl on her face as she walked next to Montague, who Harry recognized from their matches on the Quidditch field. Harry could see Millicent Bulstrode a few people ahead of Pansy, and felt a bit bad for both Parkinson and Malfoy. He just couldn't imagine being with someone before this law and having to break up all because Fudge wanted people worrying about something else rather than preparing to protect the populace by listening to Dumbledore. The group of students were led up 2 flights of stairs and into a long corridor with doors on each side. Umbridge stopped about halfway down the corridor and turned to face them, holding a clipboard in front of her. You will need to come up with a password for your apartment for your security and privacy. Once you are in your room, simply tap the knocker 3 times, and speak the password. Then all you will need to do is speak the password when you grasp the door handle whenever you want to gain entrance. Now, Umbridge called out couples' names followed by a number. Harry watched as each couple headed down the corridor to find their new room. Almost all of them looked less than pleased by this, and Harry really couldn't blame anyone. He couldn't even look at Daphne at the moment. He was sure that if he did his head might explode from sheer embarrassment. Potter, Greengrass. Suite 14. Umbridge said. Daphne tugged Harry's arm, and he led her down the hall to Suite 14, which turned out to only be 2 doors down from where they stood. Harry opened the door, and allowed Daphne to enter first. He followed and shut the door behind him. It wasn't overly large, but very, very nice. On Harry's right side was a fireplace. Set in front of that was a low table with a sofa and 2 chairs on opposite ends of the table on a large cream-colored rug. Directly across from the door where Harry stood were 2 windows framed with bookshelves, though they were empty. At the moment, in front of the shelves was a small dining table with 2 simple wooden chairs. Then on Harry's left, were 2 more doors. Daphne was inspecting one of the rooms behind the furthest door, and making impressed humming sounds. Curious, Harry went to see for himself. It turned out to be an impressive bathroom with a shower, and a rather large bathtub, that Harry was certain would fit 2 people very comfortably. The other door turned out to be a bedroom with a huge soft-looking bed. Harry thought it was 3 times the size of his former Gryffindor bed. Daphne had kicked off her shoes and was testing the bed by pushing on it with her hands before she leapt on it, and let out a mirthful giggle. She then sat up, and upon seeing him standing in the doorway began to blush and fidget a bit. Harry knew exactly what she must be thinking because he was thinking the exact same thing. We should probably decide on a password, she said, hopping off the bed. Harry nodded, and noted their trunks sat next to each other on the wall opposite the bed. It should be easy to remember, but hard for someone to guess. Daphne said, brushing past him to get to the front door. Something that unites us. The problem is finding something we both can agree on that would be easy for us to remember, Harry said, and Daphne nodded. How about Emerald Plains? Daphne suggested. Isn't that just a way of saying Greengrass? Harry remarked. Daphne smirked but shrugged. Yes, but it could be a reference to your eyes in my name, Daphne stated. Harry rolled his eyes. Okay, clearly you're not a fan of it. What about Snowy Plains? Your owl in my name. That I like. Harry smiled. And Hedwig will be flattered. Well, that's it then. We have our own window, so I think she could perch in here if she wants. Then if you need to send a letter you won't have to walk all the way up to the Ollery, Daphne said, motioning to the window before turning to the door to set the password. Harry saw the door glow blue for a moment as it accepted the password. She might like that as well. Harry nodded. Well, Daphne said nervously as she looked at him, and glanced toward the bedroom. I'm kind of tired and let me have a blanket and a pillow, and I'll kip out here, Harry said, moving towards the bedroom. Are you sure? Daphne asked, rather surprised by his act of chivalry, though it was clear in her voice that she was relieved. Yeah, Harry said with a smile. The Ministry may be forcing us to marry, but they can't force us to sleep together. We still have a few choices left to us. Daphne gave him a smile. A real smile. One that made her eyes dance. Harry knew he'd done the right thing and felt a little lighter as he took the topmost blanket off the bed, and one of the big fluffy pillows. He slipped past her and into the sitting room. He tossed them on the couch before heading back to get a few necessities out of his trunk. Good night, Harry, she said just before she closed the door. Harry changed into his sleepwear and lay down on the sofa, thankful it was comfortable. He flicked his wand and extinguished all the light in the room. As he lay there, he began to laugh to himself. His first night with his future wife, and he was already sleeping on the couch. Life could be really strange. Harry awoke the next morning feeling quite stiff and rather grumpy. It turned out that while it had been comfortable at first, the sofa didn't seem to agree with him. As he stretched, and tried to work the kinks out of his neck, he wondered if Daphne would consider alternating nights in the bed. Harry was certain that he wouldn't be able to make it through the year sleeping on the couch. Harry threw his blanket off of himself and got to his feet, giving another good long stretch before heading to the loo to take care of his morning necessity. After he finished taking care of nature's call, and brushing his teeth, Harry stepped out of the bathroom and started for the bedroom where his trunk and his clothes were. He stopped suddenly when he remembered Daphne was still in there, sleeping. It probably wouldn't be proper to just barge into to get clean clothes. He had no idea if she was decent or not, and had no idea what Daphne was like in the mornings. He didn't fancy the idea of being cursed into oblivion. Damn it, he said to himself. With no other choice, he began to turn around when the door opened, and Daphne gave a small shriek of fright. Harry leapt back about 2 feet, and threw up his hands to protect his head. Never do that again, Potter. Daphne said, clutching her chest. What are you doing anyway? Spying. She stood in the doorway panting slightly, staring wide-eyed at Harry, who was lowering his arms to look at her cautiously. No, Harry said quickly. No, I was just going to get some clothes, but then I remembered you were sleeping, so I. It's okay, Daphne said, holding up her hand. She ran her hand through her bed-tangled own hair and sighed heavily. I believe you. You just startled me. I suppose our new situation will take some getting used to. Thank you for not being a total beep, Potter. Did you sleep all right? Good enough, Harry said as he made his way to his trunk. Daphne went to use the bathroom, while Harry collected his clothes. He took them out to the sitting room, and then grabbed the blanket and folded it and set it on the low table with his pillow on top of it. He collected his clothes from the previous night and took them back to his trunk, just as Daphne stepped out of the bathroom, yawning and scratching her head. Harry got a good look at Daphne in her sleepwear, a long shirt that hung off her shoulder and went down to mid-thigh, but still gave Harry a good look at her slender and attractive bare legs. Harry forced his eyes to the floor as he passed her. She followed him into the bedroom and sat on the bed as Harry opened his trunk once again. He rummaged around a bit, keeping his head down so she wouldn't see him blushing. Would you mind if I took a shower? Daphne asked a little sleepily. Harry looked up once he was sure his face had returned to its normal color and took great care to look her in the face. Why would I mind? He asked. I was just going to get dressed and head to the Great Hall to meet with Ron and Hermione. I bet they waited up really late for me. No, you can't, Daphne said suddenly, her eyes wide. Don't you remember what that woman said last night? We have to eat at the new table. Besides, we need to appear. Right. Harry's shoulders sagged. Like we're happy and all that junk. Yeah, I got it. Harry looked glumly at the floor and sighed before he looked up at Daphne, who was watching him inquisitively. I know you said that it would make people back off eventually, but it sort of feels like. What? Daphne asked, her eyes narrowing slightly as she folded her arms across her chest as if daring him to finish his thought. Never mind, Harry said bitterly. He didn't want to fight her. Not yet at any rate. I'm sorry that you're not happy with this, Potter, but I am trying to help. Daphne said, the edge gone from her tone now. Look, I'll get a shower, and make myself presentable. We'll go have breakfast and then you can go find your friends and let them know you made it through the night with the nasty Slytherin girl. I'll go find my friends, and do likewise. Besides, I am curious how some of the other couples managed last night. What do you mean? Harry looked quizzical. Daphne gave a small shrug as she went to her own trunk to gather her things. Let's just say that I am quite the lucky witches so far. You've been considerate, chivalrous, and even though you've got a lot to learn, you've been quite the gentleman. Not every witch will be so fortunate if history is anything to go on. I suspect there might be more than a few beds in the hospital wing that are occupied this morning. She grimaced. Daphne stood up with some clothes hanging off her arm as she glanced around their room. You know, we have a wardrobe for our clothes, she stated, glancing to the tall mahogany wardrobe which stood in the corner. We should probably use it so our uniforms don't get so wrinkled or whatever. I mean, we're going to be living here for the year, might as well settle in. Harry nodded as he headed back into the sitting room where his fresh clothes waited. Daphne followed him out of the bedroom and stopped before entering the bathroom again as she looked to the sofa Harry had slept on. Well done turning the sofa back. I can't even tell you transfigured it. She complimented. Harry looked at her with confusion evident on his face. Turn it back, he asked. What do you mean transfigured it? Please, for the love of Merlin, tell me you didn't sleep on that thing like it is. You did transfigure it into a proper bed, right? She asked, looking rather upset. Harry face-palmed and groaned at his idiocy. I didn't even think of it, he admitted. Daphne groaned and rolled her eyes. She padded away to get her shower, while Harry got dressed properly. As it turned out, making herself presentable turned out to take Daphne nearly an hour. So far as Harry could remember, Hermione never took so long to get ready for the day. Then again, Hermione was always awake and waiting for he and Ron every morning, so maybe this was normal and he just never noticed it. He'd have to ask his best friend later. In the meantime, Harry had to occupy himself and get his mind off his growing hunger. Harry decided to inspect their quarters in greater detail while Daphne got cleaned up. In truth, it really was a really nice set of rooms, and quite comfortable. Harry thought it would be easy to get homework done with nothing to distract him. It was small, but by no means cramped. As Harry went to the small dining table, he saw a brightly colored catalog from Catamarans. Fine Wizarding Jewelers since 1558. Harry picked it up and flipped through it lazily, as he realized this had been the catalog that the ministry lady, Umbridge, had mentioned. The catalog was 10 pages long and held 2 pictures on each page of some rather gaudy and, at least in Harry's opinion, ugly rings. This was what the ministry wanted the girls to wear to show they were submitting to this new law. Harry wondered. These are stupid looking. Harry mumbled to himself. I can't imagine any girl wanting wear this stuff. What's that? Came Daphne's voice. She had finally emerged from the bathroom, and Harry now saw the time she spent in the bathroom had been worth it. She wore form-fitting jeans with a dark green blouse. Her honey-bee-owned hair hung in loose waves down her shoulders, though she had donned a black headband to keep it out of her face, which she had made up lightly, focusing on her eyes and her lips, which were now a soft rose pink. Once again, she was stunning looking. The jewelry catalog that Umbridge lady mentioned. You know, for your ring. Harry replied, setting the catalog back down. Daphne gave a stiff nod of acknowledgement as she sat on the sofa. Where's it from? She asked. Catamarans, Harry replied. He saw Daphne make a face of disgust as she slipped on the ankle boots she had worn on the train yesterday. I'll look at it later. Daphne said darkly. Okay, I'm ready. About time. Harry mumbled. What's that? Daphne asked sharply. Harry just shook his head and started for the door. Look, Potter. Unlike some people, I care about my appearance, and it takes a bit of work to make myself presentable. And if we're going to keep people out of our business, then you're going to have to get used to waiting on me. You're just lucky that this wasn't a social event. Now be a gentleman and escort me to breakfast. Daphne scowled. Harry offered his arm and the two left their quarters. They had barely walked 20 feet when they were halted by a loud shout of Daphne. Harry and Daphne turned and saw Neville along with his betrothed walking towards them holding hands. I'm so glad we caught you. The girl with wavy auburn hair said as she and Neville caught up to the couple. Harry looked to Neville, who appeared nervous, though he was smiling like Harry had never seen him do so before. Not that Neville had ever really had any reason to smile before. Still, Harry thought it looked good on him. Good morning, Tracy, how was your night? Daphne asked the girl as she embraced her warmly, with a truly warm smile that lit up her bright blue eyes. The girl Harry now identified as Tracy stepped back and took Neville's hand again happily. Really good, Tracy replied cheerily. But I'm really glad we don't have classes today. I don't think I'd manage through history this morning. Well then, I suppose it'll be up to your betrothed to make sure you get to bed at a proper time. Daphne cut across Tracy and gave Neville a pointed look, which made Neville fidget. Don't listen to her, Neville. Tracy cooed. My best friend seems to think she's funny, but in truth she's just a bit chi before her morning tea. Daphne glowered at Tracy, who was clearly impervious to the bee-owned girl's death stare. Oh, introductions. Tracy held up her hands and nearly shouted with delight. Daphne Greengrass, may I present Lord Neville Longbottom, my betrothed. It is indeed a pleasure, Lord Longbottom, Daphne said, offering her hand to Neville, who accepted it as if it were made of the most fragile and precious material. Congratulations on your betrothal. Harry gave Neville a questioning look, but Neville was too focused on greeting Daphne properly to notice him. "Thank you, Lady Greengrass," Neville said formally as he accepted Daphne's hand and placed a key on her knuckle. Harry raised an inquisitive eyebrow at this. Neville gave him the barest of shrugs. "Now, Tracy Davis, I'd like you to meet Harry Potter, my betrothed," Daphne said as she turned to Harry. "It is indeed an honor, Lord Potter." Tracy smiled and offered her hand to Harry the same way Daphne had done to Neville. Harry took it and gave it a firm, friendly shake. Tracy looked a little disappointed at this while Daphne actually looked upset with him. Neville just looked embarrassed, but the shy Gryffindor often looked that way. Harry felt extremely confused, but when he made to ask about it, Daphne shook her head once and mouthed, "Later." She was clearly perturbed by him, and Harry was racking his brain as to what he could have done to upset the girl. He hadn't said or done anything in the last few minutes that could have upset her. Then he realized that it had been something he hadn't done. Neville had keyed Daphne's hand when they had been introduced, and Harry realized he had been expected to do the same to Tracy. "Shall we join you?" Tracy asked, her disappointment at Harry's lack of etiquette all but gone. Daphne smiled and gave a nod as she slipped her arm through Harry's, and the four made their way down to the Great Hall. As they entered, they all observed the new table set in between the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. House tables. It was thinner and shorter than the house tables, and of a lighter colored wood to set it apart. There were quite a few people eating their breakfast at this table, though only two actual couples. Michael Corner and Lisa Turpin, who were laughing lightly together, and Goyle and a pretty girl Harry knew to be in Slytherin, though not in his year. The girl looked very grumpy as Goyle shoveled food into his mouth. The rest of the people sitting at the table were not with their ministry-approved significant other half. Harry saw Malfoy sitting with Adrian Pusey and Theodore Nott. Malfoy looked up as they entered and a dark look crossed his face as he saw Daphne with Harry. He clenched his fist, but then schooled his expression. Daphne gave Harry the slightest of tugs and led Harry along with Tracy and Neville to a spot at the new table. When they were all seated, they began to fill their plates in relative silence. "Interesting," Tracy said looking along the table as she buttered her toast. "Millicent isn't here, but it looks like Draco is sporting a fat lip." Harry glanced at the Malfoy scion, and noted that Malfoy did look a little rougher than he normally did. Neville was also looking at Malfoy. The B.O.'n must have felt their eyes on him as he turned and gave both of them a malevolent look. "So Neville," Daphne said, drawing everyone's attention back to her. "Although I don't think I need to say it, I'm going to warn you about treating my friend well." "Daphne," Tracy said warningly. "Neville has been a perfect gentleman. He even offered to sleep on the sofa last night. Not that we did much sleeping." Harry gaped at Neville and Tracy while Daphne looked startled. Tracy, who hadn't noticed their expressions as she was searching for the cream, looked up at their silence. With a glance at her betrothed's rapidly reddening face and his gaping mouth, she realized what she had said, and how it had sounded. "No," Tracy shouted, feeling her face heat up. "No, we just talked. That's all. Harry allowed me to have the bed to myself as well." Daphne smiled with relief at Tracy's correction. "Must be that Gryffindor nobility we've so often heard about. I didn't even feel the need to put locking charms on my door. It just didn't seem right to, you know." Neville stammered a bit, staring at his plate. Tracy reached over and squeezed his hand. "I knew he'd behave himself, and even offered to share, but he declined." Tracy added with pride as she smiled fondly at Neville. "Seems as if the ministry can't wait for us to even take our owls before we start our families. As if there isn't enough pressure on us this year with exams and career guidance and everything, but now we have weddings to plan." "Did you get a look at the catalog?" Daphne asked. Tracy nodded, her face contorted into a look of utter contempt. "Catamarans. Really?" Tracy scowled. "Why don't they just dip our fingers in acid and be done with it?" "What's wrong with them?" Harry asked. While he hadn't been that impressed with what he'd seen in the catalog, he knew that his opinion was that of a guy who had little to no interest in jewelry at all. However, the girls seemed to hate the company. "They're rubbish," Tracy said as if it explained the matter. "They use substandard materials, and their charms work is never done well." Neville explained. "I had a great aunt who had her finger eaten off by one of their rings. We're going to send for a Tothman catalog." Tracy smiled happily. She snuggled up to Neville who, to Harry's surprise, gave her a one-armed embrace. Tracy smiled at this, and Harry wondered if Tracy was just naturally happy, or if she had an accident with cheering charms at some point. Neville was an okay guy, but Harry couldn't imagine anyone being as happy as Tracy appeared to be with his year mate. "Good morning, Daphne." Harry turned and found a girl with soft wavy dark chestnut hair and eyes the same color as his betrothed's, standing there, looking expectant. Daphne sighed, and Harry heard Tracy whisper something that sounded like, "Here we go." "Good morning, Tori," Daphne said, greeting the younger girl. Harry looked at both girls, taking in this new one, and thought they looked similar. "Is there something you need?" "No," the girl, Tori, said with a rather mischievous smirk. "It was weird not having you in the common room this morning. In fact, it was just weird because so many Slytherins are being subjected to this new law. Are you going to introduce me to my future brother-in-law?" "I suppose." Daphne sighed grumpily. "Harry, my younger sister, Astoria Greengrass." Astoria offered her hand, and Harry, remembering the foul look he'd gotten from Daphne, figured he'd try things Neville's way. He keyed at Astoria's knuckle, and saw Daphne look at him much more pleasantly. A quick glance over his shoulder showed him both Tracy and Neville approved. Harry wondered why Sirius hadn't mentioned any of this during his lessons. He would have to ask him next time they spoke. "So you're the boy she nearly disowned her family for," Astoria said, rather sourly. She was built exactly like her sister, though she was shorter, and Harry could see that while pretty, in a few years she would be just as stunning as her older sister. However, unlike her sister, Astoria Greengrass was easier to read, and it was quite clear to Harry that Astoria didn't like him. "I'm a bit surprised you didn't wind up in the hospital wing like so many others," Astoria said loftily. "Either you're more adept with magic than I have been led to believe, or my dear sister took pity on you. I refuse to believe you, of all people, managed to thaw the heart of the Ice Queen in a single night. I've asked you to stop calling me that." Daphne glowered, but Astoria ignored her. "I'm sorry, but I'm a little lost." "What are you talking about?" Harry asked. "Oh, just that a few of your ilk tried to take advantage of their situation and wound up on the business end of their betrothed's wands. Warrington is likely going to be limping for a while and Bulstrode had to have leeches put on her." Astoria started to smile like the Cheshire Cat before Daphne held up her hand to stop her sister's tirade. "I don't think we need the details, Tori," Daphne said quickly. "And for your edification, Harry was a perfect gentleman. You don't need to worry about my virtue. As if you ever had any." Astoria rolled her eyes. "I should be off. We'll speak later." "Of course," Daphne replied. Astoria smiled to her sister, Tracy and even Neville, but gave Harry a sniff of displeasure. It was the exact same sniff his aunt used when he was around. Harry was pretty sure he was not fond of Daphne's younger sister. "I guess we know why she was in the hospital wing this morning," Tracy said conspiratorially. Daphne gave a nod of agreement as she watched her sister take a seat at the Slytherin table. "Every 28 days, the demon is unleashed," she said wryly. Tracy sniggered while the boys looked confused at each other. Daphne turned to Harry and smiled apologetically. "Please forgive Astoria. She's usually quite sweet, but ever since she started getting her monthlies, she gets quite cranky. She has to get a potion from Madame Pomfrey to help. Personally, I think she needs a stronger dose. Do you think it's true what she said about people trying to take advantage?" Harry asked. Daphne and Tracy nodded. Neville sighed and looked up and down the table before he leaned in. "Marriage contracts are a really old custom, and hardly ever used anymore, Harry," Neville stated quietly. "But when they were used more commonly, men would often use it as an excuse to, how do I say this? Sample the goods," Tracy remarked. Neville looked scandalized for a second before he nodded his agreement. "Basically," he said. "But it sounds like maybe it wasn't only boys," Daphne pointed out. "You don't honestly think Draco wanted to sample Millie, do you?" "No," Tracy said, fighting hard not to break out into hysterical laughter. "I think it far more likely that our sweet Millie got a little enthusiastic last night and tried to get a jumpstart on conceiving the next Malfoy heir. Draco probably put up a decent fight before resorting to his wand. Poor Millie was over the moon when she found out she would be Draco's wife. She had started to believe she'd wind up with Crabbe or Goyle, or something worse. We should maybe go check on her after breakfast. Harry looked back down the table at Draco, who was staring at his plate with contempt. So Harry, Tracy said cheerily. I've got so many questions about you. I mean, I never thought I'd ever get a chance to speak to you on a human level, because of our houses and all, but I'm dying to ask you about some things I've heard over the years. It was funny because last night your name came up and Neville thought for a bit I might be interested in you. I'm totally not, and I made sure Neville knew that was the case, and he did admit that he could understand my curiosity, Anyway, he told me that it was true that you killed a basilisk in our second year. He said he heard it from one of the portraits in the headmaster's office. I asked him why he was there, and it turned out to be because the headmaster wanted to talk to him about some of his class work. Silly, really, Tracy, Neville said, but Tracy continued. Of course I've had to listen to Draco spout off about how useless you are, but I watched you in the tournament last year, and you didn't act like you were useless. The way you handled the dragon was amazing, and everyone on our Quidditch team were completely jealous. I'd love to know what happened to you under the lake. Daphne was looking at Tracy, trying to signal her friend to shut up. Neville said her name again, but she didn't hear him or was ignoring him. But honestly, I think I'm more interested in the mundane. Why you take divination instead of something useful? Why does Snape hate you so much? He doesn't pick on anyone near as much as he does you. Even when you're not around, he's saying things about you. Daphne's eyes went wide and she tried to signal Tracy to shut her mouth without drawing too much attention to herself, and Neville was now repeating her name again and again, but to no avail. Daphne then looked at Neville and tried to signal to him to shut his bride-to-be up. Draco loves talking about your clothes. Probably because he can't really mock anything else about you. It's clear to anyone with half a brain you could wipe the floor with him. But it made me wonder a lot about why you wear that stuff. Tracy, Neville said quite loudly, looking around. Harry's eyes had narrowed. He looked sideways at Daphne, who was no longer trying to be subtle. She kept drawing her hand across her neck in a sort of cut-it-out gesture while Neville continued to repeat Tracy's name. I mean, the Potter line is fabled to have millions of galleons in their vaults, so it isn't like you can't afford something nicer and better fitting. So why do you wear such horrible clothing? I mean, are you trying to act as if you're just like the rest of us? You could have a completely tailored wardrobe if you wanted, and it. Harry began to glower at Tracy, who was clearly blind to it. Nor did she notice the not-so-subtle facial hints Daphne was giving her to shut the hell up. She also didn't hear Neville saying her name over and over again. In fact, she didn't hear anything until Neville all but shouted, "Babe." Tracy turned, giving her betrothed a look of pleasant surprise. You called me babe. Her cheeriness melted almost immediately at the look on Neville's face. She then turned to find Daphne looking quite irritable with her face in her hands, and Harry getting up from the table and storming out of the Great Hall more than a little angry. Did I say something wrong? Tracy asked, feeling humiliated. I think he's a bit sensitive about his clothes. Daphne sighed wearily. He kind of took offense when I asked him about it on the train yesterday. Do you know anything about it, Neville? I mean, it's like Tracy said, the Potter line is quite rich, so why would he continue to wear that rubbish? Neville sighed and shook his head. Harry really is a private person. I don't know much about him outside of Hogwarts except that he lives with relatives who are muggles, and not very fond of magic. To be honest, I think the only people who really know Harry just got up and followed him out of here. Neville nodded towards the doors. Daphne turned quickly and caught just a glimpse of bushy brown hair. Daphne sighed heavily and stabbed at her eggs irritably. I'm really sorry, Daph, Tracy said earnestly. I had no idea that he would be so. Daphne waved it off. Don't worry about it, Trace. I've come to realize that while I landed the best possible candidate, it isn't going to be as easy as I hoped. Daphne didn't see Tracy's look of irritation at the mention of the plan. Harry, Hermione shouted as they left the castle. She and Ron had seen Harry get up from the new table and march out looking angry. She urged Ron, who didn't wish to leave his breakfast, to follow their friend. Harry, will you stop? Hermione tried again. Harry turned looking murderous, but his face softened when he saw his two best friends. Sorry, he said. I thought you were, never mind. What happened, mate? Ron asked. You never showed up last night and your bed is gone. Neville's too. Yeah. Harry nodded grimly. Apparently I won't be spending that much time in Gryffindor Tower anymore. I'm living with her now. But you aren't married yet, Hermione said with bewilderment. Apparently the ministry is trying to get us used to the idea of being married. A few people ended up in the hospital wing even. Clearly some people don't know the meaning of the word no. Hermione gasped in horror while Ron tried to puzzle out what Harry meant. Harry shrugged and turned again, heading out onto the grounds. Hermione and Ron followed in his wake. Did you and Daphne? Did you? Hermione stammered and Harry shook his head. Nothing happened, Hermione, Harry said easily, and Hermione let out a breath of relief. Harry stopped and gave her a questioning look. I just don't want you doing anything you aren't comfortable with, she said quickly. If I found out she forced you to do something. I appreciate the thought, Hermione, but it's a little late for that, don't you think? Hello, being forced to marry this girl. Harry rolled his eyes. Daphne was just as surprised as I was about the living situation. I kind of think she didn't really think everything through before asking her parents to put her name down with the ministry. She wanted to get betrothed. Hermione looked scandalized. Wait, are we talking about Say? Ron asked, clearly befuddled. Harry and Hermione looked at Ron then began to laugh. Ron's expression turned to one of bitterness. And he folded his arms in front of him. You don't need to laugh at me, he said firmly. Sorry mate, Harry said as he got himself under control and turned to Hermione. Yes, she wanted to get betrothed, though she hasn't really told me why. She did say she had some sort of long-term plan that required a husband of standing, and she was really pleased to be paired with me. I knew it, Ron proclaimed, looking over his shoulder at the castle where somewhere inside, Harry's evil wife-to-be was hiding. Hermione, on the other hand, while clearly troubled by this, didn't look as though she was convinced Daphne Greengrass was pure evil. Yet, so what happened at breakfast? Hermione asked cautiously. Why'd you look ready to kill anyone who got in your way? Harry sighed. By now they had reached the lake shore, and Harry found a large flat boulder and climbed up it. Ron followed, and Hermione did as well, though inwardly she was lamenting why boys seemed to have this need to climb on things. Daphne's friend Tracy started asking me stuff, Harry said, planting himself on top of the boulder along with his friends. Stuff I don't want to talk about. About you know who? Ron asked, looking a little disturbed. About your home life, Hermione said sympathetically. Harry nodded. Both she and Daphne keep asking about my clothes and stuff, and I don't want to, Harry stammered. Hermione reached out and took hold of Harry's forearm. It's okay, Harry. She smiled. We get it, but you may have to tell her a bit so then she'll stop asking. If you explain to her that it's not something you care to discuss, she'll probably drop it altogether out of respect for you. You know I never understood that, Ron said. Harry looked at him questioningly. Your clothes, I know you don't really care about your fame and all that, but I also know you hate wearing Dudley's old clothes. So why have you never gotten anything for yourself? There was a silence for a few minutes as that sunk in. He's right, Hermione said, sounding a bit surprised at what she was saying. I can't believe I'm saying that, but he is. Why shouldn't you get new clothes, Harry? You're free of the Dursleys now, so why not get rid of everything that could remind you of them, including this? She tugged at the sleeve of his oversized t-shirt. Harry sighed, and then smirked at his friends. He could only shrug, and Hermione gave him a playful nudge. It sounds almost like she's trying to help you, Hermione said, in her own weird way. Maybe you should let her. See where this all goes. At the very worst you get clothes you like and that fit you properly. Maybe Harry doesn't want someone running his life. Ron chuckled. Besides, what guarantee do we have that she isn't planning on serving Harry up to Voldemort? Because Dumbledore looked into it. Hermione snapped. He looked into her family. We don't know what she wants, do we? Ron replied. She could be planning to act on her own. We don't know how close she is to Malfoy and the rest. Besides, even if she doesn't, we know she's going to use Harry for something. You're right, Ron. Hermione rolled her eyes. She's probably used Harry for something really sinister. She gave a rather dramatic horrified gasp and clutched her chest. Like making babies. Harry guffawed at that, but Ron just glowered. Well, at least this year I know what the big challenge is instead of having to unravel some great mystery. Harry commented. That does make things easier. Hermione agreed with a snort. But I'm no better prepared. Harry added. I kind of feel like this is a major distraction. How are we supposed to prepare to fight Voldemort when we're all too busy with this marriage rubbish? I should be training to fight him, not playing house with some girl who's more interested in what I'm wearing than who I am. And what's with all the hand key? Ing. Hermione looked puzzled, but Ron perked up. It's a custom among purebloods for men to key the hand of any lady he's introduced to. It's a sign of respect and of showing the lady that she's enchanting. Ron explained, clearly loving that he knew something Hermione didn't. I've never seen you do that. Hermione said, looking disbelieving. We're not real big on customs like that. Ron explained. Dad says a lot of those customs are outdated and unnecessary. Plus he thinks it's just another way for the rich to appear better than the poor, and people they think are worthless. You mean Muggleborns? Hermione said. Ron nodded. Right, the redhead said, running a hand through his hair. But we still had to learn them. Some of our aunts and uncles are pretty big on that sort of stuff, and me and my brothers all have to greet our aunts like that. Bowing and dotting hands and all of that. Auntie Muriel will actually hit us with her cane if we mess it up. I used to think Fred and George liked getting hit until I realized they just like riling the old gal up. Muriel's pretty funny when she's angry. They all fell silent and just sat on the boulder, each lost in their own thoughts for a bit. More and more students were coming out onto the grounds to enjoy the weather and the company of friends, and Harry found himself wondering what Daphne was doing at the moment. What's with that table? Ron asked, breaking the silence. Why did you eat there instead of with us this morning? Apparently I have to eat with my betrothed at the table at all meal times. Harry replied sourly. Both Daphne and I think we're being isolated. But I can't figure out why. I mean, I know Fudge wants me so I can speak out against Dumbledore and all, but this feels like something else. You could be overthinking it. Hermione suggested. I mean, I think you're right about the Ministry trying to isolate you, but I don't think it's for any other reason than to make you and Daphne focus on each other. But at least you have Neville to talk to. He'll understand what you're feeling. Why wouldn't I talk to you guys? Harry asked. Hermione sighed and looked at him sympathetically. To be honest, Harry, I don't know what good we'll be to you. Neither Ron or I have any idea what you're going to be going through. I haven't even dated a boy, much less contemplated getting married. How the hell are we supposed to help you through any of this? Hermione asked. Harry reached out and grasped her shoulder. By being there when I need you. Harry said earnestly. Or babysitting when the kids come along. Hermione laughed at this and Harry followed suit, though Ron just frowned. I'm not changing nappies, he grumbled, which made Harry and Hermione laugh even harder. The three joked back and forth a while longer about Harry's kids and how well he would do at raising them. They all nearly split their sides when Harry came up with a car seat type apparatus for brooms and whether or not it would be a rule violation to bring his kid along during a Quidditch match. Harry explained to his friends about his new living quarters, and both Ron and Hermione were intrigued by it, and exclaimed they'd like to see it sometime. Harry also asked Hermione about how long girls took to get ready, and Hermione revealed that it usually took a bit of time, but that she had never cared that much about her appearance. Both Lavender and Parvati spend about an hour just on their makeup and hair every morning. And on the weekends, when we don't have to wear our uniforms, they spend another hour trying to pick out the perfect outfit. She explained. Even Ginny takes a while getting ready for the day. You've just never noticed. The mention of Ron's little sister made a weight settle in his stomach. Do you think she'll ever talk to me again? Harry asked. Ginny had been more than a little cold towards him since he'd become betrothed to someone. Everyone knew the youngest Weasley had more than a little crush on Harry, and believed with all her heart that one day she and Harry would date. Her dreams had been dashed by the Ministry and the law, and for some reason, Ginny blamed Harry for it all. I told you before that she's upset. Hermione sighed. She's just lashing out at you because you're the only one she can lash out at. She doesn't blame you, but she can't rightly go up to Minister Fudge and slap the taste out of his mouth like I'm sure she'd like to. She'll come around, mate, Ron said comfortingly. You just got to give her time. She'll find a boy and start dating, and then she'll get over it, and you guys can be friends again. Hermione said confidently. I'm getting hungry. Do you think they might serve lunch a bit early? Ron asked, looking towards the castle. Let's go to the kitchens. Harry suggested, getting to his feet. I really don't want to eat at the couple's table, and we could see Dobby and Winky. Oh, Hermione perked up. That's a very good idea. Hermione made hats for the elves. Ron said grimly. She thinks she can free them if they want to be free. Well, no one should be anyone's South Avenue, no matter what species they are. Hermione huffed. I think you're going to make them angry. You just don't understand them enough to try and help them. Ron said unhelpfully. Oh, and you do. She snapped. Harry merely sighed. At least Ron and Hermione weren't changing. If he could count on one thing in his life, it was that his two best friends would always argue. Neither Ron nor Hermione said anything as they all headed for the kitchens. Hermione was in a very foul mood, while Ron was clearly looking forward to an early lunch. The trio were greeted by roughly 20 elves who were more than happy to fix them all something to eat. Ron began rubbing his hands together in anticipation as Harry and Hermione sat at a small round table tucked away in a corner. They had barely gotten comfortable when Dobby appeared and greeted them extremely cheerily as he hugged Harry's leg. Oh, Dobby is so happy to be seeing Harry Potter and his friends. Dobby is missing Harry Potter so much over the summer. It's good to see you too, Dobby, but could you let go of my leg please? The house elf did as requested with a slight blush. Harry patted the little guy's shoulder and beamed at him. Dobby, where's Winky? Hermione asked, looking around. We'd like to say hello, and see how she's doing. Dobby's ears fell and his shoulders slumped. Dobby gave a great sniff and shook his head. Winky is not liking being a free elf and refusing to find a new family or bonding to the headmaster and the school. She is drinking far too much and her magic is fading. Winky passed on a month ago. Oh my god. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. Ron slumped a bit, his mouth falling open, while Harry reached out and clasped Dobby's tiny shoulder. I'm so sorry, Dobby. Harry said. Dobby is trying over and over to get Winky to bond to Hogwarts, but she is refusing. She is saying she misses her master too much. Then she is finding out her old master is dying and she is blaming herself. Dobby is thinking she wanted to pass on because she is refusing to even think of seeking a new family. Without bonding, Winky is losing her magic and house elves is needing wizard magic to help sustain their own. We is unable to live without it. Dobby said. Hermione looked as if someone had just run over her puppy as tears fell down her face. So, when someone gives a house elf clothes, they're basically killing them. Hermione asked for clarification. Dobby nodded grimly. Wait, Dobby, you've been free for 3 years. Harry said. Dobby suddenly looked embarrassed, and began fidgeting with his hands. Did you bond with Hogwarts? Ron asked. Dobby shook his head, and began eyeing one of the nearby cast iron ovens. Harry, sensing that Dobby was thinking of punishing himself, made ready to pounce on the little elf if needed. But if you didn't bond with Hogwarts? Hermione said, now looking to Harry as the light bulb in her head began to brighten. How have you managed to survive? Dobby is choosing to bond to a new family, though he is not telling them. The elf said, now taking a step towards the oven, his hands fidgeting much more. Oh, Dobby. Hermione sighed. Harry also let out a long groan. Stop, Dobby, he said, and the elf immediately halted, looking very guilty. Why didn't you just tell me? Dobby is not knowing how to tell Harry Potter because Dobby is knowing how noble and selfless Harry Potter is and thinking he would turn Dobby away or give him clothes. So Dobby is choosing to serve Harry Potter in secret, though Dobby is unable to serve him while at his nasty relatives. Dobby is not wishing to get Harry Potter in trouble, so Dobby is staying away, and living at Hogwarts during the summer. Dobby explained. Well, at least you made one smart decision. Harry grumbled. Wait, can you really do that, Dobby? Ron asked in shock. Yeah, Hermione said curiously. Wouldn't Harry have to accept you for the bonding to work? Don't you need to make some sort of, I don't know, permission? A free elf may choose which family he is wishing to serve. Dobby stated. No consent is necessary for a bond to form. A free elf may simply pledge their life to that wizard or witch in their blood. So if you're Harry's elf, why have you been working at Hogwarts all this time? Ron asked. Dobby is not bonding with Harry Potter until last year when Harry Potter is in the hospital wing after the Tri-Wizard tournament. Dobby is thinking Harry Potter needs looking after, and Professor Dumbledore is agreeing with Dobby. Dobby then asks if he still be staying at Hogwarts so he can attend to his new master, and Professor Dumbledore says he would have it no other way, and insists on continuing to pay Dobby as there is still much to do in the castle. Dobby is trying to argue, but Professor Dumbledore is insisting, and saying Dobby may use his wages to help his new master. Dumbledore knew. Harry asked, sounding upset now. Dobby gave a nod and Harry groaned irritably. What all have you been doing for me, Dobby? Dobby brightened a bit and puffed out his chest. Today Dobby is making Master Harry Potter and his ladies breakfast and then is cleaning their quarters. Dobby is making lunch and dinner for Master Harry Potter and his lady. His lady? Ron looked puzzled. He means Daphne. Hermione explained. As if my life wasn't already complicated enough. Harry grumbled as he rubbed his temples. Does Master? Dobby began, but Harry held up his hand to silence the elf, who immediately looked away, ashamed. Dobby, if you're going to work for me, then we need to get a few things straight. First, and this is very important, you are never ever permitted to punish yourself. If you make a mistake, we will discuss it and figure out how to prevent it from happening again. Are we clear? Harry asked. Dobby just stared in wonder with his bright green tennis ball-sized eyes. He gave a slow nod of understanding. Next, you are never to call me Master. You can call me Harry, or Mr. Potter, or whatever, but never Master. Again, Dobby nodded with a growing look of disbelief. Hermione noted that other elves were staring in wonder at Harry as he spoke. And third, the next time you want to do something huge, like bonding with me, ask me first, okay? Harry concluded. The elf nodded again, and Harry offered his hand. Dobby stared at it with tears forming in his eyes as he reached out and shook it. Then, to Harry's surprise, Dobby leapt up and hugged Harry gratefully, and Harry hugged the little elf back, feeling rather happy that Dobby was now a part of his life. You've been a good friend to me, Dobby, and I am very pleased to have you as part of my family. Harry said. This had the effect of making Dobby bawl like an infant, though he refused to be comforted, saying that he had much work to get done, and needed to make sure all was as his Harry preferred. You know, I think I just made a really good decision. Harry said, rather proud of himself. Yeah, Ron agreed. Now he'll have to ask your permission before he tries to save your life. It was after 7 that night when Harry entered the rooms he shared with Daphne, who was pacing back and forth in front of the fireplace, looking severely agitated. Where have you been? She shouted when she saw him. Her fists were clenched so tightly they were stark white. Her face was stony, and Harry thought for sure she was about to hex him right back out the door. Do you have any idea what you've put me through? We were supposed to meet for lunch and dinner. I've had to lie to everyone and tell people you weren't feeling well, and then that cow Parkinson said that maybe it was me making you ill because she saw you with Weasley and Granger out on the grounds. My gods, how many times do I have to tell you we have to look as if we're happy about all of this? She snapped. And here I was beginning to think you were actually worried about me. Harry countered sarcastically. Daphne heaved an exasperated sigh and pinched the bridge of her nose trying to calm herself down. Potter, I need you to understand how important this is. Daphne began as calmly as she could. Appearances are everything. We don't need to be under any sort of scrutiny more than we already are. Have you always been so selfish? Selfish? Harry asked, scandalized. Me? I'm not the one trying to run your life here. I'm not the one with some grand plan here. I didn't put my name down with the ministry just so I could land some sort of trophy to parade around with as if this was all just some sort of contest. I didn't want to be part of the ministry's little game. You did. Daphne looked ready to spit fire. Her eyes were blazing with anger at the moment, and then, his words began to sink in. He was right about some of it, and the rest, he just didn't understand yet. She hadn't explained herself at all. In fact, they really hadn't talked at all. Yes, granted they had only known each other a grand total of 2 days, but they knew nothing about each other. She had expected him to just trust her blindly, like a good little Gryffindor, but he hadn't. This had surprised her most, though in retrospect, it shouldn't have. Gryffindors and Slytherins didn't mix well, thanks to centuries of rivalry and blind loathing. You're right, she said evenly, letting her anger deflate. I did ask to be part of this, and since we've met I have suggested. Suggested? Harry scoffed. That you do things my way and I haven't explained why. Daphne continued undaunted. The truth is that I don't trust you, Potter, and I know that you don't trust me either. I do have a grand plan, one that I've been working on for over a year, and one that is in constant fluctuation as I learn more about how things work. It's also true that you are now a key part of that plan, but I have no intention of telling you about it until I know that I can trust you, just as I know you're keeping secrets from me until I can be trusted. Harry didn't say anything, but Daphne saw a quick flash in his eyes. A shadow that crossed his face and was gone in a second that told her she was right. She turned and went to one of the chairs in their sitting area next to the couch Harry slept on and sat down. So I suggest we work on this problem. The two of us need to trust each other, Harry, Daphne said, looking hard into his eyes as if pleading with him to just give things a chance. Harry regarded her suspiciously for a few seconds. She motioned for him to join her on the sofa. Harry hesitated and then went over to sit down. Daphne was sitting much the same way she had been on the train, with her legs crossed and her hands folded in her lap. I want to ask you some questions without you getting angry or being evasive. I want the truth, no matter how horrible it is. I will ask a question, and you answer it honestly. In return, you can ask me whatever you like and I will return the gesture within a truthful answer. The only thing off limits is my plan. As I said, we'll discuss that at a later time. Agreed. Yes. Harry nodded. But I want to choose a topic that's off limits as well. That is only fair. Daphne nodded. Harry came over and sat in one of the chairs and mentally prepared himself for whatever Daphne wished to know. She waited for him to get settled before she began with her questions. It also gave her time to prepare herself, as she had to think carefully about what to ask. She was pretty sure that anything that had to do with his family would be where he drew the line. I'd like to know why you wear. Daphne began, but Harry gave a sigh. Daphne was certain he was about to tell her the subject was not for discussion when he surprised her. I live with my aunt, uncle and cousin. He started. They are not fond of me, and felt that allowing me to wear the clothes my cousin was too big for was a privilege. Daphne regarded him for a moment, taking in what he had said, before she snickered. Harry began to narrow his eyes at her when she held up a hand. Given that you're practically swimming in that shirt and that your trousers are barely being held up by that belt, I think I would be correct in guessing this cousin of yours is rather rotund. She asked with a smile on her pretty face. A whale is slender compared to him. Harry replied. Though, he is actually slimming down. He started boxing this past year, and it's doing him some good. Not that he really needed to know how to punch better. Harry looked suddenly anxious, and Daphne realized that he'd let something slip, but she wasn't exactly certain what he'd meant though an alarm sounded in her head. She decided that for now it would be best to let that go. She had to earn his trust, and pushing him was only going to drive him away. Well, I'd say it's long past time that you stepped out of his clothes and became your own person. My father always says that clothes make the man. He says that if you take pride in how you look it can help your confidence, and inspire people around you. I think you may find a bit of confidence agrees with you. Perhaps you will let me help you, she said with a soft smile. Harry thought about it, and then nodded slowly, his mind going back to what Hermione had said earlier. Perhaps Daphne was just trying to help him after all. Time would tell. I'll send for some catalogs from wizarding clothing companies, and we could also send for some muggle ones. It's good to have stuff from both, especially for someone who spends time in both worlds, like my father. Daphne said. Harry looked up, interested. Your father spends time in the muggle world. He owns and runs Greengrass imports and exports. He does business all over the world. My great-great-great-grandfather started the company, and realized very quickly that he didn't do enough business with wizards to make the business prosper. Wizards are perfectly capable of getting what they need pretty quickly no matter where it is. So, Granddad did some research and found he could do business with muggles and make a lot of money because he could get what they need fast, thanks to magic. The business is around 80% muggle, and 20% magical, in terms of customers. Daphne explained. Wow. Daphne nodded, folding her legs underneath her on her chair as she got more comfortable. Dad's always going on and on about how much better our world could be if wizards could drop their prejudices and work with muggles. He isn't alone in his beliefs either, but they're in a major minority. But I suspect he might ask you to help him in some way. Maybe endorse his business or something. Daphne sighed. Why did Tracy call me Lord this morning? Harry asked, remembering Tracy's reference. Because you're Lord Potter of the ancient and noble House of Potter. Daphne replied. As she watched Harry's face, something occurred to her. Has no one ever told you? Harry shook his head, and Daphne pursed her lips slightly. She knew he wasn't lying, it was written all over his face. Well, that at least explains why you didn't follow custom this morning with Tracy. At least you got it right with my sister. I never would have heard the end of it if you hadn't. She said, running a hand through her hair. The Potter family is one of the ancient and noble houses. As the last heir to the family, you are the head of the family, and therefore, Lord Potter of the ancient and most noble House of Potter. Daphne said, and gave a comical little bow which made Harry chuckle, a sound that Daphne found she liked. But what does it mean? Harry asked. Well, for one thing, all major family decisions are made by you. Which family you wish to align with, investments, all that sort of thing. As Lord Potter, you can petition the Wizengamot for a seat, which they would likely grant you. Daphne said. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He remembered Sirius talking to him about changing laws and the dangerous world of politics. This had been why. Harry wasn't sure he wanted to even consider trying to get a seat on the Wizengamot. Especially after they passed this ridiculous marriage law. On the other hand, if he didn't try, then his children might be forced into this. Besides, if he could get a seat on the court, then perhaps he could get everyone to realize that Voldemort was back, and ready to fight back. He would have to think about this, and talk to Sirius as well. How is it you don't know anything about your family? Daphne asked, looking curious. No one ever told me. My aunt and uncle either didn't know, or refused to tell me anything because they thought they thought I might mess up. Daphne eyed him, noting once again he'd slipped, and attempted to cover it. Daphne was starting to suspect things had not been kosher where Harry Potter's relatives were concerned. However, she didn't think Harry was just going to open up and reveal all his secrets. And Daphne wasn't even sure what could be done, if anything. Besides, she already had enough to worry about. She had to earn Harry's trust, or everything would fall apart. Your sister said this morning that you were nearly disowned over this law, and you mentioned it yesterday. Why would you risk losing your family for what could have been really bad? You could have ended up with someone like, I don't know, but it could have been really bad. Harry said. Daphne gave a nod and took a minute to collect her thoughts. First, and I need to make this clear, it was an empty threat. My parents would never disown me. They were just angry, and worried that I could end up with someone truly abhorrent. A fear I shared with them, but I felt it was worth the risk. For this plan of yours? Harry said skeptically. Daphne nodded. Yes, she said. But there's more to it than that. Our families are going to become allied together now. It'll affect a lot of things like who will do business with my family. Oddly enough, Dad was pretty happy when he saw it would be you I would be married to. Your name carries a lot of weight in our world, even if you haven't yet realized it. Not just you personally, but the Potter line itself. Really? Harry looked intrigued. Daphne was puzzled by his response. We're going to get you up to speed on your family. It's really important to know your roots in our world. Daphne sighed. And I think that it would be very important to you personally. Tomorrow, if you'd like, we can go to the library and look up some stuff. I don't know if you know any family friends who might know if the Potters had a book on the family history or a grimoire. I think there might be someone who would know. Harry said, and Daphne smiled at him. It's getting rather late, Daphne said as she got to her feet and stretched. I would like it if we spent the day together tomorrow, and not just for appearance sake. I think we have a lot to work on. Would that be all right with you? Harry thought about it, and reluctantly nodded his head. Daphne seemed pleased by his answer and turned to head to the bedroom. She stopped at the door and turned back to regard him. I know that you're not happy with our situation, Harry, and in a perfect world, you'd be free to find a girl and fall in love and all of that. We both would. But that isn't the world we live in. For better or worse, you and I are in this together now, and it's true that I chose to be part of the Ministry's little drama because I see it as a means to an end. But I want to make it clear that I am not your enemy. I'm a partner, and if you'll let me be, a friend. Harry stared at her for a long moment before he gave her another nod. Daphne turned and went into the bedroom. A moment later, a pillow resting on a folded blanket and Harry's pajama pants came floating out and settled on the sofa before the door closed. Harry couldn't help but be a little impressed. He looked over at the now closed door and contemplated what she had said to him. Daphne Greengrass admitted that she had an agenda for him, but she also said that she didn't want to be his enemy. He also noted that he hadn't really gotten to ask her much about herself. But then again, she hadn't asked him much either. Perhaps that was what she had meant when she said they had a lot to work on. Harry got up and began to change for bed. He then transfigured the sofa into a proper bed. He smirked as he looked over to the bedroom door again. Daphne would likely be pleased he had remembered to do that tonight instead of sleeping on the cramped couch. Harry got uncomfortable and with a final wave of his wand extinguished the lamps and set his wand and glasses on the table before shutting his eyes. She had made an impression on him 2 days in a row now, and Harry was rather anxious to see what Daphne had in mind for tomorrow. Sunday morning was much the same as the previous morning, except that Daphne opted not to shower. The two had also slept a bit later than they had the prior morning. They were met by Neville and Tracy in the corridor and the four headed to the Great Hall for a late breakfast where Tracy apologized for her tactlessness. "Harry, I just really want to say how sorry I am for asking you all those questions yesterday. I sometimes open my mouth without thinking about what it is I'm saying, and clearly I had no idea that you might not be comfortable talking to me or anyone really about your home life. So, I am really, really sorry for offending you or—" "It's all right, Tracy," Harry said, holding up his hands to stop her from continuing what Harry was certain was going to be a very long-winded apology. "I explained that you're a pretty private person," Neville said as he took a drink from his goblet. "I think only Hermione and Ron really know you. I hope that this is something we can change," Daphne said, looking to Harry. "I think it would be good if it was your wife who knew you the best. At least more intimately," Tracy said with a wry smirk. Daphne coughed to cover her snort while the boys looked rather clueless for the moment. "The good news is that Harry's agreed that his wardrobe could use some sprucing up, and has agreed to let me help him with that." "Ooh, can I help?" Tracy perked up. "I bet I could find loads of things he'd love. I would appreciate the input, but I don't know if Harry would be comfortable with," Daphne began as she turned to her betrothed. "Sure," Harry said with a shrug. "Why not? It isn't like I have a clue about what to get or what looks good." "Fantastic," Tracy said enthusiastically. "And when we get everything, you could model it for us." "Whoa, let's not go crazy," Harry said quickly. "Oh come on," Tracy pressed. "We need to see how everything fits and whatnot. What if we got something that looked great in a catalog and was hideous when you put it on?" "She's got a point, Harry," Daphne agreed with a small smirk. "Besides, it isn't like we're asking you to walk on a catwalk to music." "Can we?" Tracy asked excitedly. "Oh, that could be so much fun. Our own private fashion show." "No," Harry shook his head quickly. "I don't think I could." "Oh please," Tracy begged. "Neville will do it with you." Neville spat out the mouthful of juice he'd been trying to consume. It was only Daphne's quick reflexes that helped her avoid most of the shower. A quick cleaning spell took care of the rest. Neville gave her a very apologetic look before turning to Tracy. "How did I get roped into this? I don't need new clothes," he protested. "No, but we could get you some things so Harry wouldn't have to feel like a piece of meat in front of us. And we could get Granger and Weasley to offer their opinions as well," Tracy added hopefully. "Seriously, no," Harry said firmly. "I'm with Harry here," Neville agreed. "I don't want to parade about like some poof just to show off new clothes I don't really care about in the first place." "What if we made it fair?" Tracy offered, looking between the three others. "What if Daphne and I also got a few new things and gave you both a private show? You two agree to show off all the new clothes we get for you, and then we agree to give you a more private showing that same day when we're alone." What are you getting me into?" Daphne asked quickly, not sure if she liked what was being proposed. "A private show for your future husband," Tracy said with a smirk. "Nothing you won't likely do anyway. I'm just moving things along a bit. So, how about it?" "No," Daphne said, her cheeks a little pink. "What the two of you do is your own business, but I'm not going to be part of your bargaining plan." "Fine," Tracy huffed. "We could have gotten them to do it, you know." "So, Harry," Neville said, trying to clear his throat and move away from a rather uncomfortable subject. "When are Quidditch tryouts?" "I don't know. In fact, I don't even know who our captain is now that Wood graduated." Harry said, glancing over to the Gryffindor table as if there would be a flashing sign pointing to the new team captain. Not to interrupt what I'm sure would be a scintillating conversation about Quidditch, Daphne said in a bored tone. Harry and I are going up to the library to do a bit of research. What are you researching? Tracy asked curiously. The family, Harry said. This brought a heavy silence. Tracy looked like she wanted to say something, perhaps even offer to help, but she managed to keep herself quiet. Harry guessed she kept reminding herself that he was a private person, and may not want loads of people knowing about his family, even though they could do the same research. Or, it might have been the looks Daphne kept shooting to her best friend. When they had finished eating, Harry and Daphne bid farewell to Tracy and Neville and headed towards the library. They were stopped in the entrance hall by Ron and Hermione, who greeted them with a smile. "Good morning, Harry," Hermione said. "Hey guys." Harry shuffled a bit as he looked between his friends and his betrothed. Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, "I'd like to present my betrothed, Daphne Greengrass." "A pleasure to meet you," Hermione said earnestly. Ron gave a formal greeting, even bowing and dotting Daphne's hand. This earned him a somewhat impressed look from Daphne. "It is indeed an honor to meet you both," Daphne said haughtily. "Where are you off to this morning?" Hermione wondered. "The library," Harry answered. Hermione perked up at this while Ron looked as if someone had put old sweat socks under his nose. "Daphne's going to help me look into my family history. We could use your help if you're not busy." To Harry's utter shock, Hermione frowned at this as she looked at Daphne. Maybe some other time," Hermione said. "We wouldn't want to intrude. Besides, why would you want to waste such a beautiful day trapped in there with all those books? I was thinking we might be able to put together a pick-up Quidditch game." Ron added. "This is kind of important to me," Harry said, looking at Hermione, who was fidgeting under his stare. "I know it is Harry, but, well, I really need to check over my summer homework, and Ginny asked me to help her revise for runes." And, she stammered, still eyeing Daphne, who continued to just smile back at her pleasantly. "I see," Harry said a little dejectedly. "I'll see you two later then." Harry didn't see Hermione wilt as he and Daphne headed up the stairs towards the library. Daphne felt a little bad for Harry, but was relieved that Granger and Weasley wouldn't be hovering around them. She needed time alone with Harry to get a better idea of who he really was and how his mind worked. She felt that by understanding that, she would be better able to communicate with him. With Weasley and Granger with them, Harry would be distracted and wouldn't listen to her. They spent 4 hours together looking up anything they could find on the Potter family. Daphne learned that a desire for privacy wasn't just a personality trait for Harry, but seemed to be something passed down through the family. Using what appeared to be an incomplete family tree from a book titled Magic's Most Noble, Harry and Daphne did their best to research the Potter family, which proved difficult as there was very little written about Harry's ancestors. Harry did learn that there had been a Potter, usually the head of the family, seated on the Wizengamot until his grandfather had been killed during the last war. He also learned that one of his ancestors had started the Stardust Broom Company that eventually merged with the company that was now known as Firebolt. After that, Daphne recommended he write to the goblins about his family investments. "You may not be able to touch your family's wealth until you're of age, but they should be able to let you see the books." She shrugged. "And if you don't understand it, I'm sure my father would be happy to help you figure it all out. He's really good with financial stuff. I think sometimes he wishes that wizards ran our banking system, so he could be a banker." They went to lunch together and were once again joined by Tracy and Neville, along with Pansy Parkinson, who was choosing to ignore her betrothed for the moment. Pansy was extremely unhappy with the Ministry's new law, and its results, especially as she had believed that Lucius Malfoy hadn't seemed to have done anything to influence the Ministry to put his son with the most compatible witch for Draco. Neither Harry nor Neville said much during the meal. Instead, they listened to both Pansy complain about her situation, and lament over how Millicent was never going to be anything but a blight on the Malfoy name and legacy. There was also some discussion over her inability to produce proper-looking children, and how horrible it would be for Draco to have to procreate with a troll, but Harry had tuned out by then as he had his mind on how little there was on the Potter family. When lunch was finished, Harry asked for some time to himself to contemplate all they had discussed and learned that morning. Daphne agreed, although reluctantly, and only after Harry promised that he would meet her before dinner that evening. When Daphne gave him leave, Harry all but sprinted back to their quarters and into the bedroom where he tore open the lid of his trunk where he sought a small hand mirror rested within. Mere moments after he had shut the door to his new living area, Harry sat on the sofa with a hand mirror in his hand, and the face of his godfather, Sirius Black, staring back at him. "You haven't even been gone 2 days, kid," Sirius said with a chuckle. "This girl proving to be too hard to deal with. We're getting along okay, I think. It's kind of hard to tell right now," Harry replied, "but I wanted to ask you about something important." "All right," Sirius replied, looking a bit worried. "Do you know if my parents had any books on our family history or a grimoire?" Harry asked. Sirius looked at him with a somewhat stunned expression. I don't really know, kid," Sirius stammered. "Something like that is pretty private, and wouldn't be something you just show off to visitors." "I'd like to say yes, because almost every old family would have something, but I don't want to get your hopes up. Your grandparents' house was razed to the ground the night they were killed. Nothing was left. Do you think they might have hid it in their vaults?" Harry asked. "It's possible," Sirius shrugged. "If so, the goblins could allow you to retrieve it. I think it depends on what kind of restrictions are on the Potter vaults. You may not be allowed any sort of access until you come of age." Harry nodded and fell into a thoughtful silence. "Not that I blame you for being curious about your family," Sirius began. "But why the sudden interest? I had a discussion with my betrothed, and she pointed out that the Potter family was pretty important, and I realized that I knew nothing about my family. I spent all morning in the library trying to research them, and it turns out there is hardly anything about them anywhere." "That isn't surprising really," Sirius nodded. "Your grandfather was a pretty important guy on the Wizengamot, not to mention in the business world, but also went to great lengths to keep himself out of the papers. James told me that it was some sort of family code." "Strange," Harry mumbled thoughtfully. "How are things going, kid?" Sirius asked trepidatiously. Harry stuttered. It's really tough." "How so?" Sirius wondered. "They made us live together." Harry started, looking morose. "Yeah, we heard. We had a meeting last night, and Dumbledore got us all up to speed. He'd known it was going to happen, but never told us because he was trying to stop it from happening. He was worried about some people using this law to, well, how do I put this? Take advantage," Harry suggested. Sirius nodded. "You're not doing anything disrespectful, are you?" Sirius asked, looking accusingly at Harry, who reeled and stammered his negative answer. "Calm down, Harry," Sirius chuckled. "I knew you were being a gentleman. You're James's son after all, and Lily would have skinned you alive if you disrespected the girl." "Dumbledore was right though," Harry said after he calmed down. "I heard a lot of people ended up in the hospital wing." "Figures." Sirius rolled his eyes. "But that isn't all," Harry said, trying to change the subject to something less embarrassing. "We're not allowed to eat with our friends anymore." "Yeah, we know about the table too." Sirius' smile faded. "It's like they're isolating us and putting us on display at the same time," Harry said irritably. "Almost like we're some sort of experiment the ministry's proud to show off." "You're not wrong, Harry." Sirius sighed. "Fudge put a lot of money into this little pet project. You should consider yourself lucky. All the adults are being forced to attend a gala at the end of the month to announce their engagements. Arthur told us that 7 people were sent to Azkaban last night. 3 of them tried to leave the country and got caught. They're covering it up, of course, because they want to focus on the good this is doing for the country. They even have a poster couple. A guy named Jonathan McAllister, and the ever-lovely Veronica Marchbanks. They've become a sort of royal couple for this whole thing. You'll probably start seeing them all over the paper. We think that the ministry might try and set you up as a younger version, so watch yourself." "Daphne may love that idea," Harry grumbled. "She keeps telling me the more pleased we appear to be together, the less people will be focused on us." "She might be right, except for one thing," Sirius replied wryly. "She got paired with you. I don't think it matters how happy you two appear, you're always going to be under a magnifying glass. It's part of being a celebrity." Harry nodded gravely and sighed. "Cheer up, kid. At least she's not ugly, huh?" Sirius grinned. "How do you know what she looks like?" Harry asked suspiciously. McGonagall was at last night's meeting, and I may or may not have asked about you and your betrothed. Sirius explained. I also knew of her mother when I was younger. She was a year ahead of me in school. I had a bit of a thing for her like many of the guys in school at the time. Oh, Harry said. Yeah, she's pretty, but she's been a bit bossy. Not like Hermione bossy, but I don't know how to explain it. Give me an example, Sirius suggested. Well, she makes me escort her everywhere. Whenever we go anywhere, she's got her arm on mine, which isn't so bad, but I feel like she's invading my space or something. Harry ranted. That's because you're now in a relationship. You're living together and you're going to be married, but you didn't do it voluntarily or at your own pace. There's going to be a lot of adjustment, Harry. Try not to let it overwhelm you, and talk to her about it. If you bottle it up, one day you'll explode, and might say or do something you can't take back. I know it's tough, but you're strong, and you will get through this. And if you can't talk to her, you can always talk to me, got it? Harry nodded, and after a few more minutes of idle chat, Harry promised to keep Sirius up to date on everything before saying goodbye. Harry sat in the silence of his new living quarters thinking over everything Sirius had informed him of happening outside of Hogwarts. The Ministry was really going all out, and Harry couldn't figure out how this was going to benefit them in the end. With a few hours still until dinner, Harry decided he should meet up with Daphne, if for nothing else than to keep up appearances. With the help of the Marauder's map, he saw that she was in the Slytherin common room along with several other girls, including her sister Astoria. Harry thought about going down to the dungeons until he realized he could spend hours waiting for Daphne to come out, or another Slytherin to come by who would pass on a message to his betrothed. He decided to head up to Gryffindor Tower instead, as that's where Ron and Hermione were currently milling about. Harry reached the portrait of the fat lady just as 3/4 years were exiting and slipped into the common room. All at once, Harry felt a sense of calm wash over him as he entered Gryffindor Tower. Everything was as he remembered it, and he saw many of his housemates in their little groups talking, or playing games. Fred! George Weasley shouted, getting the attention of the entire common room. The prodigal son has returned at last. As it was foretold, Fred Weasley said with awe as he leapt onto the floor along with his brother and began mock-worshipping Harry, who couldn't help but laugh at the Weasley twins' antics. Normally Harry would be really embarrassed by this, but today it felt refreshing. Harry was greeted by Lee Jordan, Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell. Hey Harry. Dean Thomas waved as he and Seamus Finnegan came down from the dorms. How was your summer? Eventful. Harry gave the dark-skinned boy a wry smile. How was your summer? Pretty good. Dean shrugged. Much better than Seamus at least. Harry turned to the Irishman who was sulking a bit as he stared at Harry. My ma'am almost didn't let me come back because of you. Seamus claimed sourly. She thinks you're out of your mind. Harry's budding good mood was immediately deflated. I'm sorry. Harry sighed. I guess she believes everything the Daily Prophet says then. Seamus nodded. What about you? Harry asked pointedly. What do you believe? There was a heavy silence that fell in the common room, and Harry began looking at each and every face. He could see a lot of guilty looks on many of his housemates and he wanted to shout at them all and call them sheep for not making up their own minds. But he kept his silence. Harry, you need to understand that, Angelina started to say, but Harry held up his hand to stop her. I know what you're going to say, Angelina. Harry started. But if you don't believe me, I'm not going to waste any energy trying to convince you. None of you believed me when I told you I didn't put my name in the Goblet of Fire last year. And what happened? It turned out that the git we had teaching us defense put my name in. A convicted Death Eater everyone thought was dead. Harry, Dean started but Harry shook his head. Just want to know, yeah I get that. Harry sighed again, and ran a hand through his messy hair. And I understand that, but you also need to understand that I don't want to relive it for your edification. If any of you were in my place, I don't think you'd want to retell the tale either. There were nods of understanding as well as looks of disappointment, but in the end, it appeared that everyone at least respected Harry's desire not to talk about it. Whether any of them believed it or not was still up for debate. Harry maneuvered over to where both Ron and Hermione had been sitting. Hermione smiled proudly at Harry as he came over. Ron was looking over the chessboard between him and the witch, considering his next move. Harry was surprised Hermione had agreed to play with Ron, especially given all the work she had supposedly had to do. "You handled that very well," she said as Harry pulled up a nearby chair. Harry shrugged. "I guess. I just wish I hadn't had to do it." "I'm glad you said something," Ron said, not looking up. "I was getting close to punching Seamus. He's been saying all kinds of stuff about you." "Everyone has." Hermione grimaced, but Harry's expression remained neutral. "At least they know how you feel about talking about it, so maybe they'll all let it go." "I doubt it," Harry sighed. "Did you get all your work done then?" Harry asked, looking at Hermione, who went red in the cheeks and turned back to the chessboard. "Yes, I did," she said anxiously. "I really could have used your help, Hermione. No one knows the library better than you," Harry said earnestly. "Did you not find anything?" Hermione looked up curiously. Harry shook his head. "Apparently I'm not the only Potter who prefers privacy." Harry BMO.Ned. "The only things I learned were that I may or may not have a founding stake in Firebolt brooms, and that I had a relative who won the World Cup a couple hundred years ago. We couldn't even find a family tree, which Daphne found odd, but she said it wasn't unheard of either." "Oh, I'm sorry, Harry." Hermione sighed sympathetically. "It's okay." Harry waved off her apology. "There's a chance that my family vaults might have some information. I'm going to write the goblins tonight. Sirius thinks they might allow me access to any books if they're in there." "You talked to Sirius?" Hermione asked, looking around to make sure no one was eavesdropping on them. "Before I came here," Harry confirmed. He wasn't surprised I didn't find much. He said it was like some family code to keep things to ourselves. He also said some people were thrown in prison for violating this marriage law thing. "This is so ridiculous," Hermione hissed. "What is Fudge trying to accomplish here? Maybe it isn't Fudge who benefits from this," Ron said, finally looking up from the chessboard. "Checkmate, by the way." "What?" Hermione gasped and looked down at the board. "Maybe this is you-know-who. Maybe this is his way of building up his, well, not an army because babies can't fight, but maybe his new world or something. You know, get people breeding now so when they can be indoctrinated into his way of thinking early." Ron shrugged. "You know, in a sick way, that makes sense." Hermione agreed, looking between Ron and Harry. "But that means he believes he's going to defeat Dumbledore and you, Harry." "Well, then he's deluded," Harry said flatly. "Because I'm not about to let that happen." "We're not going to either," Hermione said firmly. "We're going to be by your side until the end." Ron nodded his confirmation, and Harry smiled, though he couldn't help but thinking to himself how he had needed Hermione earlier that day and she wasn't there for him. He hoped that this was just an isolated instance. At 5, and at the insistence of Ron's grumbling stomach, the three Gryffindors all headed down to dinner. Harry waved as he went to sit with Daphne, who looked rather upset when he sat down. "Okay, before you start yelling at me for not coming to find me, I knew you were in the Slytherin common room, and I can't get in there, can I?" Harry said before Daphne said anything. Daphne's scowl fell away instantly to be replaced by suspicion. Harry merely shrugged. "I have my ways." "Really?" Daphne raised an eyebrow as she watched him. She glanced at Tracy, who shrugged before turning back to Harry. "Exactly how did you know I was in the Slytherin common room?" "So far as I know, you're not really on amicable terms with any of my housemates, and I know you can't get in there, much less know where the Slytherin common room is. In the dungeons behind the stone wall opposite that painting of the shipwreck." "How do you know that?" Tracy shouted with shock, her eyes bulging and her mouth hanging open. "I said I have my ways," Harry replied with a superior smirk. Tracy slumped with a pout while Daphne kept staring at him suspiciously. Neville merely looked impressed, and Harry could tell Neville wanted to know more, but refrained from asking, which Harry was thankful for at the moment. Harry relaxed a bit as Tracy turned the conversation back to the topic they had been discussing before he joined them. He began to fill his dinner plate, feeling relieved that Daphne had bought his terrible cover story. He was completely unaware of the sidelong glances his betrothed was giving him as he began to eat. "I hope you're ready, Harry," Neville said with a slight smirk. "Ready for what?" Harry looked up curiously. "I've invited Neville and Tracy over tonight," Daphne said to Harry, who looked at her as she spoke. "Tracy has some clothing catalogs we can order from tonight. I sent off requests for Muggle catalogs as well, but they will take a few days to get here." I figured we could get you a few things now, unless you'd prefer to wait. No, that sounds fine, Harry said, nodding at Tracy who was beaming now, and squeezing Neville's hand in delight. I think it's past time for me to get rid of this stuff. I swear it will be completely painless. Tracy grinned. Don't worry, I won't let her go too crazy. Daphne whispered, and gave him a wink. An hour later, Daphne was holding open the door to their suite as Tracy and Neville entered followed by Harry. While I like the new suites, Tracy smiled as she glanced around. They're so cold. There's no warmth or anything to make you feel like this is your home, you know what I mean. Harry gave Tracy a curious look but Neville and Daphne both nodded and agreed. Tracy then turned to Harry with a sort of mad gleam in her eye as she reached into the bag she had slung on her shoulder and pulled out two rather large catalogs which she let drop onto the table in front of the sofa with a frightening heavy thud. Neville gave Harry a sympathetic look as Tracy sat on the sofa and patted the spot next to her. Come on Harry, I swear this will be painless. Tracy grinned. Harry said, taking an involuntary step backward. Daphne, who was behind him, took his arm and guided him to the center of the sofa. Harry felt his body temperature begin to rise as Daphne sat next to him quite closely. Tracy heft the first catalog and laid it heavily on Harry's lap. The thing weighed a ton, and Harry grimaced, thankful Tracy didn't drop it in his lap. Maybe we can look at some of the decor stuff to liven up your place as well as ours, Tracy said as she opened the catalog on Harry's lap. Now, you have final say in everything Harry. Tracy began. Because you're the one who will be wearing this stuff, but I'd really like it if you listen to our suggestions. We're here to help, not make you look like an idiot. Okay, Harry said a little nervously as Tracy turned a few more pages. You know we're going to have to get his measurements, Daphne said to Tracy who smiled and leaned forward to rummage in her bag for a second before pulling out a long blue ribbon. Harry remembered Madame Malkin using something similar. Got it covered, Tracy said. Harry looked over to Neville who was sitting in one of the chairs, fighting back his amusement. Harry gave him a pitiful look that begged for Neville's assistance, but Neville turned to the fire, likely to keep from busting out laughing. As it turned out, Tracy and Daphne barely needed Harry, as they turned through the catalog, pointed out different items which Daphne jotted down on a bit of parchment. Occasionally they would ask Harry what he thought, but for the most part, they chose everything. Harry grudgingly admitted to himself that the girls seemed to have good taste and a good sense of what would look good on him. When they closed the last catalog, Harry was kind of looking forward to getting all his new clothes and seeing how they looked. Harry did have to allow himself to be measured, so Daphne could get his sizes down before they sent off the order. Tracy did the measuring, which got a little uncomfortable when she did his inseam, but thankfully, she was quick and before he knew it, they were all finished and saying goodnight. That went well. Daphne smiled appreciatively to Harry. Thank you. I think I should be thanking you, Harry said. I mean it's nice to, Once again Daphne got the sense that Harry had been close to revealing something but had caught himself. She knew instinctively now that it had to do with his life away from Hogwarts. As much as she wanted to know more, she resisted the urge to press. Maybe you should hold off thanking me until you get your new clothes. Daphne smirked. They may not look as good as they did in the catalog. Harry chuckled and nodded. Could I ask you for a favor? Harry asked when Daphne turned away, deciding it would be best if she went to bed. She turned back and waited for him to ask. After this morning, I really want to know if there's anything in my vaults that would tell me about my family. He stated. You want me to help you write the goblins? She said, knowing what he was trying to ask. Please. Harry smiled hopefully. Daphne nodded and they sat together on the sofa. Harry took a fresh piece of parchment and wrote exactly what Daphne dictated. She promised when they were finished that at the very least, Harry should get a full audit of everything in his family vault within the week. Harry thanked her for helping him again, and Daphne bade him goodnight at last. Harry contemplated running up to the Ollery to send off his letter, but a quick time check told him it was too late for that. He set the letter on the table deciding he would send it off tomorrow, and let Hedwig know she could stay in his suite now. He was sure she'd like being closer to her owner as during the year he hardly got to spend time with his beloved owl. 20 minutes later found Harry lying in his now transfigured bed, which was much more comfortable than the couch had been his first night. He started at the ceiling of the room, unable to fall asleep right away, as he couldn't help but wonder what else this new school year had in store for him. Monday morning saw the 4 house tables full with students as well as the new table for those who were now betrothed, all enjoying breakfast and awaiting the owl post. Everyone was talking about what classes they were about to start, including Harry, Neville, Daphne and Tracy. "You really dropped divination?" Neville asked, looking shocked. "Dumbledore said it would be fine. He wanted me to take something else, and suggested runes. Even though I'm 2 years behind, he was pretty confident I could sit the owl if I worked at it." Harry shrugged. "He thought I'd find it useful." "It totally is," Tracy said excitedly. "And if you need any help, just ask." "Tracy loves runes," Daphne remarked. "She's almost a prodigy. You're just jealous because you can't make heads or tails of it," Tracy said, sticking out her tongue. "And you couldn't figure out the simplest arithmancy formula to save your life," Daphne replied snarkily. "Anyway," Tracy rolled her eyes. "Seriously, if you need any help at all, just ask." "Good morning," Professor McGonagall said brightly, or as brightly as McGonagall could be, as she tapped her wand to 2 bits of parchment and handed them to Harry and Neville. "Here are you class timetables." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, and Neville gave a nervous smile. Daphne leaned over to get a look at what Harry would be taking. She was prevented from remarking right away as Professor Snape appeared at that moment to hand her and Tracy their class schedules. Snape eyed both Neville and Harry rather coldly, but thankfully refrained from saying anything at the moment. Harry was certain he was saving it up for their first potions lesson, which would likely be something nearly impossible to make. After the head of Slytherin House walked away, Tracy wrinkled her nose as she looked between Harry and Neville. "Okay, I know it's no secret that Professor Snape isn't fond of Gryffindors, but he sure seems to hate you both." "What did you two do?" "Nothing," Neville all but shouted. "And I know he's going to be impossible this year. I'm going to fail for sure." "Neville, we talked about this," Tracy snapped. "I'm not going to let you fail. You are just as good as anyone else, and I'm going to make sure you do your very best this year. You just have to believe you can do it." Neville deflated a bit, but gave a nod, and Tracy leaned in and at him very softly. This seemed to lift Neville's spirits a bit, which made Tracy smile brightly again. Harry had watched the entire exchange in awe. He'd long believed that Neville could do better if he had better self-confidence. Perhaps being matched to Tracy was even more of a blessing than Harry had thought. "Well, it looks like you'll have your first chance this morning," Daphne said. "Double potions before lunch with the lions. Right after charms. Look like we have history of magic first," Harry said, looking at his own timetable. "Creatures after lunch and transfiguration. Busy Monday. I wonder what we'll be seeing without Hagrid here," Neville asked idly. "Well, I bet it won't try and kill us," Tracy remarked with a shiver. "I don't know what Dumbledore was thinking giving that great oaf a class to teach." Daphne began. "Stop," Harry said coldly. He turned to glare at Daphne, who actually flinched. She prided herself on being able to stop people cold with a look, but she had never experienced it herself until today. "He isn't perfect, but Hagrid is a great teacher," Harry said evenly. "Harry, come on," Tracy started but stopped herself when Harry glared at her. "I admit he has a bit of a fascination with more interesting animals, but he'd never let us get close to anything that could seriously hurt us." "What about the Scroots last year?" Daphne asked coldly. "No one got seriously hurt," Harry snapped. "Would I have rather study something else?" "Yes, but I trust Hagrid with my life. He would never let anyone get hurt if he could help it. He's my friend, and I won't let you talk bad about him." "You don't know anything about him." Daphne was reminded of her first meeting with Harry and how they both had been somewhat close-minded. This was another instance of that, and she knew that Harry was right. She really didn't know anything about the overgrown, about the gamekeeper. In truth, Hagrid was a pretty friendly and jolly fellow. And Harry had admitted that Hagrid was not the best teacher. So maybe there was more to the half-giant than she knew, and she decided that she would have to give the man a chance. Much to her dismay. "You're right, Harry," Daphne said softly. Tracy's mouth fell open in surprise at her words. "I will do my best to refrain from insulting your friend in the future. I don't know him, and it's wrong for me to assume anything about someone I know nothing about." Harry's hard expression softened and he smiled gratefully. A few minutes later, the 4 teens got up and headed off to class. Tracy made rather a show of saying goodbye to her betrothed until Daphne literally dragged her away. Tracy just laughed as the two headed to the charms classroom. Must you be so disgustingly public with your affections? Daphne scowled. You're just jealous. Tracy replied. Maybe if you spent a bit more time working on a personal relationship with your future husband instead of trying to turn him into a tool for your little plan to change the world. We're going to be married, I'm sure we'll be quite content. Daphne replied stoically. Content. Tracy grumbled. Not happy. Come on Daph, you can have both. I can barely get Potter to talk to me. Daphne scowled. Maybe because you're pushing to learn his most personal secrets rather than getting to know him. Tracy suggested. You know nothing about Harry Potter. You know almost as much as I do about the Gryffindor Golden Boy, but you don't know anything about Harry. You need to spend time trying to be his friend. He'll open up on his own. But you've got to stop thinking about this as a business arrangement. This is your husband-to-be. The father of your future children. The man you're going to be spending your life with. I would think it would mean a little more to you. Can we just drop it? Daphne snarled. Tracy shrugged but didn't say any more as they entered their first class. Harry was feeling pretty proud of himself as he, Neville, Ron and Hermione left their history class. I'm really impressed, Hermione said proudly as she walked at Harry's side. You didn't even get drowsy. And you took such good notes. I promised I would do better this year, Harry said to her with a shrug. It was tough though. Binns really does drone on and on. But focusing on what he was saying helped. I think you're mental. Ron rolled his eyes. When are we ever going to use any of that stuff? If we don't learn from the mistakes of our past then we're doomed to repeat them. Hermione stated haughtily, which made Ron roll his eyes again. It's good to know where we came from. Harry added. Well said Harry. Hermione smiled again. What do you think Snape has in store for us? Ron asked hoping to change the subject. Well it's Snape, so probably something that can kill us if we screw it up. Neville said softly. I think that's highly likely. Harry agreed. Especially now that his two most hated students are betrothed to two of his precious SS. I thought you two were getting along with Tracy and Daphne. Hermione asked with worry. We are, Harry said, though there was an edge to his tone. But Snape isn't going to care. He hates me, and isn't fond of Neville. I expect he'll continue doing his best to fail me, or even get me expelled if he can. I think you're exaggerating, Hermione remarked. Do you honestly still believe that Snape wouldn't be over the moon to see me chucked out of Hogwarts? Harry asked disbelievingly. Have you forgotten the lengths he went to at the end of third year? He doesn't care about what's fair, or right Hermione. He never has where I'm concerned. The conversation ended as they rounded the corner where the Slytherins were lining up outside the potions class. Tracy spied Neville and beckoned him over to her and Key, at him sweetly just as the door opened. Miss Davis, you would do well to refrain from such displays in the future. Despite what you might think, we do not all wish to see you and Longbottom engaging in what I believe is called tonsil hockey. Snape glowered. Neville went bright red and Tracy shrank a bit while the rest of the Slytherins laughed. Hermione looked to Harry who was giving her look as if to say, see what I mean. Come on, let's get a table together. Ron said as Snape allowed the students to enter the class. If you wouldn't mind, Daphne said as she stepped closer to Harry and his friends. I would greatly appreciate it if Harry sat with me during class. But Harry began but Hermione cut across him. Of course, she said pleasantly, though Harry saw sadness in her eyes. When Harry made to protest, Hermione gave a semi-discreet shake of her head, which irritated Harry but refrained from saying anything. Instead he followed Daphne to a station and began to get what he needed out of his bag as Daphne did the same. Harry looked over to where Hermione and Ron were preparing and wanted to glare at Hermione but found she was engaged in a whispered argument with Ron. If you two would kindly finish what I am sure is a most intellectual discussion, I would like to start teaching my class. Snape said loftily as he glared at Ron and Hermione. The two Gryffindors fell silent and Snape wrapped his cloak around himself as he began to address the class. At the end of this year all of you will be sitting a very important examination. You will be required to prove just how much you have learned and retained during your education so far. Moronic as some of this class appears to be, Snape gave a very pointed stare to Harry at this remark. I expected each and every one of you to scrape an acceptable in your examination. Should you embarrass yourself and me with anything lower, I will be most displeased. This time Snape's black eyes found Neville, who shuddered. Tracy gave her betrothed a look of determination before turning her attention back to the potion's master. After this year many of you will cease studying with me. I only accept those who earned outstanding into minute courses. This of course means that some of us will mercifully be rid of each other. Snape's eyes rested on Harry once again, and Harry stared determinedly back. However, we still have one final year before that very happy occasion, and I still have much to teach you in preparation for your exams. We will be learning concoctions that are highly likely to come up on your exams, so I urge you to take great care in learning the correct preparation and the effects of each and every potion we prepare this year. We start with the Draught of Peace. This potion is meant to calm and soothe agitation. I warn you to be mindful of the instructions. If you are too heavy-handed with the ingredients, you could put the drinker into a heavy and possibly irreversible sleep. The instructions. Snape turned and flicked his wand at the blackboard where the instructions appeared. Are now on the board. You have 1.5 hours. Begin. There was a scramble as students began preparing their ingredients and lighting fires under cauldrons. Harry set to work, determined to make the very best potion he had ever made. He checked every line of the instructions 3 times before moving forward, and an hour into the class he had miraculously achieved a very impressive-looking potion. He took a moment to glance around the class and was unsurprised to find Hermione's potion was just about perfect as she stirred the amber-colored potion, while Ron's looked like bubbling mud. Hermione was hissing instructions, but Ron was clearly ignoring her. Harry was sure there was going to be an argument after class. To Harry's surprise, and Snape's as well, Neville had achieved what could only be described as a true miracle. Neville's potion was a beautiful amber, and was giving off curly smoke tendrils. Tracy was beaming at her betrothed, while Neville could only stare into his cauldron with wonder. I see that you somehow convinced Miss Davis to do your work as well as your own, Longbottom. Snape scowled bitterly as he picked up one of the perfectly cut maggots from Neville's workstation and examined it critically. That is clearly the only explanation for such an exemplary mixture. However, since it is not your work, I am forced to. Professor. Tracy snapped, though she managed to sound respectful. I resent the statement that I would ever do someone else's work, much less be convinced by any means to do so. The tension in the dungeon class became very palpable as Tracy stared down the potion's master. While I may have offered tips to Neville to keep him from melting his cauldron, or causing an unnecessary explosion, I never touched so much as a maggot of Neville's potion. Tracy concluded. Are you claiming that someone as idiotic as Longbottom, who has routinely destroyed every potion he has ever attempted in my presence, has somehow become a prodigy in the last 2 months? Snape said, causing a few Slytherins to snigger. Harry felt his heart rate quicken. He began to ball his fists, and then felt a hand cover his. He turned and found Daphne looking at him pointedly and giving him a quick shake of her head. I am simply saying that perhaps Neville is at last comprehending this subject. Perhaps he took lessons over the summer to better his grade, and his study habits. It is not unheard of. At this Tracy gave a quick glance over her shoulder to Theodore Nott, who blanched. Nice. Daphne whispered. Harry gave her a questioning look, to which she gave another shake of her head. Snape regarded her for a long moment and then, to Harry's great surprise, walked away, reminding the class that they now had only 15 minutes left. Harry was stunned, but no more than Neville, who stood with his mouth hanging open as he watched Snape move away. He only returned to his work when Tracy nudged him. That was amazing, Harry said quietly to Daphne, who was smirking triumphantly at her best friend. I'm impressed as well, Daphne admitted. It was genius, mentioning the tutoring Theo got last year. His grades were really abysmal and his father bought him tutors for 2 summers. They basically retrained him, and got him to focus on his studies so he learned better. Harry nodded, and when Snape announced it was time, Harry poured his potion into a vial, labeled it, and followed Daphne to the front of the class to hand it in. Afterwards he packed away his things, and when the bell rang, he headed out to lunch with Daphne on his arm. That was amazing, Neville said breathily as he and Tracy followed. I was certain he was going to give me detention. I wasn't about to let that happen, Tracy assured. You worked really hard on that potion. It helped that you took the time and showed me what to do while you made yours. Sometimes I can't understand the instructions he writes for us, Neville said. That was brilliant, Daphne said over her shoulder. Very well played. For a second there I was sure he was going to give me detention for speaking out of turn or calling him a liar or something. Tracy admitted. And you really didn't do anything for him? Hermione asked, catching up to the two couples. Of course not, Tracy said quickly. I really did do it all myself, Hermione. Neville said earnestly. Well then, well done, Neville. Hermione smiled proudly at the shy Gryffindor. Hey, why don't you two join us for lunch? Daphne said, turning to look at Hermione and Ron, who looked to be in a rather foul mood. I think we should get to know each other given how Harry and I are going to be married. I'd like to get to know his friends. We'd like that, wouldn't we, Ron? Hermione smiled. Ron gave a half-hearted shrug. Can they join us? Neville asked worriedly. We were told that we had to eat at the special table. Tracy pointed out. But no one said we couldn't have our friends join us there. That's right. Daphne smiled. The 16s took seats at the betrothed's table and set about filling their stomachs before afternoon classes. They chatted idly together, with mostly Daphne asking the questions of Hermione as Ron seemed to have become mute. Harry was certain that his red-headed friend was biting his tongue for Harry's sake, but that he wanted nothing more to hex both Tracy and Daphne for simply belonging to Slytherin House. With Ron being the exception, they were all getting along rather well until the squat, pink-clad form of Professor Umbridge approached them, and got their attention by pointedly clearing her throat. I am sorry, but the two of you will need to return to your own house table at once. She said in a friendly tone, though her eyes were rather cold. Why? Ron asked. This table is reserved for betrothed couples. As I am certain the two of you are not one such couple, you may not be at this table. Now, up, Umbridge said, snapping her pudgy little fingers. Harry, Daphne, Neville and Tracy all gave apologetic smiles as Hermione and Ron got up and headed towards the Gryffindor table, both looking wistfully over their shoulders at Harry, who looked as if someone had kicked his dog. Umbridge left without another word, and the two couples turned back to each other, the good mood now clouded. That is ridiculous, Tracy said. Are they really that desperate to isolate us? What's the point? I bet they think that if they keep us cut off from our friends and whatnot, that we'll have no choice but to interact with our significant other half out of necessity. Just so we'll have someone to talk to and keep us from going insane. Daphne replied, turning to watch as Professor Umbridge took her seat at the head table and began to eat daintily. I was rather enjoy that conversation. Tracy harumphed. Then her eyes got big and she smiled. We should have a dinner party, she said quickly. The four of us and Hermione and Weasley. We could all dress up and make it really fancy and stuff. That's a good idea. Daphne nodded thoughtfully. I bet we could get a few house elves to prepare a meal, and we could host it in one of our suites. I like it, Tracy said as she turned to Neville, who was smiling thoughtfully. What do you think, sweetie? I think it's a really good idea, Neville said enthusiastically. How about you, Harry? I think it would be great if we could all get together and have a nice time. Harry agreed. So we're agreed. Tracy smiled brightly. You guys won't even have to do anything. Daphne and I will handle it all. We will. Daphne looked up nervously and Tracy nodded. Oh dear. The rest of the week went by fairly quickly. Nearly every class started with a speech similar to Snape's regarding the importance of the OWL exams and the increase they would have in their workload, which became obvious almost at once given the amount of homework they received. On Wednesday, Harry got his first lesson in ancient runes thanks to Tracy, who volunteered to go with him to the library and help him learn the subject. At first Harry was resistant, feeling it might be Daphne's way to keep an eye on him as she was going to be in arithmancy. However, Harry soon found he didn't mind, as Tracy was indeed very knowledgeable in the subject and proved to be quite adept at passing it on. So you see, this can be quite useful in so many ways. Tracy concluded her overview of the subject and closed her book. Now I really wish I had taken it instead of divination. Harry sighed, feeling as if he'd cheated himself. Hindsight and all that. Tracy shrugged. Her smile faded a bit just then, and Harry noted that her sunny disposition had darkened ever so slightly. Everything okay? He asked. Yeah, she said. It's just, well, I feel like I might be scaring Neville, and he's pulling away from me. I mean, honestly, it's been this way since we met, but I don't know what to do. I really do like him, and he's so much sweeter than I imagined, and I know I shouldn't really expect him to be comfortable with me already and all. But I just feel like I've frightened him. When we're alone he tries to keep space between us. Like he's afraid I might attack him or something. I think I might have been too forward, and he's just terrified. He'll let me key him occasionally, but he never even tries to hold my hand or anything. Tracy, you need to take a breath, Harry said with concern. The auburn-haired girl chuckled and shook her head. Sorry, she sighed. Word vomit. I figured. Harry chuckled. Look, Neville's really shy, and you're probably right. You probably scared him, but that doesn't mean he doesn't like you. To be honest, I've never seen him look as happy as he does when he's with you. I can't even remember Neville talking as much as he does when you're around. He was always in the background in Gryffindor. I think you're good for him. He's happy. Just give him time, and keep building his confidence. Neville's going to surprise a lot of people one day. I've been saying the same thing. Tracy pointed at Harry in joy. He's always had this, I don't know, this sort of aura about him. I know that sounds stupid, but I've always had the sense that there's more to him than we all thought. You must have been ecstatic to be paired with him. Neville told us that you had already had a bit of a crush on him before all this. Harry remarked. Tracy nodded and sighed. I was over the moon. I really did like him. I was going to wait until we were out of school and try and date him then, but everything worked out, which is great because it could have been so bad. I could have been with Goyle or something. Tracy shuddered. Harry chuckled and Tracy smiled back at him, though it was sort of sad. I was so angry at my father for putting my name in with the ministry. I ran away to Daphne's house. But when my letter came and I saw it was Neville I would be marrying, I saw it as a sign that fate wanted us together. Tracy grinned dreamily. So, you fixed things with your father? Harry wondered. Yeah, she sighed and ran her hand through her auburn locks. Turns out he was eligible for the law too. He had to go to St. Mungo's and everything. It was weird because we never knew what happened to my mom. I mean, I always figured she was dead, but I think Dad hoped one day she'd come back. I guess being informed he was eligible proved that she's dead. I hope it gave him some closure. I'm sorry, Harry said, but Tracy waved it off. I never knew her, so it doesn't really bother me. Dad was all I needed. Tracy said, and then her eyes went wide. I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so inconsiderate talking about my mum and... Tracy, it's fine. Really. Harry said quickly, smiling at his new friend. Go on. Tracy looked hesitant, but Harry nodded his encouragement, and Tracy took a breath. Well, the truth is I love my dad. He's always been there for me, but over the last few years, I think he felt overwhelmed or something. I mean, his daughter was becoming a woman, and I don't think he was handling it well. Daphne's mum was the one who explained some of the more intimate details of becoming a woman to me. Dad told me that he submitted my name because he just didn't know what to do with me. That was only half true. What do you mean? Harry asked. Her name is Annabelle. Tracy smiled, though her eyes looked empty. He told me the last time we talked, right before I went to school. She's going to be my stepmother, and he thought that if I was busy with my own relationship, things might be a little easier to handle with her. He was afraid I might get jealous or something. Maybe he was right. I mean, I was the only girl in his life until now, and if I'm honest, it does kind of sting a little. I know that I will always be his daughter, but he's going to have more kids soon and one of them could be a girl. All of them could be girls. Then you'll be a big sister. Harry said optimistically. Tracy just shrugged. Yeah, but I'll be so much older, I won't be able to relate to them. I'm happy for my dad. He deserves more than anyone I know to be happy, but at the same time, I feel a little like my family was just destroyed or something. She sighed. I wish I had some advice, or even something to make you feel better, but I don't. Harry shrugged. It's enough that you listened. Tracy smiled. Thanks, Harry. Anytime, Tracy. Harry smiled. Can I ask you something? Sure, she said, her cheerfulness returning. Do you know why Daphne asked to have her name submitted into this whole thing? Harry asked. Tracy deflated almost at once, and her eyes became sympathetic. I mean, she seems really smart and headstrong, and I can't figure out for the life of me what could be so important to her that she would risk ruining her life to say it accomplished. Tracy let out a huge sigh and looked at Harry sympathetically and nodded. I know all about her plan, Harry. She said evenly as she looked at him. She's my best friend, Harry. I love her like a sister, and personally I think she's being really stupid. But I can't tell you why. Please don't ask me to get into the middle of it. Her heart is in the right place, I promise you, but it's her plan and she should be the one to explain it to you. She said sadly. I understand. Harry nodded, feeling a little dejected. I'm sorry, Harry. Tracy said, but Harry shook his head, and gave her an appreciative smile. Don't be, he said. You're a good friend, and I can respect that. I would hope my friends would keep my secrets even if they didn't agree with me. I would for them. Come on, it's getting close to lunch, and I'm sure our betrotheds will be awaiting us. Harry had been honest. Tracy had earned a great deal of his respect that day, and he looked forward to learning runes from her through the rest of the year, as well as learning more about his new friend, for that's what she had become to him, and for the first time since he'd learned he was going to be forced by the ministry to marry someone he didn't know, Harry was grateful. Of all his classes, Harry was most anxious for defense against the dark arts, which he'd had to wait until Friday afternoon to attend. However, Daphne and Tracy had both attended the previous day with the Hufflepuffs, and neither girl had been impressed by their new teacher. She's quite full of herself, Daphne said impatiently at dinner. Almost like a female Lockhart, though far uglier and contemptuous. What happened? Harry asked, but Daphne refused to say anything, insisting that if she did she would get even more emotional and might do or say something she would regret. Tracy was more willing to speak on the subject, thankfully. She didn't teach us anything at all, the auburn-haired girl said rather harshly. She just lectured for the whole 2 hours about the ministry's policy on the dark arts. What the ministry defines as dark, and what the penalties for using anything that the ministry classifies as dark. It was pathetic. Well, it was the first day. Neville shrugged. Maybe she didn't want to overwhelm you or something. No. Daphne shook her head adamantly. No, she's not teaching us on purpose. I don't know why, but it feels like it's all connected. This law, the curriculum in her class, I just don't know why the ministry is suddenly so involved in our lives. It's a smokescreen. Distraction from what Dumbledore has been trying to warn people about. Harry said bitterly. Daphne turned to look him in the eye. You mean trying to warn people about what you've been saying? Daphne said a little coldly. She stared at him objectively for a second before continuing. If it turns out you've been telling the truth, we're all in very deep trouble. You don't believe him? Neville asked in astonishment. Neville, sweetie, don't take this the wrong way, but Daphne and I are just getting to know Harry, and in all honesty, the whole story seems so fantastical, it's kind of hard to believe. Tracy said to her betrothed. But Neville started to argue until Harry held up his hand. Neville, it's fine, he said, giving an appreciative smile to his fellow lion. I haven't earned their trust, and they spent 4 years with Malfoy preaching how horrible I was. Now they have a chance to learn about me for themselves. If you'd let us. Daphne muttered. Harry pushed away the memory of the argument that had ensued as he followed Neville, Ron, Dean and Parvati into the classroom, and found himself running right into Parvati, who had slammed into Dean, who'd crashed into Ron, who was gaping in awe at the defense classroom. Bloody hell. Ron stammered as he took it all in. Harry looked around as well and had no words. Everything had gone pink. It was disgusting. It was like he'd walked into a 5-year-old girl's bedroom. On the walls were dozens of little plates, each one containing the fluffiest, cutest kittens, all engaged in some manner of adorableness. It was enough to gag a troll. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Hermione hissed from behind Harry. This is just wrong. Take your seats, everyone. Take your seats. Umbridge's voice came from behind them. The heavy-set woman waddled up the aisle between the rows of desks as students all sat down. Harry was reminded of a fat pink duck as she made her way up the aisle. Professor Umbridge got to the front of the class and turned to gaze at her class with what could have been classified as joyful eagerness. Yet it made Harry's stomach turn for some reason. Good afternoon, class. She greeted them. When no one responded, she frowned a little at them. Tut, tut, that will not do at all. When I say good afternoon, I should very much like it if you were to reply, good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. Now, shall we try? Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. The class parroted dully. Neville glanced at Harry with an expression of abhorrence, something that was mirrored on the faces of more than a few others. Ah, so much better. Umbridge squealed delightedly. When I call your name, please respond, here, and raise your hand so I can identify each of you. I should like it if I can put a name to each of your faces, as I do wish for us to be quite good friends by the end of the year. Now, Umbridge took roll with each student responding when their name was called. Harry noted that Umbridge eyed him for a breath longer than anyone else, and it made him uncomfortable. He knew of course that this woman was here on Fudge's orders to keep an eye on him, though he still didn't understand why he was so important to the Ministry all of a sudden. Still, Harry had no intention of becoming a tool for the Ministry. Today I wish to give you an overview of what you can expect to learn in this class over the next year. You may find it helpful to take notes, so please take a moment if you haven't done so already to get parchment and quill ready. Hurry now. When every student was looking at her again, Professor Umbridge went to the board and began writing and lecturing about how the Ministry defined the dark arts, while spelling out important words on the blackboard, occasionally urging them to make note as it would be on an upcoming test. It was worse than sitting through History of Magic class. Umbridge talked and talked and talked for 2 hours, just as Daphne and Tracy had said she would. Never in all his years attending Hogwarts had Harry been more irritated and upset at a teacher, and that was with 4 years of Snape teaching him. Harry felt quite strongly that Umbridge not only did not deserve to be teaching, but likely could defend herself against a flobberworm. More than a handful of times, Harry, or others had raised hands to ask questions, but Umbridge had ignored them completely, choosing to press forward with her lecture. It was made quite clear to them all that when it came to the dark arts, the Ministry had final say, and that was all that mattered. That was horrible. Hermione scowled as Ron, Harry and Neville left class. How can Dumbledore allow her in here? She doesn't even intend to teach us. Wait, Ron said confusedly. What do you mean she doesn't intend to teach us? That's what she's supposed to do. You weren't paying attention, were you? Neville asked, rolling his eyes. She all but said it. Her class is going to be about learning to recognize the Ministry classified dark arts, but not how to defend ourselves against them. And she really seems threatened by you, Harry. Hermione added. Caught that, did you? Harry asked sarcastically. Pretty obvious. Dean said from behind them. All that stuff about certain individuals who believe themselves above the law. Don't forget that remark about attention seekers or troubled youths. Parvati added. I don't envy you at all, Harry. Seamus said, punching Harry's shoulder lightly. Well, you're all lucky you only have to deal with her in class. Harry stated. Neville and I have to go to her for counseling starting next week. There were collective groans of sympathy for the 2 Gryffindor boys who smirked wryly at each other. When Daphne awoke Sunday morning, she sat up, stretched and contemplated what to do with her day. Both she and Harry had gotten all caught up on their homework the previous night. In fact, they had worked together on their homework every night this past week, something Daphne had come to look forward to. Or perhaps it was the conversations they had when they had finished. Each night when they called an end to studying, they had started talking to each other. They hadn't talked about anything important yet. Not really. Most of it had been idle chatter to while away the time, but it had been nice. However, it was a start. Daphne was beginning to understand that she had to ease Harry into revealing things about himself. The last 2 nights they had entertained Tracy and Neville, and it had been fun, really. Granted, all they'd really done was do homework, but it was nice. Nonetheless, it almost felt normal. Daphne swung her legs out from under the blankets and shivered. Summer was leaving, and the mornings were getting colder. She thought for a moment about crawling back under the covers and staying warm in bed, but she knew it would be a matter of time before Harry came wondering if they would be going to breakfast. So, rather reluctantly, Daphne slipped out of bed and headed for the bedroom door. She'd check on her betrothed and promise to be quick in getting ready for breakfast, though she had no intention of hurrying. She rather liked making him wait for her. She wasn't surprised to find Harry awake and dressed. Apparently he was an early riser. However, what was odd was the fact he was standing near the door, holding a parchment in his hand, looking anxious. Good morning, she said sleepily. Harry acknowledged. What is that? She asked, sauntering over to him. She glanced over his shoulder trying to read whatever had his attention. We've been scheduled to meet with Umbridge tomorrow. First counseling session, Harry said, handing the parchment over to his betrothed, and walking towards the couch. We're supposed to see her at 3 tomorrow afternoon. She's gotten us out of classes for it. Harry added. Daphne read over the parchment and nodded. Interesting, she said to herself. What do you think she's going to say? Harry wondered. Daphne shrugged as she turned around to face him. Harry was gazing at the fireplace with that troubled look she'd seen him get on his face when he couldn't find answers for his essay earlier in the week. "You okay?" she asked. He gave her a nod, but didn't look at her. "You should start to get ready. I imagine Tracy and Neville will be here soon," Harry said, finally looking at her. She couldn't get past the feeling that Harry was upset or worried about something. Then again, he'd been like this most of the week. "Are you going to see your friends today?" she asked, heading back into the bedroom to get her clothes gathered. Harry just gave a shrug. Daphne eyed him for a moment. Something had been happening between Harry, Weasley and Granger. She had no idea what it was, but she had noticed a certain amount of distance among the Golden Trio and how it was affecting her betrothed. She didn't want to get involved, but if something didn't change soon, she might have to. "Well, I was planning on visiting with my sister today, if she isn't too busy for me," Daphne said, making a show of stretching, hoping to get Harry to at least glance at her. She had caught him stealing glances at her legs since their first morning together, and though at first she had been annoyed, she'd come to terms with it, and in a small way rather enjoyed being appreciated his attention, such as it was. She was a rather pretty girl, and he was a teenage boy after all. However, the more that seemed to weigh on Harry's mind, the less he paid attention to her, and whatever was currently vexing Harry had put blinders on him. "She still hate me?" Harry asked somewhat tonelessly. "She doesn't hate you," Daphne corrected. "She doesn't know you, so she can't hate you. However, she's not fond of you by any means. She hates me." Harry chuckled mirthlessly and Daphne simply rolled her eyes. "I'll be finished in a bit," Daphne said as she entered the bathroom. "Then we'll go to breakfast." Nearly an hour later, Daphne exited the bathroom to find that Tracy and Neville had arrived. They were holding hands again, something they'd been doing almost since the start of term. Today, however, seeing them standing so close, with Tracy rubbing Neville's arm, Daphne felt something in her as she glanced at Harry. Something she couldn't readily identify, but something she wasn't sure she liked. All she was sure of was that she didn't like Tracy or Neville for some reason at the moment. She quickly brushed off the inexplicable surge of negativity in her as she greeted her best friend and her betrothed before the four of them headed to the Great Hall for the morning meal. "So when are you two set to meet with the Pink Toad?" Tracy asked. "Tomorrow, at 3. I'm going to Miss Transfiguration," Daphne replied. "Don't worry, I always take good notes," Tracy said reassuringly. Daphne rolled her eyes at that, but smiled gratefully. "When are you guys going to see her?" Harry asked. "Wednesday," Neville said. "First thing after breakfast." "That's fine with me. I can do without divination for a day. I won't be able to help you with runes though," Tracy said apologetically. "It's fine, you gave me enough to work on," Harry assured her. "What do you think she's going to say?" Neville asked. They had reached the Great Hall now, and Harry glanced up and down the betrothed's table and saw that most of the couples were there this morning. During the week more and more of the couples were eating together, though many of them were still glowering at each other. There were still a lot of hospital visits as well from what Harry had gathered, but thankfully some serious detentions had curbed those instances. Harry was sure that Umbridge was going to have her hands full this week. "If I had to guess, I'd say she's going to offer us her time and expertise to make us into upstanding citizens who are extremely loyal to the ministry," Daphne surmised. "That's the goal she's trying to achieve, anyway. Oh, and to have happy marriages too. Do you think she's ever been married?" Tracy wondered as she looked up to the staff table where Umbridge sat reading the Sunday edition of the Daily Prophet while she ate porridge. "Maybe," Daphne shrugged. "Though, I'm trying to eat here and I don't want to imagine her with a man and—" There came a heavy clang as Harry dropped his spoon, and covered his face with both hands. He let out a low, very disgusted "N." Daphne turned to her betrothed and gave a sweet smile. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I put you off your breakfast?" Daphne asked wryly. Tracy was giving her a disgusted look while Neville looked rather nauseated as well. Harry pushed his plate away and Daphne began to feel a little bad. "I got a new catalog from Martin and Hoff's yesterday." Tracy brightened, quickly changing the topic. "I thought maybe you'd want to look at dress ideas after breakfast with me. I don't know about you, but I kind of want my wedding to be special, so better to start planning now, you know." "Sure," Daphne nodded. I was going to visit with Astoria, and see how she was doing, but I don't imagine she'll want to spend the entire day with me. Not unless you've changed your name and gender. Tracy snickered. Daphne gave an appreciative smile. She turned to look at Harry to see if he was okay with this arrangement only to find him staring at the head table. What is it? She asked. I don't know. Maybe nothing, he said, though his gaze didn't shift. He had the same look on his face that he had that morning when he was staring at the summons. He was troubled by something. Harry, we've talked about this, she said softly. I've told you that you can trust me. Please try. Daphne missed the disapproving look on Tracy's face. It's just these so-called counseling sessions have me a bit, I don't know, anxious I guess. Harry admitted, now looking to Daphne. I wouldn't worry, Tracy said with a wave. The ministry wants us to be mindless reproductive little workers' drones. She's likely going to encourage us to jump into bed and get started. That's all. Neville choked on a mouthful of juice. And Tracy grinned as she patted his back. Sorry, sweetie. Yeah, but what happens if we don't? Harry asked, turning to look at her. They entered us all into blood contracts against our will. So what happens to us if we fail to uphold some part of the law? Other than getting married and making kids, what other stipulations are there? How many kids do we have to have? Neville added curiously. And how long do we have to accomplish it all? The ministry has been rather quiet about it all. Daphne surmised. Okay. Tracy held up our hands. We know virtually nothing about all of this, but we can ask Umbridge during our sessions, right? That's what she's here for, right? Merlin knows it certainly isn't to teach us how to defend ourselves. Speaking of which, Harry. Harry looked up at Tracy, who was smiling, and leaning towards him from across the table. Can you teach me how to do a Patronus charm? She asked sweetly. Hey, yeah, I want to learn how to do that too. Neville piped in. How do you know that I can do that? Harry asked, a little surprised. So far as he knew, only a few people knew he could do it, and he doubted any of them were advertising it. Third year, Tracy said confidently. Draco and the others tried to freak you out by dressing as Dementors, and you fired a spell at them. I looked it up, because there's not really anything that can hurt a Dementor except a Patronus. Oh, was all Harry said. He looked at Tracy, who was almost bouncing in her seat, and Neville, who looked truly anxious. Even Daphne looked hopeful. I suppose I could show you what I know, but it's really hard. He sighed. Brilliant. Tracy grinned. Neville also looked pleased. Harry glanced at Daphne and found that she had a genuine smile on her face as she returned to her breakfast. Harry couldn't help but feel a little pleased with himself for agreeing to help teach these three how to defend themselves. Dark times were coming, and maybe, just maybe, teaching Tracy, Neville and Daphne the Patronus might make the difference one day. Look, I know it's your relationship and all, but I still think that you're making a huge mistake. Tracy said emphatically. She and Daphne were sitting on the sofa in Tracy and Neville's quarters where they had been most of the day. It turned out that Astoria had made plans to meet her new boyfriend, and had no time to visit with her older sister. The younger Greengrass had suggested that in the future Daphne try and check with her earlier in the week if she wanted to have some sisterly bonding time. So, the two Slytherin girls had spent the day making tentative wedding plans, mostly for Tracy, though Daphne had spied a handful of dresses that she found pleasing. Everything had been nice until Tracy asked how things between Daphne and Harry were. I told you that it's better if Daphne began. Yeah, I know. Tracy cut her off. But you're only thinking of your grand plan here. And I totally believe your intentions are good, and I totally support you. But I also told you when you first told me this whole harebrained idea that I would be the one to point out when you were being ridiculous or stupid, and I'm doing that now. I know that I don't know Harry half as well as you, which is almost not at all, but I do know that he isn't going to like being manipulated. I don't intend to manipulate Harry. Daphne replied sourly. I am going to discuss things with him and guide him to the decisions and conclusions I want him to reach. Daphne sighed heavily. Are you listening to yourself? Tracy laughed riotously. That is the very definition of manipulation. Tracy, I'm trying to make the world better. For everyone. I told you that my plan would evolve as I accomplished things, and as I learned more about how things worked. This is just one of the things I need to figure out. You can't honestly sit there and tell me things are all right. Daphne's voice was starting to rise. Look at what they did to all of us. Do you really think anyone is happy right now? I have no idea what you're talking about. Tracy said smugly. My life is pretty awesome right now. Okay, you and Neville are the exception to the rule. Daphne rolled her eyes. But you can't honestly tell me that you prefer this to actually having Neville fall in love with you on his own. Going on dates, and really getting to know him. See, you think I haven't considered that. I have. Tracy looked rather proud of herself. I want Neville to fall in love with me. I really do. But I want him to do it when he's ready. Yes, we're going to be married and quite soon, but that doesn't mean we can't have a courtship. Tracy melted a bit as she got this starry-eyed look on her face. When I first met him on the train, after I nearly bungled everything up, we agreed that we would always be honest and open. I don't want any secrets between us, and he doesn't either. I respect him because he's a person. Not some tool to use for my own agenda. He's a partner and a friend. And you know what? It's working. What do you mean? Daphne asked curiously. He's starting to initiate physical affection. We've held hands and hugged a few times, but we haven't kissed since the train ride. I was afraid that I had freaked him out, and I think I was right. But after I talked with Harry, I backed off so Neville could relax and become comfortable with me. So, this morning after I woke up and came out of the bedroom, he was there waiting for me with a hug and a key. Tracy said softly, smiling as she recalled how Neville's lips had felt on hers, and how surprised she had been when he had kissed her. So what are you trying to tell me to do? Daphne grumbled. I'm saying that Harry is a person, and that maybe if you just tell him what it is you want to do, you might find him actually willing to help you. Tracy growled. He might even have some ideas that you might find to be beneficial. But more than that, maybe you two will actually come to like each other. You're going to be married, Daph. You're going to have babies. Can you imagine trying to raise a child with someone who doesn't like you, or doesn't respect you? How can you even conceive a child with someone you don't care about? I think I'd rather give up my magic than live like that. Really? Daphne asked skeptically. Yeah, I think I would. Tracy said, her eyes getting distant as she likely was trying to imagine living without magic. Do you think you could really live without magic in your life? Daphne pressed. Do you think you could live like a muggle? Especially after you've lived with magic and know what it can do. You'll have to wait for everything instead of charming it or transfiguring or conjuring it. If you get sick, you'll have to trust their medicine rather than making a potion that will fix it right away, or you'll have to live with whatever the ailment is. Can you do that? I never said I would like it. Tracy nearly shouted. Well, you're lucky that that won't happen to you. Daphne pointed out. You and Neville will live happily ever after while the rest of us are doing our best not to be killed by our husbands. It doesn't have to be that way for you if you don't want it to be. Tracy pointed out. Daph, you're my best friend. You're practically family to me, and I want you to be happy. And you think Harry Potter can make me happy? Daphne asked a bit sarcastically. No. Tracy shook her head grimly. I don't think Harry has a chance at making you happy unless you're willing to let yourself be happy. You're so wrapped up in this idea of making the world better that you're ignoring the simple fact that you can't affect change in the world if you're unwilling to embrace change in your own life. Daphne was about to reply when Neville entered, followed by Harry. Tracy leapt off the couch and hugged Neville tightly. Daphne couldn't help but notice the immediate fear in Neville's eyes that was replaced almost instantly by contentment. Could Tracy be right? Could she and Neville truly fall in love one day? She knew that Tracy was infatuated with the round-faced Gryffindor, but Daphne was sure that Tracy had no idea what love really was. She would never say it to Tracy because to do so would be cruel, but Daphne was certain that in 6 months, her best friend would hate the boy she was supposed to be married to. She knew this because she'd hear her mother and father had said it. Literally 1,000 times in the last 2 years, Daphne had been reminded that teenagers have no idea what love really was. They always mistook lust for love because they just didn't have the experience or intelligence to understand, much less recognize love. Real love. Daphne understood that, and had incorporated that into her plan. It was why she had originally intended to spend time dating around to find a boy that would be perfect for her plan, but also someone she could one day possibly love. But it wasn't as important to her as accomplishing her goals. And yet, as she watched Neville and Tracy embracing, She couldn't help glance at her own betrothed and see a look of jealousy and longing on his face as he watched the other couple. She also had to admit to herself that she really wouldn't mind being hugged occasionally. Or sitting close with someone in front of a fire. Or even a soft key. Ellipsis. No, she shouted in her mind. That's your hormones talking. You're too smart and too driven to be sidetracked by simple animalistic urges. When the two of you are quite finished gazing longingly into each other's eyes and seeing the depths of each other's souls, I'm getting hungry. Daphne said, rising from her spot on the sofa. Then again, there's no reason you need to accompany Harry and I to dinner. I'm sure we can manage without you should you like to be alone. Harry grimaced at Daphne's rather rude remark, though Tracy didn't seem too bothered by it as she released her embrace with Neville, who just looked confused. Hold on, Tracy said, racing around the couch to put her shoes back on. So what did you guys end up doing? We went to Gryffindor Tower to catch up with everyone. Neville replied. His expression darkened, and Daphne saw him glance at Harry who looked dismal. It was clear to her that something negative had happened with the Golden Trio again. Damn it, she thought. I've got to find out what's going on with his damned friends. Then we went to the greenhouses, and worked on that project that Professor Sprout asked me to do. It went faster with Harry helping me out. Neville said, turning and clapping Harry on the shoulder. I was happy to help, mate. Harry nodded. Though I still say it would have been better to go flying. You know how I feel about brooms. Neville retorted. Because you haven't been on a good one. Harry replied with a smirk. If you two are finished comparing your broomsticks, I'm still hungry. Daphne said, breaking up the discussion. Actually, I'd like to hear more broomstick comparisons. Tracy laughed. Both Harry and Neville chuckled at Tracy's implied euphemism, both boys blushing slightly as well. Ah, Daphne grunted with disgust, as she headed for the door, followed by the rest. Monday morning at breakfast, a palpable tension gripped all those at the betrothal table. There was hardly any conversation among those who were required to eat at the new table, and there were many a wary glance being tossed between couples. This nervous pressure was so thick that it seemed to be affecting nearly every soul within the Great Hall, including the teachers. Even Professor Snape's trademark sneer was absent as he watched the betrotheds for any sign of trouble. The students at the house tables kept a steady watch over the betrotheds in case someone decided they had had enough and cursed whomever they were slated to marry, and end their misery. So intense was this vigil that the normal cacophonous level of conversation was all but absent. The conversation volume only rose when the Morning Post arrived, especially when over a dozen large brown owls soared down and landed in front of Harry. Fantastic, Tracy said enthusiastically as she helped unburden a few of the birds. It was taking forever. Stop, it's only been a week. Daphne said. What is all this? Harry asked a little worried. Your new clothes. Daphne responded with a wry smile. I thought they'd be bigger. Harry said. They've been shrunken for delivery, Pratt. Tracy laughed. Oh, I can't wait to see how they look. Will you model them for me? Excuse me, Daphne said irately. Harry is my betrothed, and I'll thank you to remember that. You have your own fashion model sitting next to you. But Neville didn't just buy a whole new wardrobe, and I just want to see how everything looks. Tracy protested. Could you not talk about us as if we weren't sitting right here? Harry asked. Sorry, Daphne said as the last delivery owl took flight. Actually, it would be good to see if everything fits in. And I will try everything on later. In private, Harry said pointedly as he glowered at Tracy who looked sullen. On my own. This time he glowered at Daphne who actually looked a little hurt. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll go put these away. I'll see you in history, Nev. Harry said, collecting his packages and leaving. Boy, he's grumpy. Tracy noted. Did you guys fight again or something? We haven't fought at all. Daphne replied sourly. Yes, we've disagreed, but we haven't fought. I don't think it's Daphne. Neville sighed, watching his friend leave. He kind of had another of a disagreement with Ron and Hermione yesterday, and it really upset him. I knew it. Daphne sighed, glancing over to the Gryffindor table to find Granger watching the door Harry had left through while Weasley stuffed his face. What happened? I don't know if I should, Neville started, but Daphne whipped around to glower at Neville. I tried to talk to him about it, Neville, but he refuses to open up to me. I'm asking you to help me to help him. She snapped in a pleading tone. It's okay, sweetie. Tracy assured her betrothed. We really do just want to help. Neville considered them for a minute before his shoulders sagged and he pushed his plate away. Okay, I don't know everything that was said, and Harry didn't really talk about it when we were in the greenhouses yesterday, but from what I heard and figured out on my own, Hermione and Ron are kind of ignoring Harry because of this law thing. Ron is positive that you're going to hand him over to you-know-who and that Harry is being stupid in remaining with you. Like I think Ron thinks Harry should just run away or something. Does he not know what would happen to Harry if he did? Tracy wondered aloud. Neville only shrugged. I think it's Hermione that's hurting him the most. Neville continued. She's practically ignoring him. Harry was really hurt when Ron thought Harry had lied about putting his name in the Goblet of Fire last year, but Hermione never believed that. She knew Harry had been telling the truth. She's always been there for him, and now she's not, and I think it's killing him. Both his friends are turning their backs on him, and he feels like he's got no one. That's so horrible, Tracy said, looking to the Gryffindors. I expected better from Granger at least. I think there's more to it. Daphne sighed. I asked Harry about his feelings for Hermione when we first met, and he said he didn't have any romantic feelings for her, but I think he might have been lying. At least to himself. Or maybe he didn't know she had feelings for him. You think so? Tracy asked with interest. I suppose it's possible, Neville remarked. But I just don't think so. They care about each other, but I don't think it's a romantic thing. I think if it were, they would have gone to the Yule Ball together. I've seen them together, and they just don't act like they have romantic feelings for each other. Maybe they just haven't admitted that they love each other to themselves yet. Daphne suggested bitterly. Maybe. Neville shrugged. But I don't think that's it. I think Harry, Ron and Hermione are just having trouble with everything changing. I guess we'll see. Daphne muttered. Harry had never felt more uncomfortable or nervous in his life. He and Daphne sat in the unpleasantly warm office of one Madame Dolores Jane Umbridge, relationship counselor to the betrothed of the Legacy Preservation Act, who was rather dramatically perusing files at her desk as the two teens tried to get comfortable on the small sofa. Harry and Daphne were practically sitting on top of each other, which was saying something as the two were decidedly thin people. To make matters worse, Harry was seemingly hyper-aware that Daphne was a very attractive girl whose body was pressed quite tightly next to his at the moment, and she smelled enticingly delicious. Umbridge's office was just as horrifying as her defense classroom had been. A vibrant princess pink shaded the walls, though there were considerably less kitten plates here. Umbridge's desk was set directly across from the door, but the sofa on which Harry and Daphne sat in a comfortable-looking chair were set aside for counseling. There were lace doilies on every surface, and the room was lit by small gas lamps and smelled of medicated cream and peppermint. As Harry studied the small office, he couldn't help but wish he were in Charms where he was supposed to be. He'd felt uneasy since he'd first seen the summons that had been slipped under the door to his and Daphne's quarters on Sunday. He couldn't say why, but he felt a little like he was going on trial for something. Ah, here we are. Umbridge quipped as she opened a file, and took several sheafs of parchment out and set them on a clipboard before turning and bustling over to sit across from the couple. She made rather a production of taking her seat and getting comfortable before looking at the young couple and smiling genially at them. Well, why don't we get started, Umbridge said as she flipped a few pages on her clipboard. Before we get too far, I'd like to ask how the two of you are adjusting to your new situation. Harry looked to Daphne with questioning eyes. He really wasn't sure how to answer that question. It had been just over a week since his life had been turned upside down, and though he and Daphne were not at each other's throats or anything like that, he wasn't sure if they were getting along well either. The fact was that he just didn't know Daphne that well, nor did she know him. So how could they really say how well they were getting along? It's been a challenge, Daphne said with a smile. She reached out and took Harry's hand and gave it a squeeze. I mean, how could it not? We've only just learned we must get married, and now we're living together. It's a huge change, but we're managing well, I believe, right Harry? Yeah, Harry replied with a stiff nod. That's wonderful to hear. Umbridge smiled. She then motioned towards Daphne's left hand. Miss Greengrass, have you ordered your betrothal ring yet? Umbridge asked, unable to hide her disappointed tone. No, I haven't, Daphne said simply. I am considering a few options as they're all so delightful. I want mine to be special. Harry was completely flummoxed by Daphne's response. He had witnessed her throwing the catalog into the fire 2 nights ago after they had finished their transfiguration homework. It had been a rather nice night for the two of them. Actually, the last week had been pretty good. Harry had been burying himself in his homework at first as a way to avoid Daphne, but it turned out that they had ended up studying together, and Daphne was quite helpful. She didn't push the way Hermione did, and as a result Harry had actually enjoyed doing his homework because it no longer felt like a chore. Yet he still missed his friend. They had even shared a few laughs when Neville and Tracy joined them Friday night after dinner. The 4 of them gotten together to work on the essay Snape had assigned that morning, but it had devolved rather quickly thanks in large part to Tracy, who Harry was becoming quite fond of. Her positive demeanor was infectious, and when the jokes began, even Daphne, who Harry felt was rather uptight, had relaxed and made some rather colorful remarks that had Harry and Neville crying with laughter. "I see," Umbridge said politely and made a mark on her clipboard. "Well, as you are fully aware, you two have been paired together under the Ministry's Legacy Preservation Act. This law was created as a way to prevent the extinction of witches and wizards in England, Scotland and Ireland. The two of you were paired after a very long process that was established to ensure magical compatibility, but also the promise of strong, healthy, powerful and untainted children." "Untainted?" Harry asked, looking perplexed. "Pure, of course," Umbridge said simply. "But, I'm a half-blood. There's a few half-bloods involved in this, so how?" Harry started, but Umbridge shook her head quickly. "Yes, there are half-bloods, Mr. Potter, but they all come from old families with strong roots. The goal is to cleanse these bloodlines of deficiencies from interbreeding as well as outside pollution." Umbridge smiled politely. "Blood from your original tests was used to bind you both together in betrothal that must be consummated by the 31st day of August next year or risk forfeiture of your magic. Now, in addition, under the terms of the law, you must conceive your first child within 1 year of your union, and a second within 2 years after the birth of your first. You will have at least 5 years before you will need to conceive a third." "I'm sorry," Harry said, shaking his head. "But what do you mean by outside pollution in the bloodlines?" Umbridge sighed heavily at this and stared at Harry. "Mr. Potter, I wouldn't presume that you could understand. Suffice to say that very important people have researched the problems of breeding and pedigree in our world, and have developed this solution that will strengthen our numbers as well as our society. This is the result of years and years of study and research," she said firmly, though she managed to keep that sycophantic smile on her face. "Excuse me, but why were we bound to a blood contract without our knowledge?" Daphne asked. Umbridge turned to her, the counselor's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "It was important to make sure you followed through with your commitments." Umbridge smiled, and before Harry or Daphne could say any more, pressed on. "The law itself is quite extensive, and spans some 2,500 pages. I am only giving you the important bullet points here as we have limited time, and I do wish to talk about the two of you. But I would be happy to submit a request to the ministry so that you may have a copy of the law in which to peruse at your leisure." Again Umbridge smiled, and Harry fought the urge to shiver. Daphne remained rather stoic through this, and Harry wondered how she was managing to remain calm. "But isn't it a bit like Avery?" Harry pressed. "Entering people into a contract of this magnitude without consent. I mean, that's what it appears like. I assure you that is not the case," Umbridge stated a bit sourly, though she managed again to keep her smile. "We are in a crucial point in our history, and if we do not wish to become extinct, we must make certain provisions to assure that. It may interest you to know that several countries in Europe are considering following our shining example." Both Harry and Daphne found that last statement laughable, but refrained from remarking, as it was becoming clear that Umbridge was becoming agitated. Harry had been impressed at how she had answered their questions without actually answering their questions about the law. He was also certain that if they did wish a copy of the law, it would take a long time to get it. "Now, in order to assure that you two have a strong, healthy relationship, we must first come to understand just what marriage means." Umbridge smiled as she looked at each teen in turn. "Marriage is an unbreakable bond between a man and a woman, in this case the two of you, to trust, honor, and respect one another above all others. For a marriage to work, you two will need to become a team. Nothing can come between you. You must always, always be honest. If you start your relationship with a lie, no matter how small that lie may be, you will fall into ruin. Umbridge was looking at Harry pointedly here, and Harry felt his hackles raise in irritation. He knew exactly what she was trying to say here. Madam Umbridge, may I ask how long you were married? Daphne asked politely. My wonderful husband Reginald and I were married 30 long and wondrous years before he was killed 17 years ago. During that time, we experienced our own trials as you too will in your own marriage, but we got through it all because we trusted each other. Sounds wonderful. Daphne smiled and squeezed Harry's hand rather dramatically. Now, let's make a deal that everything said within the confines of this room is okay. Whatever you're feeling about each other can be spoken without fear of repercussion. We are working together to form a strong bond between you, and learn how to deal with negative feelings. All right. Both Harry and Daphne nodded. Mr. Potter, what are your impressions of your betrothed thus far? Remember, be honest. Umbridge asked, looking at Harry with her quill poised over her clipboard. Harry stammered, looking to Daphne, who was smiling pleasantly back at him. She gave him the barest of nods, and he turned back to Umbridge. Well, I don't really, Harry stammered. Don't be nervous, dear. Umbridge said, reaching out and patting Harry's knee, which made him want to cringe. I just need to know how well you're getting along. Fine, Harry said quickly. Like Daphne said, it's a big change, and it's going to take some getting used to. Do you have any complaints about her that you'd like to talk about? Well, she really takes a long time getting ready in the morning. Harry stuttered. Well, a lady likes to look her best before going out. Umbridge replied somewhat callously, though she kept smiling. Harry felt very much like he was being talked to like he was a simpleton. And she always does. Harry continued. I guess I'm just not used to it. She's also a bit bossy, I guess. Interesting. Umbridge said thoughtfully. I don't mean to be. Daphne stated. I just like things done certain ways. You do not have to apologize, dear. There is nothing wrong with wanting to appear your best. But perhaps something we can work on is communicating your desires without coming across as snotty. Umbridge jotted something on her clipboard. Now, Miss Greengrass, what are your impressions of Mr. Potter so far? Well, he's very noble, and has been quite a gentleman, though he is quite rough around the edges. But what should I expect from someone raised by muggles? Oh ho ho. Umbridge laughed. Indeed. Harry bristled, and was about to remark, but Daphne squeezed his hand again. He kept his mouth shut for now, but he could feel his irritation becoming annoyance. The only thing I find troubling is how closed off he seems to like to be. I know that it's only been a week, but I feel as though he knows far more about me than I do him. Daphne finished. Funny, I feel the same about you. Harry said. May I ask if there has been any physical intimacy between you yet? I know that it is a personal and embarrassing topic, but it is important. After all, if we can't talk about it, how can we expect for you to be able to produce children? Both teens blushed, but thankfully Daphne could still manage to speak. We haven't yet explored that area of our relationship. We're trying to put the focus on the intellectual side for the moment. Though, we have held hands a few times. May I assume you're the one who's instigated that? Umbridge asked. Daphne nodded, and Umbridge turned to Harry with slightly narrowed eyes. Is there any reason that you do not wish to become better acquainted with your betrothed, Mr. Potter? Is there something you're ashamed of? Umbridge asked pointedly. No, Harry said quickly. Are you certain? The pink-clad toad-like woman pressed. After all, there are quite a few stories about you that have been circulating not only here at Hogwarts but the world at large. Perhaps you fear if you were to reveal the truth, you might lose some of the fame you've come to enjoy these past few years. What? Harry's annoyance transformed into outright indigence in the blink of an eye. What are you trying to say? I'm trying to say that no one would blame you for making up a fantastical story to try and bolster yourself. You are quite famous and I am sure you've enjoyed many advantages that others may not get. It is nice to be recognized and even celebrated. So you think I lied about volume? Harry started, but Umbridge cut across him. I am saying that you somehow got yourself entered into a tournament last year that was meant for older wizards and witches, and somehow won. The French champion, Umbridge sounded as if the word was sour in her mouth, was incapacitated, and the Bulgarian champion had suffered a stunning charm. The official Hogwarts champion died, leaving only you, and you claim that a long-dead being somehow defied nature itself and returned from the grave. I find the whole story more than a little far-fetched, Mr. Potter. I would expect little else from a ministry stooge, such as yourself." Harry snapped. "Mr. Potter!" Umbridge shouted. "Harry!" Daphne gasped. "I think you need to learn a little respect for your superiors," Umbridge said, quickly writing a note. "Superiors?" Harry guffawed. "How can a bunch of idiotic, mindless stooges be superior? You're all so obsessed with keeping hold of what little power you've attained that you find it easier to ignore the truth and prepare for what's coming. None of you give a hippogriff's fart about protecting our world, and you expect loyalty. Faith, you bunch of moronic hypocrites. I've heard enough," Umbridge said, rising from her chair. She tore off a slip of parchment and handed it to Harry. "What's this?" he asked sourly. "Your detention slip," Umbridge said, breathing heavily with rage. "You will report to me this evening at 8 and we shall discuss your rudeness as well as your clear misinformed opinion of government." "I thought we could say whatever we were feeling without repercussions," Harry asked sarcastically. "Perhaps you will be more mature in our next session. Good day to you both," Umbridge snapped, pointing to the door. The two teens rose from their seats and left the office, Harry wincing slightly when the door slammed behind them. "Well, that could have gone better." Daphne sighed as the door slammed behind them. "She really got under your skin, didn't she? She all but accused me of murder," Harry snarled as he and Daphne began to head downstairs. "I thought you didn't care if anyone believed you or not," Daphne countered. "So why are you so bothered by what she thinks?" I don't know," Harry said, his anger deflating. However, a second later it returned as he turned on Daphne, his eyes narrowed. "Why didn't you say anything? I thought we were supposed to appear united," he asked coolly. Daphne blanched and actually looked a bit guiltily back at him. I don't know," she admitted. "Everything happened so fast. Before I could register what she had said, you were attacking her. She's clearly trying to trick you into admitting that you cheated in the tournament and killing Diggory, but I don't know why. It was actually a rather clever plan, though her execution of it was pretty sloppy. She definitely wasn't in Slytherin." "You like her?" Harry asked Agape. "Oh gods no." Daphne wrinkled her nose. "No, she's completely horrible. However, she showed quite a bit of cunning in there. She riled you up with very little effort, Harry. She attacked you after throwing us both off guard with that intimacy question. I think we're going to have to be better prepared for next time." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "She was able to throw us both off when she asked us about our intimate life." Daphne began. "We don't have an intimate life," Harry pointed out. They entered their living quarters and set their book bags down on the small dining table they used to do their homework. Daphne shrugged out of her top robe and set it on the back of the chair. "I am aware of our situation, Harry, but she isn't. At least, she wasn't. She got us to say just what she wanted to hear by surprising us with questions we weren't expecting. She also proved she's capable of getting you angry, and if she can get you really mad, she could probably twist your words and secure a confession or something before you realize what you're saying. So we need to be able to counter her before that happens." "What are you suggesting?" Harry asked rather nervously. "I don't know." Daphne sighed. "But she's right. If we can't talk about being intimate, how can we expect to be comfortable enough with each other to become intimate when we need to?" Harry sat down heavily, and placed his head in his hands. Hedwig hooted, and glided over to her master, butting his head with her own. Daphne couldn't help but smile at that. Ever since the snowy owl had taken up residence, Daphne had witnessed a powerful bond between the bird and her owner. It was beautiful in its purity and its depth. Harry looked up and stroked Hedwig's as the owl cooed softly. "She really loves you, doesn't she?" Daphne said, folding her arms across her. Only as much as I love her." Harry smirked as the owl tilted its head and squeaked. "Or maybe more." Harry chuckled. "I feel like I should be jealous." Daphne remarked. "Well then I guess we should be thankful you don't have any real feelings for me," Harry said callously as he got up to use the bathroom. Daphne frowned as the door shut, and stared at the snowy owl who blinked lazily back at her. She didn't want to admit it, but his remark had really hurt her, though she wasn't sure she knew why. After all, she didn't feel anything for him, right? "He is quite arrogant," Umbridge said, pacing back and forth in her office. "It will take some effort to get the boy to see reason." Not to mention despicably rude. I didn't expect you to turn the boy after a single meeting, Dolores. Fudge said reassuringly from the fireplace. After all, Dumbledore's had the boy 4 years. I have every confidence you can make Potter see the light. I will. Umbridge stated emphatically. I will, it's just going to take more time. I need to show him that I am not his enemy. Perhaps during our time together in detention tonight. Yes, they do say you attract more flies with honey after all. We do not have to be enemies. Exactly. Fudge nodded with an award-winning smile. Share with him some of the things he can look forward to under the act. The privileges. There's no need to focus on the negative aspects, especially when there's no need. They will all fulfill their obligations. Exactly. I was going about things all wrong. Umbridge began to smile again. Oh, I don't know what I was so worried about. Dolores, my dear, I have every confidence you will do exactly as you promised. You have not yet failed me, and I would be a mess without you at my side. I dare say things are falling apart here at the ministry without you. Fudge said genially. Oh, how you flatter me, Minister. Umbridge giggled like a schoolgirl. Now, if you need anything, you have but to ask. I will check in with you again next week. Fudge smiled, and a moment later, his head disappeared and the fire returned to its normal orange and yellow flames. Umbridge sauntered over to her desk and sat down. Potter was not going to be as easy to crack as she had originally thought. The minister had been right all along. The boy was willful and thick-headed. He truly believed the lies he had spouted. The lies fed to him by Albus Dumbledore. Umbridge began to wonder if perhaps it was a strong memory charm cast by the former Chief Warlock himself. If only I knew Legilimency. Umbridge said out loud to herself. However, Umbridge knew she could get to the boy through other methods. Again, the minister had been correct. She just needed to become a friend to the boy. A confidant. Someone the boy trusted. She just had to be patient. Ah, Harry, so good to see you, please make yourself comfortable. Dumbledore smiled as Harry entered the headmaster's office. As you can imagine, I am quite curious how you are adjusting to your new situation. Some days are better than others. Harry shrugged. Daphne isn't that bad though. Things could have been worse. Indeed they could have. Dumbledore agreed. As I understand it, your first counseling meeting did not end favorably. No. Harry felt his anger rising. Wait, how did you know things didn't go well? Teachers are required to submit disciplinary reports to me. Dumbledore sighed. As headmaster, I need to know which of my students are becoming problematic in case parents are needed to be notified or a student requires harsher punishment. May I ask why you received detention? Don't you already know? Harry asked with a small smile. Dumbledore returned the smile. I do, but I would like to hear what you have to say on the matter. The headmaster chuckled lightly. She gave me detention for speaking out against the ministry. Harry's frown returned. I see. Dumbledore's own smile faded a bit at this. I would ask that in the future you do your best to not incur Professor Umbridge's ire. As we discussed, the ministry is trying to place you firmly under their thumb. Yeah, I know. Harry sighed. I just lost my temper. She threw me off with some of her questions and I understand. Dumbledore nodded. This is quite possibly the biggest challenge you've ever had to face, but I have every confidence you will be triumphant. But that's just it, sir. Harry said. What is the point if I am? And how can I tell if I've won at all? You shouldn't look at it as win or lose. Dumbledore said evenly, steepling his fingers and peering at Harry over his half-moon spectacles. This isn't a competition, or a war. It is your life. You and Miss Greengrass are together now, and for better or worse, the two of you are going to be together for the foreseeable future. It is up to the two of you to decide how you wish to live. But as I said, I have every confidence you will be triumphant in this challenge. I don't understand, Harry said. Dumbledore merely chuckled. One day, Harry, you will. He smiled. For now, I am far more worried about what it is the ministry will attempt to use you for. I know that you do not care, but your name carries great weight, and the older and more intelligent you become, the more that weight will grow. Many politicians will attempt to get you on their side to ensure a favorable vote for whatever bill they are pushing. More people trying to use me to get what they want. Harry grumbled. Exactly. Which is one of the reasons I asked you here tonight. Dumbledore smiled. Sir. Harry sat up a bit straighter. Harry, I was unable to prevent the Legacy Preservation Act from being passed. I do not wish to see your children subjected to this or some other radical law. Daphne told me that I could petition the ministry for a seat on the Wizengamot. Harry said, and Dumbledore chuckled. It would appear that Miss Greengrass has ambitions for you, wouldn't it? Dumbledore said and shook his head. While it is true that you may petition the Wizengamot for a seat up the court, it is not as simple as that. Firstly, you must be at least 21 years old, and even then, they may not allow it. But just because you are not on the Wizengamot doesn't mean you can't influence it. I am not suggesting you buy off votes as Lucius Malfoy does. Then how could I? By building alliances. Dumbledore said as he leaned forward in his seat. You have an opportunity through your situation in which you can build new relationships with people who are already on the Wizengamot. I've noticed that you've been spending time with Neville Longbottom. His grandmother has been on the court for 35 years. And she could introduce you to others who might be willing to listen to you in the future regarding important matters. You want to use me too, Harry started to say rather sourly when Dumbledore held up a hand. I want you to use the system. Dumbledore corrected. You are becoming a very strong-willed, intelligent young man, Harry, with maturity far beyond many of your peers. If you chose to ask my advice on a matter, I would give it willingly, but it would only be advice. You must be the one who chooses how to act. I have every faith that you will always choose what is right over what is easy, as you have done so many times before. Harry thought about what the headmaster was saying, and realized that Dumbledore was trying to help Harry become his own person, something Harry wanted very much. He had felt in the past that Dumbledore, and others were trying to keep him under their thumb, especially after he was sent back to the Dursleys after the Triwizard Tournament. But perhaps it really had been for his protection all along. Though he would never say living with the Dursleys was safe. Sir, what's going to happen to me next summer? Harry asked. What do you mean? Well, I don't have to go back to the Dursleys, right? Harry asked, looking a bit worried. No. In fact, it appears that your aunt took my advice. I was informed just yesterday morning that your relatives have sold their house and moved. As you will no longer be forced upon them, I felt no need to keep track of them, though it would be easy to find out where they ended up if you wish. Dumbledore stated. Harry shook his head, and Dumbledore chuckled again. I thought not, he remarked. If you were to ask my advice, I would suggest asking the goblins. Though you will not be able to access your family vaults, you may have a family home waiting for you. It is not at all uncommon for families as old as yours to have more than one house or property. Then again, as you are officially now a ward of the Greengrass family, they may ask that you reside with them until you and your betrothed reach the age of maturity in the eyes of the law. Something you may wish to discuss with them before making any final decisions. Harry nodded that he understood. There is one final thing I wish to speak to you about before you attend to your detention. As much as I would like to get you out of it, I am afraid I can't show favoritism to any student. Dumbledore explained. I understand, Harry said, looking up with interest to hear what else the headmaster had to say. Voldemort is still very much a threat to you, Harry. One day, you will have to face him once again, because he will never stop hunting you so long as he believes you are a threat to him. So, it is my wish that you continue learning all you can in which to defend yourself. I have arranged with a mutual friend of ours to show you to a place you can practice that is equipped with everything you will need. A mutual friend, sir? Harry asked suspiciously. Master Harry Potter, sir. Dobby shouted as he popped into the room, a huge smile on his little face. We talked about that, Dobby. Harry said firmly, though he was smiling. Dobby's smile faltered until Harry told him he was pleased to see him again. Dobby is so happy to be helping Harry Potter. He is knowing the perfect spot where Harry Potter can be learning to be an even greater wizard than he already is. Dobby, like the other house elves, know this castle better than anyone. Dumbledore said proudly. If anyone would know of a place you could practice, be safe, and undisturbed, he would have the answer. I am happy to say I was right in my guess. Quote, Thank you, Dobby, Harry said, reaching out and patting the elf on the shoulder, making the little guy grin like a kid at Christmas. As I said, I cannot be seen showing favoritism, but it doesn't mean I can't help a student who needs it. Dumbledore smiled. I should like it if we could meet again so I may be kept appraised of your progress. I am sure Sirius could provide you with advice as well as some guidance should you need it. Thank you, sir. Work hard, Harry, and that will be thanks enough. Harry nodded and rose from his seat, promising that Dobby could show him this special place within the next day or so, as he really needed to get to his detention with Umbridge. Dobby smiled and popped away, and with a final farewell to the headmaster, Harry headed to meet his fate with Professor Umbridge. Or was it Counselor Umbridge? Harry wasn't sure, but either way, had no desire to spend any more time with the toad-like woman. Harry got a little lost in his thoughts as he headed towards Umbridge's office, which is why he rounded a corner and ran smack into Pansy Parkinson, who began blushing madly and stammered a bit before running away. Harry was slightly confused by Pansy's reaction to running into him. He fully expected her to lay into him for being inconsiderate or clumsy or just being around. However, she had looked as if she'd been caught in the act. Of what? Harry had no idea. That is until he turned around and found Draco Malfoy leaving a broom cupboard, running his hands through his platinum blonde hair. The two rivals locked eyes, and Harry waited for the tirade of insults, or even the first hex, but nothing came. They just stared at one another until finally Malfoy gave Harry a little nod of acknowledgement. "Potter," he said, the slightest hint of his typical sneer. "Malfoy," Harry replied. There was another tense moment of staring before Malfoy gave a sniff and headed off in the opposite direction as Pansy had gone. "Well, that was odd," Harry said to himself as he continued on his way to Umbridge's office. Little did Harry know, the oddness was only just beginning. In the days following Harry and Daphne's meeting with Umbridge, there was a palpable tension among the betrothed couples that grew with every couple that met with the woman who was supposed to be helping them. One could hardly fail to notice the way many of the couples who had been doing their best to avoid one another were now sitting together at meal times. Usually deadly silent, and quite stiff, as if waiting for their mate to attempt to kill them or something. This tension was the topic of very nearly every conversation as the entire school seemed unable to tear itself away from the drama that was unfolding before their very eyes each and every day. The Daily Prophet kept everyone up to date on the betrotheds outside of Hogwarts, and the Hogwarts rumor mill was always in overdrive as juicy tidbits of information were overheard and spread like viruses among the student population. It was clear to everyone now that each couple had been ordered to act as proper couples when in public. Each male now took their meals sitting next to their female counterpart, and with few exceptions, nearly everyone looked as if they wished the earth would just open up and swallow them whole. Though not everyone was unhappy with this new arrangement. Millicent Bulstrode looked over the moon at every meal as she sat next to her betrothed, Draco Malfoy. And there was always Tracy and Neville, who had, unlike nearly everyone else, had quite a good meeting with the ministry-appointed relationship counselor. Though for those who knew the couple, this was not surprising at all. It was quite clear when the couple appeared at lunch immediately following their first session, hand in hand as always, both smiling quite proudly. "Let me guess," Daphne said as her best friend sat down. "You two are perfect together, right?" Not to brag, Tracy grinned, glancing at Neville, and giving him a wink. "But we are well on our way to a very prosperous union. I think I'm going to be sick." Daphne dramatically held her stomach as if she were close to emptying it. "What did she say?" Harry asked with curiosity as the happy couple sat down. "Same stuff as you two in the beginning." Neville started. "This is the law, here is what you need to do, all of that." Then she started asking us about how we're getting along. Tracy picked up the conversation. She wanted to know how well we were communicating with each other, and suggested a few ways for us to open up and build trust. This was after I told her we were getting along pretty well already. It was like she wasn't even listening to me. "Because you're a half-blood and completely beneath her," Daphne suggested, looking disgusted. Harry gave her a curious look at this. Something about the disdain in her voice for how her best friend had been treated struck a chord in him, though he couldn't say why. Actually, she didn't look like she was really paying attention to us at all. Except when she asked if we'd ordered our ring, Neville started when Tracy cut across him. "She pitched a fit when I said we'd be ordering a Tothman ring instead of catamarans," the auburn-haired girl smirked. "I thought her head was going to pop. Her face got so red. Like I'd insulted her mother or something." She kept going on and on about how it wasn't a ministry-approved jeweler and how it wasn't sanctioned. "What did you guys say?" Harry asked. I pointed out that it wasn't required by the terms of the law, only that the ministry wished us to purchase betrothal rings. I told her I preferred Tothmans and that was all. I don't think she liked that, but gave in. Tracy finished. That was nothing compared to when she asked about our intimacy. Neville continued. Oh my gods, yeah. Tracy shuddered. And weird doesn't even begin to describe it. What do you mean? Daphne asked. Well, she asked if we'd initiated any sort of physical intimacy. Neville remarked. And when we said yes, she sort of leaned in like this. Neville demonstrated Umbridge's odd behavior and then sat back, giving his friends a puzzled look. But that's not the worst. Tracy added with a shiver. I hope not, because that's really nothing. Daphne stated. She asked what kind of physical displays we had made. Tracy continued, ignoring her friend. I told her that we held hands, and hugged a few times. She kind of frowned and then told us that hugs wasn't really all that intimate, nor was holding hands. She said those were things children do, or mothers do to their kids. She looked kind of disappointed, and marked that stupid clipboard of hers. And then Tracy told her we had key. Ed. Neville continued Tracy's story. Umbridge's eyes got really big when she said that, and she literally slid to the edge of her seat. Tracy nodded her confirmation. Harry and Daphne looked at each other questioningly and then turned back to their friends. She did the same thing to Michael and me. Lisa Turpin said in a loud whisper. Lisa was a tall willowy bee, owned from Ravenclaw with striking blue eyes and a typically easy smile. She had been sitting next to Tracy, and looked apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but Umbridge asked Michael and me that same question. It just so happened that we had key. Ed for the first time the night before, and when we told her she wanted to know all the details. You know, who initiated the key? How long was it? She even wanted to know if we used our tongues. Harry dropped his sandwich, and Daphne's spoon plopped back into her soup with a loud clank. Neville wrinkled his face in disgust and Tracy gagged. I'm begging you to tell me you made that up. Tell me you're joking. Daphne asked incredulously. No, she asked us the same thing. Tracy remarked. Neville nodded, pushing his own plate away, clearly having lost his appetite. Michael told her it wasn't any of her business, and Umbridge claimed it was, as she needed to know every detail in how we got along in order to help us. She said physical intimacy is the most important part of a relationship. She said that the more she knows about our physical intimacy, the more she can understand our relationship and better to guide us. It was so vile that when we left, I skipped herbology so I could take the longest and hottest shower of my life. Lisa shivered at the memory. It was so disgusting. She didn't get that personal with us. Tracy said, looking horrified. I told her that we'd key at a few times, but we hadn't snogged or anything like that. I swear she looked as if I'd taken away her favorite toy or something. Daphne looked quite sick now. That's so, ew. I think she's trying to see how close we are to conceiving children. Michael Corner, Lisa's betrothed said, having been silent through most of the conversation. My father thinks that she may get some kind of reward for each couple that conceives early. That kind of makes sense, I guess. Tracy shrugged. She turned to Neville and gave him a bright smile as she reached up and cupped his cheek lovingly. As much as I care for you, my sweet, I'm not quite ready for us to jump into bed, much less you seeing me and the altogether. Neville just grinned and rolled his eyes as Tracy laughed. Harry thought that Tracy and Neville had already had a few conversations about how far they were willing to go this early in their budding relationship. Neville took Tracy's hand and gave it a soft squeeze. Me either. She could just be a disgusting old hag who gets off hearing the dirty details of other people's love lives. Michael Corner suggested. Lisa Turpin gave him a firm, yet playful shove, making a face of disgust. That's so gross, Lisa said. Doesn't mean it isn't true. Daphne suggested, looking towards the head table where the pink-clad toad-like woman sat stuffing a sandwich in her mouth as she looked over something on her clipboard. Either way, she's up to something more than trying to get us into healthy and happy relationships. She completely contradicted herself and gave Harry detention for speaking what was on his mind, and she all but accused him of murdering Diggory. Neville turned to Harry. You know, you never did tell us how your detention with Umbridge went. Harry shrugged. It was strange. It wasn't really like any detention I've ever had before. She made me tea and spent the whole time talking to me about all the good things I had to look forward to under the law. You know we get extra Hogsmeade visits starting next month. Really? Tracy perked up. She said it's to allow us to become better acquainted in a more social setting as well as being able to access businesses that will be helpful in planning our weddings. Harry explained. What else? Neville asked, intrigued by this new information. Well, she did say we'll be allowed to go to Diagon Alley in December to visit Gringotts. Harry stated. Well, that makes sense. Michael nodded. We'll need to set up our own accounts, and visit with an investment advisor and a solicitor. Daphne agreed. Some families will likely want to set up prenuptial agreements to prevent anything from happening to their sons or daughters as well as their fortunes. After all, what's to stop a gold-digging new wife from slipping poison into her new husband's tea and getting everything? Harry swallowed hard as he looked at Daphne, who waved off his concern. Don't worry, Harry, you're far more valuable to me alive and perfectly healthy, she said. Harry clearly wasn't reassured as he pushed his goblet away, which made Tracy and Neville chuckle. Not to mention getting to talk to an event planner about your wedding, Lisa added, pushing the conversation forward. So the question is, are these really privileges, or just little excursions to get on with our obligations disguised as special treats? Daphne asked. And what are the restrictions? The 16s just stared at one another for several moments, all of them wondering just what the ministry had in store for them. Well, maybe Harry should get another detention and find out, Tracy remarked sarcastically. I don't think that would be too hard. Daphne sighed, looking morosely at Harry. If he keeps letting her get under his skin the way she did Monday. You didn't disagree with her, Harry said icily. Daphne turned to look at her betrothed, rather startled. He was staring back at her rather coldly. It was a look she had used quite often through the years. Seeing it from this perspective, Daphne finally understood how she had gotten the Ice Queen moniker that she loathed so much. We already talked about this. I never had time to say anything. You and Umbridge were practically at each other's throats, Daphne countered. Besides, I'm still not sure if I believe your story or not. Wait, and wait. Tracy waved her hands and shook her head. She turned a pointed stare at her best friend as if she were accusing her of something now. You don't believe that Harry fought you-know-who, and that was who killed Diggory? I don't know. Daphne shrugged. Tracy turned to Harry, looking aghast. Did you tell her the full story? Harry nodded. When we first met, you didn't tell me everything, Daphne pointed out. You left out a lot. I don't know why, and I haven't asked you about it since, but without those details, your story sounds false to me. Daphne turned back to her best friend and shrugged. Besides, he doesn't care if I believe him or not. He told me so. He wouldn't make a magical oath either, so really, I have no reason to doubt him, but I don't have anything that says he's telling me the truth. And excuse me, but when did you tell her about it? I didn't, Harry replied. Oh, I can't believe you. Tracy grumbled sourly. I take it you don't trust Dumbledore then? Neville asked, looking a bit offended. No, Daphne stated matter-of-factly. No one in the world has more secrets than Albus Dumbledore. I'm not denying that he's a good man, or the most powerful wizard alive right now, but I don't trust everything that falls out of his mouth. I don't mean to interrupt, and I'm sorry for eavesdropping again, Lisa said, looking perturbed. But I don't know Harry at all, and I think you're smart not to believe everything the headmaster says, but I do believe you know who is back. Really? Daphne asked rather cattily. So then I suppose you can explain how the dead can come back to life. No, Lisa said, clearly becoming agitated. But you can't honestly tell me that someone so evil and powerful couldn't protect himself from being killed. You can't look me in the eye and tell me that a baby could defeat the same wizard. A baby? With no education or training. We live in a world of magic, and you think the most powerful dark wizard ever couldn't have done something to protect himself? Then where has he been all this time? Daphne retorted. Broken, Harry said, making everyone look at him. Lisa's right. He didn't die that night. But he was broken, with no one to help him because everyone believed he was truly gone. He had to heal himself, and it took a long time, and eventually someone found him and helped him. He wasn't alone when he rose again. Harry, why haven't you told anyone about what happened? Michael asked curiously. I did, Harry said. I told Dumbledore and… No. Michael shook his head. No, I meant like the Aurors, or the papers or something like that. If you told them, then maybe someone would know how you know who came back, or what he used to come back. At the very least people could have that information and decide for themselves. Even if you changed one person's mind, that would be one person who might take steps to protect themselves. That's a good idea, Lisa agreed. You should think about it. My friend Mandy has an aunt who writes for Witch Weekly, and Looney Lovegood's father owns the Quibbler. Thanks. Harry smiled appreciatively. I'll think about it. In the meantime, Tracy said, turning back to look at Daphne, who appeared a little upset that someone else was gaining Harry's trust so easily while she was struggling so much with him. You need to stand up for your man, or Umbridge is going to get whatever she's trying to get, and you'll be helping her. Regardless of whether you believe him or not. You're right, Daphne said, cutting across Tracy's tirade. She turned to Harry and took his hand. We need to be united, and I haven't been pulling my weight. I promise I will do better, Harry, regardless of my personal feelings or beliefs. Harry gave her a nod, but didn't say anything further. Daphne felt it was the best she could hope for given their situation. She hated that for every step forward she made with Harry, she would inevitably do something that would put her 2 steps back again. She knew she was going to have to make more effort when it came to Harry, or everything she hoped to accomplish would turn to ash. In the 2 weeks following Umbridge's initial counseling sessions with the betrothed couples, a sort of calm had settled over Hogwarts. This primarily had to do with the obscene amount of homework being assigned by the teachers, who in Neville's opinion was doing it to take attention away from the betrotheds. The other reason was that with September ending, anticipation was beginning to build regarding the Quidditch season. Having missed the inter-house competition in lieu of the Tri-Wizard tournament the year before had amped up the eagerness for each of the 4 houses to see their team dominate this year. Arguably, no one was more excited for the coming season than Harry Potter, who could not wait to get back on his broom and once again chase the elusive Snitch in search of victory for his house. Sharing a table at meal times with the majority of the Slytherin team had led to more than a few debates on Gryffindor's chances this year. Harry. Angelina Johnson shouted at the black-haired teen as she came running towards him in the Charms corridor Friday afternoon. He, Ron, Hermione and Neville were on their way to their Transfiguration class at the moment. I've been looking all over for you, she said as she finally caught up to him. I only just got word from Professor McGonagall. I wanted to start earlier, but... The dark-skinned girl panted heavily, leaning on Harry for support as she clutched a stitch in her side. I've finally managed to book the pitch for tomorrow morning at 9. I want the whole team there so we can choose our new keeper together. I want someone who works well with the entire team, not just keeps the other team from scoring. She panted. Then I'll be there, Harry said with an enthusiastic smile. Angelina patted his shoulder and mumbled something about needing a drink of water. Well, Hermione smiled as she turned to Ron. Just a few hours and then you'll know if all the practice you've been doing will pay off. Ron nodded and swallowed hard. Ron, you're going out for the team? Neville asked with awe. It's all he's talked about for the last 3 weeks. Hermione said, giving Ron a proud smile. He's been working with Fred and George every night since we got back. They even said last night they were considering acknowledging their relation to him if he kept improving. Well, it's easy with them. Ron shrugged. They always made me play keeper at home. Then it shouldn't be any problem for you. Harry nodded. You've played with the very best all your life. Ron's expression relaxed at that and he began to smile. You're right, he confirmed. Bill, Charlie, Fred and George. I come from a family of great Quidditch players, and I've managed to hold my own against them. This is going to be a great year. Just remember that you have to keep your grades up. Hermione said warningly. Professor McGonagall will pull you from the team if you don't keep up on your work, not matter how good the team is doing. Well then it's a good thing that my best friend is so smart and will keep nagging me to get it done. Ron said as he playfully bumped Hermione's shoulder with his own. Hermione just rolled her eyes and shook her head with exasperation. Personally I just want to get into the air again. Harry sighed as they entered the Transfiguration class. It's been so long since I've been on my firebolt. The 4 Gryffindors continued talking about the team and the victory the year promised until Professor McGonagall started class. Harry found it hard to concentrate on the lesson as his mind kept sweeping him off to a clear blue sky, with a thunderous wind pounding his ears as he soared, spun and dove on his faithful broomstick in pursuit of the tiny golden flying ball. Somehow he made it through class without having Professor McGonagall call on him, or making a mistake that would have landed him in detention. In fact, as he was putting his books away, Harry swore he saw the normally stern professor give him a small, yet encouraging smile. Emboldened by that, Harry joined his friends as they concluded the day's classes. The four Gryffindors talked a little about their transfiguration lesson, and what homework they needed to finish so they could enjoy the weekend. When they reached the main staircase, Harry and Neville said goodbye to Ron and Hermione, who were heading up to Gryffindor Tower while Harry and Neville were off to the betrothed suites. "Well, things seemed okay between you lot today," Neville pointed out. "Did you ever finally get to the bottom of whatever was making them so weird?" Harry's smile faltered as he shook his head in the negative. "I guess today was a good day." He shrugged. "To be honest, it felt like today was the most we've talked in a week. Anytime I ask them to do homework or anything where Daphne is involved, they suddenly have other things to do. I really miss having them around. Don't get me wrong, Neville, you've become a pretty good friend, and I'm happy for that, but I'm not offended, Harry. They're your best friends." Neville smiled, clapping the black-haired teen on the shoulder. "Maybe you should just ask what's bothering them. Confront them and figure it out." "Maybe." Harry shrugged. "If I could get them someplace where they couldn't make some excuse and leave." Harry had begun drifting off. "You okay?" Neville asked. Harry's eyes came back into focus and he smiled broadly. "I just had an idea," Harry said. "I'm okay. I knew you'd figure something out, and I'm sure you guys will work it all out." Neville smiled. "You guys always do." "Thanks," Harry said. "I'll see you at dinner." "See you later, Harry," Neville said as he left Harry at the door to his suite and headed for his own rooms. Harry spoke the password and entered to find Daphne standing near the table they did homework at, holding a piece of parchment and looking curiously at it. She gave him a cursory glance before bringing her attention back to the parchment. Things had been rather strained between the couple since their counseling session. It was as if lines had been drawn in the sand, and neither teen was willing to give an inch. Daphne was becoming more than a little frustrated with her husband to be, as he simply refused to speak to her about anything of his life outside of school, or anything else that he seemed too personal, which apparently was pretty broad. She couldn't even get him to tell her his favorite color. This seemed to be in response to the fact that she had not told him much about herself, and still had not spoken of her plan, which Harry had been told he was a key part of. On top of it all, Harry had taken to making condescending remarks about Daphne being heartless. He had not yet used the term, Ice Queen, in reference to her, but he'd alluded to it more than a few times, much to Daphne's disdain. "What's that?" Harry asked curiously. "Umbridge has called a mandatory meeting of all the betrotheds for tonight at 8. Daphne said, sounding bored. She turned and handed him the piece of parchment for him to read as she made her way to the bedroom to change her clothes. She had told him that she felt more relaxed in her own clothing, so when classes were done, she would get out of her uniform as quickly as she could. Harry had begun to mimic her in this, especially now that he had an entirely new wardrobe that fit him perfectly. "Your presence is required by the ministry-appointed relationship counselor, Dolores Jane Umbridge, at a gathering of betrotheds to discuss upcoming opportunities. Please report to the defense classroom at 8 p.m. this evening." "What do you think this is about?" Harry asked. "Who knows?" she said loudly from the bedroom. "All I know is that it's going to cut into the time I was planning to use to get my arithmancy essay finished so I could have the whole weekend free." She emerged from the bedroom now wearing faded black jeans and a large dark green jumper. Her honeybee-owned hair, which she usually kept in a ponytail during classes, was now free, and cascading down her shoulder in soft waves. She was running her right hand through her locks, while carrying her favorite ankle boots in the other hand. "Speaking of the toad, we need to talk about our next session with her." Daphne sighed, staring into the fire. "I don't want to be caught off guard by her again if we can help it, and I would definitely like to keep you out of detention with her." "Wow, that almost sounded like you cared." Harry snorted. "And can you please stop that?" she snapped, turning to look at him with her light blue eyes narrowed in contempt. "All those little snide comments about me being unfeeling or uncaring. It's really starting to get on my last nerve." "Sure," Harry said, getting annoyed as well. "Just as soon as you stop badgering me about my life and trusting you. You haven't given me a single reason why I should trust you. You've given me nothing at all. I don't know the first thing about you, but you are bound and determined to learn everything there is to know about me. I've told you over and over again why I need you to trust me, Harry." "It's very important," she began, but Harry cut across her, his voice dripping with venom. "And I've told you," Harry started to say when Daphne suddenly got to her feet and stormed over to stand in front of him, her fists balled tightly, her face becoming quite pale as her rage seared within her. "Fine," she all but screamed in his face. "You want to know about me? Okay, here's your god's damn chance. Ask me something. Anything. What's your middle name?" Harry asked without hesitation. "Isabel." "Next." Daphne huffed. "When is your birthday?" "December 1st. What's your favorite class?" "Arithmancy and charms." "Any other brothers or sisters?" "No. Though my parents thinks of Tracy as another daughter." "When did you meet Tracy?" "We were 5 and it was a party being held by my father's company. Our fathers knew each other in school, and it was the first time they had seen each other since graduating. Tracy and I became instant friends and begged our parents to have sleepovers. It led to our fathers becoming good friends." "Who gave you the nickname Ice Queen?" "Nicholas Dunbar. He was a 5th year at the time when I was in 2nd year. I wouldn't speak to anyone other than teachers and Tracy through our entire 1st year. I also had a tendency to glare at people who annoyed me, and he said I could freeze the Black Lake with my glares. He thought he was being funny, but it caught on. In our 2nd year, I froze his blocks when he called me Ice Queen. I hate that name. Is that enough, or do you have more burning questions?" "Who did you go to the Yule Ball with?" Harry asked. "Dmitri Petrankov." Daphne sighed wearily. "He was also my first key, and the first guy the first kicked between the legs when he got too handsy." "How old were you when you first used magic?" 5. "Who were you planning on dating before the law passed?" Theodore Knott, Adrian Pusey, Joshua Montague, Malcolm Price, Connor Thatcher and Draco Malfoy. Malfoy. Harry's eyes bulged. "Yes." "Next question. Why in the world would you ever consider dating Malfoy?" Harry asked disgusted. "I told you before that I needed to be with someone notable, and like it or not, the Malfoy name has a lot of clout in our world." "Still," Harry began. Before he could comment further however, there came a knock at the door. Daphne stomped across the room, and flung the door open to find Tracy and Neville there. Their smiles faded as they looked at Daphne's irate countenance. "Are you two fighting over nothing again?" Tracy asked disappointedly. "No," Daphne said defiantly, though she had managed to hide most of the anger in her tone. "We're opening up to each other at last." Harry rolled his eyes and Tracy sighed as she covered her face with her hand. "Well, would it be possible for the two of you to act civil to each other, and join us for dinner? Or would you prefer to stay here and finish bonding?" "Fine." Daphne huffed. She turned expectantly to Harry who crossed the room and offered his arm for her. When Tracy and Neville had started to lead the way, Harry turned to Daphne, and spoke in a soft whisper so only she could hear. "I became friends with Hermione after stopping her from getting killed by a mountain troll in our 1st year." Daphne's eyes went wide at his revelation, not that it was anything huge as she had heard that rumor, but he had given her something of himself at last. She suddenly wanted to hear the story, but knew that he was unlikely to tell her while they ate dinner, but maybe later tonight, when they were alone again. She'd be more than happy to put off her essay to hear that tale. Harry's revelation also made Daphne realize another glaring fact that Tracy had been repeating to her for weeks now. Trust had to be earned, and in order to gain Harry's, Daphne was going to have to give him her trust. Gods, how she hated when Tracy was right. At 8 that evening, Tracy, Neville, Daphne and Harry joined the other betrothed couples in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, where Professor Umbridge greeted them with a wide, friendly smile. "Good evening to you all, and thank you for coming. I have a few things to discuss with you this evening, most of which is truly good news," she said in her girlish voice. "The ministry has decided that you should be given some special privileges to help you adjust, and to hopefully strengthen the bonds you are already forging with each other. As such, starting next weekend, you will be allowed to visit the village of Hogsmeade on the 2nd and 4th weekends of the month." There was a wave of soft murmuring at this, and Umbridge allowed it to carry on for a few seconds, smiling delightedly the whole time. "Also, the ministry would like to extend invitations to all of you and your families to attend this year's Grand Holiday Ball in London on Christmas Eve. You are by no means required to attend, but I would encourage all of you to try and make it. It is simply an exquisite time and I know you will all enjoy yourselves immensely." There was another wave of murmurs, and Harry glanced around the room trying to gauge the reactions to this news. Harry noted the dour look on Malfoy's face, while Millicent whispered excitedly at him. "Next is probably the most exciting news. As you are here at school, and it would prove too costly and difficult for you to continually travel to take care of such matters, the ministry has decided to provide you with assistance for the planning of your weddings, as well as your financial and career paths. It is never too early to plan for your future, and the sooner you get started on your wedding plans, the more wondrous and memorable your big day will be. You may make appointments with these ministry-approved professionals in my office. Umbridge looked around the room, smiling as if she'd just given them all a million galleons, while the teens looked back with mixed expressions. There is quite a few more delightful opportunities that the ministry is working on for your benefit, though I am not permitted to speak about those just yet. I will say that there is a special trip being set up just for you that will likely take place just before the Christmas holiday that I think you will all find most helpful as well as exhilarating. Also, a special class for you coming in the new year. Umbridge held her hands up in a show of enthusiasm. The ministry's specially appointed relationship counselor allowed the teens a chance to speak amongst each other for a few seconds after she concluded. Special classes? Tracy asked, looking skeptical. What do you think they'll teach us? How to clean a house, or how to raise our children to S.K. up to the ministry? Daphne replied coolly as she stared hard at the pink-clad toad-like woman. Unfortunately, Umbridge said loudly, gaining everyone's attention once again. Unfortunately, there must be a few sacrifices made. The room went deathly silent as everyone turned to stare at Umbridge, who clasped her hands in front of her and made quite a show of looking troubled by what she was about to say. I am very sorry to say that it is the decision of the ministry that, given your already full schedules including appointments and counseling sessions, that you might become overburdened. This would lead to stress, which would lead to arguments, resentments and other negative feelings, and these do not build good, strong, happy relationships. And so, none of you will be allowed to participate in any extracurricular school-sponsored activities. There was a brief second of silence before Joshua Montague stood up, looking disturbed. Exactly what activities are we banned from participating in? Umbridge gave a sorrowful look at the tall Slytherin. Any club, society or team? Team. Someone behind Harry asked angrily. As in Quidditch teams? No Quidditch. Draco Malfoy asked quite loudly and sounding rather annoyed. I am afraid not. Umbridge replied. The classroom exploded in protests as every player stood as one and began to complain, argue, and even threaten Umbridge and the ministry. Umbridge simply stood there and let them vent for a moment or two before she held up her hands in a gesture of surrender. I am sorry, but I did not make this decision. This came from the minister and the Wizengamot, who all want the very best for you. I will, as always, keep you informed on any changes that might affect you, and let you know as soon as I hear any more on what else the ministry will be offering to you. I must also ask you once again to please place your orders for betrothal rings as soon as possible. Thank you, and I wish you a pleasant evening. And with that, the short, heavy-set woman waddled out of the class, leaving a stunned group of students gawking in her wake. Can they really do that? Someone asked. This is a joke. What are we? Breeding cattle? Fudge just made a whole mess of enemies today, Neville stated as he looked around. 6 of the 7 members of the Slytherin team were here, including the captain. Harry also recognized members of the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff teams as well. No kidding, Michael Corner said, looking a little terrified as the Slytherins ranted and hollered about the injustice of it all. Draco's sitting quite low in his seat. Tracy pointed out. He probably doesn't want anyone to know that his father paid a fair amount of gold to get this law passed. Daphne scowled. Let's get out of here, Harry said as he rose from his seat. They were nearly out the door when someone beckoned to Harry. Joshua Montague was very tall, and quite muscularly built. He had deep-set brown eyes, and a face with a rather pinched look to it. He glanced over his shoulder at the rabble still ranting over the declaration that they would no longer be allowed to partake in any activities outside of classes. Potter, I would like it if you would join us Sunday afternoon, he said in a voice that sounded like a lion purring. You and Longbottom? For what? Harry asked suspiciously. Call it a conference, Montague said, glancing over his shoulder. West Wing, 3rd floor, the classroom next to the statue of the one-legged warlock. With that, Montague turned and went back into the class where the rest of the Slytherin team were lamenting what had just happened. Harry and Daphne walked in relative silence until they were safely back in their rooms 10 minutes later. Well, that was interesting, Daphne said as she sat down and removed her shoes. I didn't expect that, I should have, Harry said, smacking his fist on the wall next to the window. I just can't figure out why. I mean, I know the ministry want to keep us under their thumb, but I don't see how banning us from Quidditch benefits them. No, I meant Montague. Daphne stated. Oh that. Harry grimaced. Yeah, if he thinks I'm going to just walk into a room full of SS, he's out of his ever-loving mind. Why not? Daphne asked, looking offended. Aren't you curious as to what he has to say? Not in the least. Harry shook his head. Why would they not let us play Quidditch? Oh, for the love of Morgana, would you forget about your stupid game? Daphne snapped. It's a stupid game for crying out loud. There are bigger things you should be worrying about. You should be looking at the bigger picture here, Potter. I need you to go to that meeting, and I need you to hear what he has to say. It could be important. Important to who? Harry shouted back. If you think it's so important then you go. I wasn't invited. Daphne replied callously. Which is part of the reason I think it's important. Besides, it would be good for us if you actually made an effort to build some relationships with some of the other boys instead of moping about wondering why Weasley and Granger are ignoring you. Get some new friends and move on. Harry just glowered at Daphne, and she realized she'd gone a smidge too far. I thought you said that you'd never tell me who I could be friends with. Harry said, his voice low and dangerous. I just meant that. Daphne tried but Harry held up his hand to silence her. I'm not an idiot, Greengrass. He stated. I'm aware that the only reason you want me to go to that meeting is because it serves you somehow. Because this whole thing has been about you. It's no wonder people call you Ice Queen. You're the coldest person I've ever met in my life. And I know some truly abhorrent people. Daphne whipped her wand out and aimed it right at Harry, who drew his own and prepared to counter whatever she threw at him. Take it back, she snarled. No, Harry replied. It's true. I said take it back. Daphne snarled with building rage. Harry simply shook his head defiantly, smirking. I'm warning you, Potter. She growled, her eyes narrowing to slits. You're warning me. Harry chuckled. Greengrass, I faced Voldemort. Not once, not twice, but 4 times now. Do you honestly think that a heartless little girl frightens me? Give me your very best shot, sweetie. Arg. Daphne screamed and slashed her wand downward and then up in AV pattern as she shouted, Evert Statum. Harry sidestepped the spell, which sailed wide anyway, and slashed his own wand up. Daphne caught the blazing red spell right in the and was knocked backward into one of the big comfy chairs, which then flipped over, tossing Daphne to the floor. Harry stashed his wand and went over to check on his betrothed to make sure his stunning spell hadn't done too much damage. He really didn't want to explain how she wound up in the hospital wing to Professor Snape. When it was clear that she was just knocked out, and had suffered no other injuries, Harry sighed, his previous irritation at her returning. He contemplated leaving her right where she was for the rest of the night, but decided in the end to be the bigger person and put her in bed. However, when he had gathered her limp form in his arms, and taken 2 steps towards the bedroom, he glanced at the sofa that he'd been sleeping on for the last month, and a whisper of selfishness crept into his mind. Grinning evilly, Harry unceremoniously dumped Daphne onto the couch in a heap. He then retrieved her wand and set it on the table in front of the couch, and as a final touch, conjured a blanket that wrapped itself around Daphne in a sort of cocoon, that would keep her there until he released her in the morning. Good night, my love, Harry quipped as he waved his wand to extinguish the gas lamps before heading into the bedroom to sleep on the huge soft bed for the first time. And that one helps power the string, then? Harry asked, pointing to the triangular rune above the chain of runes Tracy had written out for him to translate. Exactly. Tracy confirmed. That's why it's not part of the chain, but on its own. If you make it part of the chain, it makes the chain more powerful, but not the item itself. Got it, Harry said, making another note for himself. That could be really handy one day. She's still pretty hacked off, you know. Tracy stated after a minute of silence as she began a new chain for him to decipher. Yeah, I know. Harry nodded, making a few notes on what he had just learned. But honestly, I think it was coming for a while. We were deliberately pushing each other's buttons for a while. Like we were testing each other's boundaries. It was really childish, I guess. A bit, Tracy agreed. But maybe now you two can start moving things in the other direction now. You two could be really good for each other. You could learn a lot from each other too. What do you mean? Harry looked up bewildered. It's no secret that you're woefully uneducated in customs and all that, not to mention that you lack subtlety and finesse. Daphne excels at that. Well, mostly. Until she is confronted with a problem she can't figure out. Like you. Her big plan. It's crumbling at her feet, and she's too stubborn to realize it. What is this stupid plan and why is it so important to her? Harry sighed with exasperation. I can't tell you that, Harry. Tracy grimaced. You know why. I know. Harry rubbed his eyes. Best friend privilege and all that. Tracy watched him in silence as he sat staring across the room at nothing. Can I ask you a couple of things with the full understanding that it will more than likely reach Daphne at some point? She asked, looking a little mischievous. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at her expression and gave a short nod. Have you ever dated anyone before? She pressed. I mean, I know you went to the Yule Ball with Pottle, and I know that it didn't exactly go well, and I know you had a thing for Chong, but have you ever actually dated a girl? No. Harry shook his head. I like girls, but most of them only see Harry Potter, the boy who lived. And to be honest, I just haven't really been ready for dating. But I guess that's all pointless now. Maybe. Tracy shrugged. I've already told this to Daphne, but I think maybe you need to hear it as well. The two of you, and many of the other betrotheds are going about this as if it's all done. You're getting married and that's it. You don't have to worry about any of the stuff that leads to marriage, and I think that's where you're going wrong. I don't follow. Harry said, looking quite flummoxed. Dating. Tracy giggled. You need to date Daphne. Come at this whole thing like a real courtship, albeit a complicated one, as you're already living together. Is that what you and Neville are doing? Harry asked with a smirk. Tracy rolled her eyes. Neville and I were meant for each other, she said, and almost finished without cracking herself up. Seriously though, we have something kind of unique, but we do kind of act as if it's a real courtship, just more advanced than you and Daphne should. So what are you suggesting we do, oh very wise one? Harry asked. Do you remember how you guys were before your meeting with Umbridge? You two were getting along pretty good then, right? Tracy asked, looking hopeful. I guess, sure. Harry shrugged. You need to get back to that. Tracy suggested. You need to get back to basics. Talk to each other without the snide remarks, or the arguments. And I know that you're a private person, but you need to let her and Harry. Tell her something about yourself. Something that shows her that you're willing to at least try to trust her. I promise you that she will give you that trust back. She's angry at you, but she really does respect you. If she didn't, we wouldn't be talking right now, because you would likely still be in the hospital wing. You really hurt her pride, you know. I didn't want to. Harry sighed again. But it was reflex, you know. She tried to hex me first. I reacted. Oh no, don't get me wrong. Tracy remarked. She needed to be taken down a peg, and shown that you're not just some hunky doll for her to play with. Hunky. Harry quipped. Should Neville be worried? Stop being a prat. Tracy laughed uproariously. I'm trying to help you here. Okay, what should I do? Go to the kitchens and get the elves to make the two of you a private dinner, and apologize to her. Tonight. Make an effort to show her that you're truly sorry, and then, tell her something that you've never told anyone before. Or maybe something that almost no one else knows. Show her that you really do want to make an effort. I promise you Harry, it'll be worth it. Harry thought about what Tracy had said. In truth, he had been feeling bad for what he'd been doing to Daphne over the past few weeks. He was angry and taking it all out on her, and it wasn't fair. She was just as trapped as he was, even though she had volunteered for this mess. Still, Harry had seen that Daphne was a good person before Umbridge had somehow gotten under his skin. And, Sirius had kind of suggested the same thing to him 2 nights ago. Harry's godfather hadn't been too pleased to hear of Harry's behavior, and Harry was rather ashamed of himself as well. Although, Daphne had deserved the stunner. No one had disagreed with that. Still, Harry had felt as if he'd acted shamefully. And like it or not, they were stuck together in this. Okay. Harry sighed. Okay, I'll try, but I'm not going to make any promises. She's got to make an effort as well. That's all I ask. Tracy smiled brightly as she all but leapt to her feet. Now, I've helped you a bunch here, mister. I want something in return. What's that? Harry asked, a little suspiciously. Show me how to make big bad dementors go away. Daphne emerged from the bedroom at 6 o'clock that evening, looking anywhere but at Harry as the sight of him still filled her with utter contempt. It's time for dinner. I'd like to eat quickly so I can get back and finish my potions assignment. She huffed. When he didn't reply, she turned to see why he was ignoring her, and her anger slipped when she saw the little table filled with food and Harry dressed rather nicely, standing by one of the chairs, which he was holding out. I thought we could eat in tonight, he said. I think we need to clear the air. Daphne quickly crossed her arms, and narrowed her eyes. I'm not falling for any tricks, Potter, she said snippily. Harry had to suppress a retort. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I won't make you, but I'm not going to the Great Hall tonight. So, if you would like, I would appreciate your company, he said, looking hopeful. Daphne stood her ground for several seconds before relenting and walking over to take the seat Harry offered. Harry gave her a smile as he took his own seat. Across from her. How did you get all this? She asked, placing a napkin in her lap. I have connections in the kitchens, Harry replied with a smirk. Look, I'm sorry for the way I've been acting towards you. I was taking my anger out on you, and that wasn't fair. You're right. We need to be united, and not just when we're out. Daphne looked at him for a long moment trying to decide if Harry was being sincere or not. Why the sudden change? She asked skeptically. Tracy and I had an enlightening conversation today, he replied. Of course. Daphne sighed heavily. She really cares about you, and she made me realize that I was being unfair. That, and someone else whose opinion I respect suggested to me that I was being pretty immature. Oh, you had another little chit-chat with Dumbledore then? Daphne asked sarcastically. Actually no, Harry said, biting down the irritation he was beginning to feel. Harry remembered what Tracy had suggested about telling her something that only a few people knew to show he was being sincere. It was my godfather, he said flatly. Daphne looked up with surprise. Your godfather? She asked bewildered. You have a godfather? Yes. If you had a godfather, why do you live with your Muggle relatives? She asked, her anger now forgotten. Because until recently, he wasn't in a position to take care of me, and it would be difficult for him to take me in now, he said, cutting a piece of chicken. Daphne was staring at him with undisguised intrigue. May I ask why? She asked almost breathlessly. He was in prison until 2 years ago, Harry replied, feeling a churning in his stomach. He felt like he was giving her too much, and Sirius's safety was at risk. Oh my gods, Daphne gasped, dropping her cutlery. Oh my gods, Sirius Black. Sirius Black is your godfather. He's a murderer. He killed no one. Harry cut her off. He never killed anyone. He was framed by the same person who brought Voldemort back. The same son of a bi.ch that betrayed my mother and father. He spent 12 years in prison without the courtesy of a trial because the ministry wouldn't bother to actually investigate anything. They found him at the scene and just figured he did it based on what Muggles said they saw. No one even asked him what happened. And you know, Daphne wondered. Yes, Harry nodded. He told me. And what if he was lying to you? My gods, Harry, he could have killed you. He could have given you to you know who. If he was going to do that, we would not be having this conversation, Harry said flatly. I spent the summer with him. Daphne could only stare at him in astonishment as Harry continued eating his meal. She started, and had to clear her throat. Would you tell me how you found all this out? Harry gave her a faint smile as he looked across the table at her. His smile became wider, and then to her utter bewilderment, and began to chuckle. I guess it really started the night I made my aunt blow up like a balloon. And after that we never ever tried to brew our own liquid luck again. Sirius finished his story, which had both Daphne and Harry holding their sides in laughter. Well, as it is getting quite late, and you both have classes in the morning, I think it would be a good idea for us to say goodnight. But I am truly honored to have gotten the chance to meet you, Miss Greengrass. Sirius smiled out of the hand mirror. The honor was mine, Mr. Black. Daphne replied with a charming smile. Oh no, Sirius, if you please. Sirius said. Daphne. She answered back. Good night, Daphne. Harry, a word in private. Excuse us, Harry said, lifting the hand mirror and going into the bedroom. You took quite a risk tonight, kid. Sirius admonished when Harry told his godfather they were safe. I know. Harry sighed heavily. But I had to do something. God serious, it was becoming worse than torture, and she wasn't going to make the first move. And the subject just kind of came up. The more I talked, the more she relaxed, and I got to be honest, it was really nice not arguing with her. I'm not angry at you, Harry, and I think you made the right move, though it might have been better to start with something less risky. But regardless, I'm very proud of you, and I'm honored that you invited me to speak with the both of you tonight. It was not as nice as visiting with you in person, but it was still really good. I hope we can do it again soon. I'd like that, Harry said enthusiastically. Now, before I say goodnight, I want to give you a bit of advice. Don't repeat your earlier mistakes. Don't take your anger out on her. Find a better outlet for it. Got me? Sirius said, cocking an eyebrow. I do. Harry nodded. Thanks again, Sirius. Anytime, kid. Now, get out there and give her a key. Good night before you hit the hay. Sirius winked as the mirror reverted back to normal. Harry rolled his eyes and set the mirror back in his trunk before returning to the sitting room where Daphne was waiting for him, looking quite thrilled. That was incredible, she said when he emerged from the bedroom. Thank you, Harry. Thank you for trusting me. To Harry's great shock, Daphne pulled her wand and gripped it with both hands. I, Daphne Isabel Greengrass, swear on my life and magic. Stop, Harry said, rushing over to her and grabbing her hands. You don't need to do that. But I just wanted you to know that I won't ever tell anyone, she stammered, looking sincere. But you don't need to make an oath, Daphne, he said, still holding onto her hands, and looking deep into her eyes. I'm choosing to trust you. Daphne felt her heart leap into her throat and had to swallow hard. They stood like that for several seconds before they both came back to their senses. Harry all but leapt back as if her hands had shocked him. He began stammering about needing to get a good night's sleep, while Daphne stuttered about the same. She nearly sprinted to the bedroom, stopping at the door to look back at Harry, who was staring pointedly at the fire. Harry. Harry turned to find her looking at him strangely. Yeah, good night. And with that she quickly went into the bedroom and shut the door behind her. As she lay down 10 minutes later, Daphne couldn't help think about how much Harry had given of himself that night, and how much more there was to learn about him. Never in a million years would she have guessed that everything she knew about Sirius Black would be not only proven untrue, but be such a pile of dragon dung. The man was nothing like the cold-blooded raving lunatic the world had been led to believe he was. And if that was the case for Sirius Black, then maybe Harry had also been telling the truth about what had happened to him during the final task. And if that were true, how many more of the stories and rumors were true? Daphne rolled onto her side in an attempt to get more comfortable, yet her mind refused to settle as she began to wonder about her betrothed. She still couldn't believe how in one night her opinion of him had swayed so much in the opposite direction. This led her to wonder if perhaps the two of them could find something together. Don't be ridiculous, her mind screamed. He is a means to an end. Love has nothing to do with this. Daphne sat up startled. Love, she whispered to herself. Who said anything about love? Isn't that what you were just thinking about? Falling in love with Harry Potter. Making a real life with him. Kids in a house and baking pies and all that rubbish. Daphne shook her head as if to clear out the voices. She was being stupid. She was definitely not falling in love, not after hearing about one measly secret that meant nothing to her. Her plan was still viable, and it was still important. Thousands of people were counting on her even if they would never be aware of her involvement. Harry had given her a small modicum of his trust. She would get more, and she would get into his head, just as she had always planned. Everything was going the way she wanted it to. Wasn't it? Would you calm down? Neville said, grabbing Tracy gently by the wrist as she tried to brush past him to rearrange God's knew what this time. She'd been nervously wandering about their living quarters, triple checking that everything looked good. It's Harry and Daphne. We've had meals with them hundreds of times. But I've never thrown a dinner party before, and Granger and Weasley are going to be here, and Weasley already hates me just because I'm a Slytherin, and Granger is, well, I don't know what she is, but I'm sure she's going to be judging me as well. I just want to make a good impression tonight. I want everyone to relax together for once and not be worrying about house lines or this stupid marriage law and really get to know each other on a human level, and I know they're important people to you and Harry, and I want to make a good impression in MMPH. Neville did the only thing he could think of to quiet his anxious wife to be. He ed her long, slow and soft. He could feel her relaxing in his arms as the key lengthened, and to his own utter amazement, deepened. He couldn't believe he was being so bold, but she wasn't resisting him. In fact, she was pressing herself closer to him, wrapping her arms around his neck and holding onto him as if her life depended on it. Slowly, after several long sensuous minutes, they began to end their first meaningful key. That was really, really nice. Tracy panted, looking warmly into Neville's eyes as she clung to him. It was all I could think of to calm you down. Neville shrugged. You mean to get me to shut up? Tracy corrected with a knowing smile. Neville shrugged, but his cheeks colored slightly. Tracy leaned in and keyed at him, tugging his bottom lip with her own ever so gently. I think you may have found a cure for my word vomit. She grinned. Neville began to laugh softly at her as she pulled him flush against her for a lingering hug before slipping out of his grasp to check herself in the mirror for the 100th time. Neville was perplexed at how his betrothed could be so confident, and yet tonight she was as nervous as a first year before the sorting. Why is this so important to you? Neville asked, following her to the bathroom. I don't really know, Tracy admitted. She looked at him with a soft smile, her heart still fluttering in her. As much work as she'd put into putting this night together, she was suddenly overcome with the desire to cancel it so she could spend the night alone with Neville. Maybe together on the sofa, very, very close together. It just is. I just want everyone to have a good time and get to know each other better. She shrugged. I think it was really good of you to invite Ron and Hermione. Neville said, watching her fix her hair again. He was admiring her in her tight black dress and high heels. Her hair was loose and fell about her shoulders, framing her face beautifully. He'd always thought her attractive, but tonight she was stunning. I know you're friendly with them, and Harry really misses them. Maybe tonight they'll remember why they're friends with him and stop avoiding him. It's getting ridiculous, Tracy said with a frown. Besides, Daphne needs to get to know them anyway. She needs to see that Granger isn't the threat she believes her to be. And Weasley, well, I don't know about him, but he's Harry's friend, so. Have you heard from your father? Neville asked. Tracy turned to look at him with questioning eyes, wondering why he suddenly changed topics before realization dawned on her. Ever since Tracy's father had written to her asking if they could meet in Hogsmeade, Neville had been growing more and more anxious. Tracy knew that he still had a real self-confidence problem. She had never been under any illusions that she could fix it overnight. But she was patient, and in this for the long haul. He just needed a bit of reassurance, and she was more than willing to give it to him. No, but nothing's changed, she said with a gentle smile as she set her comb down and went to him, placing her hands on his and looking into his worried eyes. You and I are going to have dinner with my father and his betrothed. Dad is really looking forward to meeting you, and I know he's going to love you. You don't need to worry. Okay. She pulled him down a bit and started to key him again when there was a knock at the door. Tracy groaned and looked at the door. Is it too late to just cancel everything? She asked with a heavy sigh. Neville laughed and went to answer the door. Hello, Neville, Hermione Granger said with a big smile. Neville opened the door to allow the bushy-haired girl inside, followed by Ron Weasley, who looked around the room suspiciously and jealously. I'm happy you guys came, Neville said earnestly. Thank you for the invitation, Hermione said. She wore a knee-length dark blue dress with a nice black button-up sweater and black flats. Ron had on a nicer pair of jeans and a gray button-down shirt which was untucked. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, Hermione said, introducing herself to Tracy, who beamed at her, offering her hand. Tracy Davis, Tracy said, taking Hermione's offered hand. It's really good to meet you officially. Tracy turned to Ron, who looked at Tracy's hand for a second, but grudgingly reached down and took it, and keying it quickly. Tracy smiled politely, but Ron looked a bit sulky. Are we early? Hermione asked as she looked about their suite. No, Tracy said, motioning to the sitting area. We actually expected everyone to be late. It's almost an unspoken tradition for these sorts of things. I told you, Ron muttered. Hermione gave him a warning look. There came another knock and Neville quickly opened the door to let in Daphne, who looked stunning in a slim black dress. She wore black nylons with high-heeled boots, and a transparent silk shawl over her shoulders. Harry stepped in behind her, and Hermione and Ron were stunned to see their friend dressed so nicely in a fine steel gray suit. Even Harry's hair seemed to have been tamed a bit tonight. Wow, Harry, you look amazing. Hermione greeted her friend with a warm hug. Hey, Harry said as he returned Hermione's hug before shaking hands with Ron. I'm really glad you both came. Well, we didn't have a whole lot of choice in the matter. Your little friend Dobby kept reminding us how important it was to you that we come tonight. Ron grumbled. Dobby? Daphne asked curiously, arching an eyebrow at Harry. Yes, Miss Harry Potter. Daphne gave a shriek of fright and nearly fell on her face. Fortunately, Harry was standing close and managed to prevent his betrothed from really embarrassing herself. He gave the diminutive house elf a disapproving head shake which made the poor creature hang his head in shame. A house elf, she panted, looking at the diminutive creature with tennis ball-sized eyes, and a chagrined smile. You have a house elf. When the hell were you going to tell me you had a house elf? It's kind of a recent, Harry started when Daphne turned suddenly to stare at the elf pointedly. Wait a minute, I know you. She said, pointing at the elf, who took 2 tentative steps back. I remember you. Tracy gave a questioning look to her best friend before turning to the little elf, trying to figure if she should recognize the beast as well. Daphne pointed her finger at Dobby, who clasped his little hands together and took a tentative step backward. Harry made to get between the elf and his betrothed, holding up his hands. Neville stood beside Tracy, feeling extremely confused by all of this as Hermione fidgeted nervously. Ron merely stood with arms crossed looking grumpy. Malfoy, Daphne finally said, snapping her fingers and turning to look at Harry with suspicion. How did you manage to get Draco Malfoy's house elf? That's kind of a really long and complicated story. Hermione said, clearing her throat. Daphne looked at her puzzled for a minute before turning back to Harry who was fidgeting now. What did you mean this was recent? Daphne asked, narrowing her eyes at her betrothed. I remember Draco whining about losing his elf at the end of second year. Which is when his dear old daddy freed Dobby. Harry stated, his nervousness melting away as he looked to the beaming elf. Because the great Harry Potter tricked mean old master into giving Dobby clothes. Dobby said proudly. Daphne's eyes went wide at this, and she looked to Harry for explanation. Whoa! Tracy exclaimed. You tricked Lucius Malfoy into freeing his house elf. That is so cool, how did you manage to do it? It isn't really important. Harry tried. Yes it is. Tracy, Neville, and Ron shouted simultaneously. Can you at least tell me what you meant when you said he only became yours recently? Daphne asked, all traces of her earlier irritation having disappeared. She actually looked calm, and pleased with him. Harry relaxed as well and nodded. Apparently Dobby chose to bond himself to my family while I was in the hospital wing at the end of last year, but he only just told me a few weeks ago. Harry explained. I didn't know they could choose who to bond to. Tracy admitted to Neville softly. Why didn't you tell me? Daphne asked, a little bit of her annoyance returning. I thought we were trying. Maybe because he was worried what you might do to him. Ron muttered loudly again. Everyone turned to stare at him with varying expressions. Ron just ignored them all. Would you all like to sit down? Tracy said nervously. Would Miss Tracy be liking to have Dobby bring the first course? Dobby asked with hope. Yes, thank you Dobby, that would be very nice. Tracy said with a grateful smile at the elf who bowed and popped away. Tracy turned to head to the table where everyone was now gathering to find Daphne staring at her with shock. What? Tracy asked bewildered. Harry offered to have Dobby help me with tonight. You told her about your elf before me. Daphne asked, turning to Harry who shrugged. She was getting kind of scary as she got stressed out over planning tonight. I thought Dobby could help. Harry shrugged. You knew he had Draco's old elf and you didn't think to tell me. Daphne asked Tracy who was stunned to find herself in the crosshairs. I didn't know it was Draco's old elf. Tracy replied quickly. Harry offered me some help and I took him up on it. I just thought you already knew about him. Thanks for that by the way. Neville whispered to Harry. She was starting to drive me crazy. Tracy gave her betrothed a withering glare which he responded to with a smile. Harry chuckled as well, which made Tracy glower at him as well. Can we all just sit down now? Tracy said, motioning for everyone to do just that. I still can't believe you didn't tell me about him. Daphne said in a half-hearted huff as she sat next to Harry. You told me about rescuing a baby dragon with Granger, and fighting a mountain troll and your godfather, but not your house elf. You told her about Sirius. Ron balked. Are you mental? What's to stop her from telling that Umbridge woman, or the Ministry? They could arrest you for aiding a known fugitive and make you tell them where he is. Have you gone completely mad? Calm down, Ron, I'm sure it's fine. Hermione said from next to the redhead, though she looked petrified. It is fine, isn't it, Harry? Yes, it's fine, Harry said, giving his friends a confident smile. He glanced at Daphne, who gave an appreciative little smile in return. Dobby popped back before Harry could elaborate any further. He was carrying a large tray with 6 individual plates of flatbreads and several portions of meats and cheeses. Ron looked suspiciously at the plate that was set before him, and then looked up at Harry and Hermione with questioning eyes. It's the first course, Hermione whispered nervously. There's more coming. Ron shrugged, grunted and made a sandwich with everything on his plate, which he promptly shoved right into his mouth, much to the disgust and embarrassment of everyone else around the table. You know, mate, it really wouldn't kill you to take your time and taste it, Harry said with a smirk. I am taffing it, Ron said around his mouth full of food. Harry shook his head while Hermione gave an exasperated sigh. Neville just shrugged while both Tracy and Daphne just looked disgusted. May I ask why you chose to tell Daphne about Sirius? Hermione asked nervously. I would have thought that would be one thing you might never tell her about, given how risky letting that information out could be. You remember we weren't getting along all that well, right? Harry started. Hermione started to blush again. No, I didn't know that. Daphne raised her eyebrows at that, and gave Tracy a questioning look. Tracy gave a little shrug, more interested in Harry's tale at the moment as she had no idea who Sirius was, and why he was important. Oh, Harry said, realizing that he had never talked to his friends about how things were going between himself and his betrothed. Well, yeah, we were fighting a lot. Our first session with Umbridge had not gone very well at all and we sort of turned on each other. Anyway, I talked to Sirius about it when it hit its worst, and he suggested that maybe I was acting rather immature, and then Tracy here suggested I come at things from a different angle. Both of them said I should apologize and that I should show Daphne a bit of trust. I hadn't intended to tell her about Sirius, but it kind of came out. Next thing I know, I'm introducing them. What? Ron looked perplexed. Sirius was here and didn't say hello to Hermione or me. Of course he wasn't here. Hermione scowled. You Flo called him, right? You two don't know about the mirror. Daphne looked puzzled. I thought they knew everything about you. Damn right we do, Ron said proudly. I don't pretend to know everything about Harry. Hermione shook her head. He's a rather complex person, though I do know quite a bit about him. But I've never heard anything about a mirror. Sirius and my dad had these two-way mirrors they used in detention when they went to school. Now Sirius and I use them to keep up on things. It's been helpful, and I don't have to wait for letters. Harry explained to Hermione, who gave a nod of comprehension, and Harry could tell by the look in her eyes that she wanted to see this mirror. He was quite charming and very funny. Not even remotely frightening. Between Sirius and Harry I learned all about how he ended up in Azkaban, and how he is actually innocent. After we said goodbye, I offered to make an oath to Harry not to reveal anything about his godfather, but he refused. He said he was going to trust me with it. Daphne said with a soft smile to her betrothed. The last week has been interesting between us. After we finish our homework we sit down together and reveal something of ourselves. Though, Harry's stories are much more interesting than mine. Wait, Azkaban, you mean Sirius Black? You talked to Sirius Black? Tracy asked, as she finally connected the dots. The mass murderer. The scourge of the wizarding world. The man who betrayed the Potters to you-know-who and essentially turned our Harry into an orphan. That's Sirius Black. Daphne gave her friend a sympathetic humored laugh as she nodded. He never betrayed the Potters, but I got the sense he'd like being called the scourge of the wizarding world. Daphne looked to Harry for confirmation, which he gave with a snort. Wow, Tracy said with a bit of wonder at Harry. I would love to hear that story. Maybe another time. Harry smiled and Tracy nodded. I have a question for Hermione and Ron. Daphne said as Dobby appeared to take her plate and replace it with a small salad. The little elf quickly made his way round the table to replace everyone else's dishes as well. Daphne lifted her fork and began to toss the greens a bit before spearing some with her utensil as she looked right at Hermione. Ron stared hard at Harry's wife to be as if he meant to burn her face off with the power of his mind. Hermione tried to appear more open and friendly. How is it you didn't know Harry and I were fighting? I would have thought he would have told you both right away that he stunned me and knocked me right on my butt. Daphne said, looking to the two Gryffindors. Tracy gave a small snort of her own, but Daphne ignored it. I would have guessed you all had a good laugh about it as well. Daphne finished, looking more at Hermione than Ron, who was actually frightening her a little with his cold glare. She wasn't afraid of Ron really, only that he might pull his wand and start hexing her at any minute. That is pretty funny. Ron snorted. Neville and Harry gave him a withering look which he missed or ignored. Neither of the other boys could tell. Well, Hermione stammered. That's kind of a complicated question. Not really. Daphne replied. I mean, the three of you are supposed to be quite close. You two have been avoiding him as if he were struck with dragon pox or something. I find it odd that you've all been thick as thieves the past 4 years and suddenly you two seem to want nothing to do with him. It isn't like that at all. Hermione protested. She turned to Harry, clearly apologetic to her best friend. See, the thing is. She stammered nervously before Ron cleared his throat angrily and locked eyes with Daphne. I have a question, he said coldly. Just what is this big plan you have in mind for my best mate? He told us that you volunteered to be part of this whole marriage law thing, and that you had some sort of evil scheme that he was a key part of. He even said that your family chucked you out because of it. I never said that, Harry argued, looking rather annoyed by Ron's behavior. Ron, you're being rude. Hermione admonished. So what? Ron was still glowering at Daphne. I want to know what this slimy S has planned for my best friend. I just think that if she's planning on handing Harry to you-know-who on a silver platter, that we should know about it. The best friend you've effectively alienated for the last month and a half. Daphne countered. Don't try and turn this on me. Ron snapped. Just answer the damned question. Not to be nosy, Neville interjected here, hoping to ease some of the tension. But I've been pretty curious as to why you volunteered yourself. I've asked Tracy, but she won't tell me anything other than it's your story to tell. Maybe now is a good time. It might help to calm some of us down. Neville glanced at Ron to indicate exactly whom he was talking about. I'm curious as well, Hermione admitted. You two were researching Harry's background when school started and Harry did say you had a plan for him. I have to admit that I've been wondering just what you could need Harry in order to accomplish. Then I was curious as to why you were researching the Potter family. All I can think of is that you are planning to steal his money, but I know your family is pretty wealthy, so it doesn't make sense. No, Daphne said, feeling as if she was being cornered. I'm not out for his money. I guess I haven't earned enough of your trust to know the plan yet. Harry murmured, though Daphne heard him. No, it isn't that. Daphne tried, reaching over and taking hold of his arm. I mean, it's part of it, but it's an evolving plan, and I haven't really had time to. Does it have to do with that meeting with Montague that you wanted me to go to? Harry asked. You were pretty insistent that I go. No, Daphne said and then reconsidered. Well, not really, though that would have probably helped move things forward, but he saw through your plan to ambush him. Ron said proudly, beaming at his best mate. Well done, Harry. You should have done more than stun her though. That has nothing to do with, Daphne tried to retort. I didn't go to that meeting either. Neville said. Should I have? I mean, I don't even know what they wanted me there for in the first place. What meeting? Hermione asked softly, looking to Tracy. I just thought it would be good for Harry to meet some new people and try and make some new friends. Daphne tried, but this only seemed to enrage Ron. He has friends. He snarled. U.S. Really, because from where I'm sitting the two of you have been rather non-existent in his life lately. Daphne snapped. At least we aren't trying to soften him up and make him change into some sort of mindless, Ron started to shout. I am not trying to change him. Daphne slammed her fist on the table, rattling all the dishes loudly. Yes you are, Tracy said quickly. Daphne looked at her best friend with horror. Tracy suddenly looked apologetic and covered her mouth with both her hands as she shook her head. Change me into what, exactly? Harry's tone was dark, and his face contorting with anger as he turned to Daphne. What exactly is your big plan for me? All right, Daphne shouted in surrender. She looked around at everyone at the table, loathing the sight of each and every one of them at the moment. She took a long breath and let it out slowly, trying to calm herself down before she revealed her big secret, knowing with almost certainty that things were going to be strained between herself and Harry for a bit. Here it is, she sighed, as she slipped a lock of honey-bee-owned hair behind her ear. She took a long sip from her glass and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down before she began. First, you need to understand how wrong things are. At least half of our society is treated as second-class citizens, or worse, based solely on their birth. Half-bloods and muggleborns. Witches and wizards who, in some cases, are more powerful than the purebloods who run everything. She looked at Harry when she said this. I am a pureblood, she stated. The Greengrass family is pure for 100 generations back. However, we aren't anti-muggleborn. My father once told me that he dated 2 or 3 muggleborns when he was in school. He wanted to marry one actually, but he met my mother and they fell in love. My dad hates all of the propaganda about purebloods being the strongest and wisest and all of that. She took another sip from her goblet and continued. Mum comes from a proper, pureblood family. She wasn't as disgusted by all of that stuff until Tracy and I became so close, and my parents started to think of her as another daughter. After that, I started hearing my mother become more vocal about how unfair it was going to be for Tracy in the future. I didn't really understand what she was talking about until we started at Hogwarts. But even then I didn't really understand. Sure, Tracy got treated differently, but we were firsties, and I thought it was just the older kids being mean, you know. Everyone turned to look at Tracy, who was listening intently to her best friend, and oblivious to everyone staring at her. After first year, I had a long talk with my mother about it. I told her how Tracy had been treated, and how people acted around me when she was around and when she wasn't. It was then that Mum laid it out for me. How our world was broken, essentially, and how if things didn't change, there might not be a magical world one day. She told me that she loved Tracy like another daughter, and felt horrible that because she was a half-blood, she'd likely never get a fair chance. She'd have to fight harder, and do more to prove her worth. Mum said that people less qualified might get jobs over Tracy just because they were pure. Harry noted how Tracy's ever-present smile had faded. He then glanced around the table and noted how nearly everyone was hanging on Daphne's every word. Both Hermione and Neville looked outraged by what they were hearing, while Ron just appeared bored. During our second year, I began to notice that Mum was right. In Slytherin House, Tracy, and the few other half-bloods are looked down on. They can't even sit in certain seats in our common room. We're teaching them their place was always the explanation. That's when I started doing all my research. I remember. Tracy nodded. Right around Christmas, you started asking the older kids about it. Our society, our world, Daphne said firmly, needs change in order for it to survive. I'm not the only one who thinks so, but it feels like I'm the only one who wants to actually do anything about it. It isn't fair that Tracy may not be able to become a healer just because her mother was Muggleborn. It isn't fair that Hermione will never be allowed any sort of meaningful job because she's a Muggleborn. We're sitting with 2 of the smartest witches in this whole school, and at best Tracy can hope for becoming an assistant potioneer, or a secretary for someone in the ministry, while Hermione will likely end up returning to the Muggle world because no one will give her any job that she'd likely make a difference in. This is what you've been hiding from me? Harry asked, confused. That you want to make things better. Make things fair for everyone. I don't get it. I mean, I would totally support you with this. It actually sounds like you want to make a difference for everyone. Hermione agreed. Why would you hide a desire to make the world a better place? It doesn't make sense to me. I'm confused as well. Neville nodded. You are too sweet. Tracy sighed, looking sadly across the table at her betrothed. But if we were to just start shouting our support for Muggleborns, we'd be ostracized in Slytherin House. I'm already looked down on. And there's more to her plan. She's right. Daphne nodded grimly. See, I can't do anything to make a difference on my own. Then we'll all help, Harry stated. After all, this is the world we're going to have to raise our own children in someday, and they. It isn't that simple, Harry. Daphne cut across him. See, I can't do anything because it would paint a target on my back. The people who govern our world are not very fond of change. They love their traditions and customs and rituals. Why do you think we still wear robes? And more than that, they love feeling powerful and superior to other people. especially people of lesser birth. If I were to go before the Wizengamot to introduce a bill that asked for equal rights for half-bloods and muggleborns, I'd be lucky just to be laughed out of the court. Worst case scenario, I'd be dead before I made it to the flows. So, I needed someone else to present my proposals. Someone that commanded respect, and radiated power. Someone that people would listen to. You needed a figurehead, Hermione said as she turned to look at Harry, who was staring now at his plate. Someone that people might look up to, or even feel they owe in some way. Daphne just nodded. I concocted my rough original plan between second and third year after overhearing a conversation my father had been having with someone from the ICW. They were talking about this famous foreign wizard who'd proposed some new bill or whatever, and how he had people eating out of his hand even though he was a despicable excuse for a person and the legislation was awful. I knew that's what I needed as well. Someone that politicians would listen to. Daphne said while the rest of the room was silent, listening to her with fascination. I knew when I first came up with it that I was young, and knew next to nothing about how politics worked. So the first thing I knew I had to do was to learn all about the political world. It's a quest I'm still on. I've read dozens of books, but they don't tell you everything. I know that from listening to my father talk with his acquaintances. I realized that I needed a plan that could evolve. As I learned more, and as I accomplished steps, my goals would remain constant, but I was going to need to become more flexible in my methods. I also realized that I needed to find the right person that I could mold into the perfect puppet politician. Daphne said the last part as if it was vinegar in her mouth. HMPH. Ron grunted, his arms folded across his main course sitting completely ignored in front of him. None of them had realized that Dobby had brought their meals in the last 10 minutes. Daphne ignored Ron's grunt of displeasure and pressed on. I needed someone malleable. Someone I could easily guide to my way of thinking, and make them believe that they were the one who came up with the proposals and bills. I needed someone I could help to build political alliances that would benefit my agenda. Someone who would do whatever I wanted them to do in order to see those bills became law, even if it meant donating gold, or special favors, even becoming Minister of Magic if that's what it took. You wanted your own Lucius Malfoy. Ron sneered disgustedly. Daphne just returned his glower. The plan was originally to begin building my alliances this year. Daphne continued, ignoring Ron's remark. I intended to date a few boys whom I felt fit the requirements for what I had in mind. At the same time, building relationships with those I knew would one day sit on the court, or had aspirations for high offices. Next year, I would narrow down my prospects for my husband after we got our L results. I could start grooming my potential husbands into more suitable. Daphne struggled here, trying to find a good term. Pawns. Hermione said with disgust. Daphne shrugged. When we graduated, I hoped to have secured a proposal and that my future husband would be ready to enter the law with my encouragement. I would likely be working with my father and learning the family business, at the same time continuing to build allegiances in the social circles. After a few years I thought that I would be able to steer my husband into politics. Something low level, but with influence, while preparing him to petition the Wizengamot for a seat if his family didn't have one already. By this time we'd be married, and have our first child, with maybe a second on the way. We'd be the ideal family for everyone to aspire to be like. Daphne looked around at everyone who were just staring at her as if she'd smacked them all with live fish and then began juggling or something equally ridiculous. But then the ministry announced the Legacy Preservation Act, Daphne continued. And I saw it as an opportunity to get a jumpstart on my plan. I could bypass 2 or 3 years worth of drama and despair by landing a husband through the help of the very establishment I meant to change. Instead, I could now focus all my efforts on grooming my future husband, and preparing him to help me change the world. I meant to establish a bond, and learn all the ways I could influence him and sway his mindset to better match to my own thinking. I was also preparing myself to do whatever I had to do in order to manipulate me. Harry asked, his voice low and cool. He looked up at her and something in his eyes struck her almost as hard as his stunner had. Harry balled up his napkin and tossed it onto his plate as he got up from his seat. He took a few steps away from the table and stared out the window, his fists balled tightly at his sides. Daphne shook her head and sighed. I really hate that word, you know. But it's what you're talking about here. Hermione pointed out. You wanted to learn the best way to make Harry do what you wanted him to do. Why not just put him under the imperious him and be done with it? Ron snapped angrily. Because I want him to act of his own free will. Daphne shouted with annoyance at the redhead. I'm not evil for Merlin's sake. Well, you sure fooled me. Ron snapped as he got to his feet, throwing his own napkin down and knocking his chair to the floor. He marched heavy-footed to the door. Where are you going, Ron? Hermione asked. Ron spun on his heel, his eyes narrowed, and his ears burning red, signaling his rage. I'm leaving, Ron shouted. He pointed an accusatory finger at Daphne. I can't stay here and listen to this shit 1 minute longer. If I do, I might just kill that disgusting, evil by.ch with my bare hands. If I were you, Harry, I think I'd rather lose my magic than have to marry that cold-blooded serpent. With that, Ron slipped out the door, slamming it so hard it felt as if it shook the entire castle. There was a heavy silence for a moment. Daphne turned to regard Harry, who was still standing at the window, though he had turned around and was staring at her hard, his jaw clenched so tightly, Daphne worried he might be cracking his teeth. Exactly what is it you were planning on doing to control me? He asked in a low tone. I wasn't going to control you. Daphne argued uselessly. I wasn't going to manipulate you. I was. That's exactly what you were planning to do. Hermione pointed out, sounding disappointed. Everything you just told us was how you intended to manipulate your future husband into presenting your ideas before the Wizengamot. As noble as your plan is, it's still just. I know exactly what it is, thank you very much. Daphne hissed. And to answer your question, Harry, I hadn't really figured it out. Why do you think I've been trying so god's damned hard to get you to open up to me? You're locked up tighter than a Gringotts vault. I was trying to figure out what was important to you so I could use that. And I was. Well, I guess you managed that, didn't you? Harry snorted with disgust. You got a lot out of me this past week, didn't you? And I thought we were trying to. Gods, I don't even know what was happening now. Was anything you told me even true? Yes, Daphne shouted, appalled at the accusation. I never lied to you, Harry. I just didn't tell you everything. And it isn't as if you've been entirely forthcoming with me, is it? I know you haven't told me everything. You didn't tell me about your house elf, or how it is your name got in the Goblet of Fire last year, or even how you're so quick with your wand. Harry shook his head and gave a groan of annoyance as he looked at her. All that talk about being united and looking happy together was partially true, Daphne stated. The happier we looked, the less people would poke their noses into our business. But I also needed to train you so that all those things would become second nature, so when we went to functions, you'd do them automatically. It would make people take notice of how you respected me, and it would make us look stronger together, and make people take more notice of you. And what if I hadn't opened up? What if I hadn't told you anything? Harry asked. I don't know, Daphne said honestly. I hadn't thought about that because I was trying to. Daphne swallowed hard here, and her cheeks began to turn pink as she stared at the table, avoiding everyone's eyes. I was trying to prepare myself to become physical with you, she whispered. What? Harry asked. Daphne couldn't make herself repeat it, but Harry had heard her. You were going to manipulate Harry with, say? Hermione said aghast. Apparently she had heard Daphne as well. Daphne? Tracy asked, sounding truly horrified. You weren't really going to. I was going to do whatever I had to do. Daphne snapped. All right. Harry sighed heavily, as he gripped the chair tighter. I just need to see if I have this straight. Your big plan for changing the world was to basically brainwash some me actually, into doing your bidding by any means necessary, including, say. Daphne didn't say anything, nor did she make any move to signify that he was correct. I can't even wrap my brain around this. Harry said. What about having a family? What about our kids? Did you factor them into this big plan of yours? Of course I was going to have a family. Daphne said evenly, her eyes narrowed. I couldn't have anything that would detract from my husband's reputation, and if he didn't have any children, then people might begin to question his virility and might not see him the same. I needed someone who. Hold on, Neville said, looking thunderstruck. So you would have children just so this husband of yours appeared strong? Daphne nodded again, and Neville looked horror-struck. So, more tools in your political arsenal, Harry said loathingly. Just more tools for you to use, I suppose. A decoration for any photo opportunities. No, Daphne said quickly. I would love my children. It's why I had planned on hiring the very best nanny too. You weren't going to raise your own kids? Tracy asked appalled, having never heard this part of the plan before. Why even bother having kids in the first place? I was going to be far too busy with everything else. Daphne said as if it explained everything. I wasn't just going to be sitting at home. I'll have father's business to run, and all the other wives and important people who needed to be convinced too. But they're your children, Tracy stated, still bewildered. Merlin Daff, have you completely, what's going on in that head of yours? I still can't get my head around all of this. Harry sighed. I don't know why not. Daphne said now, her voice dripping with venom. It isn't like you're not used to people manipulating you. What? Neville, Harry and Hermione all asked at once. Daphne was angry now. Angry at them all for making her reveal everything. Angry at them for cornering her and making her feel small. And she was enraged at them for judging her. She looked up at Harry, her eyes cold and distant as she got up from her chair to stand in front of him. Come on Potter, don't act as if you're as moronic as Weasley. Surely you realize that Dumbledore has been using you for his own means. Daphne accused. Harry straightened up and looked at Daphne bewildered. Why don't you spell it out for me? Everyone wants you on their side, Harry. She said. The minister. The Wizengamot. Anyone who has an agenda wants you on their side. You're the boy who lived. The savior of the wizarding world. Everyone knows Dumbledore wants to be the minister of magic. And what better way than to get the boy who lived to claim that the most feared evil wizard of our time has returned? Oh no. Hermione sighed, looking fearfully at Harry and Daphne. You have no idea what you're talking about. Harry said, his voice low and dangerous. And I'm too sick to my stomach right now to clear it up for you. Here I was starting to think that you and I were finally finding some kind of equal footing, only to find out you were just getting me to trust you so I would be easier for you to control. I told you things. Important things. And you were just trying to get into my head. And you were going to try and get me into bed with you so you could really manipulate me. I'm so disgusted by you right now, and you were going to have kids and ignore them. You know, maybe Ron was right. Maybe it would be better to lose my magic than to be stuck with someone as cold-hearted as you. Harry sidestepped Daphne and headed for the door. I am not cold-hearted. Daphne shouted. You know what? You're right. Harry shouted back as he gripped the door handle. You'd have to have a heart first. With that, Harry left. Daphne shrieked as she pounded both fists on the table. She looked around to find the others staring at her, and grunted as she turned and made to follow Harry out of Tracy and Neville's suite when Tracy got up from her seat. If you walk out that door, our friendship is over, Tracy said quickly. Daphne turned to stare in utter horror at her best friend, who looked outraged. Neville, would you mind walking Hermione back to Gryffindor Tower? I need to have a word with my friend. Actually, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to say a few things to Daphne. Hermione said evenly. Maybe I'll go check on Harry. Neville said. He quickly made his exit, leaving the three ladies alone. Sit, Tracy ordered. Daphne was so shocked by Tracy's tone that she complied. In all the years they had been friends, Daphne had never once seen Tracy lose her temper. She'd gotten upset or angry, sure, but she had never once been so enraged that she appeared ready to hurt someone. Right now, Tracy looked capable of murder. The normally cheery auburn-haired girl just stared for several moments at Daphne, disgust pouring off of her in waves. I've heard about this plan of yours for 2 years now, and I've always thought that it was good. At least the goal was good. And I know you better than anyone, Daphne, and I know you have a good heart, and you're a good person. But right now, I'm having a great deal of trouble seeing that. Why in the world would you consider using your body to get your way? And ignoring your children to pursue some harebrained? I wasn't going to ignore, Daphne tried. Shut up, Tracy shouted. Hiring someone to raise your kids is basically ignoring them. We've both seen the results of that. Half of our house were raised by elves of nannies. Have you ever actually talked to Harry? Hermione cut in. Do you know anything about him at all? What are you talking about? Daphne asked, getting irritated. Of course I've really talked to him. Have you? Because right now, I doubt that you have. Or if you have, that you paid any attention. You should at least know something pretty important about him after he told you about his godfather. Can you just make your point already? Daphne sighed irritably. Can you shut your mouth for 5 seconds? Tracy snapped. Daphne looked as if her best friend had just slapped her across the face. Gods, I can't even look at you right now, Daph. I should just start calling you Pansy. Using your body to get your way is exactly something she would do, and I thought you were better than her. That isn't fair, Daphne replied angrily. Really? Tracy asked, looking disbelieving. Didn't you tell me in 3rd year you'd never sleep with a guy you didn't love? I was 13. Daphne rolled her eyes. And you're so much older now. Tracy remarked. You're so much smarter now too. What were you trying to say, Granger? Daphne said to avoid listening to more of Tracy's tantrum. Just that if you had really taken the time to get to know Harry, then you would have learned that you would never need to manipulate him. You would just need to become his friend. When Harry truly cares for someone, there isn't anything he wouldn't do for them. If it was important to you, then it's important to him. And the stronger he feels for you, the more he is willing to fight for you. He faced an angry mountain troll for a girl he barely knew when he was only 11. Imagine what he would do for someone he was friends with. Or even in love with. So I just need to get him to fall in love with me. Daphne asked sarcastically. Please, I don't believe in fairy tales. Who said anything about fairy tales? Hermione asked. I'm talking about facts. Someone I've witnessed do extraordinary things because it was the right thing to do, or because he cared for someone. I saw him face down 100 Dementors to save a man who only an hour before he thought was out to kill him. I know he risked his life to save the life of a girl simply because she was someone's sister. Imagine what he'd do for you if he actually cared for you. And you could have found this all out if you'd just tried to get to know Harry instead of trying to figure out how best to control him. I'm not even as remotely close to Harry as Hermione is, and I could have told you that you wouldn't have to go through all of the stuff you were planning. In fact, I tried to tell you that. Tracy shouted as she paced about the room. Daphne had never seen her best friend so angry, and it was really beginning to affect her. So what then? I should just apologize to him and then what? Spend the next year making him fall in love with me? She snorted. Yes, Tracy shouted in frustration. And maybe even allow yourself to fall for him. Do you have any idea how lucky you are? I wish it were that simple. Hermione stated sadly. I think you might have ruined any chance of happiness. The mistake you made was when you told us how you planned on raising children. What are you talking about? Daphne asked irritably. Tracy also looked up intrigued. Did Harry ever tell you why he used to wear those awful clothes? Hermione asked. Yeah. He said they were hand-me-downs from his cousin, the Muggle. Daphne shrugged. Did he ever tell you why he wore hand-me-downs? Hermione pressed. Daphne thought about it for a moment but couldn't recall. She was sure they'd discussed it rather briefly, but Harry never lingered on topics he didn't like. Daphne ended up shaking her head in the negative, as she figured Hermione would remind her of the reason. Hermione sighed and looked at her guiltily. His aunt and uncle, who he lives with, hate magic, and they hate Harry because he's a wizard. They think it's unnatural, and have not treated him well. He's never said it, but I think he might have been abused. He once mentioned having slept in a cupboard until he got his Hogwarts letter. They once tried to keep him from coming back to Hogwarts by putting bars on his window. I know that because Ron told me after he helped Harry escape. It's part of why he treats the people he cares for the way he does. To Harry, there is nothing more valuable or precious than family. When he was listening to you tonight, he didn't really get angry until he heard you talk about what children meant to you. How you would be too busy to take care of them, or raise them. That's when he got really upset. And I honestly think that if circumstances were different, he might actually choose to lose his magic than to be with you. How can you be certain Harry was abused? Tracy asked. I'm not, Hermione said. And I've never asked him because I was afraid of the answer, and he would never just tell me. It's one of the reasons I'm sure. See, there were things about his behavior that stuck out as odd to me during our first 2 years. But I just thought he was a boy, and just was weird. But then at the end of our 2nd year, I hugged him, and he went stone rigid. It stuck with me, and during that summer, I got curious and did some reading. I started realizing that he'd been showing signs, and add to that what little I knew about his home life, and I was sure of it. But I had no definitive proof, so I couldn't report it. But, after third year, things got loads better for him because now he had a mass murderer as a godfather to protect him. His aunt and uncle were terrified that Sirius might show up one day if he didn't hear from Harry. From what he said in his letters, he got more food, and was able to do his summer homework. Wow. Tracy sighed as she finally sat down again. What does this have to do with how I wanted to raise my children? Daphne asked, feeling her heart twist in her. She couldn't imagine living somewhere and having the people who were supposed to care for you, to love you, treat you as if you were a burden, or worse. Hermione had said that she had no proof, and it could be that Potter was playing her for a fool, but at the same time she had no reason to believe that Potter's home life wasn't horrid. Harry covets what he's never had. He wants a family more than anything. Hermione explained. And how do you know that? Daphne asked. Little things. Hermione shrugged. Mostly things he says, or how he is around Ron's family. Not to mention something that happened in our first year. What? Tracy asked eagerly. I wasn't there. I only heard about it from Ron. Apparently Harry found the mirror of Arised, and he saw a family in it. His family. The thing he desires most in life is to have a family. He went back to stare in that mirror every night until Dumbledore found him, and hid the mirror again. Daphne sighed and ran her hands through her hair in exasperation before she set her eyes on Hermione. You know what I find hysterical here, Granger? Daphne began, sounding truly perturbed at having been lectured to. Your so-called concern for you friend even though you've spent the past month ignoring him and avoiding him. Here you are lecturing me on how I've messed up my relationship. Tracy snorted at that, and Daphne gave her an icy glare, which Tracy returned with equal fervor. While you and Weasley shun him, and treat him as if he were a disease. Why is that? You never did get to tell us why you're ignoring him. I'm not ignoring him, Hermione said, and her eyes became watery now as she glared at Daphne. I'm not. I miss him more than you could ever understand. I miss talking to him, and hearing him laugh, and watching him struggle with his homework. I miss sitting up and listening to him and Ron talk about Quidditch endlessly. It's killing me. Do you love him? Daphne asked flatly. What? Hermione looked perplexed. It's a simple question, Daphne said, folding her arms. See, I think the reason you're ignoring him is because you're in love with him and now you can never have him. I think you're jealous of me and… No. Hermione shook her head. No, I don't. I'm not in love with him. I love him the same way I would love my brother if I had one. Then why ignore him? Tracy asked with concern. Because I have no idea how to relate to him now. Hermione admitted through tears. He's getting married. He's going through all of this stuff and I have no clue how to help him, or even talk to him now. I've never even had a boyfriend, so how am I supposed to help him figure out how to make a relationship work? You shouldn't let that stop you from just being there for your best friend. Tracy said. Do you have any idea how much he misses you and Ron? He needs you guys, no matter what's happening in his life. He needs you now more than ever. I know and I feel horrible about it. I can't even hardly sleep at night knowing how horrible I've been acting. I just convinced myself that Daphne was going to take my place and that he wouldn't need me anymore. Hermione sniffled. Boy, were you wrong, Tracy said, giving her best friend a withering look that made Daphne sigh heavily. I'm trying to make things better. Daphne snapped, getting to her feet again. You guys are making me out to be some sort of evil hag, but I'm trying to fix the world. But you're going about it all wrong, Tracy argued. And what's worse is that you're still acting as if Harry's some sort of weapon for you to wield. Hermione just spent the last half hour explaining that he's had a rough life, and you're acting as if it isn't your problem. Is it? Daphne asked. Seriously. What am I supposed to do about it? It was all in the past, and I can't change what's happened already. No one's asking you to, Tracy stated. And no one's asking you to give up your goals. We're just asking you to think about what you're doing. Gods, Daphne, I love you to death, I really do, but tonight, hearing you talk about what you were willing to do, I've never been so afraid for you. It was bad enough when you volunteered yourself for what I was being forced into, what a lot of us were being forced into. But out of everyone, I thought we were the lucky ones. I landed a boy I already liked, and you got the boy every girl would kill for. Yeah, sure, we thought maybe he might be arrogant or full of himself, but that was more because we had to listen to Malfoy for the last 4 years. But getting to know him, and knowing you like I do, I thought, I was certain that of all the people being forced to be together, you and Harry could be happy together. Happy together? Daphne scoffed. What exactly did you think was going to happen? We'd stare into each other's eyes and fall into each other's arms, the music would swell and we'd confess our love. Is that what you thought would happen? Daphne shouted angrily. Should I go running after him and tell him that I was an idiot and that we should forget I ever wanted to help the world and that I'll be his one and only until the day I die? I don't know, Tracy said evenly but looking thoroughly annoyed. And I don't think I care anymore what you do. I think I'm done trying to give you advice, especially as you don't listen to a thing I have to say anyway. That's not true, Daphne argued, feeling a lump form in her throat at Tracy's look. Isn't it? Tracy countered. Funny, because you talk about wanting a better world for half-bloods and muggleborns, yet you have two of the very people you claim to want to help right in front of you here, and you haven't listened to a thing we've said. What's even funnier is how you plan to make the world better. By using your future half-blood husband as a pawn. As if he were not even a real person. Almost like a pureblood like Malfoy would use someone for their own gain. Hermione said, wiping at her eyes. But, that's not what, Daphne stammered. I think you should go now. Tracy said, getting out of her chair and going to the door. I think you need to rethink your plan somewhat because from where I'm sitting it looks pretty flawed. Tracy, Daphne tried to reason with her best friend, but Tracy refused to look at her, but instead, opened the door. Daphne figured it might be best to let Tracy cool off and talk to her in the morning. She headed back to her own suite, expecting to find Harry sitting on the sofa staring at the fire with anger, or even perhaps setting her things on fire, but he wasn't there at all. In fact, it looked as if he hadn't been back here, and she had no idea where he could be. She decided that she didn't really care at the moment. She didn't want to have another fight with him at the moment. She slipped out of her dress and into her long t-shirt that she always slept in. She washed her face, and brushed her teeth and 20 minutes later crawled into bed feeling quite exhausted. She lay in the dark grumbling to herself about how none of them understood what it was she was trying to do and why she felt she had to do things the way she had planned. Someone had to make sacrifices so others could be happy. She was willing to do that. She was giving up so much so other people could live the lives they deserved. Yes, her plan had flaws, but it was still in its infancy really. How would she have ever known that the man she would wind up with would actually support her? The only boys she'd ever had any real interactions with had always had their own agendas after all. Her own experiences taught her that to get what she wanted, she would have to work to get her husband to fall in line with her way of thinking, especially as she had originally planned to marry a pureblood. So what happens now? She asked herself. She thought of Harry's parting words and she grimaced at the thought of losing her magic because Harry chose to walk away. Would that be what happened? Or would she be alright since it wasn't she who broke the contract? Or would he return and follow through with his responsibilities? And what would their lives be like? And how would they conceive children if Harry couldn't even stand the sight of her? For that matter, how could she allow him to be with her when she felt nothing for him? Why did I do this? She asked. Things were much simpler when it was just a plan. Lucius Malfoy had never in his entire life suffered the insult he felt as he stormed out of the house. Stomping down the garden path, he grumbled loudly as he fought to get his cloak on properly after having it thrown at him, while trying to keep a hold of his beloved cane which served as a wand holster. He had never in his life incurred such disrespect. To make matters worse, it had been at the hands of well-thought-of purebloods. This was not how Lucius had foreseen the evening ending. It was in fact extremely contradictory to what he had thought would happen. They were supposed to see that he was an ally. A friend, who was trying to keep shame from their noble bloodline. It had been a huge mistake made by the ministry in whatever method they had used to pair witches and wizards for their law. A mistake that Lucius had hoped they would allow him to rectify before their beautiful, pure daughter had been tainted by this blight on wizarding society. But they had been most uncooperative. And insulting. Lucius finally managed to win the war with his cloak and got it on properly. He stopped at the front gate and looked back up at the house, glowering as he grumbled disgustedly about their narrow-mindedness. He simply couldn't understand how anyone could be so stubborn and foolish. Did they not understand what their defiance would cost them? Lucius knew that they were going to find out, and soon. Lucius was able to calm himself slightly, knowing it would be teaching them what it meant to defy him and the one he served. He didn't take a lot of pleasure in the thought of what he would do, as he would have preferred to unleash his cruelty upon more deserving targets, not a noble pureblood family. On the other hand, after the way they had spoken to him, and how they had insulted his generous offer, he allowed himself a small sneer as he slipped through the gate in the wards before striding into the forest that surrounded the house, not unlike his own. They were purebloods from an old line, though they had not achieved ancient status. They were still a few generations removed from such an honor. But they had acted like mudblood filth. Disgusting and ignorant. It had been abhorrent the way they had spoken to him. They will learn, he said to himself, finally managing to get his cloak on properly. He stopped and turned to look through the trees to stare at the house again, glaring hard at the silhouette, and imagining his return. It would not be long, he was certain of that. And he would not be alone, nor would he be at all friendly. They'd given up their only chance to survive the coming war, and for what? The boy. The ignorant, egomaniacal wretch of a boy who the world would be better off without. Damn you, Greengrass, Lucius muttered. You're going to wish you had taken my offer. I will see to it. They had spat in his face, and they had defied the Dark Lord, and very soon, they would learn how large a mistake they had made. Lucius began to grin a feral smile as he imagined making the mother and father watch as he personally made their daughters suffer by his hand. When he tired of their screams, he would end the miserable lives of the two teenaged girls, and then, he would take his sweet time, experiencing the flesh of Aurora Greengrass at long last, and he would do it right in front of her impotent husband, laughing in the helpless man's face. And then he would kill her when he had finished. And then he would show his cruelty when he severed Jonathan Greengrass' hands and his feet and burned his eyes right from their sockets so that the very last thing he would ever see would be his dead daughters, and his dead and broken wife. You should have just agreed to hand over the boy, Greengrass. Lucius said out loud. Now you must suffer. With one last glance at the house, Lucius spun on the spot, and with a crack, disapparated. Daphne sat wrapped in a blanket on the sofa, staring into the crackling flames, trying not to break down and cry like a child. She took a deep breath, trying for what she was sure was the 50th time to calm herself down. She was sure that if she at least had an idea of what was going to happen to her next, she might feel a little better, even if it was something horrible. The last week had been the absolute worst in her life. Ever since she had blurted out all the details of her grand plan, things had gotten more and more trying. The very worst of it had been not having her best friend around. Tracy had outright refused to speak to her. Daphne understood that Tracy did not agree with some of the things that made up the plan, but she hadn't understood. None of the people who had heard the plan had understood. They hadn't even given her a chance to explain before passing judgment. Then again, Daphne knew she had explained things pretty clearly, and she knew exactly where things had gone wrong. Her goal wasn't the problem. She was the problem. If she had listened to Tracy, especially after she learned who she would be betrothed to, then things would have been quite different, but she had ignored her best friend's warning and plowed ahead as if nothing had changed. If she had taken Tracy's advice, and truly, genuinely gotten to know Harry, instead of trying to figure out the best way to manipulate how she hated that word, him, then perhaps she wouldn't be sitting up at this ungodly hour on a Sunday night wondering where her betrothed was at and if they would be able to fix this problem. Maybe if she'd laid eyes on him outside of class this past week, she might have been able to at least try and talk to him, but Harry Potter had been little more than an apparition over the last 9 days. Not that she was counting how many days Harry had been gone. At this time last Sunday, she had been sure Harry had made good on his threat to just leave. To give up magic altogether just to get away from her. She had worried then that she would then lose her magic in turn, and had freaked out. She hadn't been able to imagine her life without her magic. It would have been like trying to imagine life after having a limb removed. But this had been just the start to what had to have been the worst week ever imagined. Going to breakfast without Harry on Saturday had been like a huge advertisement that she and Harry were having a problem. It felt like every single pair of eyes was on her as she ate her breakfast. It wouldn't have been so bad except Tracy and Neville chose to sit all the way at the end of the table, as far from her as they could get, and she wasn't really friendly with many of the other betrotheds. And so she had been forced to eat alone, head down to avoid anyone who might be looking at her, internally grumbling about Harry's inconsideration. By Monday morning, the rumor mill was hard at work. Apparently Harry hadn't been seen by anyone, and it was widely believed that he had indeed left Great Britain entirely to get away from her, or the ministry, or a number of other ridiculous stories, depending on who you listened to. Only Pansy Parkinson had approached her to try and get the real story, something Daphne was most unwilling to discuss with Slytherin's answer to Lavender Brown. Pansy had a bit of trouble taking the hint, but had fortunately been itching to tell someone about the woes of her relationship with Joshua Montague. Unfortunately for Daphne, it hadn't only been students who noticed Harry's absence. Much to Daphne's utter embarrassment and irritation, Professor Umbridge had apparently felt compelled to address the issue. The heavy-set woman practically cornered Daphne immediately following dinner on Monday evening, just outside the Great Hall. Daphne was impressed that someone with such short stubby little legs could move so quickly from the head table to the entrance hall, especially given how Daphne had been the door from the Great Hall to begin with. "Miss Greengrass, I would very much like a moment of your time, please." Umbridge had called out to Daphne, who groaned inwardly. "Actually, Professor, I have a very important essay I really should," Daphne tried, but Umbridge cut her off. "It's quite important, I'm afraid," Umbridge stated, "and I don't think it will take too much of your time, provided you are cooperative. Now, please, come along." She motioned for Daphne to walk with her, and with little choice, Daphne followed. It was only a few minutes until Umbridge was opening her office door and allowing Daphne entrance. "Please have a seat," Umbridge encouraged. Daphne couldn't help but be amazed at how much nicer the small sofa was when she didn't have to share it with Potter's bony hips. Umbridge took her customary seat across from the sofa, and leveled her beady eyes at the young woman. "I couldn't help but notice the absence of your betrothed over the last couple of days. At first I thought he might have taken ill, but Madame Pomfrey has assured me that he has not been in to see her, so that rules out illness. He has had no correspondence that would require him to leave the school, and the headmaster assures me that Mr. Potter has not asked for a leave of absence for any reason. So, I'm afraid I must ask you about the well-being of your betrothed." "So far as I can say, he is just fine," Daphne said hesitantly. The truth was she wasn't quite sure how Harry was. She had only finally seen him firsthand in potions that afternoon, and he had refused to even acknowledge her presence. At first she had been relieved to see him, as it meant he hadn't just run off. But later, after class, she had overheard tell both his friends that he hadn't entirely ruled out the option. "Yet he is no longer accompanying you to meals?" Umbridge asked. "We had a bit of a disagreement the other night, and now he's acting rather childish," Daphne said quickly, not bothering to hide her irritation over the situation. "I see." Umbridge frowned. "Have you tried to resolve your differences?" "I think that we will once we have both cooled down," Daphne stated, hoping the woman would leave it alone. "I would like to help you," Umbridge stated. "I can respect your desire to keep things between you and your betrothed, which is how it should be. However, if you are unable to come to an understanding on your own, or one of you is unwilling to at least listen to what the other has to say, then perhaps you might benefit from an outside point of view." "As I said," Daphne said quickly, "we had a disagreement. That's all. We will resolve it on our own. I believe we are mature enough to handle this without outside help, thank you." "Perhaps," Umbridge said with narrowed eyes. "Still, I think it would be best all around if we scheduled the two of you to come see me tomorrow evening so we could clear the air." Daphne shuddered now as she thought back to the special counseling session. The one where Harry didn't bother to show up for. Not that she could really fault him. She hadn't been able to find him to inform him they were to meet with Umbridge. Umbridge had been very disappointed in Harry as well, and spent 2 hours with Daphne pointing out what a terrible young man Harry was becoming due to some very questionable influences in his life. She didn't outright say so, but Umbridge implied that one of bad influences was the headmaster. Something Daphne believed as well. It was also one of the reasons Harry was now avoiding her. He hadn't liked it when she had pointed it out to him, and suggested that since he'd been manipulated by Dumbledore all his life, he would hardly be bothered if she were to do the same. Ultimately, the 2 hours she had spent with Umbridge had proved the high point of her miserable week. With each day that passed without Harry returning, the more her fear grew that she was on the cusp of losing her magic. Her fear began manifesting itself in little physical ailments. Nothing serious, but little things that served to elevate her stress level. Then there was the whispers, and the stares and the extreme loneliness she had felt all week. It wasn't so bad during classes, but at mealtimes, and especially at night all alone in her suite, Daphne felt almost as if she were a prisoner, isolated from the world. And the absolute worst part of it had been that nagging little voice in the back of her head that incessantly reminded her just how much she had messed up and how she had been so idiotic, and how her stupid plan had been so utterly juvenile. That little voice which had berated her over and over again for not listening to Tracy all along. How stupid she had been to not treat Potter like a person instead of a means to an end. The same voice that even now continued to ask her how she was ever going to fix it all. She and Harry were going to be married. They were going to create a family and raise them together. How were they supposed to do any of that given how things were between them now, and how could they get past this and move forward? Maybe if Tracy had been willing to talk to her earlier today, then maybe she'd have some idea of what she was supposed to do. The only other thing she could think of doing was writing to her parents to ask for advice, but that would mean she would have to admit at least some of how she had messed up, and she didn't think she could take their disappointment on top of everything else. Daphne knew that there was only one way she could start to put things back together, and that was to talk to Harry. She also knew that the only way that was going to happen was if she cast a body-bind hex on him and forced him to listen, and that presented another set of problems, not the least of which was that Harry had proven he was more than capable using his wand, and that her aim was questionable. On the other hand, she didn't really think that he would. Just listen to her. She was certain that Harry Potter hated her guts. Because you've never given him any reason to like you. The little voice said. He doesn't know a single thing about you, except that you want to control him like some puppet. Her inner voice had been making this point all week. Well, this and a few other really good, and irrefutable points. Yes, it had been true, she had had a plan to change the government, and yes, she had planned to use Harry to accomplish that. It was also true that her plan was rather unrefined, something everyone had completely missed, and that a lot of the things she had believed necessary to accomplish her goals were in fact rather questionable in their nature. But that didn't mean she was a bad person. She wasn't a bad person at all. She was simply ambitious and believed herself ready to do what she thought she needed to do to accomplish her goals, and maybe that had been the problem. Maybe, just maybe, she didn't actually have a clue as to what she needed to do. An idea she had only just now begun to consider in her isolation. For what felt like the 100th time she felt a stinging in her eyes, and rubbed at them angrily. She couldn't stop herself from wondering what would become of her if Harry had decided that he was better off without her. He would lose his magic, of course, but would she? Would a more serious punishment be in store for her because she was the reason the betrothal fell apart? Would she die, or would she continue on as if nothing happened, free to live her life the way she saw fit? And there was something else that had Daphne worrying over the failure of her betrothal to Harry Potter. Harry's story about what had happened last June. If Harry was to be believed, and Daphne was finding it harder and harder not to, then not only had the darkest wizard ever known risen from the grave, but he was determined to kill Harry for a rather personal insult some 14 years ago. And even more worrying, Harry seemed to believe that he would be the only one who would be able to stop him. Daphne was shaken from her musings at the sound of a trunk lid closing coming from the bedroom. Daphne practically leapt out of her skin at the sound, but didn't have time to wonder about it as the door opened and a rather tired and grumpy-looking Harry walked in. Daphne felt a swell of relief in her, and before she realized it she was crossing the room towards him. She had no idea she was even doing it until Harry held up a hand to prevent her from whatever it was she was about to do. "I've returned all of Harry Potter's possessions as asked," Dobby squeaked brightly. Daphne realized that the elf must have come during the week to get Harry fresh clothes. He'd probably been ordered to be silent, which would have been why she had never noticed. Or he'd come when she'd been sleeping. Either way, Harry had been taken care of. She suddenly felt very stupid for not thinking of it before. "Thank you, Dobby." Harry nodded. "Good night." "Good night, Harry Potter, sir," Dobby said. He turned to look at Daphne with something between sympathy and disappointment before he popped away, leaving Daphne alone with her betrothed. Harry took a few more steps into the apartment with Daphne watching him nervously. She was expecting him to begin shouting at her, though she wasn't sure why. Harry wasn't really the shouting type. Then again, she'd never seen him really lose his temper. Usually when he was about to, he would just leave. "You don't look too happy," she said timidly. Harry took a deep, very audible breath before turning around to look at her, his face a mask of stone. "I'm tired," he stated. Daphne gave a short nod at that. While he did look tired, Daphne noted that he also was refusing to look at her. She wondered if he had been forced to return and was not happy about it. Are you all right?" she stammered. "I have barely." Harry held up a hand to stop her from speaking any further. "The way I see it," he began, his voice low and cold. "We could agree right now that this is never going to work, and give up everything just so we don't have to be around each other anymore." Daphne gasped softly, and looked petrified at his statement. "Because the thing is, I'm always going to be wondering if you're working some angle on me. If you're saying or doing things because you're trying to get me to do something you want me to, and I just can't live like that," Harry said, finally looking at her, and Daphne recoiled at the hardness in his eyes. "I don't want that," Daphne said after a moment, when she finally got her voice to cooperate. "Harry, that plan is disgusting," Harry stated. Daphne nodded her agreement. "I made that plan with a pureblood husband in mind. Someone who was raised to believe that anyone of lesser birth was beneath them, and I thought that was the only way to see real change happen. All this time, Tracy's been telling me I was wrong, and that I'd never be able to pull it off, and it turns out she was right." Harry gave a slightly curious look and Daphne let out a heavy sigh before returning to the sofa. Harry followed and sat in one of the chairs, watching her closely for any signs of deception. "If I'd been open with you from the start, which I should have done, especially given how one of your best friends is one of the people I want to help, I would have seen that I didn't need any of that stupid plan with you. I should have talked to you like a person, just like Tracy said. To be perfectly honest, it was really annoying me how the two of you were getting along so easily, and you and I were struggling. But it's because she understood you on a level that I refused to acknowledge." Daphne huffed. She looked at Harry and flinched at his hard look. She knew he was currently trying to figure out if she was acting or not. "We have to start all over," she said. "How can we?" Harry asked. "Like I said." Harry leapt to his feet, drawing his wand as Daphne had slipped her wand out of her sleeve. But to Harry's surprise, Daphne grasped the wand with both hands as she stared at him. "I swear on my life and magic," Daphne started, but Harry rushed over, and grasped her hands, shaking his head. "I told you how I felt about oaths. It's stupid, and pointless. You and I are going to figure out another way that we can trust each other," he said, but to her relief, his expression had softened. "Then what do you suggest?" Daphne huffed. "We can't live the rest of our lives together with you unable to believe anything I say." Harry rose to his feet and shook his head. "I don't know, but I won't have you binding yourself to me like that," he said heavily. "We were doing so well 2 weeks ago," Daphne said, her voice shaking. "I liked how we were before that stupid party and my stupid plan. I have been so miserable this past week, and I know that I'm the one to blame for it all." "Interesting," Harry said. Daphne looked up to find him smirking. "What's interesting?" she asked. "Well, I know your week has been bad because Tracy has been keeping me up to date. She's quite cross with you by the way," Harry said as he sank back into his chair. "She's made that quite clear," Daphne said bitterly. "I've been contemplating my options all week, and I've talked with a few people about what I should do, and nearly everyone said I should try and talk to you and figure things out, although nearly everyone said you would probably blame anyone but yourself for things being how they were. Ron was adamant about it being anyone else's fault but your own." "I'm shocked," Daphne said with a roll of her eyes. Harry sniggered. "Who has thought I would accept responsibility?" "Tracy." "No actually," Harry said. Daphne's eyes went wide at this revelation. "What?" she asked in true shock. "Yep," Harry nodded. "She felt you'd likely blame all of us for forcing you to spill your guts, or some rubbish like that." "No, you had 2 people on your side. Hermione, and Dumbledore." "Dumbledore?" Daphne asked with surprise. "He has this horrible habit of seeing the best in people. Even people who really don't deserve it. It's pretty major flaw that he admits to having, but he says he prefers to believe in hope, whatever that means. He also says that now that we've cleared the air, so to speak, we could actually focus on things between us. And after you proved him right just now, I'm open to trying. You are. Daphne looked up skeptically. It isn't going to be easy. First thing is you have to forget everything about that stupid plan of yours. You were right before when you said we had to be united, and that can't happen if one of us is trying to manipulate the other. No, you're right. She nodded. Harry got to his feet and stretched. He gave a loud yawn and Daphne got to her feet as well. It's really late, and we have classes in the morning, she said softly. We have a lot to discuss and work through before we can move forward, but you're right, it's really late. Harry agreed. I'd like to at least have us on the same page before we meet with Umbridge tomorrow afternoon. Daphne sighed, rubbing her arms. She was really angry at you for missing the last meeting. What meeting? Harry looked up with surprise. The special one she scheduled this past Tuesday. I tried to tell you, but you proved quite evasive, Daphne claimed. There was an awkward silence that fell as Harry stared at the floor and Daphne watched him, feeling her stomach clenching. She wasn't sure, but she thought that maybe things might actually be okay between them. Or at least he wasn't planning on leaving. She let out a soft sigh and started for the bedroom, feeling a wave of exhaustion taking hold of her. However, before she had taken 2 complete steps, Harry cleared his throat pointedly. Daphne turned around to find Harry smirking at her. Actually, I'll be sleeping in there for now, he stated, now moving past her and heading for the bedroom. She started to say something in protest when he turned back, fixing her with that same hard stare from earlier, that froze her in place. I'm sure you're capable of transfiguring something comfortable out here, don't you? He gave a small smile and headed into the bedroom, shutting the bedroom door behind him, leaving Daphne staring gobsmacked at the door. As Harry slid into the delectable comfort that was the 4-poster bed, he couldn't believe he hadn't just passed out already. He hadn't been lying when he'd told Daphne he was tired. In fact, tired didn't even come close to describing how he felt. He was just this side of exhausted in truth. He'd spent the entire past week and a half outside of classes holed up in the room of requirement working himself hard trying to learn a huge variety of spells from the books the room had provided as well as honing his technique. He'd gone there last Friday night right after storming out of the party, though he'd been unaware of his destination until he'd arrived at the blank expanse of wall on the 7th floor. Once inside, Harry had unleashed his fury on 4 hapless practice dummies. With each spell he fired, he siphoned off just a bit of his anger until he was panting heavily on his hands and knees. He hadn't even been aware that he'd passed out that first night until he woke. It was still dark, but he wasn't on the cold stone floor. In fact, he'd found himself in a small cot. He found Dobby watching him worriedly. The house elf had then explained he had been worried for his new master, and had come to check on him, and conjured something for his master to sleep on rather than the floor. Harry had thanked Dobby and asked the elf to retrieve some of his personal things from his trunk. The most important had been the 2-way mirror, which Harry used to contact Sirius. I wouldn't worry too much about it all, kid, Sirius had said to his godson after Harry had relayed all that had happened. If she were any good at manipulating people, you never would have known there was a plan in the first place. But how can I trust her now? Harry wondered. Harry, you and Daphne have known each other a grand total of 2 months. Before last night, I wouldn't have even called you 2 friends. What with her being so secretive all the time, and you already being so mistrusting of her, you 2 were barely acquaintances. Plus, you've got a lot of time before you have to get married still. You 2 need to forget all this nonsense and figure out how to act normally around each other. Work on becoming friends, rather than this weird chess game you're playing now. But how? Harry asked again. Sirius shrugged. That's something you 2 need to figure out together. You were doing okay before that dinner party thing and you saw something in her that led you to trusting her with one of your biggest secrets. Yeah, but I hexed her before that, remember? Harry reminded. I never said it was going to be smooth sailing. It took your parents 6 years before they could be civil to each other. I know that you and Daphne can figure this out, Harry. Take some time to cool down, and let her settle down as well, and then talk it over. As for her big plan, you have to admit that her heart's in the right place. But she's also a 15-year-old girl who hasn't got a clue how the real world works yet. And beside, now you have a heads up. If she starts trying to steer you towards politics, you know what she's trying to do, and you can refuse, right? Harry couldn't help but laugh. It really was stupid now that he thought about it. Daphne had sabotaged herself by revealing everything, and now that he knew it all, Harry wouldn't be swayed. But he just wasn't ready to go back to the suite he shared with his betrothed. So he stayed in the room all weekend. On Monday he emerged ready for classes, thanks to Dobby who brought clean clothes and breakfast. He met up with Hermione and Ron outside of the Great Hall as students were beginning to head to their first classes. "Harry," Hermione said, running to hug her friend when she saw him. "We've been so worried, we haven't seen you all weekend. Where have you been?" "I need some time to think," Harry said cryptically. "Harry, we're sorry," Hermione said, indicating herself and Ron. "We've been horrible these past few months. Horrible friends. The truth is, we just didn't know how to act around you. While we were still at Padfoot's house, everything was just, hypothetical. But when we got to school, and we could all see Daphne, it was real." Harry nodded. "Exactly," Hermione said sadly. "Then you had to eat at a different table, and you weren't living in Gryffindor Tower, and we didn't see you all the time, and she was always around and looked like she was interested in you. Clearly for her own means." Ron grunted. "We just couldn't get our own heads around it, and we shunned you, and that was wrong." Hermione finished as they arrived at history class. "It's all right, Hermione. I get it," Harry said. "But it was going to happen eventually. We're bound to start dating here sometime, and we would have been pulled apart a bit. The important thing is that we understand that, and try our best to keep our friendship intact as best we can. We need to be there for each other." "You're absolutely right," Hermione agreed. Ron gave a non-committal grunt as Professor Binns, Ghost glided into the room and began his lecture. "After dinner, you two should come to the 7th floor to where that painting of Barnabas the Barmy is. The one with the trolls in tutus. I have something to show you both," Harry said. Nothing else was said as they all did their best to pay attention to another boring lecture from the history professor. And so the rest of the week went with Harry attending classes and avoiding Daphne at all costs. He and Tracy met on Wednesday for their weekly runes tutoring session in the library as Tracy wanted some specific books for the lesson, which quickly advanced Harry's progress. Harry also got an earful from the auburn-haired girl about her so-called best friend's appalling behavior and idiocy. It appeared that Tracy was angrier with Daphne than Harry was, which made Harry feel bad, and made him wonder if the two girls could repair their friendship. Harry spent some time with Ron and Hermione in the room of requirement teaching them a few things he'd picked up, and the rest of the time working hard to train himself. But in doing so, Harry was neglecting to take care of himself, which is why Dumbledore came to visit him. It happened around 6, earlier that evening. Harry had turned to find the headmaster watching him silently, looking impressed. "I see you are putting this room to good use," the headmaster stated with pride as he watched Harry fire a series of spells which obliterated one of the practice dummies. "Professor?" Harry asked, panting heavily, and wiping sweat from his face. "What are you doing here? How did you even get in?" "Our mutual little friend," the old professor remarked. "He seemed to believe that you were working yourself too hard, and mentioned that you had barely eaten all week. Your godfather was also concerned about you. He mentioned you had a bit of a disagreement with Miss Greengrass. So, I thought perhaps you and I might dine together, and talk about it." Dumbledore motioned to a table behind him that was heavy with delicious-looking food. Harry's stomach gave a loud rumble which made him grimace. He gave a nod, and slipped his wand into his pocket before coming to join the headmaster who sat down at the table. Harry knew he shouldn't have been surprised that Sirius had contacted Dumbledore. Harry had talked to his godfather a couple of times since he'd first decided to hide out in the room of requirement, and each time Sirius seemed unhappy that Harry had yet to work things out with his betrothed. Perhaps Harry should have expected Sirius to contact Dumbledore to talk some sense into Harry. It would appear that Miss Greengrass is certainly ambitious. Dumbledore smirked, bringing Harry back to the present. "She is at that," Harry confirmed. "I also agree with Sirius' evaluation that she is not very adept at maneuvering individuals to her will, Harry." Dumbledore said. "What about you, sir?" Harry looked up. "Daphne claimed that you've just been manipulating me for your own reasons." Dumbledore gave a weary sigh, and placed his cutlery down as he looked at Harry with sad blue eyes. "I am afraid that there are more than a few people who would likely agree with her assessment." Dumbledore began. It is true that I have, in the past mind, used methods that I was never proud of to accomplish the outcomes I sought. I promise you though that those results were always for the benefit of the populace, and never for my own personal gain. I have never desired fortune or notoriety or power. I lost all hunger for that on the day my sister died. Harry felt as if he'd just been gut-checked by his cousin as he stared wide-eyed at the headmaster, who was staring off into the distance. I didn't know you had a sister, Harry professed. Dumbledore gave a weak smile and nodded as he regarded the young man across from him. Oh yes, Dumbledore nodded. She died very young. About your age, in fact. It is the main reason why my brother and I have such a tenuous relationship. You have a brother? Harry asked, feeling as if the rug had been pulled out from under him. He knew he shouldn't be surprised that the headmaster had a family, and yet, he was stunned by the revelation. I do. Dumbledore smiled again. Aberforth is 3 years younger than me, and is the owner of the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade. We have never been close, but since the day my sister died, things between us have been very strained. May I ask why, sir? Harry felt like he was being invasive, but the headmaster gave a soft sigh and began his story. He blames me for our sister's death. Dumbledore said simply. Something that I am afraid we agree on. Ariana was not well, Harry. She had suffered a horrible attack by some Muggle boys who had witnessed her perform accidental magic. It left her broken inside. After our mother died, I became responsible for her care, something I resented at the time. I loved my sister, Harry, I truly did. But I was only just 18 and ready to see the world only to find myself shackled to someone who needed constant looking after. Harry could not believe what he was hearing. But he didn't say anything for fear that Dumbledore would stop his tale, and Harry desperately wanted to hear it all. During that first summer that I was to care for my sister and brother, Ariana was killed during a fight between myself, my brother, and someone who until that time I had considered a friend. Dumbledore explained. Harry was left gaping at the man before him, whom he once believed to be almost godlike. Since Ariana's funeral, I have dedicated my life to the betterment of our society. It is why I pursued a career in teaching. As the years went on, I dabbled in politics, especially during the last 13 years. Miss Greengrass and I both wish to see Muggleborns get better treatment. They are the key to our future. Here Dumbledore paused, looking Harry in the eyes as he spoke. Am I guilty of manipulation? Yes I am. Was it wrong of me to do so? That is where we get into what some might call a gray area. Dumbledore chuckled humorlessly. The world is not black and white, light and dark. Have you yourself not done things that were clearly against the rules in order to do something good? Dare I remind you of your exploits here at Hogwarts in the last 4 years? Harry shook his head, understanding what the headmaster was getting at. Dumbledore gave a sad sigh and paused a moment. From someone who did not know the reasons, I could understand how they might think I have manipulated you, and I suppose in some ways I have. The old man admitted. Harry looked up now, feeling anger rising in his. I tried to ensure that you had a happy childhood from the moment I placed you on the doorstep of your aunt's house. I stayed away when I should have looked in on you. I felt, given your aunt's hatred of all things magic, that it was for the best to remain distant. It was not until you arrived here at Hogwarts that I saw my great mistake. But you were alive, and healthy. Well, healthier than you could have been. Harry gave the headmaster a wry look. Perhaps I should have told you that night after you stopped Voldemort for the second time why he came after you in the first place. I felt at the time however that you were still too young to carry the burden. Perhaps I should have told you that night you emerged from the Chamber of Secrets. But I did not wish for you to know. I wanted you to live as if you were as normal as you wished to be. But I should have recognized that you were always extraordinary. I should have known that while you would have been afraid, as would have been expected, you would have been capable of understanding. So yes Harry, I have manipulated you. I manipulated you into living as normal a life as could be possible. And I failed. I don't, Harry tried. Dumbledore smiled weakly. I was certain Harry that you would inevitably have to sacrifice your life in order to stop Voldemort. Do you remember our conversation from earlier this past summer? Harry nodded. I wished for you to live a full, happy life before that day, because I was not smart enough to figure out how to stop it. I misinterpreted a prophecy, and as such, believed in a course of action that would have resulted in your death. However, thanks to someone far more observant and perhaps even more intelligent than I, your life is your own to do as you please. Not yet, Harry corrected. I still have a crazed maniac after me, and there's the girl I'm being forced to marry. Dumbledore nodded at this and took in a deep breath. Harry, I would like to give you some advice. Not as your teacher, or as an authority figure, but as an old friend who has lived a long life, and witnessed many things. Will you permit me? Sure. Harry shrugged. You are young. Miss Greengrass is also young, and the plans of the young rarely bear the fruit we imagine, if you take my meaning. I believe that your continued influence on Miss Greengrass will make her realize that she was false in assuming that not only could she control you, but that it is not the way she would wish to pursue her goal. I further believe that her continued influence on you will help to strengthen your desire to do great things. Finally, I believe that you may find it in both your hearts to find a strong bond with each other. I believe that so far, you still hold tightly to your mistrust, and your desire to protect yourselves from pain. You are going to need each other, and soon. I know that you've given her a bit of trust, especially as you've revealed one of your most closely guarded secrets. Do you now think you were wrong in doing so? Dumbledore asked. Harry had to think about this for a few moments. In truth, she hadn't betrayed his trust. In fact, she had been willing to swear an oath to make sure she never betrayed him. But she had been willing to manipulate him to get what she wanted. But she wanted people to all be equal and be treated fairly, and that was pretty noble. And, she had revealed her plan. But she was willing to ignore her own children if they got in the way of her goals. The plans of the young rarely bear the fruit we imagine. Harry gave a deep sigh and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. I don't know, Harry admitted. She was willing to offer an oath, but I told her not to. I wanted to trust her, and she hasn't given me any reason to doubt her really, but I just don't know that I can trust her after this. Then perhaps you should give her the chance to earn your trust. You have a big heart, Harry, and have forgiven far bigger offenses than this. I recall you and Mr. Weasley having a falling out last year if I am not mistaken. It took a while, but you managed to overcome it. I believe you and Miss Greengrass will find your path as well, given time and patience, and I would be willing to help you if you require it. Harry gave an appreciative nod and Dumbledore smiled. There is one other thing that I am afraid that I must address tonight, Dumbledore said, picking up his cutlery and starting in on his dinner again. I fear that I must ask you to return to your assigned suite, as well as taking meals in the Great Hall with the rest of the students. But Harry started to argue, but Dumbledore fixed him with a serious look. Your absence has been noticed, Harry, and I'm afraid if it continues, there could be serious repercussions for you from the ministry. Dumbledore said evenly. For now we must tread carefully. This is their game and we can't fight back until we understand the rules, understand? I think so. Harry nodded. But we are going to fight back, right? With everything we have, Harry. Dumbledore smiled. Though I think when the truth comes out, we won't need to fight them. Especially if the whispers I'm hearing continue to grow in strength. They didn't really think things through, I'm afraid. That's obvious. Harry huffed. Indeed. Dumbledore chuckled. Harry lay in his bed now, frowning at the top of the canopy. Tomorrow he and Daphne were going to need to have a long talk because they had a common enemy in Dolores Umbridge. Given how their last session had gone, Harry felt that things would be even tenser this time around. Daphne felt a shiver of disgust as she and Harry entered the Great Hall together that morning, as they had done nearly every day since the start of the year. Almost as soon as they had been seen, Daphne saw people looking at them, and whispering to their closest neighbor or friend. She was certain that they were trying to figure out why they were back together after a week apart. Daphne glanced at Harry, who had either not noticed, or was ignoring it completely. Daphne guessed it was the latter, as he had so often been the focal point for countless rumors and stories. You know, I knew when I got paired with you that I would inevitably wind up getting more notice, but I never imagined how closely I would be observed. She said bitterly as she and Harry took seats at the betrothal table. How have you not gone insane from all the rumors? Harry merely shrugged. You learned to tune it out and ignore it. Good morning, Harry. Neville said cheerily. Tracy, on the other hand, was glaring at Daphne. Neville glanced at his betrothed and rolled his eyes before turning his attention back to Harry. Good to see you back here, mate. Neville remarked as Harry buttered some toast. Thanks, Nev. Harry smiled. I hate to admit it, but I don't really like eating on my own. I can understand that, Tracy said, but I could also see how it would be preferable to suffering the company of some. Daphne didn't miss the barb and heaved a sigh. You know I'm sorry, right? Daphne asked, looking hopeful. Tracy ignored her and Daphne grumbled. Would you talk to me, please? Daphne asked. Tracy refused to look at her. Both Harry and Neville shared looks, but remained quiet for the moment. I know you're mad at me, but would you let me explain? I was a moron, okay. No kidding, Tracy mumbled. Both boys snorted, and Daphne fixed them with a malevolent glare which they ignored. I'm sorry that I never listened to you. You were right all along, and I refused to accept that there could be any other way to accomplish something so meaningful. You were right about treating Harry like a thing rather than a person. You were right about how I should have forgotten my plan for a while and focused on building things up with Harry, and you were right when you told me I was stupid for putting my name into this whole business in the first place. Okay. You were right and I didn't listen, and now I see what my stupid plan could cost me if I tried to go through with it. Keep going, Neville mumbled, though. Daphne didn't hear him. Harry smirked and continued to watch Daphne grovel. So I'm sorry that I never listened to you. I'm sorry for acting as if your opinion doesn't matter. I'm sorry for being a complete and utter ch whenever we talked about that stupid plan, and sorry that I took you for granted. Daphne sighed sadly, but Tracy still refused to look at her. Daphne's shoulders slumped a bit and she sighed. I'm also sorry I ruined your dinner party. It's about time, Tracy huffed. I thought I was going to have to write her a note. Neville smirked. Harry nodded, chuckling lightly. That's all I wanted, Tracy declared, looking relieved and happy. Wait, what? Daphne looked aghast. This whole time you've been ignoring me and making me feel like a pile of dragon dung because of the party. I've been a miserable wreck thinking that you hated me and we'd never be friends again. That party was really important to me, Tracy said emphatically. I was going out of my mind without being to talk to you. So was she, Neville offered. I was not, Tracy argued. Really? Neville looked at his bride-to-be with a wry gaze. You weren't stomping around our rooms pulling your hair out complaining about Daphne not getting her head out of her ass. That wasn't you crying on my shoulder because you felt bad for treating your best friend like rubbish all week. That wasn't you whining just last night about how much you missed your as good as sister. Oh no, you didn't miss her at all. Harry chuckled again, and shook his head. Don't forget that you spent our whole tutoring session telling me to give her a chance, and try and make things right with her, and that while she'd been pig-headed she really did have a good heart, and she was a really good person. All right, Tracy groaned. Yes, I missed my best friend, okay. I haven't been able to talk to her because she was being a stubborn ass, even though I knew she'd figure out she was being a moron. I haven't been able to tell her anything, or hear her complain about how Harry is being so stubborn, even though she was actually being the stubborn one. I haven't been able to talk to her about my father coming to see me, or that we ordered my ring, or how I think I'm close to choosing a dress, or about how Millicent came to talk to me about Draco, which was really weird. Or how about that I'm freaking out because I'm just a week away from meeting my dad's future wife, and how stressed I am, or that Neville and I started sharing a bed and that. Babe. Neville cleared his throat and grasped Tracy's hand, his face the color of a ripe tomato. Word vomit. Oh, right, Tracy said, her own face coloring slightly. I guess no one needs to hear about us sharing. We got it the first time, Harry said, holding up his hands. Daphne heaved another sigh and felt as if a leaden weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She knew that she and Harry had a lot to work out, but at least they were speaking to each other now. And with Tracy talking to her again, Daphne felt that she could definitely turn things around for the better. So, are we really rid of your stupid crusade? Tracy asked, turning back to her best friend who nodded. I still want to try and make things better, but I'm going to find a better way to do it. Daphne said, looking to Harry. So are you two all right? Tracy asked, looking hopeful. Did you forgive her, Harry? Harry shook his head. Truthfully, there wasn't really anything to forgive. She didn't do anything, and you can't be mad at people for what they think about. She made a stupid plan for her life, but she didn't really do anything, except put her name in for this abysmal law and get paired with me. However, we have a lot of things to discuss and get straight. We can't move forward so long as there is this cloud hanging over us. Agreed. Daphne nodded. Won't you always be wondering if she's trying to manipulate you, Harry? Neville asked, looking concerned. I offered to make a magical oath, but he wouldn't let me. Daphne remarked. What? Tracy looked stunned. It's too easy, and it isn't foolproof. Harry said quickly. Anyone could phrase the oath in a way that would leave a loophole. Even if I wrote out exactly what to say, I could inadvertently leave something out. I would rather that we build a real trust between us. So how are you two going to get past this mess? Tracy asked. Harry and Daphne looked at each other, and at the same time shrugged their shoulders. You really are a risk-taker, aren't you? Tracy chuckled. No. Neville shook his head. Harry just believes the best of us. We should all be more like him. No, that isn't it either. Harry shook his head. I don't think I believe the best of people. I've seen too much of how cruel people can be. Daphne perked up at this, and she remembered Hermione's words from a week ago. I just prefer the people around me not feel compelled or forced to be honest and loyal. I just want them to be human. To be who they are. Harry claimed. That's a pretty good philosophy. Tracy said. But what if those people are jerks? Then I don't have to have them in my life. Harry said simply. Well, we should be getting to class, and Daphne and I have quite a bit to catch up on. Tracy smiled as she rose from her seat, and gestured to Daphne that she should follow. I'll see you in potions. Tracy smiled, dotting Neville quickly before she and Daphne headed out of the Great Hall. Guess we should make our way to history then. Neville sighed. Have you told Ron and Hermione that you're back with Daphne yet? They knew I was contemplating it. Ron's adamant that I'm throwing my life away. Hermione's more understanding, of course. I think it's helped that she and Tracy have been talking so much lately. Weird, isn't it? Neville remarked, making a face of bewilderment. Tracy told me the other day that while she never hated Hermione, she was always wary of her, you know. She just thought Hermione was rather full of herself. Like she thought she was better than everyone. And now she knows that Hermione is just as insecure as the rest of us. She's just better at hiding it. Harry grinned. Hiding what? Hermione asked as she and Ron caught up with the two boys, who looked at each other and started smirking. Well, Professor Umbridge smiled politely as Harry and Daphne sat down, and fought to get comfortable on the small sofa. It's very nice you've chosen to join us this time, Mr. Potter. My apologies, Harry said with a grimace as Daphne's bony hip poked into his. I was unaware that we had a session schedule. Daphne informed me that she did try to tell me, but I was rather cross with her at the time, and refused to hear anything she had to say to me. Indeed. Umbridge nodded, making a mark on her clipboard. Am I to understand you two have worked things out? No, Daphne stated. She turned to look at her betrothed, and gave a soft smile. But we're going to work on it. Well then, perhaps we should get it all out into the open now, Umbridge stated. Perhaps Mr. Potter, you would like to explain what it was you did wrong. Why do you assume I am to blame? Harry asked coldly. Come now, Mr. Potter, it won't do any good if you can't be honest here. Umbridge said with a wry smile. The only way that the two of you will be able to forge a strong, working relationship is if you stop lying to Miss Greengrass, me, and most importantly, yourself. Now why was it that Miss Greengrass asked you to leave your suite? I left of my own accord. Harry insisted. We had a difference of opinion, and, Professor, we worked it out on our own, just like two mature people would. Daphne said, trying to keep hers and Harry's personal business private. I understand that, Miss Greengrass, but it would be best if we could all discuss it here and figure out how things got so bad that you would ask Mr. Potter to leave and avoid him for more than a week. This way, we can learn from our mistakes and prevent any repeat incidents in the future. Umbridge insisted. I just told you that I left on my own. Harry said. Are you even actually listening to me? Harry asked. Umbridge made 2 more notes on her clipboard and sighed. Mr. Potter, you need to learn to respect your betters or I will have to assign you detention again. Umbridge sighed. I know that you think that you are special, but I assure you that you are not better than any other student in this school. I have never thought that I was better than anyone else. Harry said irritably. Well, given your reputation, it does follow that you, Umbridge began. My reputation? Harry looked affronted. Yes. Umbridge nodded. Mr. Potter, it is no secret that you covet your fame. You thrive on it, as it were. What other reason could there be for you to essentially break the law and enter yourself into a tournament you were expressly forbidden to enter by the ministry? There is only one possible way for you to have won that competition, and you found the chance within the maze and seized it. And to cover up your nefarious deeds, you made up a fantastical story about the return of a dead man. Before Harry could retort, Daphne placed a calming hand on his shoulder and leaned forward. "Madam Umbridge," Daphne said softly, "are you accusing my husband to be of murder?" Umbridge actually flinched as she turned to look at Daphne now. I would have thought that were Harry even suspected of such a heinous act he would already have been put on trial and thrown in Azkaban. I can't imagine that the ministry didn't investigate the matter thoroughly. Of course it was investigated. Umbridge snapped, clearly offended at the mere idea that her beloved ministry would drop the ball on such a high-profile matter as the death of a Tri-Wizard competitor. "As I thought." Daphne nodded, looking relieved. "I mean, imagine the embarrassment if no one even bothered to look into the situation, right? But that means that since Harry is sitting right here next to me that he was found to be innocent of any wrongdoing, which would at least lend some credibility to his story that you know who has in fact managed to rise from the dead, wouldn't it?" "Well, Umbridge stammered. "That is, I mean that it is impossible." Her face hardened then and she fixed Daphne with a cruel glare. "Miss Greengrass," Umbridge said coolly, "I am aware that you consider yourself quite the lucky lady. After all, how many young witches would give up everything to be in the position you find yourself in? Set to marry one, if not the most eligible young bachelor in all of the wizarding world. And it is very noble of you to want to defend your future husband. But that does not mean you have to give up your intelligence, or your good sense. I understand wishing to show unity, but there is no need to keep up appearances here with me. Here, you are safe, remember. Here you can be honest, and upfront, and if you believe your betrothed is lying to you, I am here to help you find the truth. You do not need to fear anything from your betrothed. I am here to help you, remember. But see, that's the thing," Daphne replied, looking to Harry again with soft eyes. "He's never lied to me. Sure, he hasn't told me every detail about things, but he's never lied, and I've only just realized that." "Really?" Umbridge now looked ready to snap. "So you believe that a man dead 14 years managed to somehow miraculously return from the grave to entrap a 14-year-old boy in a ritual to restore his power to him, yet no one other than this boy witnessed any of it? I thought you were intelligent. Madam Umbridge, that is my future wife you are insulting, and as I understand it, if I were to take offense to your words, I could declare a feud against House Umbridge," Harry said, leaning forward, clasping his hands together. "I'd be willing to bet that such a feud would not bode well for you with the minister. Besides, what if all of you are wrong? Wrong, Mr. Potter?" Umbridge looked a little shaken at his words. "Wrong about what exactly?" "Professor, we live in a world where we literally bend the rules of nature to our will. How can any of you be unable to even consider the possibility that someone found a way to break those rules and protect himself from true death?" Harry pressed. "The most powerful dark wizard ever known, and none of you can even for a second entertain the idea that he somehow found a way. So what happens if I am telling the truth? Eventually he's going to reveal himself, and every lost life, every drop of magical blood spilled will be on your hands." Umbridge could only stare back in complete bewilderment. A heavy silence fell as the three just looked at each other. After several moments, Harry rose to his feet before offering his hand to Daphne. "I think we're finished for today," Harry said politely. "Until next time, Professor." "All you had to do," Minister Fudge huffed as he stared out of the fireplace at his undersecretary, "was to befriend the boy. To bring him around to our way of thinking, and you completely botched it. I'm telling you that little bastard confounded me somehow," Umbridge argued. "Confounded?" Fudge shouted. "Confounded? He's a 15-year-old boy. He is nowhere near powerful enough to confound you, Dolores. With all due respect, Minister, you were not here," Umbridge snapped. "He was spouting nonsense about, it doesn't matter. The fact is I think we're underestimating Dumbledore's influence on him, as well as how much the boy has learned from the old man. Then it is even more imperative that you get the boy away from the headmaster." Fudge snarled. "Dolores, we need the boy now more than ever. We starting to have difficulty in covering up the setbacks. 20, Dolores. 20 wizards have chosen to give up their magic. Granted, they weren't from wealthy or influential families, but that is still 20 family lines that have essentially become extinct. If we can get the boy who lived to endorse the Legacy Preservation Act, then everything will settle down. He is obstinate, and no more excuses. Fudge snapped. You either get inside his head, and turn him to our side, or the next time you step inside the ministry, it will be to pack up your office. Umbridge sat down behind her desk, and pounded her fat fists into the top of it. She wanted to hurt the boy. To make him beg for mercy. He was so infuriating, and maddening. Why couldn't he just fall into line like he was supposed to? It's all Dumbledore's fault. She snapped to no one. He has got some sort of hold over the boy's mind. I need to find it and break the connection. Quote. She rose from her chair and began pacing about, her mind going to work at once on ways to get the boy alone without making it look as though she was singling him out. She stopped in the middle of her office as the idea came to her. It meant she would have to sacrifice a great deal of her time, but it was the only way. She rushed around her desk once more and took some parchment out and dipped her quill in the inkwell. She had several people to write to, and more than a few things to order for her new plan. She was going to find out every one of Potter's secrets if it killed her. Then she would own the boy once and for all. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.